All right, so if you want to be successful as a copywriter, you need to understand what motivates people and how people decide to change or how they decide to solve problems inside their life. Now, in this next little section, I'm going to give you a quick overview. Just like in the last kind of chunk, I gave you a bunch of stuff about businesses at a really, really high level. In this section, I'm going to give you a really high overview about human motivations, about how they choose products to buy and how they find solutions to their problems. You need to understand this so that I can show you all the different marketing systems that exist, so that I can show you how to write all that stuff. But first, you need to understand how humans work, what motivates them, how they decide to change, and whether or not they decide to buy into a brand or a product. So the first thing a business does is it has to get the attention of the people it's trying to help, right? It's in a market and it's trying to get attention from those people. Now, there's really two ways to go about getting their attention, right? There is a way where they are searching for you and you show up when they search for you, or you just find these people out in their normal life and you sort of interrupt them and catch their attention and then show them the thing that you have to show them, right? Now, we're going to go over the different ways that happens, but basically it's just that you either find people who are actively searching for your product and you get in front of them, or you just find people who are a good fit for your product and you find a way to get in front of them on their social media feed, for example, right? Now, within each of those, between the search and the, let's call it the interrupt style, there are two sub-layers, right? You can either do it organically, just be the person that shows up in their search results naturally, or pay to be the guy who shows up in their search results. You can just hope that your content interrupts them organically, just happens to pop up in their feed because the algorithm likes you, or you can pay to be that guy. Now, there's some variations to that, but in the next few videos, I'm going to show you each variation and give you examples of how businesses currently do this. All right, so in those last videos, we talked about how to take someone whose attention we've captured and turn them into a lead. Now I'm going to show you how to take either someone's attention you captured or a lead and turn them into a customer. Now we're start talking about these different types of sales funnels. So instead of just getting someone to become a lead, now we're going to actually convert them into a customer. I'm going to show you how to approach this. This is where copywriting starts to get really fun. So let me share my screen. Look at this. So it's very similar to a lead magnet, but instead of sending them to a like whatever traffic or attention you've captured, instead of sending them to just a simple page where they sign up for something free, they get sent to a page where you present this product in the most compelling light. This is long form copy. This is really useful stuff. This is where you're going to take somebody who is kind of new to your world and you're going to persuade them and influence them. And I'll teach you how to do all this so that they go from being interested to deciding to purchase your product. Once they decide to purchase your product, there's usually a few steps on the back end. You may have seen this before. When you go to purchase a product, usually that's not the only step. If you go to purchase a product, let's say a course or something like that, oftentimes they'll offer you what's called an upsell. So you'll say, okay, I want to buy this $27 course, 27 or whatever, right? You pay it and it takes you another page and says, hey, if you want my advanced training, pay $197 for the group coaching or whatever, right? And you can either decide to do that or not. If you don't decide to do that, sometimes they'll give you a downsell where they'll say, oh, do you want to pay $197? How about $97, right? So that's an example of an upsell. Then when you say no to that upsell, they'll send you to a downsell. And that doesn't happen all the time, but I wanted to include this map so you'll understand it. As you go through and see more funnels throughout your life, you'll start to see a lot of examples of upsells and downsells. Downsells don't always really have to be there, but you should usually always include an upsell. So instead of just selling one product, you should sell more products on the back end so that you can increase your lifetime value, so you can increase the total amount of revenue that you make per customer, so you can provide more value to them. So usually it's a good idea to have an upsell. I included a downsell here so you could see what that looks like. Once you finish the upsells, downsells, you go to the order page, you enter your credit card details, whatever, hit thank you, get access to your content. So again, this is a sales page. Now, this traffic that you're sending to your sales page, it can come straight from a Google ad or a YouTube video that you uploaded, or it can come from an email you sent to your newsletter. There's a lot of places where you can get this traffic. You can send an Instagram story to your audience. It doesn't really matter where the traffic comes from, but you drive it to that sales page. And that's where you take these people that are kind of interested and curious about whatever you've mentioned on the sales page, and you take them and you influence them and you paint them the picture and you sell them on purchasing this product. Once they decide to purchase the product, they can go through these steps. So you can either upsell or downsell. They pay you the money. Boom, they get access to the content. Everybody's happy. So that's a basic sales page. This is the video sales page. So I'm just going to show you these two maps and I'll show you a page that kind of concludes both. A video sales page, instead of having a long list of text of different headlines and different sections, it's got kind of just like a big video that plays in there, and it just sells the product through the video, and then at the bottom you can decide to pay for it. Doesn't usually have the long list. Instead of making you read a whole page, it just shows the whole thing in the video. So I'll show you an example of that. Again, simple, fun. You get attention, you send them to a page, the page sells them on buying the product, you offer them an upsell. If they decide to get that, cool. If not, no worries. Then you have them give you their money through just a regular checkout page, and then thank you, and then they can access their content. So let me show you a really common, or an example of this. This is the movie star body masterclass by Kino Body, Gregor Gallagher, who's one of the OGs in the physical fitness niche area industry. So he's got this is an example of a sales page for one of his programs. So he's got a headline. He's got a little video sales page here. So it's already kind of included. But if you scroll down, you can see the rest of the stuff. He has these different sections where he shows some proof, some little things to qualify you. He talks about the course materials. And then he has these little CTAs, or calls to action, where you can actually click on the thing and purchase the product or whatever, right? But up here, you've got the video. He goes through and he sells this product, tells you about how cool the product is, whatever. You purchase this. You can either buy a basic one or a more expensive one. Anyways, we've got the CTA down here at the bottom. You hit enroll. I'll tell you guys how to make these, how to plan these out. This is a fairly simple one, but this is one example of a sales page. And obviously, I'm not going to show you the upsells and downsells that exist on the back end of this. I just want to show you this first step. You've driven traffic to this page. He drives traffic to this from his Instagram and YouTube content, and other people link to it and all that sort of stuff. Drives traffic to the sales page. People purchase. They get access. That's the game, right? I was debating whether or not to share this with you, but an advertorial, right, disguises itself to some degree as a news article. Instead of positioning as a straight sales page, it tries to super educate the reader first and kind of show them a new breakthrough or something like that. It's something that was really popular before, and it started to be really popular again. The example I picked was just kind of the first one I came across. I'm not a huge fan of this product or this advertorial, but this was just an example. This page is sort of masquerading half product sales page, half news article. Right? Top doctors now recommend next generation CBD gummies, whatever. Has a date here for this. California, for millions battling daily discomfort, this news couldn't be more exciting. And it kind of goes in and talks about this new discovery. And it talks about how CBD, like this particular new CBD gummy, is better than anything else or whatever. And then at the bottom, obviously, there's a CTA, and it turns into a sales page, right? You click this and it takes you to that. I have no intention to purchase this product. I just wanted to show this as an example. But it kind of is it's a sales page, but starts off more like up here it says advertorial, more like an editorial piece in a newspaper than an actual sales page. So that's one example of an advertorial. That's, again, something that's becoming more popular over time. Now let's talk about the application funnel. This is one of my personal favorite funnels in the world because this is really useful for selling high ticket programs. So you drive your traffic to your sales page. People love it. They're like, oh, this is great. But they can't just buy access immediately. They have to apply for this type of program. This is really common for high-level masterminds or really high-ticket programs. So these people, you drive the attention there, they apply, they answer some questions about themselves. And usually they'll book a call on a calendar to talk with a representative to kind of go over their application and all that stuff. Sales call, right? And the guy basically will give them some advice or some strategy, pitch them on the product. They decide to buy the product. Boom, he sends them an order form. They purchase it. Everybody's happy, right? This is really common for high-ticket programs that you're selling for $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 up to like $30,000, right? Usually after they book that call on the calendar, there's some emails to follow up and get them all hyped for the call. But the application funnel is one of my favorites. So I'm going to show you an example. This is a crypto mastermind. It's a big event that Jordan Belfort ran or is going to run at some point. So you can't just buy now. You have to apply now. So you got a little video of Jordan selling you some stuff. You got some stuff about how cool this is. And then obviously you hit the apply now and you put in a bunch of information, agree and submit. Boom. Next thing you know, you're here. You finish your application. You're going to book a call with one of the guys on this team. They're going to sell you because they're really, really good. And then you're going to attend the event, right? So this is how the program works. And what's really cool about that is it positions you as a high status thing where they have to come to you and money isn't enough. Now, again, these are just a few variations of a basic theme, right? You take attention, you drive it to a product. It could be an expensive product, a cheap product. They decide to purchase it. They decide to purchase additional products, and then they get access to it. There are a lot of similar ways to do this for, local businesses. It's very similar, right? You can sell physical products. You can sell sessions. You can sell like a spa session or whatever. There's a lot of ways you can change this up and vary it. But almost always after you sell them one thing, you want to try and sell them the next thing. You want to give them an opportunity to move up the value ladder. And sales funnels are how you do this. Every business is going to have multiple sales funnels. If they have multiple products, they'll have multiple little versions of this funnel that exist. as you purchase their low ticket or their medium ticket or their high ticket program. And again, I'm going to show you how to architect all that and how to write the copy and how to actually write the things. But right now, you just need to know how the whole system works, how the flow works. And these are the most common versions of sales pages and sales funnels, which you need to know if you want to help businesses monetize their attention. All right, so we've talked about lead funnels. We've talked about sales funnels. Now we're going to talk about a slightly different version of, it's kind of a mix of the two, and it's called a live event funnel or a webinar funnel or even a product launch funnel. And I'm just going to show you the map because I think that's going to be the fastest way to explain how it all works and how it fits together. But this is really useful when you want to promote a live event or a webinar or something where you can provide a lot of value in sort of a group learning session and then turn around and sell them on a product on the back end to help them go up your value ladder. So I'm going to hit share. We're going to start looking at the map and I'm going to explain it that way. So right here, we have the basic webinar funnel. Now, this is obviously you're going to notice some things that are kind of similar. Like this part right here looks a lot like a lead funnel. And this part right here looks a lot like a sales funnel. In fact, a webinar is basically two of them smushed together with a live event in the middle. So you get your attention, you get people all excited, and you send them to an opt-in page where you tell them about this cool live class. We're going to teach them a bunch of valuable information. They're going to learn some cool things. It's going to be wonderful. They say, oh, that's wonderful. I'd like to sign up. They put their information in. They sign up for a time. Let's say it's Tuesday at 4 p.m. They're all excited. You're going to send them emails in between the time that they sign up and the time that it's time to attend. So they continue to get excited. You can maybe teach them a few of the basic things, tease some interesting things so their curiosity is through the roof. They attend the webinar live. You teach them a bunch of valuable stuff. You give them a lot of value. Again, all they've done is signed up with their email address, and you're helping them with a ton of interesting information and reframes. And usually these live events are really cool. Webinars are a really powerful way to prep someone to purchase a high ticket product because you're going to be giving a lot of value and creating a lot of personal connection with the people that attend. So you run this live event. They love it. At the very end, you offer them access to a product. So you'll send them to the sales page. You send the link there. They click, they go to the sales page, they buy the product. Life's great. Basic sales funnel after there, right? Now, if they attend the webinar but don't purchase, usually there's a follow-up sequence of emails or different forms of communication where you get someone who's signed up to then purchase the next product. Usually there's a time-based discount or something for people who attend, and the emails here on the back end get people who attended but didn't purchase immediately to purchase. A certain more percentage of them purchase this way, right? Now, if someone didn't attend the live webinar, they signed up but didn't attend, usually there's some follow-up emails. You send them to a replay of the webinar. They watch the webinar. They get sold to. They get excited. You send them to the sales page. This is a pretty basic example. Webinars are great for selling mid to high ticket products. You give a lot of value. You build a lot of personal connection. A webinar can speed up the whole trust building process by instead of you can in like 1 week or 1 day, you can build the amount of trust it would take months for other people to build through just regular social media content, for example, right? So let me show you an example. It's just kind of a random one I found. I don't even know who acefitness.org is, but they have this webinar. So we have an opt-in page for the webinar. We register. We have an information here about when it's happening. I would sign in with my ACE account or whatever and get access to this webinar that's happening April 5th, 11 a.m. I'd add it to my calendar. It'd be super great. I'd attend, and they'd probably try and sell me on some certification or something like that. So that's an example of a webinar funnel in action, right? These are really, really powerful ones. You'll see these ones. You'll see a lot of ads for these because they convert really well. Now I'm going to show you a slight variation of this. Now this doesn't have a live event. This would be like if you were working with somebody and they were going to build a new course, right? What you could do is like maybe a month or 2 months before you actually launch the course, you could announce it to your audience. Say, hey guys, got a new course coming up. If you sign up now to be notified, I'll give you 10% off, or sign up now so you'll be the first ones in. There will be limited enrollment or whatever. You get a lot of people excited about the course before it comes out. So they opt in. They're super excited for the product to come out. You give a bunch of emails, you keep them hyped. So then when you release your course, you send them all a link to the course. They sign up, they pay, everybody's happy. They get their course. Your course gets sold out immediately from the very beginning. So this is kind of what you would do before launching a product. One of the cool things about this is you can test how well people are excited about your product before you actually build it. So you can send this out, say, hey, we're building this course. Sign up if you want to get early notifications. If a lot of people sign up, you probably got a winner. If not a lot of people sign up, maybe your course needs some tweaks as far as what you're offering in order to get more people interested. So this is an example of a product launch funnel. That's the webinar funnel. That's the live event funnel. There's a lot of variations, a lot of ways you can add on to this, subtract to it, a lot of ways you can mix this into a lot of different businesses to help them sell mid to high ticket products at an alarmingly successful rate. So use this to sell those products. All right, so I've shown you a lot of different funnel types. I've shown you lead funnels, I've shown you sales funnels, I've shown you event funnels. There's a lot of cool things I've shown you, but I want to show you how they kind of all get wrapped together into a homepage, right? Homepage isn't really a funnel. It's kind of the central hub where all the funnels kind of come to meet. So it's where someone goes who's just trying to figure out about you. And I'm going to show you kind of how to set that up to where you can capture that attention and monetize in the most effective way. So I'm gonna hit share and show you how it works. So a homepage funnel, right? You get your attention and you send it like from wherever people find out about you. They might Google you. They might look at the link in your YouTube bio, your Instagram bio. They might get a link from someone else. Excuse me. They're going to go check out your homepage. Once they're on your homepage, you're going to try and want to capture, because some people might come here for a lot of different reasons. They might just want to learn more about you. They might be actively looking to purchase your product, or they might just be kind of learning more about you and you want to capture them and turn them into a lead. So there's a lot of different jumping off points inside of a homepage. Normally there's a pop-up where they can opt in for your newsletter or opt in for a free gift, or you're going to have a section on your webpage. You kind of have a miniature opt-in here so you can capture them as a lead and start marketing them better. You'll also have a link to your courses and products. For example, if you're doing an info product, then you have a list of all your courses or a list of all your products, so you can send people to the sales page. They can, buy things and purchase. A lot of e-com stores do this. They have like a storefront where they have all their products and all their categories. You can search through it, and then you can go to the individual product page, purchase, etc. Right? That's how a homepage works. And then sometimes you'll have other links. Maybe you'll link back to different social media accounts, then go follow you there. Maybe you'll have an about page. Usually always these pages as well, they also link back to new sales pages, or they link to opt-in pages, et cetera, et cetera. Let me pull up an example for you. Let's use Kino Body again. They've been doing pretty well for quite a long time now. They've got a lot of products and supplements and stuff like that. So we show up here. The main CTA here is to get us to go purchase some of their supplements, which is one of their products. We've got these different goals we can select by, different products we can purchase, a bunch of reviews to build some trust, links to their other courses, links to clothing, a bunch of cool case studies, blah, blah, blah. Oh, look at this. We've got a nice CTA here to sign up for their newsletter right here at the very bottom, right? This is an example of a homepage. We've got a few other links up here and a contact, an account, all that stuff. Basically, it's one central hub where I can show up, and if I'm looking for the link to the shred stack, for example, I can find it on their page. So that's one example of how you can bring all the funnels together, and that homepage is kind of that central directory, right? You have lots of funnels in a business, and you're going to have that homepage as sort of the way to get to all of them, in addition to just like sending out links to your audience. So that's the homepage funnel. That's how it fits together. That's how it kind of ties together all the funnels that a business has. All right, so I've shown you a lot of different funnels. I've shown you home funnels. I've shown you sales pages and lead funnels. I've shown you lots of different marketing systems. I've shown you lots of examples of this, right? You're going to start noticing these funnels all over the place. You're going to start noticing, there's an ad that's supposed to drive me to a lead, or, oh, look, that's an application funnel. I've seen that before. You're going to start to notice these around at different businesses that you see online and stuff like that. Pay attention. Take notice. If there's ones that's really successful, take screenshots, share them, take a look at it, try and understand why they're working, right? You understand the big picture now, right? I've also talked to you about how to get attention, right? How to get it on search content, how to get it when you're interrupting people in their social media with a pleasant surprise. I've shown you how to do this, and you're going to start noticing businesses doing this all over the place now. Pay attention. This is where that perspicacity kicks in. Start taking notes, start realizing when people do this. You're going to want to collect as many examples as possible, because in the next section, I'm going to teach you how to write and create the actual content for all of that. I'm going to teach you how to write blog posts, sales pages, Facebook ads, you name it, webinars. I'll teach you how to plan all of it and write it all out in these next sections, right? So you need to start paying attention. You need to start seeing these marketing systems in play so that you can understand the context, and so that the lessons I teach you in these next few videos and these next few lessons are going to stick, and you'll know where this content, this copy, these words that you're writing, where they fit into the big marketing picture. So let's dive in. Let's start looking at how to write effectively. All right, so in the last video, you learned how to do DIC. Powerful framework. You're going to use it quite a bit, right? There's another format that's extremely useful for short form copy, and that's the PAS framework. Now, this one's really cool. the subtitle I put here is get them to move with short form copy. And that's because PAS is really good for inspiring action, right? This is about triggering massive emotional motivation to take action, right? And it's typically used, so DIC is used when you're talking to someone about a new idea, or you're talking to someone who's not familiar with your products, to build a lot of curiosity. Once they've already discovered the answer, it's kind of hard to get them to go look at a page because of curiosity, because they kind of know the answer already. But what this does is it magnifies the emotion that they feel and motivates them to go potentially take action, right? There's three elements. There's the pain or desire, there's the amplify section, and there's the solution section. Now, pain and desire, you can use either one. You can either be positive or negative for this. You can either talk about problems and amplify their pain and problems that they feel and get it to where it's like that horse example I used before, right? For motivation, it's like you're driving the horse forward with a stick, or you can increase the desire. That's like dangling the carrot in front of the horse, right? And you can make the carrot really, really, really good looking, right? So you can either go with pain, or you can go with desire. Sometimes you kind of blend both, but you want to amplify their emotions around those things. So then when you present the solution, they're likely to take step forward to act, right? So let's talk about the pain and desire section. Now, this is where you catch their attention. Again, you still have to disrupt and catch their attention. They're on some platform. You need to get their attention. That's the first battle you always have to win. And then you're going to tap into a major pain or desire they're experiencing, right? Now, remember, you don't create desire or pain, right? Like, you're not trying to convince anybody to feel pain about something. You're not trying to convince somebody to care about something. You're taking people who already care about something, who already feel a little bit of pain in their life, they feel a little bit of desire, and you're going to amplify it, right? You don't create it, you amplify it, right? So you're going to pick one that already exists. Pick one of their biggest pain or desire buttons, right? The thing that if you like push that button, it'll make them act, right? It'll make them take action. And that's going to be the focus of your copy. Once you've done that, then you're going to amplify that emotion. So most people have found ways to comfort themselves. Like, humans are way into like self-soothing, like people that touch their face, like when they're in a conversation, that's usually to soothe themselves. There's a bunch of ways that humans, we minimize the emotional intensity of our pain and desire because it's easier than changing, right? It's usually easier to tune down that pain or tune down that desire than actually put in the work to fulfill that desire or fix that pain, right? So humans are tricky like that. So for you, if you're trying to get someone to take action, you have to stoke the flames of their existing pains or desire until it propels them to move, right? So a lot of times people don't cross over the threshold of action because their emotions are too low, right? So what you do is you amplify their emotions and you get them to take action, right? And you do this, and when I say this, you amplify emotion with sensory experience, future pacing, and elevating the emotion. Let's talk about sensory experiences, right? So emotions come as a result of experiences, right? We get information comes in through our senses, and it triggers an effect inside of our body and our minds, right? That subconscious mind, like we talked about in the creativity modules, right? So if you can get the reader to play a movie in their mind, you can trigger a corresponding emotion, right? And you use sensory information to construct that movie. You make it vivid and compelling. You use sight, smell, sound, taste, and feel, and it will trigger that emotion. Let me give you an example right now. You can all probably think of a meal you really like to eat, like maybe your mother or someone you know makes a specific meal, and you can imagine what it smells like. You can imagine what it looks like to sit down and do that. Now, as you do that, and you picture what it looks like, you think about what it feels like to sit down at the table to eat this thing. Think about the sounds of someone's voice as they're doing this. You think of the taste, the smell. As you think about this, it's going to trigger certain emotions inside of your mind, right? This is just one example, right? You don't have to use all 5 of the emotions, right? But the more of them you can mix in, the more vivid and powerful it can be, right? So you can use this type of sensory information around the experiences that make them feel that pain or that desire to amplify the feeling of it. And the more vivid and compelling you make your movie in their brain, the more it'll drive them to act, right? The other one is something called future pacing. Now, this is a term. Basically, what you do is you give the reader a taste of what the future would be like if they either resolve the pain or fulfill their desire, right? So let me kind of give you an example of this. It's like you're kind of giving them a preview into the future, right? Let's say they've got a problem with fat loss, for example. That's like the classic example for this program, right? If they have a lot of, like, let's say we're talking to Amy, she has a problem with weight, and we can amplify the pain that she feels now, but we can also sort of give her a taste of what would happen if she never solves the problem. You know, hey, continue to gain weight, you'll be a lonely lady with cats, you'll die alone. overweight, get diabetes, blah, blah, blah. You can future pace and you can use sensory information to make that future seem really terrible, right? And that's an important way to get her to take action. You're helping them understand the true cost of inaction by helping them understand the pain that they might experience in the future if they don't solve their problem. But you can also talk about what their life might be like once they fulfill that desire. I tend to go that way. I like to go positive when possible. But you can give them a little taste of what it's like if they actually got to live their dream life. So you get to tell them, you skip into the future and paint a little movie of them, in this case, Amy, happy with her husband, with her confidence and her smile and the way she looks and blah, blah, blah. You can do all these things, right, to give her a taste of how good it would feel, and it amplifies her desire to move forward because you're showing them the true benefit of what they get if they take action, right? The other thing you can do is you can elevate the emotion. Now, you should remember Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which we talked about in a previous video, and we're understanding people and their motivations. Most people, one of the ways they diminish the pain and desire in order to not take action is they push those pains and desires down the pyramid, right? So they ignore those top ones and they make their problems, they only really pay attention to how they connect to those lower order needs, right? If you can show them how a problem or desire is actually connected to higher order needs, you can amplify the magnitude of their compulsion to act and change it, right? Status is one of the easiest ones. One of the most effective ways to magnify pain or desire is to show them how their situation or their dream affects their status in the eyes of others they care about, right? If you do that, you can instantly magnify the emotion. And you can do that with a lot of different things, right? You can take problems and show them how it connects to bigger and higher order problems, or you can show them the desire that they want and you connect it to those bigger and more important things. And as you do so, it just magnifies the desire. You can do all of these things, right? You can use sensory information, future pacing, and amplifying the emotion to really get someone to be in a state of heightened motivation, right? And then you present the solution. Now you give them, you direct them to take an action to resolve their heightened state of emotions, right? Again, you keep the CTA really similar to CTAs using DIC copy, just one simple line. There's a few additional levers you can pull though in a PAS email to increase the reader's compulsion to take action now versus later. And the first one is urgency, right? If the reader believes there's a limited time to take advantage of this opportunity, like if there's a date where you can't buy this anymore, or they're going to die at some point if they don't do it. Like there's a whole bunch of ways to play with time. But if you make it seem like there's not a lot of time to take advantage of it and they should take advantage of it now, that's urgency. That amplifies the pain, right? Because it's magnified by the time available. And there's scarcity, right? For example, and this is more about like the quantity of opportunities to fix this, or the quantity of the product, or the availability of the solution is limited, right? That amplifies the pain or desire. Let's say you're on a boat that's sinking, right? And there's these lifeboats, right? And there's only 2 seats left and there's 20 of you, right? Your desire to get those 2 things is amplified because it's a competition. There's a chance you might not get it because the quantity is low, right? It amplifies your desire to get on that boat. But just like we could kind of use the same example for urgency, right? It's like, hey, the boat's sinking and it's going to sink in 5 minutes if I don't get on a boat, or it's going to sink in 30 seconds if I don't get on a boat. Your desire, the speed at which you move toward that boat would be a lot faster than if you had like 4 hours, right? So urgency is about time, scarcity is about quantity, right? But you can also amplify that emotion by cranking one last time on the dial of their pain or desire to get them over the edge and to click the link, right? You hit that emotion, that pain button, you hit that desire button one more time right at the end as you provide the solution, which is usually a link to go review a sales page or complete some sort of action. You crank that emotion one last time after you presented it to get them over the edge to click, right? So let's take a look at some of the examples of PAS copy that we have, right? So we looked at the DIC copy. Let's look at the PAS example. And I've only showed an email here because you already know how to transpose this across different forms of copy. And, so frankly, you just need to see the email and you'll understand how it works. So subject line. This is an email I wrote a couple of days ago for the student list. How to actually feel powerful. Subject line, right? That's that desire to feel powerful. The pain, the desire, this first part, like when you look at yourself in the mirror, what do you honestly see staring back at you? Is it a man with a body of rippling muscle, strong frame, and eyes burning with the fire of indomitable will? This vivid imagery, right? And then we're going to kind of move into this amplification part. Someone that women obsess over and men would follow screaming into battle. That's status, like from men and from women. Or do you see a flabby, scared, empty shell of a man, invisible to women and laughed at by the other men? I've kind of included the fear or the pain here as well. And then I've amplified the pain one more time where I say, here's the kicker. Can you even look at yourself in the eye in the mirror without turning away in gut-wrenching shame, right? So I've kind of given a little movie that they can play out. Even if they're not getting up and actually looking in the mirror, they're experiencing this. They're pretending in their minds as if They're looking away in shame of themselves, right? And then now we move to the solution, right? If you're tired of feeling weak and are ready to do what it takes to become a man of true personal power, then click here to begin your mental evolution and become a new man, right? And that's the solution, right? Simple PS, problem amplified using imagery, using status, using higher order emotions, and then offering a solution. PS is really simple, but it can heighten the emotions and get people to take action when they haven't done it for some whatever reason, right? You're going to get a lot of sales. A lot of people are going to go from the DIC and just go buy right away. PS is how you capture people who went there, but just need a little extra push to get over the edge. You're going to use PS quite a bit as a copywriter. It's a powerful, powerful framework. And you're going to use these elements in all sorts of other types of copy as well. So get really good at the PS formula. All right, so now it's time to learn what opt-in pages are and how to write them. Right now, you've learned how to model copy, which is extremely important. It's to be helpful as you dive in and learn how to write opt-in pages. But there are some key elements that I can help you learn right off the bat. Let me help you first understand what an opt-in page is. Like all steps along a business's funnel or value ladder, the opt-in page is a trade, right? The opt-in page, they're used to collect a potential customer's contact information and sort of the permission to communicate with them. And in return, you provide them with some form of value, right? A gift, information, a discount or special access, etc. Opting in for one of these free gifts is one of the first steps along many businesses' value ladder. Remember the concept of how you continue to trade time, energy, and money in greater and greater amounts for greater and greater amounts of value and taking someone to their dream state. That this is usually that first step. They're going from the outside world to becoming part of the brand's world, to an inside member of that world, right? This is their first step into it, right? Which is cool because like once you've collected their contact information, their email address or phone number or something like that, you don't have to rely on some platform like Facebook or YouTube to reach that person either through organic stuff or paid stuff. You can now just reach directly to them. You have their contact information. You can directly reach out to them via email or phone or whatever information they provided. You're not dependent on some third-party platform so much. So let me show you a few examples of opt-in pages and get a feel for them, right? This is my opt-in page for HE2 students. It shows it's really simple. You got a headline, you got some curiosity bullets, you got a CTA, you got a little thing here with my face and little authority boost there, right? Here's the link to it if you want to sign up. It's a good chance for you guys to get to know kind of what it's feel. I send out example email copy for you guys to get a feel for what it's like. So if you want to sign up, do it. If not, no big deal. There's this other one right here. This is a classic. This is simple, straightforward, in your face, big, bold colors, really simple. Just a title, a few fascination points, some security stuff here to make you feel safe, but it's really simple. Not a lot going on here, not a lot to get your way. Here's another one. This is like just a free training one. It's kind of like a little video that kind of gives you a preview, some bullets here and a button. And again, there's about 1 million different variations. There's a ton of different kinds of opt-in pages, the landing pages out there. And again, you know how to model that. But the good news is like you already know how to write the main elements, right? Because really the best landing pages like landing pages, opt-in pages are the same thing. They're really usually just DIC copy with a dash of authority and other trust promoting content. Like that's really all they are, right? Got a headline to catch the attention, right? You'll notice that headlines are essentially just fascinations, right? You already know how to do that. There's a reason. I had you guys learn that from the beginning. I wasn't kidding when I called them the Lego blocks of copywriting. If you're good at fascinations, you'll find that they come up over and over and over again. And it's important to have a bunch of really good ones, right? Something to keep in mind, you're going to want consistency between whatever fascination you use for your headline and whatever content you use to get the reader to that opt-in page, right? Because you're usually going to be driving traffic from social media or email or something to get people to go from this outside world to this landing page where they can opt in. Whatever your main hook is, whatever your big promise is over here in this copy that's driving them to the landing page, it needs to be reflected in the headline. It has to make sense. Like you can't take them from one thing where you're talking about X and then they show up on the page and it's about Y. It needs to be, if you talk about X, the page needs to be about X. It needs to be a smooth transition between the two. So little thing to keep in mind. And again, usually that headline is going to be about a big promise, right? You're going to be promising the reader they're going to get something, or it's going to be connected to either their biggest pain or their biggest desire, right? And that's obviously something you're going to have uncovered with your research. You're going to have the exact customer language, and you will already have written probably a whole bunch of fascinations to make that really easy. So whatever fascination you pick for your headline, it needs to be potent, right? It can't just be a mediocre fascination. You want it to rock the reader if possible. Like you want it to break their brain, right? It needs to be so potent that like their brain has to try and figure it out because it's so intriguing and powerful for them. You want it to be so good, that this headline to be so good that they will tell their friends about this headline and this piece of copy for the rest of the day, right? And that might sound like a big ask, but you can literally do this, right? So here's some examples of some of these headlines that actually achieve that, right? There's the classic one-legged golf, for example. Amazing secret discovered by one-legged golfer, adds 50 yards to your drives, eliminates hooks and slices, and can slash up to 10 strokes from your game overnight. Breaks your brain. You're trying to figure out how it works, what it is. It's connected to things you want. It's unique. You're going to tell people about it. This is a good headline. This is a really relevant. This one maybe not be as exotic as the last example, but this is just a good one. The bare bones 2-page funnel generated over 185,372 leads for us, and how you can swipe it to attract your unlimited leads for your business. It's just straightforward, it's specific, it's curiosity built. There's just enough information given here that they want to know what it is. It's a solid headline, right? This is a classic one from this like financial copy. America's #1 stock analyst says, "I'm done with stocks, and so are you." Just like right in your face, just big, bold, completely contrarian to the main to the main like status quo, right? In your face, big headline, right? Breaks the brain. This is an old one, but a classic for golfers who are, this is not necessarily a landing page, but it was like a landing page style old school copy. But it's for golfers who are almost but not quite satisfied with their game and can't figure out what they're doing wrong. Beautiful. Calls out the avatar, calls out their need, talks about like that little insecurity they have about their golf game. Beautiful headline. Or this one, right? This is another landing page for a free training or for like this, for this book. After spending $1 million in ads, we are revealing our proven winners so that you can straight up copy, deploy, and make money now. Just big in your face, $1 million in ads, copy, deploy, make money. Like it's just a straightforward, solid headline for a landing page. So again, you're going to catch their attention with that. You're going to talk about their pains, their desires, to make a big, bold promise. There might be a little bit of copy here and there thrown in. You want to then move on to building intrigue, right? Like the point of this landing page is to get them so curious and fascinated by what they're going to discover on the other end of submitting their stuff that they submit their information, right? You have to build that intrigue so they really want to do that. A powerful way to accomplish this is to stack your fascinations, right? Fun fact, another name for fascinations is actually like curiosity bullets. People like use this term interchangeably. And that's because a lot of times you use fascinations as like a bullet list, right? So you stack curiosity on landing pages. Here's a few examples. This is Rachel Peterson landing page, and she's got 3 fascinations stacked here. A to Z of how to get started with TikTok. My weird hashtag strategy that helped me grow by 52,000 followers in 1 month. Your first 1,000 followers on TikTok, a how-to training. Like just this, they've just stacked the curiosity bullets there. Here's a classic one. This is Dan Kennedy landing page. You can see, I mean, the headline's a curiosity bullet, but you can just see he stacked bullet after bullet after bullet after bullet after bullet after bullet. It's like a whole page of bullets, right? And the point of that, if you go through and read all of these, assuming you're the target market, is it stacks curiosity. Curiosity gets more and more and more. Again, this old ad, which is one of my favorites, does the same thing. Curiosity bullet after curiosity bullet after curiosity bullet after curiosity bullet. The table of contents are a curiosity bullet. But the cool thing is, like, if you go and read those curiosity bullets, they're so good that the reader would happily submit their information just to get the answer to one of those things. Not to mention stacking it on dozens and dozens and dozens of time, right? So it's not just they want one thing really, really bad, they'd happily submit their information for. It's they want 12 things now, right? Like the curiosity is stacked to a point where it's like a raging inferno and they have to put it out. That's what you want to do inside of a good landing page. So once you connect with their desire, you made a big promise, you stack the curiosity. This is when you want to start layering in some authority and some trust, right? Because you want to remove the fear, any fear they might have about the quality of the info they're going to be getting, because you're promising something, they don't know you, you're a stranger. You need to kind of introduce yourself. They need to resonate with you. They need to feel like the sources of this information is going to be good, right? So usually you're going to want to demonstrate some authority and do a few other things to build some trust. And again, this is way important when you're doing a landing page and an opt-in page that is targeted towards people who aren't familiar with your product, which is going to be most of the time, right? You need to build that authority. There's a bunch of ways to do it. Some of the best ways are to show your track record. So like show your past successes that you've had as a guru, right? And I say you, I realize many of you aren't going to actually be running your own business online immediately. You're going to be helping other businesses to do it. So when I say you, I mean like your clients. You're going to you're going to show your client's track record. You're going to show the other people that your client has helped, and you're going to show their authority by association. So if they're associated with anyone that can provide any level of authority to them, right? So let me give you some examples. The Dan Kennedy one, there's a couple of examples, right? In this part, he talks about how he's not some youngster promising to be your savior after watching some videos. He's got a 40-year history as a guru to gurus. It talks about, how good he's done. You get this whole section here about who's Dan Kennedy. Talks about all the things that he's done. He's the founder of this magazine. He's taught this for 6 million people around the world, 9 consecutive years. He spoke at the Success thing alongside Ronald Reagan, Colin Powell, Johnny Cash. So it's just power by association, power by numbers of people that he's helped, proven track record, how many books he's written. He's just stacking and saying, hey, I'm a guy you can trust, right? Even in this example, right, that we shared earlier, America's #1 stock analyst. And this is just the first place he starts talking about authority. There's a whole section of the sales letter where he just stacks this guy's authority and why you should listen to him, right? In this example, there's a couple places, right? They spent $1 million in ads. $1 million in ads, like that lends a level of credibility all to itself. Plus, there's a section down here where they show where it's been featured on these different news outlets. There's a lot of different ways to weave authority throughout a landing page, right? And what that's going to do is increase the sense of certainty that they're going to get what they want, right? So you're making them a big promise. And by layering in some authority and some trust factors, what it's going to do is it's going to give them confidence that they can actually get what they want. So that's kind of the main elements in a landing page. When you sit down to write one, you're usually going to plan out at least those 3 elements. You might put a few new things in, a few additional things in, depending on this landing page you decide to model, right? Because that's the first step you're going to do. You're going to sit down and find other pages that you want to model. But those are going to be the main things. So you're going to sit down and plan your headlines. You're going to plan your fascinations. You're going to plan your call to actions. You're going to plan how to put some authority in there. But if you're working with a client or you're running your own business and you have to figure out, what you're actually going to offer as bait, that free thing that they're opting in for, then there's a certain process. You want to think about things that are going to be helpful to somebody who's taking their first steps towards their dream state. So you're going to think about the avatar, you're going to think about their dream state, and you're going to think about some of the first roadblocks they're going to run into. You want to create your free value, that free gift that you're offering them, to be something that's going to help them with those first few steps along the way, right? Like, for example, in my landing page is 10 tips to reach 10K a month as a copywriter as quickly as humanly possible. And those tips are valuable information that someone needs to know when they're first starting as a copywriter so they can progress as quickly as possible. It's useful to the avatar where they are, right? And again, that's useful because you want to think about those roadblocks they're going for, and usually just giving them information and helping them understand their situation, what they really want. Like if you can wrap that into a valuable package, an ebook, a guide, a video or something, that's usually enough to make it worth it for them to opt in and give you their email address and sort of join your world, step into your brand, right? Now you measure the success of a sales page based on the conversion rate. So you're gonna have 100 visitors. How many of those visitors actually opt in, right? If it's 25, then you have a 25% conversion rate, right? You want to have as high of a conversion rate as possible for free gifts and free offers. You should shoot for at least a 25% conversion rate. That should be like your bare minimum of what you accept, but you can obviously go higher than that. And obviously, the higher the converting page converts, the more valuable it is to drive traffic to that page. If you drive more traffic to that page, you get more people convert, you get more leads, you can sell more people, right? You want to dial in all those elements: the headline, the images that you use, the intrigue, the CTA buttons, all that stuff to ensure the highest possible conversion rates. Writing landing pages is extremely valuable. Again, like I said, it's the beginning. It's where you've taken short form copy, you've got the reader to that page. This is where they make the decision whether or not they're going to sort of join your brand or step in and give permission to be marketed to or not, right? So if you can do this more effectively than your competitors, if you can do this more effectively than other people in the market, then you win, right? If you can help your clients do that, then they win and you make a lot of money. So learning how to write landing pages and really dialing in those 3 elements: the headline, the intrigue that you use, and the authority that you drop, that would do the most for driving the conversions on your landing page and making it successful. So keep those in mind. All right, real quick, I just want to make this quick video just to show you guys how to make ChatGPT sound a little more human. This isn't that hard, right? So I'm going to give you an example. If we just asked ChatGPT to write an email, so we'd say, write a email about push-up progressions for maximum strength. That's the fun thing about all these AI training videos. You can hear me spell or talk really slow. So look, cool. It's created some really generic emails. Now, when you read this, it reads very even. It sounds like a computer wrote this. This doesn't sound human. Now, the content here is good, right? Like it's created some good content around this. It's showed some ways that you can improve your push-ups to make them more challenging. Let me show you an example of how you can make it more human. Usually this comes into play when I'm just going to copy and paste this in here. Now, you want to use this to insert voice into the email. This is the prompt that I'm using right here. So I tell them who the speaker is. I'm like, hey, send it from the perspective of a young 25-year-old bodyweight expert writing to an audience of 14 to 19-year-old men, right? So now we know who our actual speaker is and who our audience is. And ChatGPT is able to use that to fine-tune a lot of things. And then I said, make it personal, make it sound human, and use vivid imagery. Now, it's funny, just telling it to make it personal and make it sound human goes a long ways. Telling it to use vivid imagery also helps as well. We let that rip, and it gives us a better version of the email. It's not perfect. It's not exactly the way I'd personally write it, but it is a huge step forward, right? This is kind of a verbose one. I could ask him to chop it down, but if you actually look at the content here, it's not terrible, right? It doesn't feel terrible. It definitely flows better. Hey guys, it's great to connect with all of you today. I mean, obviously we'd edit some of this out. As a young bodyweight expert, I'm pumped to share with you some push-up progressions that will help you build maximum strength and crush your fitness goals. Picture this. You're in your room, shirtless, staring in the mirror, wondering how you can get this shredded chest and arm like your favorite athletes or movie stars. See, now it's starting to provide like that. There's a vivid imagery coming in. Let's get started with push-up progressions. They'll take your workout to the next level. First, let's get started with the basics. If you're new to push-ups, modified push-ups are a great place to start. Then on all fours, so it's very clearly going through this. It's changed the rhythm, right? We've got these shorter sentences here. We've got these longer paragraphs. It's very clearly describing what's going on here. The ultimate test of strength, one arm push-up. He's given a clear way through this. Now I'm going to do a couple things, right? I'll say shorten this email, and he's going to give us a much shorter version of the email. Kind of take away some of the human stuff. You got to kind of play with it, right? But this particular prompt, we're telling them to make it personal, make it sound human, use vivid imagery. Let's say I wanted to now make it positive and informal. This is another one to add on, the positive and informal. You start to get this dialogue. How's it going? Question mark. I want to share some killer push-up progressions with you that help you build maximum strength and feel like a beast in the gym. Now this sounds like a person is writing this. Sounds like a human is writing it. Telling them to make it informal, telling them to make it positive, and giving it clues about who is writing and who they're writing to will do a lot to inject the right tone, that right human feeling into the email. Now, this isn't perfect, but this is a good step in the right direction. This is something that's going to help you take ChatGPT and help you use it to create more human-sounding content, more human-sounding emails or sales pages or what have you. This is the way forward. Yeah, a lot of you have flow issues, you have grammar issues, and it's usually because English isn't your first language. If English isn't your first language and you're seeking to write copy in English, one of the fastest ways you can fix these flow issues without taking time to become extremely fluent in English is to use ChatGPT. And let me show you how you do this. So here's some example copy a student shared with me. You want some feedback on it. Now, if we read this, we're going to identify some problems. Now, you're about to learn the successful mother's secret to putting their children to sleep. Kind of clunky. Trying this magic component will boost your performance as a mother and put you in a position to make your friends crave your advice. Introducing the breakthrough, which has specific and proven bits of advice that can change your baby from an alarm clock to a little angel at bedtime. It's just big and it's clunky, and there's some problems here that it makes. And as I read this, you won't need to be jolted awake from your rare periods of sleep and think you've dropped your baby when you weren't even holding. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's an English flow problem. So what you can do is you just go to ChatGPT, and I've actually just done it here. I just came in and said, fix this landing page's flow and grammar issues, and then I pasted it inside, and then ChatGPT spit it back out and improved a lot of the copy. You'd probably want to do this in chunks, though, like little pieces at a time. But if we read the copy, it doesn't have the same problems anymore. Now you're about to learn the successful mother's secret to putting their children to sleep.
Same headline. Are you tired of struggling with sleepless nights and wondering how to get your baby to sleep through the night? You want to learn the successful mother's secrets of putting their children to sleep? Our breakthrough program has specific proven bits of advice that can change your baby from an alarm clock to a little angel at bedtime. The flow is significantly better. Let's take a look at we look at some of these bullets. There's so much, the flow is so much better. How to settle your baby to sleep up to 12 hours a night and take daily naps going 2 to 3.5 hours. The secret to ensuring a peaceful sleep environment that allows the baby to get their deepest, most restorative sleep. It's just gone through and it's fixed the flow issues. And this isn't even the worst. I've seen significantly worse landing page. I've seen significantly worse copy where there's worse flow and worse grammar problems. ChatGPT will fix it. If you say, hey, fix the landing page's flow and grammar issues, and then you paste your copy, it will generally take care of it. So just make sure you're using AI to fix those problems, especially if English isn't your first language.
Okay, you said that copywriting is the language of influence, the language of persuasion, but what does that mean? What does copywriting actually look like at the end of the day? At the end of the day, as a copywriter, what you're going to do is you're going to be the one who plans out all the steps in a business's online marketing system, right? All the ads and pages and videos and emails and social media posts and webinars, anything they do online to communicate with customers and find new customers and sell to them. You're going to plan all the steps and you're going to dial in the communication at each one of these steps so that it converts the most people, it gets the most people and attracts them to the business and actually sells them the product. You're going to dial in each of those steps. Again, you'll do that for businesses and you'll do it for yourself. That's what you're going to learn how to do. And that's what a copywriter does at the end of the day. And he leverages his understanding of human communication, psychology, human motivations, how to write in a way that creates certain emotions in people's minds. You're going to leverage all of that to be able to help these businesses dial in their systems, make a lot of money, and you're going to get paid a lot of money as a result. Hey, no matter where you are inside the program, if you run into a question you can't understand, there's always places you can ask questions. You can always ask me questions in the Ask Professor Andrew channel. It's a channel where every day I sit down and I answer every question that students ask within the last 24 hours. I'll sit down, answer all the questions. You need help trying to figure out a way forward, go ask me there. I'll make sure you get yourself taken care of. Maybe I'll link you to some other resources. I'll show you the right lesson to look at, but I'll always help you find the answer to your problem. So just go to the Ask Professor Andrew channel and I'll get you taken care of every single day. What do you need to get started? Let me explain it. One, you need a laptop. You need a place you can sit down and type words into a Google Doc. You also need at least 2 to 3 hours a day to invest in learning the skill and then later to invest in defining and partnering with businesses and helping them grow their marketing systems. And then you also need a way to legally collect money online from your clients. So you need something like a Stripe or a Wise or a Venmo or a Cash App or some form of being able to collect and invoice your clients. That's what you need. If you have those three things and you have the ability to sit down and focus and learn, then you are going to be very successful inside this program because you're going to learn this skill and you're going to be able to turn around and help businesses scale, and you'll be able to use it to launch and scale your own businesses in the future. If you're asking yourself, okay, cool, I've got those three things, what do I do next? In the next video, I'm going to go over the 3 steps you need to go through in order to go from where you are now to earning your first money as a copywriter. All right, step number 1 of being good at business is understanding what a business even is. If you want to become a copywriter who can help businesses grow, and if you want to own a business at some point in your own life, you might need to know what one is. Now, I'm not going to define a business in legal terms or accounting terms or anything like that. We're going to talk about it in human terms. At the end of the day, all a business is a mutually beneficial value exchange between two people. I'm going to say it again. All a business really is a mutually beneficial value exchange between two people. I'm going to give you an example. Let's say I'm hungry. I walk down the street and I meet a man who has an apple. He could offer to give me that apple, and in return, I could give him, let's say, $1 as this example. He walks away with $1 happy because he has $1, and I walk away happy because I have an apple that I can eat to solve my little hunger problem that I have, right? That's an example of a business transaction on a most simple level, right? In this example, I value that $1 less than the apple he has, right? I'm willing to give that, and I feel like I'm getting the better end of the deal. I'm down $1, but now I'm not hungry anymore. This is great. And he's like, hey, this is awesome. I'm down an apple and I've got an extra $1. This is cool, right? Now, over time, businesses are obviously a little more complicated than that. They scale up. The guy would be selling millions and millions of apples, making millions and millions of dollars in this example. He'd be serving lots and lots of people because, as it turns out, human beings, we kind of group together in sort of these little groups of shared desires or shared pains, right? A lot of people are hungry. A lot of people want apples, right? So businesses set themselves up to serve these groups of people. Now, whenever there's a group of people who all share a lot of similar characteristics and share a lot of similar desires or pains or whatever, we call those markets. Say, for example, that this man notices that there's a group of people every evening at a certain place who all are really hungry. And he shows up and he starts selling apples to these people. Now, this group of people who all are hungry at the same time, that's a market. And this guy showing up and keeps selling his apples, that's a business. Now, as long as he can provide them apples at a price that they value less than the price of their hunger, he'll do great. And he can sell apples all day long and sell it over and over and over again and make a lot of money. Now, this is a very simple example. Why is this important? Why do you need to understand this? The amount that you are rewarded in these value exchanges depends entirely on how much value you bring to the table, right? So this guy's selling apples and he's making $1. Now, if he was selling something more valuable, let's say he was selling ribeye steaks. A ribeye steak is way more valuable than an apple. So people are willing to pay way, way more. So the thing to keep in mind here is moving forward, helping businesses grow, helping yourself grow. The key is to focus on finding ways to provide as much value as possible to the people you serve, to your market. So you have to understand what they want, what their desires are, and then you need to find as many ways as possible to bring them value. Now, as marketers, we step in, we help people communicate that value. We help people understand that value so they'll enter into that trade. But you have to understand that at the end of the day, all a business is it's a mutually beneficial trade of value between two people. If you get that right, if you understand that, every step along the way, it's just a bunch of these trades. It's going to be extremely important for you guys to understand this. So remember, all a business is a mutually beneficial trade of value from the ground up. All right, so in the last video, we talked about what value is and what businesses are and how it's all just about people trading value with other people. Now, today, I'm going to give you the two levers that every business must use in order to maximize the amount of value they give in order to maximize the amount of profit that they make, right? There's really only two levers that help a business grow, right? And that's one, you can help your current customers by giving them more and more value so that they'll pay you more and more money, or you can find ways to get new customers, get lots of new customers, because the more customers you have, the more you're able to help them and the more you'll make it overall. Now, these are the two levers. You need to pull both of them, right? If you have a business and you just have a lot of people, but they don't pay you any money, it doesn't really help you, right? If you have only a few people, but they pay you a lot of money, you're still only going to get so far. You need to find a way to help people in a significant way by providing them lots of value so they'll pay you lots of money. And you need to find ways to scale up your business so you're helping more and more people. You're putting more and more people into your system so that you can help them pay you more and more. Now, I'm going to show you in the next video a simple way to think about this to where you can understand these series of value trades that help you increase the amount of value that you get per people and how to set up that initial trade so that you get more people in that scale. So I'll show you how to do that in the next video. All right, so let's talk about human motivators. What actually gets people to take action? People don't take action based on logic or facts. They take action based on emotion. People are either running away from pain or they are running towards pleasure. That's all that really drives people to act. They either see something they really, really want out there, or they're running away from something that hurts them where they are currently, right? I call that thing that they're running toward, that vision of the future, a dream state, or their desires. And on the back end, I talk about their fears, which is kind of, they're both variations of the same thing. They're both like different sides of the same coin, which is like desire. But people are either moving towards pleasure or away from pain. And as copywriters, we are incentivized to use both of these to get people to amplify their desires and get them to take action, right? I like to think of it as sort of the propulsion system. This is how you get someone moving in a direction. You have to get them moving by amplifying their pain, by helping them feel and understand their current pain, and by presenting that dream life that they can get once they make that change in their life, right? Another way to think about this, sort of a metaphor, is, in the movies where they have like a stick and they're dangling a carrot in front of a donkey or a horse to kind of get them to chase after that carrot to move forward. It's like that plus, like driving with a riding crop. It's a combination of the two. If you can understand what people really, really, truly want, what their life would look like if it was perfect, what their desires are, what they're trying to achieve in their life, that's one side of it. On the other side of it, you need to understand what's painful about their current life. Let me give you an example. Let's imagine we're trying to help a young 20-year-old guy who wants to get big in strong. He wants to grow more muscle, but he's weak. And right now he's flabby. He might have the vision of what he might look like in the future. He might imagine how great it would be to walk into a room and have everyone look at him. And right now he might look in the mirror and kind of be embarrassed by his flabby stuff. His clothes don't fit him right. He's not getting the right kind of attention from the girls or the people in his life that he cares about. These are sort of the forces, the emotional forces that are going to drive him towards acting, towards making a change in his life and away from where he is currently. We're going to talk about this in more detail later in the program. But for now, you need to understand that people really change. They take action based on the strength of the pains and based on the strengths of their desires. That's what makes people change. That's what motivates humans to take action. All right, so let's start talking about something known as a lead funnel. Now, the purpose of a lead funnel is to take that attention and then get the person to turn into a lead, as in give us their contact information, their email address, their phone number, etc., in return for something valuable. I'm going to show you a few examples so you can get an understanding of this. The reason you do this is because while it's fun that you caught their attention that one time, wherever it was on Instagram, Facebook, Google search, or wherever, you want to keep their information so you can continue to talk to them, so you can continue to market to them and continue to convince them and help them want to buy more products and move up your value ladder. So let me show you an example, kind of a map of what this looks like. I'll explain the different steps in it, and then I'll show you a few examples of what a lead funnel might look like. So let me share my screen. So right here, we have a very basic map of a lead funnel. Over here, we've got all these different places where we have captured their attention. We capture their attention maybe on a YouTube ad or a Google search, or we create some organic TikTok content or whatever, right? We get someone, another creator sent them an email telling them about us or whatever, right? For somehow, some way, we capture their attention and we drive them to something known as an opt-in page. Now, an opt-in page, all it kind of does is it says, hey, I've got this valuable thing. If you want to have it, just give me your email address and I'll send it to you, right? You've probably seen lots of these. So the person goes in, enters their name and email address, hits opt-in. They'll get an email that'll show up in their inbox with the content. And usually they'll be taken straight from that opt-in. They will hit that button, opt-in, and take them to say thank you. And then it'll give them access to the free content here. And then now you got access to their email address. You can send them emails moving forward, simply forever and ever. Now you have their email address. And as long as you can send them engaging content over here, you can then drive them towards other products, which we'll cover that when we get into sales funnels. But right now, let's talk about lead funnels. So this is a basic example of an opt-in funnel. Now I'm going to show you a stupid, simple example. I wrote this page in like 15 minutes a long time ago, just to show you guys an example. I promise I had this ebook. It's a free gift. It's 10 tips to become a 10K copywriter as fast as humanly possible. Have a little bit of information here. You enter your information. You would send me the free guide, you get access to it. You get the gift, and then I have your email address and I can continue to send you messages. Thankfully, I don't sell you anything. I just send you cool content and tell you about things I'm doing inside the program. But this is an example. I'll give you guys the link inside of this video somewhere or underneath the video somewhere so you guys can sign up to see it. But here's one example, right? Another example. Now, there's lots of different things you can offer for a free gift. You can offer mini trainings. You could offer, like for e-commerce stores, you can offer like a 15% off coupon for their first order. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Let me show you an example with a local business. Now, this is a roofing company. I just Googled like free roofing estimate. This is from Allstate, whatever. I think they're based out of Florida. So what they do is they offer a free inspection or a free estimate, right? So they have all this information. This is kind of the opt-in page. And then you can use the calculator and figure out an answer, or you can go over here and say free inspection, and you can enter your information and then you hit submit, and then they will send someone out to your house and they'll inspect it. It's a free gift in return for your contact information. And then obviously they can sell to you and then monetize that. But now that they kind of own the contact, they're able to do so a lot easier. That's a basic lead funnel in its most basic form. Now I'm going to show you a few other variations, a few simple ones. The blog post. So instead of just driving them straight to an opt-in page, a lot of times, especially if you're doing like search engine optimization or something like that, is you'll send them to a blog post, which is just a helpful article with a bunch of cool stuff. But somewhere in that article, there will be a place for them to opt in, either a pop-up or more of a traditional opt-in page or something like this, where you'll be able to opt in, and then boom, you'll be able to get access to a resource. And again, you enter your information. Now they can email you. They can send you new announcements. They can give you new valuable content to continue to build the trust. But now they have your contact information, and now they can continue to sell to you and help you move up their value ladder. Let me give you some examples. So this is HubSpot. HubSpot is one of the classic content marketing platforms and companies. They're really good about blogs, so I figured I'd use them as the example. So here's a bunch of articles. We'll just click one of these and just see what happens. So cool. We've got a cool blog article. We can learn a whole bunch of information about social media and stuff like that, you'll notice up here at the top, we have a free demo, a free opt-in for their software. So scroll down and all this cool content. Let's say we're learning all about these different social medias, and this is great. Oh, what's this down here? A pop-up for a social media trends report. Download for free. You click the button, and then look at that. I can enter my name, information, and then I can submit that, and it will give me access to whatever this was, all from this nice little innocent blog post. So this is an example of an article that Google might recommend to someone who does a search. So they've earned the attention, they've given some more value, and now they've given me an opportunity to opt in to get a free gift in return. They get my contact information and can continue to market and sell to me forever, which is fine. They're a cool company, right? Here's the last one I want to talk about. Now, again, we get the attention from wherever in the universe. And instead of sending it to a regular opt-in page where it's just, hey, here's a free gift, sign up for it. This is where you offer to give them to do a quiz, right? So they can come in, they can enter some information, learn a little bit about themselves, and they're going to ask for their email address. They give you your email address, and then you give them the results, right? So it's kind of like the gift is the results, is this greater insight into yourself or into your situation or whatever. Let me show you an example. I just found this random one online, so we'll see how it turns out. I think it's like a deodorant company or something like that. So they ask a couple of questions when we first get in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit a couple of answers. I'm not really going to pay very much attention to this. You hit next, you select a bunch of stuff. This doesn't apply to me, guys. I'm just selecting whichever one is the easiest one to click kind of in the middle. So you just kind of click through. Let's see that, hit finish. Boom, it says, hey, give us some information. I'm just going to go ahead and put in some information here. Hit this. And now they have my information. They're probably going to send me a bunch of ridiculous emails, but now they've given me these results. Fun thing about quiz funnels is you can usually immediately recommend a specific product. But now look, now I know my perfect balanced skin regimen if I ever wanted to go down that thing. Oh, look, a pop-up to get me to sign up for their awesome offer. You'll start to see these funnels everywhere you go, right? These funnels, these different types of funnels, they exist everywhere. And they're cool, right? We opt into them because we get valuable things. There's nothing wrong with these funnels. This is just a big part of how the world works. So these are some examples of lead funnels. These are ways that you can like offer people that you've captured their attention. You can offer them valuable things in return for getting a closer connection to them and also getting their contact information so you can continue to market to them. That they now become a lead that you can sell to, right? So that's the purpose of a lead funnel. You'll see them a lot of different places when you're trying to help a business increase their scale. Aside from catching attention, you need to then kind of start to convert that attention. And the first step is usually to turn it from someone who is paying attention to you to a lead that you can then turn into a customer. So those are a few examples of lead funnels. There's a few variations. I'll add them into the library later, but that's how a lead funnel works and how you can start using them in business. All right, so in that last video, we talked about what short form copy is, the purpose of it. We know that it's to grab someone's attention on some platform like an email or social media, grab their attention, build some curiosity and desire, and then send them to go consume some information, go be sold to, or do something in another location, right? It's to grab attention from here and move it to here, right? And today I'm going to be talking about the DIC framework, which is a framework. It's a skeleton. It's like a series of steps you can follow to create high curiosity short form copy. So emails, Facebook ads, social media posts, stuff like that create a lot of curiosity and get people to go take action, right? It's a good framework. It's a really powerful one. It's the foundation. It's the one you should know how to use better than anyone else, right? Now the DIC framework, again, it's all about grabbing their attention and building massive intrigue and then directing the reader to click. It's just a simple, it's the meat and potatoes of short form copy. Now there are three main sections. The first one is disrupt. The second one is intrigue. And the last one is click. These are the three steps you take the reader through. Disrupt, intrigue, click, DIC. Let's break down the first one, disrupt. So this is the part where you catch their attention, right? They're out there cruising through their email. They're out there going through social media. They get a notification on their phone or something. You need to catch their attention with the first little part of it, right? If your copy format has images, so if you're writing for like a social media post or like a paid ad or something like that, then you're going to want to use a disruptive attention grabbing image as part of the disrupt section. That's like the first thing they're going to see and pay attention to. You got to make sure that thing makes them stop and pay attention, right? Like they're looking out of the savannah and something new and different happens, right? Because that's how we pay attention. Like, oh no, is that a antelope or a tiger? Like you want that same effect to happen when they come across your short form copy. That first section, the first thing they see, whether that's an image for an ad or like, for example, so a subject line for an email, you want to make sure that first thing, it's different enough from everything else they see on their feed or their inbox that stands out and their attention is drawn to it, right? So you want a disruptive, attention grabbing image as part of the disrupt. If you're using something that has images, again, if you're writing an email, then the subject line is part of the disrupt section. That's the first thing they see. You got to catch their attention. You got to think pattern interrupt. Like you got to break. They're in kind of a pattern. They're in kind of a rhythm. You want something that, all of a sudden changes and breaks the pattern and shocks them a little bit, right? The disrupt section also is sort of those first few lines of the actual copy itself. So when you open the email, it's the first couple lines. That's also part of the disrupt section. When you start reading the text inside of a Facebook ad, like that primary text, or the text inside of a social media post, the first couple lines, you're gonna have to re-disrupt them and re-grab their attention again and continue to talk to them. Those first few lines are included, right? By the time the reader gets to the end of that disrupt section, they should be paying attention, right? They should be focused on your thing. They should be ignoring everything else, and they should be interested in reading and learning more, right? And then you move into the intrigue section. So once you get to the intrigue section, chances are that, like in that disrupt section, you instill a little bit of curiosity and intrigue. There's already a little bit of intrigue and curiosity in the back of their mind. The intrigue sections where you start to amplify and stack on that intrigue and curiosity so that the reader can't help but take action, right? You're going to add multiple fascination points. You're going to add multiple not statements. You're going to create unanswered questions, all that kind of stuff. You're going to pull out all of your tools of curiosity and intrigue to bear and stack them around this idea that you're teasing inside of your DIC email or short form copy, so that the reader should be yours. By the time they get to the end, they should have that low grade anxiety, that little splinter in their brain, making them want to find the answer, right? And you take that anxiety and then you direct that into the click. You take that curiosity and direct it towards the click. You just direct them to take action, right? You say, hey, if you want to know the answer, click this link to discover blah, 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 right? The simplest click section is just a single line with a CTA, right? A call to action. That's what CTA stands for. It's call to action. So whenever you have copy, like say you have an email, the link at the bottom, that's the call to action. You're calling, telling the reader, say, hey, take this action, right? If it's a Facebook ad, there's that button to learn more. That's the call to action. Anytime you ask the reader to do something, that little section is called the CTA, or the call to action. Just a little marketing term for you there. But a good CTA and short form copy and a DIC copy contains really all three elements of DIC all in one, right? It should be enough to get the reader to click the link all by themselves, right? So a lot of people aren't going to read your entire copy. They might just, for example, if it's an email, they might open the email and scroll to the very bottom and read the CTA and decide right then and there if they're going to actually click, right? So a good CTA is going to have some disruption. It's going to talk about something they care about, an opportunity or threat, and it's going to have some curiosity elements there to build that little curiosity, that anxiety, and then it's going to tell them to click or take action, right? It should have all of that in one single line so that if someone opens the copy, scrolls to the bottom, they can just take action based on that, right? You also want to make sure that your CTA, that click section, doesn't reveal the answer to the secret you've been teasing in the intrigue section. You've been building up a lot of curiosity. You've been playing like 20 questions, but you've answered 18, and there's only 2 more, and they're really curious about it. You shouldn't tell them what it is in the actual CTA, right? Like let's say you're teasing some information about losing weight, and you've added a bunch of fascinations, some not statements, not keto, not this, not that. And then you get to the CTA, if you say, click here to join the course and buy the blah, 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 then you kind of ruined the spell. You've told them that they're going to find a course on the other side of this, and they're just not going to be interested, right? You're going to want to keep the illusion alive, or the mystery alive, and make sure that all the answers are on the other side of the link. So to say, they're on that page that they're going to visit once they click the link or take that action, right? As a bonus, you can add a PS section at the end of your DIC copy to drop even more intrigue on the reader or amplify their pain or desire, right? So you do the whole email, you give them the CTA and blah, blah, blah signature, and then you can do a PS, and then you got an additional fascination point or amplify the pain or desire with a single line or two to just sort of stack on top of it, because that kind of can amplify the experience. You don't have to always do it, but it's something to keep in mind. DIC based short form copy works really well when you're talking to cold traffic, right? So you're going to use this format when you're talking to people who have no idea who your company is. This is a great way to get them to step into your world and learn more about it. It's also really good if you're teasing something that your customer doesn't already know about, right? If they're super familiar with a course or a product, it's hard to tease it because they already know the answer to the riddle. So there's other formats that are really good for that. But this is really good initially to start building some curiosity and get people who haven't heard about your brand or haven't heard about your products to come in and be interested in it, right? You can also use this format to get readers to consume free content like YouTube videos, blog posts, podcast episodes, etc. Right? So as you're working with businesses or as you have an audience and you want them to go consume different pieces of content to help mold their beliefs and provide value to them, you can use DIC to do this. You tease them, get them all interested and curious about it, and then send them the link to go consume that video. It'll help increase your views and the engagement around that stuff quite a bit if you use the DIC format. And yeah, let's look at some examples that I put together of short form DIC copy, right? So this is a document. It might be better. There might be some more of it, but I'm going to show you this example of some DIC copy. The disrupt section is in yellow, the intrigue is in blue, and the click is in green. So here's an example of an email. This is one I wrote to my student list. So I've got an email list. I send example copy out to students. You don't have to buy anything from it. It's just like as an example. So you guys kind of feel for what it's like. So the subject line was Tate's big secret, right? And then here's part of the disrupt part. Like there's a reason Tate is the kind of superior man he is. I started to tease a little bit, but I've connected it to this desire, like to be like Tate, for example, which a lot of HU2 students want to be, right? They want to become a superior type of man. So that's the disrupt. Intrigue right here is it's not genetics, it's not raw IQ, and it's not luck. This is traditional not statements. We're teasing behind this sort of big secret, this thing. We've told them what it's not, so they now are curious. He used a very specific, hyper-powerful mental model to propel him from obscurity to irrefutable greatness. And that's like just a curiosity bullet. Tate quietly teaches the serious men who ask. Click here if you want to be led in on Tate's big secret. Simple CTA, simple call to action. This is not a very long email. This is a very short email. DIC doesn't have to be long. I recommend that most short form copy stays under 150 words. But here's just a simple example of an email that drove an insane amount of engagement when I sent out to the students, right? DIC. Let's take a look at the Facebook ad. Now I created a Facebook ad. I didn't run it, but it's basically the same copy. But this is just so you can show how it works, right? The image is part of the disrupt section, right? This is the first thing that they're going to see. So it's Tate, big bold letters, red thing, arrow, and still some curiosity is going to stop the scroll. There's this other part of the disrupt, which is the first line here. There is a reason Tate is the kind of superior man he is. I put an emoji, the point, the down arrow. Emojis are cool for disrupt as well. You can use them in subject lines. This is part of it. There's a little bit with the headline, but this will stop the scroll, right? The primary text is really where the intrigue happens. And again, it's the same copy as the email. This is just so you see how it works across different formats. So once you expand the ad, you can read, it's not genetics, not raw IQ, blah, 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 the same stuff. And then the last part here, the last part of the primary text plus this section right here, this is the CTA, the call to action, the click section. Click the button below if you want to be led on Tate's big secret, discover Tate's secret to success, learn more. That's the CTA, it's the call to action, it's the click section, right? Here's this as an Instagram post. I did this for like 3 seconds. I don't think anybody saw it, which is cool, but I just did as an example. Same thing, right? Image is the disrupt. The first line there is part of the disrupt. The text is the intrigue, and then the call to action, usually on like an Instagram post, is to go click a link in the bio or whatever. But again, this is kind of how it looks over 3 different formats. You can kind of take this information and extrapolate across any other format you're in. If you're in a tweet, you can kind of know how to do it now. You know what's going to be the disrupt, what's going to be the intrigue, and where the click's going to happen. It doesn't really matter what platform. A video, even you can use the same format, disrupt, intrigue, click, just with the words that you're saying. You can take this framework and apply it to all sorts of media, as long as you understand what the part is we're going to grab their attention, where you stack curiosity, and then how you direct someone to take action. These are some examples you can look at, though, to see how it looks, how it feels for the DIC format. Again, this is a powerful one. You'll use this for a lot of the writing that you do. So just keep that in mind. Use these examples as you're learning how to write DIC emails and DIC short form copy, because it's a powerful format. You'll use it a lot as a copywriter. All right, so you've learned how to do short form copy. We're going to start moving to other forms of copy. I'm going to start teaching you about how to do landing pages and other forms of longer form sales copy. However, before we dive into this, I want to give you a framework or a skill set that will allow you to learn any form of copy that you need to, right? And I'm going to teach you how to model successful copy. You have to understand that copy formats change endlessly, right? There's new mediums, new social media platforms, new design trends. Things change constantly in the marketing world. So you need to learn how to adapt. Back in the day, direct response copywriting was all done with like actual physical letters that you mailed out to people, right? Like it looked like this. You get like a couple pages in an envelope, and it would be a sales letter like this, a literal letter in the mail that would try to convince you to buy the Wall Street Journal, right? Or it would be like old school, full-time back of the magazine and a comic book ad kind of deal where you cut this out physically down here at the bottom and mail it in, get your thing. This ad, by the way, made millions and millions of dollars back in the day. It was a huge success. But, and then when people first started going online and using copywriting, direct response marketing online, there were strange looking websites. Like it was this weird yellow stuff. It looked like this, or weird, like highlighted stuff. The formats keep changing. Right now, there's a million different kinds of pages, different kinds of funnels, lead funnels, webinars, sales pages, Facebook ads. It changes. You've got these type of pages, or simple landing page, or that type of Facebook ad, or this weird landing page. Like it never ends, right? The forms will always change based on the medium. It changed when mobile came out and people started using mobile, and it will continue to change as we move forward, right? Who knows, in the future, we might have copywriting that's all done with Neuralink and you can just like see it. Like we don't know what the medium's gonna look like, but the fundamental psychological like principles, the thing that occurs in the mind, in the human mind, persuasion, motivation, all that stuff, it remains the same, right? No matter what the medium is. So as long as you can see successful examples of copy in a new format, you can model it. You now can kind of reverse engineer how they did it, and then you can turn around and write successful copy in that new format as well. You just have to see it, read it, pay attention to what they're doing, how they're doing it, and you can make it happen, right? You need to just identify the skeleton, or kind of like what they're doing, right? Like I've shown you some frameworks for DIC, like DIC copy, for example. You can identify, okay, they're doing a disrupt section, they're doing an intrigue section, they're doing a click section. And that's kind of a skeleton that you can use to write your own copy using that format. Now, let's say you find a new format of copy, a new framework. You can identify that new framework for yourself, invent your own frameworks based on something that you've seen successful, and then you can just copy it, right? You'll identify different sections of copy or different sort of psychological things that are occurring in different pieces of copy, and then you can just model it and copy it for yourself. You can then take that skeleton and then flesh out the elements from your own brand or product. So you can take sort of the formula and just plug and play your own avatar, situation, the product, the solution, all that stuff, and just plug and play the language to that formula and produce pretty good copy on the other side, right? Let me give you a quick example. So let's say you wanted to write a good email or good subject line. You can go look at your own inbox to find a subject you like this. This is like from a swipe file or a bunch of emails that I've collected. All right. I thought this one was okay, right? How to quit your day job from someone who's done it. That was a pretty good little format for a subject line or a fascination. You can just take that and then you just swap out the elements in that subject line that are specific to their brand with elements that are specific to your brand, right? So let's say, here's the original subject line, how to quit your day job from someone who's done it. And you can just convert that over to how to bench 3 plates for reps from someone who can, right? It's, obviously this is for like a strength training or something program. But I just swapped, instead of quit your day job, I put bench 3 plates for reps, and then like just change the grammar here so it made sense. Now I have a killer fascination, right? I think you can repeat the process all the way through the email. I'd be like, okay, he caught their attention with this type of question. I can use that type of question, but I adapted for this. So he stacked the curiosity this way. I'll stack the curiosity that way. Oh, he did a CTA like this. I'll do the CTA like that, but I'll change it up for my stuff. You can just copy the formula and just plug and play your own stuff. And then boom, you've got a successful email. That's most likely work because it's based on an already successful email that is working, right? You can do this with landing pages. You can do it with Facebook ads. You can do it with anything. Webinars. You just you consume the copy. You now understand how copy works. You understand how persuasion works. You understand how curiosity works. You just see what they're doing and kind of how they're doing it. And then you can model it with your own copy, right? You can now apply it from anything that we're currently doing to new forms of copy for new platforms that haven't been invented yet. It doesn't matter. If you can read it, if you can try and understand what they're doing and how they're doing it, then you can copy it and model it for yourself, right? So when you set out to write a landing page or any form of copy for that matter, even from emails to Facebook ads, it's a good idea to first find other successful, similar pieces of copy to model, and then copy those for yourself, or find out how they're doing it and then use that information to inform your work. So how do you find successful pieces of copy to study and model? Right. So first of all, you should be paying attention very closely to the copy you encounter in your world as you're going through social media, you're consuming this, consuming that. you should be paying attention to the copy that's working. And if you see something that you like, an email, a web page, a webinar, or whatever, you need to download as a PDF or screenshot it or record it or whatever and save it, right? You want to create a Google Drive folder to store the copy that you save. This collection of good copy that you find and build up is going to be called a swipe file, right? Something you can go to swipe inspiration from in the future. Now, over time, it's going to be a huge library, right? And it'll be a place for you to go to get inspiration, to break down copy, to learn new lessons. It's a valuable asset that you're going to have. It can take a long time to build up a good swipe file. So in the meantime, you can borrow the community swipe file for this copywriting campus. Got the link here. It'll be somewhere you can access it as well. It's got a bunch of good starter pieces of copy for you to learn from. It's a good resource. You also want to sign up for as many email newsletters as possible, right? Now, it's a good idea to do this with a completely new standalone Gmail account. So go make a new Gmail account. That way you don't ruin your main email address with just like, thousands and thousands. I've got like 17,000 unread messages in mine, but it's just a place I can go if I need to get inspiration, right? And that kind of becomes your email swipe file, a good place to go to get a feel for what's going on, kind of see some good stuff just to model from. So you're going to build up your own swipe file. You're going to build up your own email, like subscription swipe file. But another way to do it, and it's one of the best ways to do it, is to go find Facebook ads that are working well, right? So you go look for ads in your feed, Facebook, Instagram, etc., that have lots of likes and comments, because the more engagement, like the more likes and comments, the longer that ad's been running. The longer that ad's been running, that means they've been spending a lot of money to run that ad for a long period of time. If they've been spending a lot of money to run that ad for a long period of time, chances are that the ad is profitable, so it's a good ad, and chances are the funnel, so the landing page, the emails, and everything else on the back end of it is profitable as well, right? People usually spend money on things that aren't profitable. So you can go through and just on social media, scroll through, find ads that are working and follow the thread down and find sales pages and stuff. There's some plugins and stuff too that you can install on Google Chrome that'll just like filter your feed by ads. You can go find those. They're pretty easy to Google and find. But you can use this method to find a lot of profitable new funnels and new pages to model, like things that are working that you hadn't seen before. Anyways, there's a lot of good things you can do as you go out and try and find copy to model. Like, you're going to learn lessons by seeking this out and breaking it down yourself. You're going to find things that work. You're going to find things that don't work. Obviously, even if a page is profitable, that doesn't mean they're doing everything right. But before you sit down to write a landing page, it's a good idea to go and try and find other landing pages you like, and then figure out what they're doing, how they're doing it, and then use that information to inform how you're writing your copy. And that, again, I do this today. If I sit down to do a copywriting project, the first thing I do after I've done my research and all that stuff on the product and avatars, I'm going to go find competitors. I'm going to go find people in similar fields. I'm going to review my swipe file. I'm going to try and find inspiration. I'm going to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. I'm going to draw from that to inform what I do so I can be successful right out of the gate with the copy that I write. I'm going to give you an example of how to find local businesses that are serving a local client or a local client base or a local market on something like Yelp. So you go into Yelp and you just pick a location. It doesn't have to be your location. I picked Cincinnati, Ohio, because it's what I mentioned earlier. And then you can just search for different types of businesses. Now, you probably should do restaurants. Restaurants aren't very high margin. Even if you get them right, like, they might have okay scale, but their lifetime value is never going to be that great. Pick something like massage spas, dentists, chiropractors, people that charge a lot of money for their services when you're searching locally. You let this rip, and look at this. We're going to run a search on Yelp. It's going to think for a few seconds, and then boom, we're going to get a whole bunch of results. Now, we have sponsored results. These are guys who are actively paying money on Yelp to get their results higher. Now, if they're paying money for ads, if they're paying money for stuff, that's usually an indicator that they have money to spend on marketing, and they'll probably spend it with you. So you're going to want to look at these as well. But if you go down here to the organic results, these are all the ones that are there. You can start looking at the ones that have higher than average reviews. So look, this one has they have 80 reviews. It's not so much that they have a lot. You can look at how highly they're rated. You definitely don't want to work with somebody who's maybe like 1 star or something like that. But you can start looking through and look, there's lots and lots and lots and lots of answers for people here in Cincinnati that sell massage stuff. So you can have lots of people you can reach out to. So that's one example of how you can do this. You can just use Yelp. You can use other things like this. Finding local businesses is really easy. It's easy to find a lot of them. It's easy to show up with things that are helpful for them. So use Yelp, use things like Google Business or the Google Maps and stuff like that to search. It's really easy to find lots of good prospects in the local markets. All right, so now that we understand what the roadblocks are and what the solution is to help our people get to that dream outcome, to get to that dream life, we need to analyze how the product relates to that solution. Now, a lot of people make the mistake and think that the product is the solution, and that's simply not the case. Products aren't magical, right? They aren't like some good luck charm. You can't just buy a product and then boom, it magically gives you the results. All products do is they help you as an individual take advantage of these laws of nature, these solutions, these if-then statements, so that you can overcome your roadblocks, right? They're just a tool to help you as the person overcome and take advantage of certain laws of nature so that you can get to your dream state, right? So you have to separate these two. Once you've identified what the solution is, and in this case, let's look at Jimmy's. Let's imagine we're trying to help Jimmy get big and strong again, help him gain some muscle. His current problem is he's not getting enough protein. Now, the solution would be for him to just simply start eating enough protein, and then he'll be able to gain his muscle. Now, let's say that we're picking a product to help him with that, and we would say, let's do this protein powder, this whey protein powder. Now, when we're proposing that as a product for him, it's not the solution itself, right? Just buying the protein powder and having it there isn't naturally going to just like make him stronger. He needs to drink, he needs to consume it. What it does is it helps him accomplish that key task, perform that solution, that key task that's going to get him to his result, that's going to get him to gaining the muscle, right? Once you understand that, you position the product not as the solution itself, but as a tool for Jimmy to use in order to accomplish that solution or take advantage of that law of nature or that mechanism as quickly and easily as possible. Hey, and in this case, we could say, hey, look, you don't have to prep any food. It's really quick and simple. You can have it on the go. It travels well. There's a whole bunch of ways that you could position the product as just a tool that makes it really, really easy for them to take advantage of the solution. The product becomes like the race car, right? Theoretically, you could tell someone the solution and they could go out and solve it for themselves, but you could then present them with the race car, the vehicle to drive over that bridge and get to the dream state as quickly and easily as possible in air conditioning, to kind of play along with this metaphor. So once you've identified the solution, you need to then think of how the product helps people take advantage of the solution quickly, easier, without as much effort, and get to the results faster by taking advantage of that law of nature, that mechanism, that solution, that bridge that gets them from their current state over their roadblocks and into the dream state. Now, once you understand how these pieces all fit together, you are then ready to start marketing, right? You have to go do research. You have to understand the avatar. And we're going to get into how to do that later in the program, but you have to understand on a fundamental level how every product helps people take advantage of solutions to overcome roadblocks to get to their dream state. You need to understand that principle for every business you work with. And now you are ready to talk about and learn these greater marketing systems, how people run ads, how they get new customers, how they sell their high ticket products. You understand the basics of how humans work, how they decide to change, what motivates them, and how products fit in to provide value to those people. So now we're ready to get into the fun stuff. So buckle up, it's about to be fun. All right, so now that we've gone over high level what business is, and we've gone over a high level overview of how humans operate, what they pay attention to, how they evaluate change, how they decide what products to buy. Now that we understand that in a high level, we can start diving into the nitty gritty, the actual technical application of actual business marketing systems. So in the next couple of videos, I'm going to show you the ways that the actual systems, the actual funnels and things like that a businesses use to find and sell things to their customers. Now, I'm going to break this up into two categories because business is basically about attracting attention and then monetizing that attention. So the first half of this, I'm going to show you the different ways that businesses can attract attention. And then I'm going to show you the ways that they can then monetize that attention. I'm going to show you a bunch of different examples. Now, these are the things you need to learn so that when you launch your own businesses, you can attract attention and you can monetize that attention. And these are also the things that you're going to help the businesses you partner with so that they can attract attention and monetize that attention. And the more you understand these systems, the better you'll do at actually helping people and actually creating successful marketing campaigns out there in the world and making a lot of money. So pay close attention. You're going to see how these systems are all around you and how you've been part of these systems. And it's going to be a fun ride. So pay attention, take notes. This is going to be very useful. All right, so now that we've captured their attention online, we've gotten in front of them either while they were searching or while they were just kind of going throughout their life online. We've got their attention. Now we need to monetize that attention. So I'm going to show you how to take their attention from wherever you catch them direct it to different parts of a business's website or different content they have online in order to now monetize that attention? How do we take people's attention and now convince them to purchase products from us, right? I'm going to show you all the different ways to do this. There's something called a funnel, right? And it's how you kind of funnel or direct the user or the reader through your website, through your content, a series of steps to convince them to give you more information about themselves or purchase a product. And I'm going to show you how all these funnels work and how they fit into an overall marketing plan that will help a business take that attention and monetize it to the maximum. So let's dive in. Let's start talking about something known as a lead funnel. All right, so talk about the creative thinking or the creative idea process. Now we're going to talk about how to make sure that you're evaluating and improving your writing, right? So this is what you're going to do after you write. We talked about how to do the before part. You're going to go out and actually write some stuff, and this is how this is what you do after that. This is how you evaluate and improve your actual writing. And these are the keys that ensure the quality, and it's going to ensure that you actually achieve the results. Because every piece of writing has an intended result you're trying to create in the mind of the reader. And this process that I'm going to show you right here is going to help you make sure that no matter what you do, you always actually achieve that result. Yeah, it's not just enough to brain dump a bunch of ideas onto a Google Doc, right? Like, it's not enough to just sit down and just like throw ideas and write stuff and sling words, right? Sling copy, just hammer out ideas. It's not enough to do that, right? That's not what creates winning copy. You need to go back and review what you've written after you've created that initial idea for what your writing should be like in order to improve it until you are confident that it will achieve the desired results, right? Or if not, what are you writing for, right? Writing is an iterative process. You iterate on that idea. Again, it's like the OODA loop. There's a reason that's one of our core values, right? You observe, you pay attention, you orient, you make some decisions, you decide how you want to write things, you actually make a decision for what you want to do, you write your copy, and then you reevaluate it. You go back to the process again, you observe the writing, you determine whether or not it's doing good or not, you make a decision for something you're going to want to change, and then you make a change. And you keep doing that process over and over again until you win, right? Writing is an iterative process. You don't just do it once, one and done. You write, and then you iterate on that writing until it's actually going to achieve the results. So the step one, the first thing you do after you've written copy, you've written out, for this example, you've written some fascinations, right? The next thing you do is you actually sit down and you read that copy out loud, right? Now, for some reason, I'm not exactly sure why, when you use your actual voice to read the copy, it allows you to detach from the actual writing of it, and it allows you to identify issues, right? You're going to start noticing parts that are clunky or sound weird when you read it out loud. You're going to realize certain parts aren't as impactful as others. You're going to realize that for some reason, if you read it out loud, it allows you to perceive it as if you are that other person. You can pretend you're that avatar a little bit better if you just read the copy out loud, right? Things that make sense in your head don't always make sense when you write them out loud or when you say them out loud. So it's important that you read that. And as you're doing that, the second step is you want to imagine how the avatar will perceive the writing, right? What effect will this line or will this fascination create in the reader's mind? Like, what is actually going to happen? Something to keep in mind is, as copywriters, we control the written dialogue. We control what they read, right? And it's going to trigger a response in their brain, right? Ideally, we're really trying to, I mean, sure, the words we write are important, but really what we're trying to do is we're trying to orchestrate the responses that they have inside of their own mind, right? So as you're reading your copy, you need to imagine to the best of your ability what effect the avatar is going to have when they read that certain thing. And you just do that by pretending you're the avatar and you read the copy out loud and you kind of see what happens inside of your own mind and you imagine what they might experience. It's extremely important to see what that effect is. If there's an issue, if you're not sure exactly what to do or how to fix it, you can ask yourself, like, what can I do to trigger the effect I want in the reader's mind right here, right? So if you reach a point where it's not really happening, you just need to try and reverse engineer, and you can ask your subconscious mind, what can I do to trigger the effects I want here? And you'll come up with some ideas and you'll find one that works, right? The third thing you do is a grammar and spelling check. Usually you don't really need to worry about that as you're writing your copy the first time. You can fix that at the end, but you really want to go back through after you've kind of finalized the words that you're going to use and make sure that your grammar is good and your spelling is good. Grammar and spelling errors will make you look like an amateur in the eyes of your reader, right? They'll think to themselves, if this is how bad he writes and he controls his grammar, I wonder how bad the product he's selling is. It's a reflection on that. There's a saying that I lived by in the military for a long time, and that is how you do the little things is how you do the big things. How you do the little things is how you do everything, right? So your grammar is important. It's easy to make mistakes. I might have made a few in some of these slides you guys might notice. But you're going to want to start using tools like Grammarly.com or HemingwayApp.com, especially if English isn't your first language and you're writing in English. You're going to want to use those tools and some others out there to ensure perfect grammar and perfect spelling every time, right? You always need to review your own copy, right? Never skip that step. You're not done writing until you've iterated through at least once or twice to refine it. You iterate through your copy. You make sure it produces the results you desire. You'll learn more about copy during the review process of your copy, as well as reviewing other people's copy, than you'll ever would without it, right? It's the key to getting deeper insight into how humans function, how the writing actually works. You need to make a practice of reviewing your copy after you write it. You want to review other people's copy as much as possible, whether that's other students or great pieces of copy that you'll get access to. You want to go through this process as much as possible because it helps you learn, right? It's key. This is how you make sure that your writing actually produces the results you want, so that you're not just wasting your time writing words. You're actually writing words that create an effect in the mind of the reader that gets them to do something valuable for them and for you. Hey guys, real quick, I was going through making sure all the edits were correct on this little mini piece of content. I realized I never showed you that I actually did get a conversion on this. So this was that Sparta ad that we ran. I ran it until I got a conversion. It was like $117 for that conversion. The good thing here is obviously this is not a profitable funnel yet. Almost zero funnel that you launch right off the bat is going to be profitable, especially a front end funnel with a new product, new market, and especially with just AI generated copy that hasn't been tweaked at all. So the fact that I did get a sale is good. That's indicative that there is demand here. Because there is demand here, we know that we can dial this in. As I produce future content for you guys, I'll be showing you how to go through and iterate. As I explained in the last video or the last chunk, probably, I'll be showing you how you can dial this in and make it profitable. We'll be installing the heat map software. I'll show you how to do A/B testing with these pages so you can dial them in and make them a profitable lead acquisition funnel. Also, I'm going to be adding in upsells on the back end and actually creating the full product, everything. I refunded the guy his money. I sent him an email. I'm like, hey man, technical issue. Here's your money back. I'll let you know when it's ready. He's like, wait, you are going to write it, right? Like, I do want to have this. Like, the guy really wanted. So we went back and forth. I'm answering some of his questions over email. So taking care of the guy that put his money in, which I then promptly refunded. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is this is validated. There is demand here. I can dial this in, improve the copy for the ad and for the page. I'll show you guys how to do that with future content. But I did want to show you that, yeah, here we did get one result. It costs a lot of money, but we did get one result, and we're ready to continue testing. And I'll be showing that in future videos and future content for you guys. So that being said, I'm excited we've been able to wrap this up, and I'm excited to release this to you guys. Hi, I'm Andrew Bass. I'm the copywriting professor here inside of the real world, and I teach students how to earn active income using the language of influence, the language of persuasion known as copywriting. This isn't about multiplying existing income. This isn't about investing or trading or anything like that. I teach you how to go out into the world and use this skill to create massive value and earn your first money. I've helped thousands of students earn their first money inside of the copywriting campus, inside of the real world, because they learned this powerful skill, the skill of influence, the skill of communication, the skill of marketing. You'll be able to show up to any business and help them massively improve their sales, massively improve their marketing, and you're going to get paid a ton of money as a result. You're going to be able to help businesses. You're going to be able to launch your own businesses. But one of the coolest things about copywriting is that it's a skill that lasts for the rest of your life. Look, as you go through the program, you might run into some questions. You might run into some difficulties. You might not know exactly how to move forward. There is a channel called the Frequently Asked Channel question, and it has almost all the answers to all the common questions. Have a lot of the best answers, a lot of the best resources and lessons inside of the Frequently Asked Questions channel. So if you run into a challenge, the first place you should look is the Frequently Asked Questions channel, because you'll find all sorts of cool answers there to help you know what to do, how to move forward, how to move through these obstacles that come up as you go through the program much quicker and easier, because I've already cleared that path for you and the answers inside of the Frequently Asked channel. Once you learn this, it's inside of you. You're not going to be able to help it. You'll be able to use it to become more influential in any situations you find yourself, in any communication, any business, any sales meeting, any negotiation you're ever in. For the rest of your business career, you're going to be able to use this understanding of human influence, this understanding of human motivation to influence others to do things to help you and help themselves. It's going to help you improve your relationships with other people, because you'll know how to communicate on a level that's more inspiring, more motivational, and more helpful. So not only are you going to make a boatload of money as a copywriter, but you're also going to massively improve your abilities and your influence and your status as a man. All right. So we talked a lot about how people work. We talked about how to find out about how people work, how to do research, how to gain insight into a specific avatar. Now we're going to start talking about how to grab their attention and make them extremely curious. We live in an attention economy. We live in a world where whoever can capture someone's attention the best and direct them to take action wins. That's basically the game. And that's a huge part of copywriting. And you need to understand the psychological function of attention and curiosity if you want to be successful. So let's go ahead and I'll start showing you how to do that. He who controls the dopamine controls the universe. The first battle you have to win when you're in the communications game, in the persuasion game, is the battle for their attention, right? That is the number one thing. We live in a world where people are more distracted than ever. People are addicted to their phones. They're addicted to drama. They're on these little dopamine drips on social media feeds, on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever, just scrolling, consuming. If they're not being entertained and if their attention isn't being captured, they will move on to something else. It's harder than ever to capture someone's attention and keep their curiosity. So how do you stand out? How do you win in this battlefield for attention? Like, you have to understand how humans work and how our attention has evolved, right? Thousands and thousands of years ago, we were just living out in the savannah, right? We were just living out there. There were lions, there were tigers, there were antelope we wanted to eat. And our mind got really good at identifying certain things because identifying those certain things kept us alive, right? Our ability to pay attention to these things is what either allowed us to eat or what allowed us to run away from danger or allowed us to interact well with our tribe, right? You need to break the pattern, right? So like back then we'd stand out there and we'd stare out into the savannah. And if that blade of grass moved there, that usually meant that, oh, maybe there's a lion or a tiger back there, or maybe there's an antelope. We started to pay attention to things that were different, things that stood out. We need to break the pattern like this. Boom, red screen, right? You need to find a way to stand out and be different than the environment. That's what human beings, our eyes are drawn to that. Our eyes are drawn to movement. Our eyes are drawn to change. Our eyes are drawn to something that is new and different. We need to figure out how to break the pattern, right? And usually that means presenting an opportunity, something they want, or a threat, right? Presenting one of these two things in a novel, interesting way that breaks the pattern, right? Well, whichever one you choose, they need to understand that whatever you're presenting, there is a pot of dopamine at the end of the rainbow, right? Dopamine is the neurotransmitter that is like the pleasure. It's one of the pleasure neurotransmitters, right? It's not just released when something cool happens. It's released when we are chasing something good, right? So, for example, people scroll on social media and not every post is amazing. They're looking for that one post that stands out, right? And when they find it, they get a hit of dopamine. The mind rewards them for taking the time to be curious and look through things. And they found something interesting, so the brain gives them dopamine, and it's an addictive process, right? Back in the day, it helps us become good hunters. We'd go out there, we'd look, we'd see the antelope, boom, dopamine, we're excited, right? Or we're out there, and we see, oh, look, a female from the other tribe, boom, dopamine, right? The dopamine is a reward for this search that we're on. So whenever you present them with something to catch their attention, they need to know that on the other side, there's a dopamine, there's going to be a reward. You're teasing something valuable or dangerous or relevant to them, right? And they know that if they continue down this path, say with a subject line or this Facebook ad, as an example, they will be rewarded with dopamine. You need to tap into that pre-existing brain flow that exists already, right? Again, dopamine is what makes the world go round. We live in an attention economy. He who is able to give people dopamine in the right way can get them to do anything that they want, right? If you can dangle dopamine and get them to chase some future payoff of that neurotransmitter, you can get people to do anything you want, just like cats with a laser. You can get them to do anything at all, right? And when you add curiosity, mystery, and intrigue on top of that, those are sort of the elements. Those are ways we can describe that thirst or that search for dopamine, right? If you can add that to whatever you're presenting, it's like dumping gasoline on the fire. So how do you engineer curiosity? How do you get them to think, hey, there's some dopamine to be found here? Curiosity, once you've got their attention with something that's, either a threat or an opportunity, curiosity comes from an information gap, right? It's like a low-grade anxiety that exists and can only be solved when that question is answered. There's something they don't know, right? They know a little bit, but not all of it. There's part of the picture, part of the puzzle they're not getting. And that that gap, that misunderstanding or that lack of understanding, it sort of eats at the person. It's like a low grade anxiety, right? It's like an unsolved riddle that just eats away in their mind, right? It's just there constantly. You all know what this feels like if you've watched any kind of TV show or series online where they end each episode or series with or season with like a major cliffhanger, right? And you don't know exactly what's going to happen. But it kind of left you on the edge of your seat, like waiting for the next episode. This is why people binge episodes. This is why people binge TV shows. This is why people wait for months and months and months to watch the next episode when it finally comes out. That's the feeling you want to create. That's the type of information gap, the type of curiosity and mystery and intrigue that you want to have attached to everything that you write. You want to, each step that you want the person to take from viewing something to opening this, to reading that, to clicking this link, to watching this, to buying this product should be because they are on the edge of their seat, dying of curiosity, just on the other side of the action that you want them to take, right? That's how you lead people to change their life for good. Now, there are a few things that enhance curiosity. The first one is specificity. Whatever you're teasing, whatever you're building curiosity around, it needs to be specific. If you go too vague, there's something called poor man's curiosity or poor man's intrigue, where it's like, this will change your life. That's so vague and so empty. Sure, there's an information gap, but there's not enough information there even to have a gap in the first place. It's basically nothing, right? Whereas if you give someone something specific, it feels real enough to the brain that they try and actually solve the problem, right? Sometimes you see people like number things, right? Like for example, like the 10 steps you must take to hit 10K a month as a copywriter as quickly as humanly possible. That's an example, right? It's specific enough. There's a number, there's a reason, there's enough specificity that's like, well, these must be real things. I'm curious what they are, right? Specificity creates reality. You want to be specific without revealing everything, right? If you tell them the whole answer and there's no more information gap, then you've ruined it. You got to maintain a gap. But if you give them some specific information, just a little bit, not all of it, but just a little bit, it increases the curiosity. Another thing is a not statement. So when you start teasing something, when you're building intrigue around something, the reader is going to make their best guess as to what that thing actually is. They're going to try and guess the answer. If you can tell them that it's not that thing, so if you're teasing something, they're like, I bet he's teasing a cold outreach strategy, and you tell them it's not a cold outreach strategy, right? Then they'll be like, oh, I thought it was this, and now it's not that. Now I have to figure out what it was because I was wrong, right? You can stack not statements. You can say it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. This works really good, especially if you're in any kind of space where it's like a fairly sophisticated market. For example, if you're in weight loss and you're teasing some new way to lose weight, you can say it's not keto, it's not intermittent fasting, it's not vegan, it's not carnivore. You can say all these not things, and now they're like, well, it's none of the things I thought it was going to be. I wonder what it actually is. So not statements is a powerful way to enhance curiosity. Another way to build curiosity is through borrowed status or mystery, right? So secrets, Illuminati, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, ancient secret knowledge from the Egyptian, whatever. Humans gravitate towards the secret, the occult, the high status. So you can take whatever you're teasing, and if you can connect it to something big and powerful or old or interesting or inherently mysterious, then you get a lot of value, right? So if you say like, I might be violating NDA, but I'll tell you what I once learned from Dan Kennedy about online marketing, right? The fact that there's some level of secrecy and there's a big name connected to it increases the curiosity around the thing that you're teasing, right? Another thing is if it's unexplainable, right? If there are some sort of results that defy their map of reality. So everyone has a map of reality. They think they know how the world works. If someone is getting real results that are different than what someone thinks is possible, then usually it creates a search for the human. The human has to then try and figure out how it works. Like we're inherently curious people, right? We've evolved to be very curious because it's how we survive in the world and thrive. And that's why we've landed on the moon, why we've done a bunch of other things and other animals don't, right? If you give someone proof of something or show them something that doesn't make sense with how they understand the world, it starts them down the rabbit hole trying to figure it out, right? So if you can give them a real thing that is different, they'll figure it out. So again, this is key. If you can win the battle for their attention and get them hooked, like constantly on a constant drip of curiosity, if you become their source of dopamine, there is no limit to what you can get the reader to do. Like remember that cat. You can get the cat to do anything you want if you can just get them to follow that little red laser. And humans are no different. If you can tease them with dopamine, if you can build curiosity, intrigue, and mystery, you can get them to take step by step by step, and you just give them new mystery, new curiosity every step of the way. You can guide them from not knowing about you to being a raving fan, right? Paying you tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, for example. So the ability to master curiosity, the ability to master your reader's attention is key. It's a battle you win at the very beginning, and you have to maintain success in that battle. You have to be the victor the entire time, all the way through, if you want to be successful as a copywriter. All right, so in that last video, we talked about the PAS framework, powerful framework. In this video, we're going to be talking about the HSO framework. And this is a really powerful framework because it is all about shifting belief and inspiring desire and curiosity using the power of story, right? 3 main elements, just like all the other short form copy frameworks I'm teaching you. 1 is hook, 2 is the story, 3 is the offer. HSO, simple. The hook is the part where you catch their attention and get them invested into reading the story and discovering an answer to this newfound curiosity that you've instilled in them, right? Usually it's based around one really strong fascination. This is the bribe you're going to use to get them to read the story and open themselves up to being influenced by you, right? You're about to launch into a story. You need to earn the right or sort of bribe them to engage with the story. You do this with that main hook. Simple fascination, which you've practiced many times by now. Once you've earned the right to tell them a story, you then launch into the actual heavy lifting part of the copy, which is the story. Now, humans, you have to understand, humans have evolved to learn, absorb information, change their beliefs, and make decisions through the power of stories, right? You have to think about it. For like thousands and thousands and thousands of years, before writing even existed, our ancestors transferred knowledge, values, and information through stories, right? If you look at books of scripture, like the Bible or other books of scripture, like a big chunk of it is stories, because stories, apart from like an actual sermon that's like, teaches something, a story can shift beliefs and shift and inspire and guide people really effectively. It's how we've evolved to pass information. So you can use story as well as a copywriter, right? One of the cool reasons that stories are so effective are that they allow the reader to sympathetically experience the same emotions and transformations as the characters inside, right? When you watch a movie, you sort of experience the same emotional roller coaster as the reader, right? You experience the same terror, the same excitement, the same happiness, the same sadness. Obviously not as to the same magnitude, but you kind of you're along for the ride, right? Which is powerful, right? Because this allows you to, as the person telling the story, you can resonate with the reader, you can shift important beliefs, but with different elements inside the story, and you can direct them to take action, all by how you tell the story, how you orchestrate the story. Now, basically all moving human stories, the stories that really move people, they all follow the same, what's called hero's journey, right? Now, it's a cyclical sort of process, right? And if you think about any major story that you've grown up like with, or you've watched as a person, right? Anything that's involved a hero, you think of the Batman movies or anything like that, they follow this pattern, right? There's the call to adventure. Well, first of all, like, people live in this known world and then they venture into the unknown worlds, right? So Batman's living his nice little cushy life as a kid. Parents get killed. He's called to go and become the Batman, to go and like do this. So he steps into the unknown world. He faces all these challenges and temptations, difficulties, ups, downs, but then he reaches this moment of absolute failure where all seems to be lost. That's where he rises to the occasion, achieves what he needs to do, is able to be successful, and then he comes back to Gotham City with all the power that he gained, right? And it kind of, the process repeats itself. Obviously, heroes' journeys kind of go up and down. They continue, and there's different peaks and valleys over like, someone's life or a series or something like that. But the same pattern is, this is how you tell stories, right? And in a short form copy, you might not use all of these elements. You might kind of do some of these in the fast forward and skip this part or skip that. But this is basically the arc that every story needs to follow. And here's some important tips to keep in mind as you're writing short form stories in your short form copy. You usually, when you're starting to tell the story, you want to start the story at the height of drama, right? If you want to capture the reader's attention right off the bat, one of the best ways to do it is to start right there at that moment where all seems to be lost, the biggest, scariest, most dramatic part of it. Because if you start with that and then you start back and then you go back in time and lead up to that point, you notice a lot of movies, a lot of things do this. They start at the very beginning of like, the moment where it all seems like all hope is lost. And then they'll go back and tell the whole story that leads up to that moment and then go beyond that, right? It's a powerful tool to grab someone's attention, right? Think like Bond film trailers, right? Like when you watch a trailer for a Bond movie, like there's these little clips where he's in danger, he's successful. There's these little high dramatic points. You get little tiny clips, little glimpses. You don't know how he got there, but you're curious, and that's why you go see the movie, right? So you can start the story at the very height of drama if you want to capture their attention. Another thing you want to keep in mind when you're doing this, you want to make sure that the main character is actually relatable to the reader. Like it's important, like sure that there's some aspirational elements, like they want to become like this. Whoever's telling the story, whoever the character is, like they would like to become like this person because they've been successful where they haven't. But the reader needs to be able to identify with that main character, right? At least at the beginning of the story. They need to be able to see themselves as that character. They need to feel like they relate to that character for them to be able to emotionally invest in sort of riding along that that emotional roller coaster of the story, right? So they can actually experience the shift in beliefs and the desire and stuff like that. A really easy, you need to make sure your avatar and your main character match, right? You guys probably all know this, right? Like if you're a young man and you're watching a movie where the main character is a young girl, usually it's a little harder to get involved with that versus a story where the main character is a young man like you, right? We're able to relate to people who are like us. You want that story and the character in your story to relate to your avatar, or to have the avatar be able to relate to them. One thing that you can do is you can skip parts of the story to create intrigue. So like if you lead the reader right up to the point of despair or all hope is lost, right? And then you hint that something happens or something transpires, and you skip to the fast forward to the point where they're living the dream. Let's say it's fat loss, right? And we're working with our good friend Amy that we used as an example in these previous little videos. So let's say Amy, she's trying to lose weight. We tell a story about Amy, how she decided she wanted to lose weight. She tried this, she tried that, nothing seemed to work. She stepped on the scale, and it seemed like all of a sudden she found out she gained 10 pounds instead of losing 10 pounds. She just like crumpled in the couch and cried for hours and hours and didn't think she'd ever be happy. And then you say, but then fast forward 5 years, or fast forward 60 days from then, I stepped on the scale and I weighed 40 pounds less than that. I was at my high school weight. I smiled from ear to ear, and I was so glad I had finally discovered the secret to my success, right? Then that little gap, that little fast forward part, creates an instant information gap, right? The reader now is going to have a lot of curiosity to say, well, what happened? What did Amy do to go from this to that? We have this part of the story and we have that part of the story. Where are the missing details, right? That information gap will create a lot of curiosity, and then you can capitalize later in this next section, which is the offer, right? So once you've grabbed their attention, you've told the story, you've taken them through a little part of the hero's journey, you've got them interested in either following the hero and doing what the hero did to get what they got, or they're curious about how the hero did that and are now want to go learn it. Depends on which way you now present them with an offer, right? So once you reach this part of the copy, you simply direct them to take action to either, calm their heightened curiosity. Here, click this link, go find an answer to your question, discover how Amy went from crying on the couch to, making her high school weight in 60 days. Or you direct them to follow the path of the character. So if you tell the whole story and actually say what they did to escape that moment of despair and reach the dream goal, then you then say, hey, click here to use the technique, use the blah, blah, blah technique that Amy used and reach your high school weight too, right? You then ask that you can offer them to take the path that's going to get them the same result and to follow that same hero's journey that they experienced when they read the story, right? In the offer, you can keep the CTA similar to other CTAs as just like in the other short form copy. Again, you want it to be quick and easy. If someone scrolls down the bottom, you want to have basically enough there in the CTA for them to just take action, if that's all they read. And so let me show you an example of some HSO copy. Now I'm just going to show you an email. Again, I've already shown you how to adopt this to Facebook ads and Instagram. It's just easier to show you an email right now so you can get a feel for it. The yellow is the hook, the story is in blue, and the green down here is the offer, right? Simple one line. So I'm going to read it just so you can get a feel for it. The subject line, again, this is part of the hook. I hung up the phone and just stared. Earth-shattering moments can go either one of two ways. Again, this is starting at sort of the height of drama, right? that's the kind of the opening here to kind of get you interested in reading this. And here's the story, right? So I finally started making real money for the first time in my life. Years of struggle and toil finally paying off in the form of thousands of dollars being wired in my account each month for commission on huge deals I had helped a hotshot marketing agency land. But then came that fateful phone call a month into the bear bug scare that left me rocked. It had all dried up, gone. Because of the supply chain disruptions, my clients were all going bankrupt, and the thousands he owed me simply wasn't coming. In a moment like this, I had two options. I could either give up, go find a job, and say goodbye to my dreams, or I could muster the strength to rise to the occasion and find a way to win. Post-traumatic stress or post-traumatic growth. The choice was mine. Thankfully, I had just stolen a set of mental models that not only gave me the key to bounce back from that dire moment and 10x what I'd been making before, plus reinvent every aspect of my life from the ground up. And I have my friend Andrew Tate to thank for that. Discovered the exact mindset tool I stole from Andrew Tate to build my own success, right? So this is an example of the story, right? And you get the hook, you tell a story, you lead up to a moment, you kind of tease the end, and then you tease that sort of gap, that information gap of what took me from this dire moment to 10xing my stuff. It's this mindset stuff. Here's the offer. Go take a look at it. This is, again, a rough example of HSO. This was an email I sent out a long time ago to some of the students in my my student email list. So that's an example of HSO copy. There's a lot of good ways to use it. HSO is a fantastic way to get the reader to experience part of it and to increase their belief in certain things. It's a powerful tool. You'll get pretty good at using the power of story, not only in this short form copy, but in other forms of copy as well. So get practicing with it, get familiar with it, because it's going to be really helpful for you moving forward. All right, so we've talked about the three main short form copy frameworks, DIC, PAS, HSO. Before you actually dive in and start writing them, I want to give you some best practices for short form copy. They're going to help you avoid some of the landmines and make sure that your short form copy is on point. So the first thing, a lot of people will ask questions like, how long should short form copy be? How long is too long, right? Most short form copy should be under 150 words in length. That's a really good target for you as a beginner, because that limit forces you to write only impactful words, only impactful sentences, right? If you give yourself a lot of leeway, like no boundaries on how long your copy should be, most beginners tend to jam a bunch of unnecessary stuff in there and go off the rails or lose the actual attention of the reader. So it's better to stick at 150 words, because it forces you to write impactful copy, and it helps you avoid mistakes. So maybe if you're doing like an HSO email and you're doing a really compelling story, maybe you can go a little bit more than that. But for 99% of the time when you're sitting down writing copy, you should try and keep it under 150 words per email or Facebook ad or whatever you're doing, right? 150 words is about how much someone can even engage with anyways. It's best to follow the mini skirt rule, right? Your writing should be long enough to cover the important parts, but short enough to keep things interesting, right? You want to go through as you're reviewing your copy and ask yourself with each line, like, does this add to the copy? Does it subtract to the copy, or is it neutral? If it's neutral, it doesn't do anything for the copy, or if it doesn't, or if it's a negative, you should remove it, right? You should only keep things that are positive. So try and keep it under 150 words. Some people ask, like, how many ideas can I try and fit into a piece of short form copy? Each piece of short form copy should only have one main idea, and you should focus on that one main idea. If you try and cram in multiple ideas of copy into multiple ideas into one piece of copy, you start to sound a little bit like a crazy person with multiple personalities. You start to sound like this guy, right? You want to keep it focused on one idea. That allows you to bring all of your persuasion powers to bear on one single idea. If you try and put in a bunch of ideas, it dilutes your power over multiple ideas and it weakens your effectiveness, right? If you have other good ideas for different angles or different problems or things like that that you would want to talk about, that's fine. Just break them out and put them in another email, another Facebook ad, or whatever format you're writing for. It's better to create multiple pieces of copy that each focus on one idea and create one piece of copy that focus on 5 different ideas, because it loses its potency. One idea per one piece of copy. There's this idea that I like to call the thread, right? As you're writing your copy, you need to maintain the thread. Each line of your copy should connect to the next line, right? There should be no gaps between the ideas of one line and the line that follows, right? It should all follow logically. It's connected, right? It's like the metaphor that sometimes is used. It's like a water slide. Like each line should make you want to read the next line, right? It's like like going down the slide at a water park. The longer you go down the slide, the more you want to keep going down the slide, right? Or the faster you go, right? The more you read, the more you should want to keep reading, right? Because each line builds upon the next. There's no gaps. You're not jumping from one idea to the next. There's no friction. You're not, adding unnecessary words or complicated sentence structure. It's just clean, simple, easy. One line building on the next, building on the next, building on the next. You'll recognize this when you read your copy. If it flows well, if each idea connects with the next, if you read it and you're like, wait, how did I go from here to that? You've got a gap and you need to bridge the gap either with a new line or you need to combine those ideas or fix your structure of ideas, right? It should be an exciting, exhilarating, fun experience, right? A big part of writing copy is you want to create something that's more entertaining than their other options, right? You're in competition with TikTok, you're in competition with Instagram, you're in competition with their spending time with their loved ones and like their dog, right? You want to make sure that right there for them in that moment, the experience of reading your copy is fun and exciting, right? And you can do that by talking about relevant things. You can do that by being entertaining and writing in a way that produces strong emotions. But at the end of the day, it needs to make sense, it needs to be easy. You want a fun, exciting, exhilarating experience for the reader, right? Another thing to talk about is readability. You want to use normal fonts. I see a lot of people show up and they try and write with different things. They try and do tiny font size, different weird fonts. Just use a normal font, simple, easy to read font. You want to keep your grammar and spelling on point. Again, you don't want the reader to have to try and sit there and figure out what you're trying to say. Don't use vague language. Don't use things like this or it. You want to specify those things. You want it to be really easy for the reader to read, no friction, right? Avoid long paragraphs. They're hard to digest for the reader, and especially on mobile, it gets really hard to read any paragraph that's more than like 1 or 2 lines, because on mobile it gets squished down to like 8, and that's not fun for anybody to read. Keep it to one complete idea per paragraph or line, right? This means either one complete sentence or one complete phrase, right? Don't split up your ideas for the reader across multiple lines. This is bad. It's better that it's all together in one single line like this. Keep it simple, keep it clean. Because this is difficult to read. This forces the reader to have to like piece ideas together. The more friction you create for the reader when they're trying to consume your copy, the harder it's going to be for them to actually want to stick around and do that and be persuaded, right? You want to keep it simple, keep it clean, keep all the ideas together. If it's one solid sentence, keep it in one little paragraph, keep it all together. If it's one complete phrase, maybe you can do that. Never split up complete ideas. You can use bold text, underlines, italics, and all caps sparingly for emphasis. If you use them too much, then they stop being effective, right? You can use them every so often, maybe once or twice per piece of short form copy to emphasize certain phrases. But if you start using them on every line, it loses very quickly. It stops being a pattern interrupt, it starts being something new, and it just becomes the norm. And then it loses all of its power. You can use emojis when appropriate, right? A lot of people ask this. If it's appropriate with your avatar, with your niche and your market, you can use emojis. Probably not if you're like a lawyer writing for like corporate law, probably shouldn't do that. But if you're writing for like most people, emojis are helpful for instilling that emotional context that you don't get from just pure written communication, right? They say, well, like 90% of communication is nonverbal. It's your tonality, it's your body language, that kind of stuff. That's how you get the context to know if someone's being sarcastic or what their emotional state is when they're saying certain words. Since that doesn't exist in written words, like emojis were invented so you could communicate that emotion, that emotional, that nonverbal subtext with these little images, right? So they're useful. They can catch attention. They're usually colorful. There's a lot of ways to use emojis. Make sure you're using them appropriately for your niche. Don't use them for, like I said, corporate lawyers. Probably not the best thing to do. But for like fat loss for Amy, like we've been talking about for this example, you use emojis all day. Avoid sales cliches, right? So readers are extremely wary of salesy or pushy techniques, right? There are things that trigger them and make them wary or distrustful of you, right? If you say things like, luckily for you, I happen to have blah, 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 or what if I told you, or trust me, or you don't want to miss this, things like that trigger what I call sales guard. it's like this instant resistance and disqualification from the reader. It's like they read those words and their hands go up and they're like, I'm now resisting. We're in a fight. You have an agenda. I can tell you're a sleazy salesman just trying to push some product on me, right? You want to avoid sales cliches, keep it personal, keep it as if it's one person speaking to another, because at the end of the day, you do have their best interest at heart, and you want to speak that way and be congruent with that so that they can trust you and you can help them make changes in their life and pay you a lot of money in the process. Yeah, avoid being too professional. Yeah, so this is common. Some people, when they show up, only really the real writing they've done is for like school assignments, like writing essays or something like this. This is not an essay. This is not an assignment for school. You want to avoid formal language or like overly formal language or any form of kind of complicated sentence structure. You're not going to need bonus points for using complex phrases or anything like that. You want the feel to be like one person talking to another person that they get along with, right? Like they're friends, or two people speaking, like it's the guru speaking directly to one instance of the avatar, right? And you obviously need to modulate the feel of that conversation based on the avatar and the guru and the market and all that stuff, but it should feel personal. It should feel like personal communication. Overly formal stuff isn't exciting. It's hard to connect deeply like that. You want to build, whoever can persuade the deepest wins, right? Whoever can show that they care the most and relate the most and have the deepest rapport with that reader wins, right? So it's important to avoid being too formal when you're first writing, and keep it personal, keep it relatable, right? You want to have fun with it, right? Because the reader will be able to feel that when they read your copy, right? If you sit down to write and you're angry or upset or scared or frustrated or worried, that emotion bleeds through in the language. Like it's like you can get all woo-woo with it or whatever, but like they can feel that energy when they read the copy. But if you're having fun, if you're happy, if you're enjoying it, if you're feeling it, if you feel strongly and believe strongly in the validity of what you're talking about, dude, they can feel that in the writing and they'll respond to it. They'll pick up on it. So make sure you're having fun with the whole thing. And that's really like my final advice for you as you're starting to dive into actually writing this stuff. Dude, have fun with it. Writing is fun. It can be a lot of fun. It's challenging and difficult, but it's a fun problem to solve. It's a fun challenge, fun puzzle. But you're helping people. You're connecting with people and you're interacting with them and you're guiding them. You're playing around with curiosity and motivation and desire, and it's a fun process. So learn to have fun with it, right? Keep these things in mind. Avoid some of these mistakes. Make sure your writing you're following these best practices so that your writing is compelling, it's interesting, it's exciting, it's fun, and you can't really go wrong. If you do that and you speak directly to people and you follow the frameworks we're talking about here, man, your writing will stand out like, glow in the dark compared to most of the stuff that they're going to encounter in their day-to-day life. Writing can be fun. Make it fun. Make it fun for the reader. All right, so we're going to begin the next series of sprints, which will be focused entirely on helping you learn how to write long-form copy in addition to your short-form skills. Now, you might have some questions. What is long-form copy? Why do I need to know it? Well, long-form copy is typically referring to things like sales pages, landing pages, VSLs, webinars, long-form content. So not just an email of 150 words, but a piece of content that can take someone from where they are to a conversion event, right? So, and a lot of times that's cold traffic to a conversion event. So you have to hit all the levels of persuasion. You have to make sure that you include all the elements to help them make that choice. And it's more involved than short form copy where you're just trying to spin up their curiosity and send them over to the sales page to do the persuasion. You're actually doing the hardcore persuasion, right? Now you need to understand the principles in short form. They still apply here to long form. You're gonna use them, but you're gonna need to understand a few additional concepts in order to write good long form copy. Now, something to know about long form copy is it is significantly more valuable to a business than just the short form copy alone. Long form copy is responsible for conversions, right? For getting them to actually pull out their wallet and buy or opt in or attend an event, et cetera, right? So if you can do this well, and let's say you're selling a high ticket item that's worth $1,000 to $10,000 per conversion event for the business, you can do the math and realize how much money you can take home as a result, right? You can provide massive competitive advantage for your customers if you learn long form copy, right? It's an extremely important skill. It's really where a lot of the money is as a copywriter. This is going to be the core part of a lot of the funnels that you create. as you move forward and become into the more experienced sprints. But in these upcoming sprints, I'm going to first give you a quick overview of everything and teach you some quick and dirty principles that will allow you to just, after this first sprint, you'll be able to create long form copy right off the bat, right? I'm going to give you a general outline. I'm going to give you some tips on how to model stuff and how to create sales pages like just now. And then the rest of the sprints, I'll go into a deeper dive in each of the individual components of the long form copy, some of these more important principles. I'll make a long form sales page live with you as we go through the sprints. You'll be able to see that as an example. But this first sprint is just going to give you an overview. It's going to help you understand what happens in long form copy, and it's going to give you the tools to go out and do it today as I continue to build the rest of the sprints. So that's what long form copy is. That's why it's important. That's why it's going to help you make a lot more money as a copywriter. And it's going to help you bring a lot of value to your clients. All right, so in the last video, we talked about how there are two levers to help a business grow. There's scale and the amount of value you provide. Now, I'm going to share with you guys a concept known as the value ladder. This is a concept, I think Russell Brunson was the first one to really talk about it. And it's a way to think about how you can help increase the amount of value that you give to your customers over time, right? Now, every business has what we call a value ladder. There's a series of ways that you give value to your audience, to your customers, that increase over time, right? So usually there's that first part, which is like the social media or the initial contact where they're just consuming content. You post a video and they decide to invest a few minutes of their time. And in return, you teach them something useful, you show them something useful, and they receive value in that way, right? And then usually the next step is they go to your website and they either opt into a newsletter or something like that. They opt in for a free gift. This is usually called a lead magnet. And we're going to talk more about each of these steps as we go through the program, right? But in that lead magnet, basically they pay you with their contact information, and in return, you get to give them something valuable. And now you can also contact them through your email or use that to target them. We'll get into the nitty gritty of that in the future. After that, there's usually a low ticket item. A low ticket item is usually a product with a fairly small price point. We're talking under $100. And what you do there is they pay you a small amount of money and you give them a lot of value in the return of a product that helps them take major steps towards their goals, right? And then there's mid-ticket products that are a little more expensive where you give them even more value. And then there's high ticket products where they pay, thousands and thousands of dollars, and you give them lots of value. You help them, move towards achieving their goals and getting what they want out of life. Now, this is what's called the value ladder. And you want to, as a business owner and as a copywriter who's helping a business owner grow, you want to improve each step along the way. You get more people to ascend up this ladder. You want to get as many people to go as far as possible on the ladder. Not everyone's going to go all the way to the top. Some people will only buy the low ticket. Some people will only follow you on Instagram, for example, but some people will go all the way. And you want to get as many people as possible, as far as possible. And you do that by writing and doing all the stuff I'm going to teach you with copywriting to communicate with them and help incentivize them to take those steps up your value ladder, right? The higher percentage of people you have going up your value ladder means that you're providing more value to people, and in turn, you're making more money per person. Then it just becomes a game of how to get more people onto that front. How can you get people to go through those first few stages of the value ladder faster so that they become your customers and you can have a greater scale? And we're going to talk about how to do both of those two goals later in the program. I'm going to teach you how to create every little piece of marketing material or asset that you need along each step of this value ladder to get new customers quickly and easily, and then ascend them up this ladder so that they pay you lots of money because you are giving them lots of value. I'll show you how to communicate that and do all that in the later videos. All right, really quick, I wanted to make a quick note about branding and about identity before we dive into the actual marketing systems, right? So the stuff I've talked about before with problems and roadblocks and all that stuff, the dream states, that covers a great majority of products, right? But there are certain products that sort of stand apart. They're not really there to solve an important problem. They're there to provide an identity for the people who buy them. Now, a lot of fashion brands, a lot of different programs, a lot of luxury items, a lot of these things, they exist they don't solve necessarily a problem other than like helping you like tell time or have clothing on your body, right? Actually, people purchase them for completely different reasons. They purchase them to get an identity, right? And you need to understand this. In later sections, I'm going to give you greater insight into human motivations and desires and the different types of emotions that trigger this and stuff. But you have to understand some businesses don't necessarily have a giant problem they solve. What they do is they grant people the ability to prove to themselves and everybody else that they are a certain type of person. For example, this is an Omega watch, right? It's nothing crazy, nothing super fancy, but it's a watch that's associated with the James Bond era, right? So when someone like me purchases an Omega watch, I'm not buying it to tell time. Like I've got a phone, that's usually where I tell time, but I like the watch because it kind of helps me tap into this identity and prove to myself and other people, if we're being completely honest, that I am a man of taste, a man of luxury, that I'm somewhat associated, at least mentally, with James Bond in my own mind, and to convey that to myself and other people. So you have to understand that when you're analyzing some businesses, it's going to be less about the problems that they help them solve and more about the identity, the sort of the story they get to tell themselves about who they are and to tell so other people can see this, right? It's more of a status thing. And again, we're going to get into more depth, but you need to understand that when we start talking about different marketing systems, when we talk about different products, because when we talk about an e-com product, it's going to be a little bit different than if it's a branded type product versus if it's utility type product. And we're going to get into that in later videos, but I wanted to give you that quick note. Some people purchase products for the identity that they get to step into because of it, rather than any kind of utility they get. And that's still a different type of usefulness, and people pay a lot of money for it. So something to understand before we dive into this next section. Talk about search. How do you get in front of people who are actively searching for solutions to their problem or searching for information, right? When you're a human being and you have a problem or a desire, you tend to search for information about that problem or desire online. You might search for things in the search engine, on social media side. There's a bunch of places where you're going to go out and start searching. Well, when these companies realize that someone's searching for something, they do two things. One, you can either pay to show up in the search results, or they will find the best content they can that someone's created that they've found and recommend it to you organically, right, without paying. So those are the two ways. I'm going to go through some examples real quick, show you how some businesses are doing this, how different platforms work, and how you can either pay to get in front of someone who's searching for information or earn your way into being that person. All right, so here's an example. I've searched here how to sell my course online. Let's say I'm somebody and I have a course and I want to have people purchase it. I might search for something like this. There's a million other things I might search for, but I'll go into Google, type in how to sell my course online, and then Google is going to give me some results. It gives me a lot of results, but the first page here is the most important. Now, where it says sponsored, these are people who have paid to get my attention. They have paid Google a certain amount so that anytime someone searches how to sell my course online, they get to show up in the results first time, right? So all these guys, ThriveCourseStudio.com, GetKajabi.com, they've all paid to show up on my feed here, right? Now, click this link. It's going to show me, okay, cool, here's a landing page. And they're going to start to try and monetize my attention and get me to learn more about their product and purchase. But they've earned my attention, or they paid for my attention by right here clicking or paying to show up in the results for how to sell my course online. Now, there's other people down here who have earned the right. They haven't paid Google anything, but Google thinks their content is so good that they're going to recommend it, right? So Kajabi, for example, has these 9 steps to sell online courses like a pro. And there's all these other things, Learn Worlds, Unscreen, all these places. These people have created content that is so good and uses the right keywords. And again, we'll get into the technical part of this later, but they use all the right stuff so that Google thinks that this page is so awesome that when someone searches this particular thing, it recommends that as a result, as a search result. So here we go. We've got an example of a search, someone who's like, oh, I've got to find out how to sell my course online. They've used Google as search engine, and businesses have either paid Google money to get my attention, or they have earned that right through organic means by doing SEO and search engine optimization. Again, we'll get into the details of this, but here's an example of it, right? Now, the same thing happens for local businesses. So I've searched for chiropractor, Houston, Texas. Let's imagine I'm in Houston. Let's imagine I need a chiropractor service. I might search something like this. There are certain businesses that haven't paid anything, but just have really good reviews, and Google has thought that they're good to recommend. So they're here in this sort of places. This is another example, but for local businesses, right? Another place that people go to search for local needs, right, is this. You might go to Yelp and type in dentist, Houston, Texas, and you're gonna get a whole bunch of results. You're gonna get a bunch of sponsored results here at the top. Again, people who have paid Yelp to get my attention, to get their stuff in front of people who are actively searching for dentists. And then we've got people down here who have just simply earned it. They've got a lot of good reviews. They've got a good profile. So Yelp decides to recommend them. So that's an example of paid and organic search on this search platform, which is Yelp. There's a lot of search platforms. Let's look at another one. YouTube is a big search platform. I mean, it's obviously social media. It's a place with a lot of content, but it's like the second biggest search platform in the world. So again, let's say I'm somebody who says how to sell more courses. Immediately in the results, people have paid YouTube to show up with this ad. Teachable is paid for an ad. This clickforcourse.com has paid for an ad. They have paid for my attention. They paid to get their little ad in front of my eyes right off the bat, right? There's a couple of these. And then there's other people who've just created really cool videos, and YouTube thinks, well, when someone searches this, I want to give them a good video so they'll stay on my site and watch it so I can sell more ads. It's kind of a complicated process, but they're going to recommend the ones that they think are the best based on engagement and views and all that stuff. So again, here's an example: a search and people who have paid to get my attention, and then people who have simply earned my attention through organic content. Now, there's a lot of other places people search. People search on TikTok. I don't really have a TikTok account. I created it just so I could do this example. But how to do one-arm pull-ups, people create this. It doesn't look like, well, maybe they do. Let's see. Let's refresh and see if that actually changes anything. So you can't really pay for search results. You can't really pay for that, but a lot of people use TikTok as a search engine as well. So again, there's content that people create that favor the algorithm. We're going to talk about disrupt and interrupt and how people do the organic stuff over here. But for the most part, it's just organic search on TikTok. Then you've got Instagram and Facebook. Again, people pay to get on top of those. I could show you a million examples, but here's just a few that you guys can think about. So again, those are the two ways, right? When someone is actively intent on gathering information or solving a problem, you can either pay to get in front of them through these different platforms, or you can earn the right to get in front of them by creating content in a certain way. So when people are searching for a solution, you can either pay to get in front of them, or you can earn the right to get in front of them by producing amazing content and following the algorithms of these different platforms. And we're going to show you how to do that later in the program. All right, now that we've got them all motivated to change, we understand what drives people to make changes in their life. How do we direct them to take the correct action that will help them get that outcome, that will help them reach that dream state where they have everything they truly want? Now, to understand this, we need to understand that most people, when they have these strong desires, when they have things that are driving them forward or driving them to become different, they've probably tried to solve this. It's like, and I'm going to have this cool illustration here for you guys to understand. It's like they start off in their current state and they don't really like it, and they want to go over there because over there, everything's better, their life is better. That's their dream state. Now they're going to start moving towards it. Most people are going to take some action in their life, right? If they have something that they don't like, they're going to try and solve that problem. The only issue is most serious problems aren't easy to solve. There are roadblocks or things that stop them from making it all the way. There's a brick wall or a giant chasm, and they can't get around it. They can't get over it. And they can't get to their dream state. And they're sitting there. They're stuck in their current state, and it's painful. And they want to get to their dream state, but they don't know how to solve this problem, right? That's what I call a roadblock, something that gets in the way of someone going from where they are now to that dream state. Now, whenever you're sitting down with a business and you're trying to figure out a way to help bring value to a customer, you need to ask yourself, okay, what things are stopping them from getting where they want to go? What mistakes are they making? What limitations do they have? What things aren't they doing that are keeping them from getting where they want to go? Sometimes that person you're talking to will know what these are. They just won't know how to solve them. Other times, they won't even know they're making these mistakes. But you need to identify these mistakes because that is where the solution comes in, right? Now, once you've identified, hey, they have this burning desire to get big and strong, like our example we used earlier. This guy wants to grow his muscles, get stronger. But the roadblock is, no matter how hard he trains, he can't seem to put on any muscle. And the problem, the actual thing that's stopping him is he's not getting enough protein, for example. Let's say he's not getting, 1 gram of protein per body weight or whatever the recommendation is. He's not getting that because he doesn't know about that. He's not able to get to his dream state. He's not able to get the added strength that he's looking for right now. That's the roadblock. That's the problem, right? Once you've identified the problem, then the inverse of that, the other side of that coin, is the solution. So the thing he must do in order to get his dream state. So in this case, our guy, let's call him Jimmy. Jimmy wants to get big and strong. He can't seem to figure it out. He's working out really hard in the gym, but he's not gaining any muscle. The reason why his problem, the roadblock, the thing that's stopping him from getting to his dream state is he's not eating enough protein. So the solution is for him to eat enough protein. He needs to get 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight that he wants to have, right? For an example. So that is the solution. Once we understand where they are now, where they're trying to go, we need to understand what's keeping them from getting there, right? Because we're going to position the product as being connected to that solution. In this case, the solution is he needs to eat more protein, right? Now, there's a million ways he could do this. He could get protein through a protein shake. He could get it through tuna fish. He could get it through eating steaks. There's a lot of ways that he could get it, right? The law of nature, the thing he must do in order to get that result is he must eat a certain amount of protein, right? Problem and the solution are linked. The roadblock and solution are basically the same thing. They're just mirror images of each other. Usually, once you understand this concept fully for a product or service, you can summarize it all up into an if-then statement. Like, if he eats a certain amount of protein, then he will gain weight, right? He will gain muscle, for an example, right? Anytime you're sitting down to figure out how a product helps someone solve a problem, you need to be able to summarize what their problem is and what the solution is. And usually it comes into one of these if-then statements. Once you understand that, now we're ready to start looking at how to take that product and position it as the best way to take advantage of that solution. Okay, so you're going to be sending these messages, and the thing you want them to do as a result, right? You're going to send them a message, you're going to start a conversation. You're going to want to get them on a sales call, a Zoom call where you can talk to them, where you can get to know their current situation and actually close them on a small project or retainer. That's your main objective for these outreach messages, right? So your CTA, your call to action at the end of your email, should eventually lead to, okay, let's book a call. Right. And you're going to want to have that as the eventual objective of these messages. Right now, it might not all happen in one message. It might happen over multiple messages, but you want to be driving them towards booking a call where you can get to know them better, get to know their situation, get to know their goals, and then pick the appropriate full-scale project that you're going to offer them. Perhaps you're going to give them an initial hypothetical offer based on what you can tell from the outside. But that sales call is where you understand their context, you understand their goals, and you know whether or not this project is going to be a good fit for them. That's going to be your CTA. That's your objective for the outreach messages. All right, I want to clear something up right from the very beginning. Copywriting is not a thing where you sit back and watch some videos, push a couple buttons on your computer, and boom, you make millions of dollars. It's not that at all. You're developing a nuanced and valuable skill. And as such, because it is valuable, it takes time and energy to develop. So this isn't something, like I said, where you sit back and watch a couple videos and then boom, you can show up and businesses will pay you lots of money. You need to develop the ability to produce valuable output. In this case, writing. You need to be able to develop and plan out systems, and you need to actually be able to write the actual content for those marketing systems in order to provide value. Now, you can't do this by just watching videos, right? It's kind of like fighting in the UFC. Let's say you had a fight in 10 weeks from now in the UFC. Would you sit around and just watch videos of people fighting, or would you go to the gym and train and practice and train and practice and learn and immediately apply and improve your skill? Obviously, you're not going to sit around and just watch videos. And it's the same thing with copywriting. You can't sit here and just watch the videos inside of this course and then expect to land a client at the end of the day and partner with a business and make a step inside of the program. All right, guys, you might not know this, but every single day I do a live call, a live mini training with students every single day. The announcements are always inside of the live call announcements channel. Every single day, I bring students together. I teach them a quick little lesson. Usually it's like 10, 15 minutes. It's something that I see that you guys are dealing with inside the campus. It's something I see that you guys need additional understanding on, or something that's going to help you and propel you towards success faster. So every single day I do one of these calls. It's a really, really good idea to attend. I usually give secret announcements, updates, all that kind of stuff as well. The students who attend these calls are able to progress much faster because they get to feel the energy. They get to understand what they're trying to do. I give greater context, and it's just a fun environment where they get to hang out with other students really quickly. Every single day, check the live call announcements channel and show up on the live calls. They're extremely valuable. You can always catch the replays as well, but the live calls are one of the funnest things about the campus. And like I said, it's not easy. I made it simple. I've laid it out in a pretty simple and straightforward path to make it to where anybody can show up and take these 3 steps and earn their first money. But it's going to require investment and time and energy on your part. So before we go a step further, before you watch a second of the content that I have for you inside of this program, I want you to go into the bathroom. I want you to close the door. I want you to look yourself in the eye and promise yourself and say, I will do whatever it takes to learn the language of influence. I will do whatever it takes to develop my skills as a copywriter. You need to make that commitment with yourself now. Make that decision now, because a few weeks in, when you're learning things and it starts to feel difficult, you need to be able to have a decision you can tap back into to motivate you through this. I promise you, if you make this commitment though, and you actually stick with it, you will learn this language and your life will never be the same. You'll be able to help any business grow and improve their marketing and get paid a lot, no matter what. As long as you have a laptop, you'll always have money for the rest of your life. You'll also be able to launch businesses and create products based on what you learn here inside the program. You'll be able to find people and help them, and you'll become a wildly influential and inspirational figure to those in your life. It's going to massively impact your relationships. As a result of developing this level of mastery and this level of skill, you are going to upgrade your personal discipline, your mental ability to think, your creativity, and your ability to manage and achieve great things. This is a journey you're about to take, and you need to make that commitment. So if you haven't already, turn this off, go into the bathroom, look yourself in the eye and make that commitment, and then join me inside the program. I'm going to help you start with step number 1. Let's get to work. I'm going to talk about something known as the value equation. Now, this is a concept that allows you to maximize the amount of value that you give to your customers, each step along that value ladder that we talked about in the last video. Now, the value equation is a sort of visual way or a mathematical way to represent how humans perceive something as being valuable or not. You'll be able to see here that you have a few elements inside of this value equation. You have what is known as the dream outcome. And then you have the likelihood of success, and that's all divided by the time and effort that it takes to get something multiplied by the actual price that they have to pay, right? Now, the dream outcome is the idea, and the reason this is at the top of the equation is the more grand and wonderful the dream outcome that you're going to help them with, the desire you're going to help them solve, hey, you're going to help them become wealthy or have a wonderful relationship or be in fantastic shape. The bigger and better that is that you can actually provide for them, the more valuable something is, right? Another factor here is, let's say, the likelihood of success. Now, if something's really likely to happen, like it's guaranteed, you buy this program, you do this thing, and it is 100% guaranteed that you're going to get that dream outcome, the value goes up a whole lot. Now, if it's really low chance, maybe 1 out of every 1,000 people in the entire world is going to work for them, then it's going to be a much lower likelihood of success, right? Now, you want to help, and I'm going to teach you how to use the language of persuasion to help communicate these things. But for now, it's just important that you understand what goes into how humans perceive value. So it being something big and valuable that they truly want, that's step number one. And then if they believe that it's very likely that they are going to get what they want through the path of action that you're giving them, that's going to increase the amount of perceived value from that step. Now, there are things that decrease the perceived value. Right now, if you want something, there's a product that's supposed to help you get it, but you know that it's going to take a lot of time, effort, and sacrifice. That makes it a little bit less valuable, right? It's like, okay, this is cool, but I'm going to have to go to the gym 12 hours a day and only eat broccoli. Don't know if it's really worth it. That's a lot of sacrifice. That's a lot of time out of my life. That's going to decrease the value. Now, if you can flip it the other way and show them how this product can help them cut down the amount of time it takes to get what they want, or if you can show them how it doesn't require certain sacrifices, then you receive a massive boost to the overall scale of the value here, right? Something is perceived as more valuable if it gets you the results faster, right? Alex Hormozi is the one who pioneered this or kind of talked about this concept, and he always gives the example of liposuction versus like fitness training, right? Liposuction is they get paid significantly more money because they get the result faster. You lose weight guaranteed like in 2 weeks. Boom, you get the surgery, it's gone, you recover, you're good to go. Boom. Whereas fitness training is like, hey, it's going to be 3 years to get the body that you want. There's a perceived value that's higher there, and you can measure it in a dollar amount, right? And then the other side is just price. How much are they going to have to pay, right? How much money are they going to have to pay to get this thing, right? So obviously there's a balance here. If you go too low on price, that will actually trigger a lack of value in their mind. But if you look at the actual price or cost for what they have to pay, that's going to determine a big portion of the actual value or how they perceive the value. If something is really, really big and wonderful and they only have to pay a small amount, they're going to think it's really great. If it's really, really wonderful, but they have to pay 10 times the value, then they're not going to be that excited, right? I used the example in the very beginning when we were talking about value trades of business. I used the example of an apple, right? In that case, I paid $1 for this apple, right? Now, if I had to pay $1,000 for an apple, depending on how hungry I am, it might be worth it. But really, most of the time, paying $1,000 for an apple, if that price down at the bottom was so high, then it's not really worth it, right? The same thing happens with your product. So these are some of the levers you can pull so that each of these trades that you give them, and you're going to learn how to set this up and how this all works in these later videos inside of the program. But these are the levers you pull to maximize the amount of value that you're giving so that they're going to maximize the amount of money that they're going to pay you. So that's the value equation. You're going to use this every step of the way, from that first post that they read from you on social media or a blog or an ad or whatever, all the way up to purchasing that high ticket product. You need to make sure that the value trade is structured in a way, every step along the way is structured in a way where they are receiving massive value. And you can do that by playing with these elements of the value equation. All right, so I was able to use ChatGPT to basically create everything else I needed. So I got a version of the page, right? And then I asked it to write a discovery journey story following the hero's journey arc for how I went discovered fatherhood leadership lessons, gave it some prompts, gave it a little bit of information, obviously misspelled some things, which was okay, but it spit out a pretty good discovery story for me, how I married my wife and had kids and realized that they were trying to be programmed every week. So I took some time to study all these cool things, started applying it. It was super cool. Anyways, it gave me that. I just said, write a bonus section on this for the sales page with the following bonuses, boom, 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 come up with creative and intriguing names for each of these resources. And then it did bonus 1, bonus 2, bonus 3, bonus 4, came up with bonus 5, and it came up with really cool names for them. which is fun. And then I said, hey, now write a money back guarantee section, give a guarantee, give it a clever name, mention that it's because I'm so confident, whatever, boom. And then I said, anticipate 6 likely for me to ask questions on the sales page, create answers that highlight the benefits. Boom, 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 boom. It created the questions and the answers. I said, write a 3-way close. It didn't know what that was. It wrote a close. I just copied that one. So I tried to have it reword a section in the sales page and just paste the sales page below, but it kind of got confused, wrote a brand new sales page. So I just copied this part that it generated here. That was the rewrite of the part that I liked, and I added that to my document. So I've got a document now with all the bones and pieces of the sales page that I need. Now I just got to put them onto the sales page. So I'm going to go and create the sales page on ClickFunnels. Once I have that done, then I'm going to go create the ad variants, get those all set, get those all pointed to the right thing, and we will be ready to rock and roll and send ads to this. So out of all the things I've tested so far, Jasper is really good for short form copy if you need to just create stuff like that. ChatGPT is hands down the easiest to work with, though. It knows how to do the most. It's easy to send stuff in. I could probably run this hero's journey stuff on Jasper and do pretty well. Jasper's got some cool things, but I think that ChatGPT is like hands down the easiest to work with and has the most capacity. And you can instill, I could probably go back and tell it to rewrite this in a different style or whatever. I like it well enough to run with it, but ChatGPT has been the easiest to use so far. So I'm going to go and create the sales page now in ClickFunnels, which should be pretty easy. I'm going to slap together some stuff and get that page together. Once we have that, I'll show it to you, and then we'll go and we'll use ChatGPT probably to create the Facebook ad copy. We'll create some images using our OpenAI, using Canva, and we'll start testing that stuff. So we are still in step 6. We just need to go out and actually create a sales page now with the ClickFunnels. So that's my next step. All right, so we've laid the foundation. You understand what copywriting is. You understand how people work. You understand how businesses interact with them and how that value exchange works. Now we're going to dive into an important skill that's going to set you apart from everyone else inside of the field, right? This is going to help you avoid a major mistake that most new copywriters make. It's going to give your writing significant potency. It's going to increase the quality of everything you do. So without further ado, or any other French words, as I like to say, let's move into the actual content here. So research is the mark of the professional copywriter, right? So let's imagine for a second right now, you blink and you open your eyes, all of a sudden, boom, you find yourself jumping out of a plane in the middle of the night over Normandy in the 1940s, right? You're parachuting behind German lines with 101st Airborne Division, and you are 100% certain that when you land, you will be surrounded by the enemy from the moment your boots hit the ground. Now, let's imagine as you're floating through the air, you're going to land, all of a sudden you realize that although you do have your trusty rifle with you, you have jumped out of that plane without a single round of ammunition, no bullets. How would you rate your chances of survival? You're land on the ground, the Germans will start shooting, and how are you going to return fire? How are you actually going to be effective, right? If you sit down and try and write persuasively, if you try and write that email, that Facebook ad, that landing page or whatever, without doing your research beforehand, it's exactly like running off into a gunfight without any ammunition. It doesn't matter how skilled of a writer you are. If you don't have the ammunition of an understanding of that customer, their world, the way they describe their problem, if you don't understand that or have done the research to understand that person, their problem, their situation from their terms, if you haven't collected that information, there's nothing to feed into your skill set of copywriting. There's no way for you to actually write in a way that's effective, right? Yeah, a rifle without bullets is just a baseball bat, right? Not as effective. So most copywriters, though, they get excited. They sit down, oh, cool, I'm going to write this thing. I'm going to write this sales page. And they sit down and start trying to write because they get to finally do that thing that we like to do, because writing is fun, right? Once you actually get in the flow of it, dude, writing is a blast, right? But a lot of people jump into it too early, just start slinging words in that Google Doc, and they usually hit walls. Their copy is empty. Professionals first research. They sit down, and the first thing they do is they do the research. They seek to understand the avatar, they seek to understand the problem, and that gives them the information they need to then sit down and intelligently write in a way that's going to resonate with that customer, that is going to motivate them, that is going to direct them in the correct way. So what do we look for when we do our research, right? We've talked about how important it is. Let's talk about how to actually do this stuff, right? So essentially, you're looking for this information, right? You're going to try to determine who your target market is, And you're going to try and determine who a good avatar would be for that. You're going to seek to understand their current state. You're going to try to seek to understand their dream state. You're going to identify their key roadblock, the thing that's actually keeping them from getting what they want. And then you're going to understand the solution, that sort of if-then that's going to give them the thing that they actually like. And you understand what the product is and how to frame it in a way that fits in with this sort of map of reality and fits in with helping them get from their current state to their dream state as quickly and easily as possible, right? So the first thing, obviously, target market. You're going to ask yourself, what kind of person is going to get the most out of this product and service? Who's going to get the most out of it, right? Who are the best current customers and with the highest LTV? If you're sitting down working with a client, you're going to want to sit down and identify, okay, who's your best customers, right? If you could clone one of your current customers 1,000,000 times, who would you pick, right? That's the person you want to start with. What you want to identify, of this group of guys that are really good customers or gals or whatever, right? This group of current customers that are great. Do they have any attributes they share in common? Is there one sort of type of person? You want to identify the target market. If you're sitting down with an offer that you haven't done research on yet, or you are sitting down with a potential client, so you don't have access to all their best customers, you're going to have to make your best guess, right? You're going to go based on the current testimonials, the people that look like they're getting the most out of it, and sort of make your hypothesis of what the target market is. Or you're just going to guess. You're going to say, okay, this is the product, this is the service. I kind of understand a little bit. I'm assuming that this type of person is the one that's going to be the highest valued customer. This is the one we want to identify. You get to kind of choose who your target market will be. And then if you write for that target market, that type of person will respond. You can basically kind of reverse engineer or choose your target market to some extent, and just by deciding who you would like to work with, right? It's extremely important. Start with target market. Once you've identified who your target market is, then you want to create your avatar. And we've already talked about how to create an avatar based on like sort of the context clues you get from a product. We've talked about how to do it. You've done this already, so you know how to do this. The next step is then you do create that avatar. You sort of dial in who you're going to be writing to. You give yourself some context, and you're going to have to go out and find out some information about these people, right? You're going to try and understand what their life history is, understand a day in the life. You're going to check and see based on the context clues from the things that they write online or the conversations you have with them, what their values are, what outside forces they feel run their life, that sort of stuff, right? Once you've identified your target market and your avatar, then you move to your current state. Now you're going to recognize these questions. These are some of the questions you've already looked at, right? You're going to look for what's painful or frustrating their current life of their avatar with their current situation before they get into that product, before they start changing their life. What do they not like about that previous life? What annoys them? What do they fear? What do they lie awake at night worrying about, tossing and turning in the middle of the night? That's a good question to get your mind going. How do other people perceive them, right? So like, what's their status? Like, how do their friends, family, and relatives perceive them? How do authority figures perceive them? How does the opposite sex perceive them? How do they perceive themselves? That's an important point. What lack of status do they feel like when they move through the world? Like, do they feel like they don't have very, like what's their status? Do they lack status? Do they wish they had more status? What insults do they feel from the world as they move through their life with their current problem, right? And the key thing here is during your research, you're going to want to find the words that they use to describe their pains and frustration. Now, this is extremely, extremely important. Let me explain why. You see, a copywriter who talks at a person will have a certain level of influence. But copywriters who can enter the conversation that is occurring in the mind of their prospect or the reader, sort of get inside and speak the same language or say the same things or at least identify the same things that they're actually saying to themselves about all this stuff in their head, right? Like the person who can, the copywriter or marketer who can do that, they gain instant authority, instant trust, and instant rapport with that reader. The reader then becomes convinced that this person understands their problem, their situation, and then any kind of solution that they recommend, they are going to inherently believe that it will work for them just because they know that the person who is recommending it understands them on a deep level, right? And this is an important point too, as a marketer, you don't create desire. We don't convince somebody to want something or convince someone to want to hate something about their life. we just find the things that they already dislike, the things they're already thinking in their heads, that are already current frustrations and pains, and we just amplify it, right? So your job in this research is to identify what those things actually are. What are the things right now in their current life? What are their current pains and frustrations? What do they not like? What are the things they dislike? And we're just going to find ways to amplify that. So you need to find the ways that they are talking about it right now, so that you can use their language right back at them. You can enter that pain and that frustration as exists in their brain, and then you can amplify it using some tools we'll talk about later. So once you've identified their current state, then you need to identify their dream state. What are the things they desire? You know, if they could wave that magic wand of their life, fix everything, what would it look like? What enjoyable new experiences would they have? How would others perceive them in a positive light? How would their status change? How would they feel about themselves? How would the way they feel about themselves change, right? How does it change once, like what do they wish they felt like about themselves? If you can connect your product and solution to that thing, man, they'll be all over it. And they're more likely to achieve that feeling, right? And then you need to figure out what words they use right now to describe that dream outcome. Again, you want to enter that desire that already exists in their brain, the way they're already talking about it, and then amplify it, right? You're not trying to insert anything new in there. You're just trying to find something they already want and amplify it. Now, you might connect that with a new idea or concept and all that stuff, but you need to find what they already have in their brain. The dream state, that desire they already have, you want to find that so then you can amplify it and work with that. Because you can't put new things in their brain. You have to work with what they already have, right? You can't change the things they already want or the things they hate. You can't really change that. People are going to want what they want. They're going to hate what they hate. It's your job to step in and just work with that. That's like the ammunition you have to work with, right? So once you've identified the current state, their dream state, you need to identify their roadblocks. So you've got to ask yourself, what is keeping them from living their dream state today? What mistakes are they making that are keeping them from getting what they want in life? What part of the obstacles does that avatar not understand or even know about? Like, what are they running into that they don't even understand? What is one key roadblock that once fixed will allow them to move forward toward their dream outcome? Like, these are some questions you can ask yourself as you're reviewing the information you will be finding in your research. And we'll talk about where to find it and what to look for and stuff like that. But as you're reading what these people are saying, as you're identifying what these people are thinking, you want to take time to answer these questions, identify what that key roadblock is for them. Now, part of it is going to be like looking at what they're not talking about, right? When they're talking about current situations, talking about what they're blaming and all that stuff, you're going to see what they're not talking about. And this is where you are going to create a sort of a shift in their brain. You're going to introduce new beliefs or ideas, but it only can occur once you've worked with and tied into their current dreams and desires, right? That's why those are the first ones. This is the next part, is understanding that key roadblock. This might take some time, right? A lot of people can easily find the dream state and the current state. They can figure that stuff all out. It's pretty apparent. This one takes some advanced critical thinking and problem solving, right? As you are searching for this information, most people have the tendency to simplify or sort of skip over or just kind of go vague here on the understanding of the roadblock. If you don't understand their key roadblock, you will not be able to adequately persuade them, right? If you cannot reveal the key issue that's keeping them from getting what they want and then that corollary solution. If you're vague or unsure about how this all works, it's going to be impossible for you to position the stuff that you're presenting, the communication that you're doing in a way that's exciting, builds curiosity, all that stuff. It's almost impossible to do so if you don't understand the key roadblock that's keeping them from getting what they currently want. Once you understand that, then you can actually take all that desire and put them in the right place. You can't skip over the stuff. You can't get vague. You want to be as detailed and as accurate and as crystalline as possible with each of these elements. You need to understand how they all connect together. There can't be any gaps. There can't be any leakages. You have to understand the flow of the ideas here. Once you understand that roadblock, then you just flip it. You have to understand the solution. It's just the other side of that coin. The inverse of the roadblock is the solution, right? What does the avatar need to do to overcome that key roadblock? What actions do they need to take? What's the solution to that roadblock? They probably don't know it, right? If they don't know it, they don't know how to execute on it, or they don't have the tools to execute on it. Again, this can be distilled down into that if they insert solution, do this thing, then they will be able to insert dream outcome, get the thing that they want, right? Once you've got that, you've again become crystal clear on that. That's a solid, real idea in your brain. Then you can move on to the product. Now, this is where research really comes in handy. You need to understand, how does the product actually help the avatar implement that solution? Because again, they might know their key roadblock. They might know their key. They might know their key, the key thing that they need to do, but they might not have the tools or the ability to do it. This is where you position the product as the thing that's going to help them take advantage of that solution finally, and remove and make it easy, quick, risk-free, and fast to get the thing that they want. How does this product help the reader increase their chances of success? How does it help the reader get the result faster? How does the product help them get the result with less effort or less sacrifice? What makes this product fun and exciting, right? Like that's an important part that a lot of people overlook. What makes this cool and fun and enjoyable, right? What does your target market like about related products, and what do they dislike and hate about different products? So one of the things you'll be doing is you'll be going on and finding similar or related products that solve that problem for that same avatar, that they help them overcome that same roadblock, get the same outcome. You're going to look at that, and you're going to find out, what do they really, really like about these products? And those are those aspects of things they like. That might be something you want to incorporate in the way you present your product. But almost more important is you want to identify the things that they currently hate about the existing solutions that are out there in the world, right? Because if they hate those things about that product, and you show that your product does it in an opposite way, it flips that thing that they hate, or removes that part of the problem, or makes it to where it's not this, but it's this actual thing that they like, you flip it on them from something they hate and something that they like, then you're going to stand out competitively compared to the other products. Your product will now look like it has all the answers and has that problem taken away, right? Imagine like you're going to buy a car, and all the other models are cool, but the AC isn't that great, right? Like they're fast, they're awesome, they're amazing, they're super comfortable, all this stuff, but the AC kind of sucks. And then there's this other one product that has all those same things. It's got the fast car, all cool looks, comfortable seats, but the AC is awesome, right? Which one is the person most likely going to buy? Unless there's some other, big important reason, people are going to pick the one that has that one thing that they like. So you want to identify any opportunities that exist in the market so you can exploit them when you create your product, right? So where do you go to find all this information? There's a lot of places. The best place is the client and their current customers, right? So typically when you're sitting down to work with a client, they at some point went through that same journey that their customers do. They usually, most businesses are solving a problem that they had before. So they're going to understand what it was like before this product existed. They're going to understand what they wanted. They're going to have all that information inside their own brain. And they've been working with clients and customers in the space for a long time. So you can ask them these questions, and they can usually give you some good answers, right? What's even better than that is asking or identifying their current customers. Again, especially when you're trying to find the avatar, when you're trying to find the target market, if you can sit down, if you can set up a meeting with a business's best customer and talk with them about these things and record that meeting and take notes, my friend, that is a gold mine of information. You'll be able to speak directly. That's your avatar. And now you know your exact avatar language, all of the stuff like that is the best, right? If you can't actually do a conversation, read their online testimonials. If they got video testimonials, that's great. If they just got written testimonials, that's cool too. That's the first place you go to look for this information, right? Then you go on social media, watch that company's YouTube videos, read the comments, look at the comments on, their Instagram post, their TikTok, whatever, right? Just go read the comments, go read what people are saying and talking about, the videos that are related to this topic, this roadblock, the solution, their frustrations. Go read that and see what they say. People overshare online. It's crazy, right? People will just go in, they'll share their deepest, darkest emotional experiences, things that they've gone through. You got to take advantage of it. One of my favorite places to go is Amazon.com reviews. So if you go and look for books, especially like it's a product that's like information or course or something like that, you go find a book that's supposed to help people get the same outcome that your product does, right? And then go read the 5-star reviews, see all the things that people like. Typically, people will overshare there. They'll talk about their transformation. They'll talk about what they're experiencing before. You get a ton of stuff. They'll talk about what they really, really like about the information that's presented, right? And then go look at the 1-star reviews. That's where people will tell you the things they disliked about that product. Again, that's extremely important. You get a lot of cool information there. You identify opportunities to help people that are underserved currently. Another place to go look online is Reddit. There's community subreddits for almost any subniche or avatar that exists out there. You can go and collect their language, their experience, get context about other aspects of things they're dealing with. It's a fantastic place to go and look to find pains and frustrations and find desires and find things that they tried in the past that haven't worked and things that do work, that kind of stuff. Quora is really good as well. It's a good platform to go find questions and answers surrounding that problem that the product solves about when people trying to get that same outcome. It's extremely, extremely useful because you also see a lot of answers that people are giving. It's a gold mine of information. And then, of course, trusty Google, right? When in doubt, do a Google search, right? There's ways even to filter your results by just like forums and like discussion boards and stuff like that. Again, if you just Google things, Google the customer, use that same customer language that you've identified these other sources and throw it in Google, you'll find all sorts of cool opportunities to just mine through people oversharing and talking about their problems and desires and their roadblocks and solutions. And you'd be surprised what you can find online, right? And again, this is going to take some time, right? You're going to go out and you're going to comb over the internet to try and find this information. Now, I'm going to do a walkthrough video where I show you some examples of like looking at through some of these different places to go find this information, so you can kind of get a feel for what it looks like. But you're going to sit down and you're going to do this research before you do any serious writing, right? It's like that old Abraham Lincoln quote. If I only had an hour to chop down a tree, I would spend the first 45 minutes sharpening my axe. This is extremely, extremely applicable here, right? If you want to write and persuade on a deep level, if you want to communicate and build rapport with people, if you want to have the ability to show up to any market online, any industry, and put together a copywriting plan, an internet marketing plan that resonates with people, takes advantages of gaps in the marketing, and persuades people at the deepest level, and are able to then ascend them up higher than anybody else up a value ladder. Doing your research is extremely important. And this is something you definitely need to do before you start writing, but something you continue to do as you move through working with a particular brand or running your own brand, right? You're going to continue to be mining the world for this sort of information so that you can continually refine your message and improve your message so it continues to persuade at a deeper and deeper level. Research is key. Research is a way to stand out from the masses and to persuade deeply. And again, I'll be doing a walkthrough. You'll be doing some practice research to go out and learn how to gather this information. This is something that will set you apart from anybody you end up competing with on that global level as a marketer. All right, guys, we are live. Welcome to today's morning power-up call. My friends, this is going to be one to remember. This is going to be one I'm going to link back to you guys over and over again. This is going to be one that I expect you will probably want to rewatch multiple times. So, guys, this is going to be great. It looks like we've got audio. You guys can hear me. I've got ones in the chat, so we're good to go. If people in there say like they can't see it or whatever, make sure to just tell them to refresh. They should be able to see it right here in this channel. So, guys, we are ready to go. We've got a lot of new people in the campus. If you've joined the campus, if you're in the copywriting campus and you've just joined the real world and it's been less than a week, put me or put new in the chat. I mean, you see a lot of ones. You guys are telling me that it's working. But if you are new to the campus, you've only been here for less than a week, put the word new or me inside of the chat. I'm just curious how many new people we have here and how many normal people we have here. So let's see. New, me. Yeah, okay, cool. Lots of new people. Excellent. A lot of you guys are probably wondering how you're going to start making money with this. What's the best path to go from zero to making a lot of money? How to get to that 10K a month mark. That's the number that everyone wants to get to. That's where your life really super starts to change. So that's what I'm going to lay out for you guys today. I'm going to give you guys a complete roadmap for how to go from basically being brand new within a week, like everybody who's posting inside the chat, to making 10K a month as quickly and efficiently as possible. And I'm going to quickly apologize. My neighbors are doing a little bit of construction. So if you hear like a drill or whatever, like, don't worry, that's just life being normal. So let's dive into this process because there is a process. There is a way to unlock it, right? This isn't just a luck thing. This isn't like there's some sort of like copywriting or wealth, like police that swoop in and be like, okay, only 5 people can be successful today. The path is open for anybody who is willing to put in the work to make it happen. And I'm going to show you what that path is. And I'm going to show you how to use the campus to speed up the process even faster. Like I went through the process personally. I taught myself how to do copywriting and got involved in all this and figured it out and tried and did a whole bunch of trial and error. And I made a bunch of mistakes and I made it all the way to the top, right? It was fantastic, right? There were a lot of mistakes I made along the way. There was a lot of lessons that took me too long to learn. I'm going to help you guys see how to avoid some of those mistakes and learn those lessons in a tenth of the speed because of the resources inside the campus. So let's dive in. The very first thing you have to understand, if you want to make money quickly and easily inside this campus, is you have to dispel the myth of quick and easy money, right? There have been a lot of unethical marketers out there who have, for the longest time, sold the public on the idea of make 10K a month while sipping pina coladas on the beach. et cetera, right? So many people have sold the idea of easy money, and that's simply just not the case. Every so often, you'll have things like a crypto pump or something like that where you can make money without providing much value. But those things are very quick. Those things are very limited, and they don't really exist for very long in the real world, right? And they're double-edged swords. For everyone who makes that quick, easy money, there's a whole bunch of people who lose a lot of money really quickly and easily, right? So the idea, if you're here and you're just looking for the easy path, that is actually the hardest and the slowest path to ever make money. If all you do is just try to find the easy option or the fast way to do things, it actually, counterintuitively, that path always takes longer in the long run, right? For example, I don't know how many of you have ever tried to do a cut, right? Like with your diet. If you try and do some sort of crazy extreme diet where you only eat 5 calories a day or something like that, and you try and get results as quickly as possible, like within 2 weeks or whatever, those typically don't work. And it takes you years and years of trying random stuff like that before you ever are successful, if you're ever successful in the first place. Usually on a cut, the best thing to do is to set up a really nice sustainable deficit and maintain that for a very long time. That's the way to win, right? And that's counterintuitively, while it doesn't look as fast on paper, it's actually faster in reality. So with the path I'm going to lay out for you guys, while it might sound difficult, while it might sound like it might take some time, and it certainly will take time, and it certainly will require you to put in a lot of hard work, it is actually the quickest and the easiest way to make money. It's a counterintuitive principle, but you have to resist the slave mind. You have to resist the urge to look for the easy path, the easy button. Instead, ask yourself, okay, what is the path here that is going to guarantee my success? What are the actions I must take now to make my success as a copywriter inevitable? If you ask yourself those questions, not only will you be more likely to make success and it will become inevitable, but it's also the fastest way to actually develop your skills and earn enough money to hit that 10K a month mark. And this is something I want you guys to appreciate the magnitude of this. 10K a month is like roughly 10K, 20K a month. That's like how much a doctor makes, right? And for a doctor to be able to provide enough value to be paid that amount of money, and we can talk about the economy and inflated healthcare costs all day long, but at the end of the day, they go and study for about a decade in school. They go through a lot of rigorous stuff. There's a lot of hands-on residency and stuff like that. They spend a decade developing the skills to be paid that amount of money. Right now, I'm going to show you how to reach that same level of value in the world, but much faster. But you have to realize that this is a pretty significant undertaking that you're attempting. You're attempting to go all the way to the very top of the income bracket from nothing. And you have to understand that the reason you do not have the money you currently want is because you do not have the ability to provide value. Right now, you can only help a certain number of people with a certain amount of things. And right now you're being paid accordingly, right? You are paid in accordance to how many people you can help and how much you can help them. So if you want to make 10K a month, you have to become the guy who is capable of providing $100,000 in value to a business a month, right? You have to reach that level to be deserving of that. So I'm going to show you the path to become that guy, the copywriter who is worth $10,000 a month, who is worth more than that to his business, the businesses that he works with. So, but the first thing is you have to completely change your perception around this. You have to change this, throw away the idea of easy money, and instead focus on how do I become so valuable that I cannot be paid anything less than $10,000 a month? That's the question you want to ask yourself. So here's the path. And coincidentally, it coincides exactly with the bootcamp. The bootcamp is laid out to be the fastest and most efficient path for you to go from zero to making 10K a month. And let me tell you how to go through the bootcamp and how I would approach it if I was a student. So the first thing you need to do, there are sort of 2 paths that have to be developed at the same time. You have to actually develop your skill and understanding of businesses and how to write copy. The skill of copywriting is something you need to develop, but there's also a whole lot of character traits and mentality and mindset you have to develop at the same time. If all you have is skill, but you don't have the mentality and you can't manage your time right, you're not going to be successful. If all you have is the mentality, but you don't have the skill, it doesn't matter. You're just a worthless moron that can show up and be there in a business, but you can't actually provide value. So you have to balance both of these things. But the foundation, the one you should focus on first is your mindset. That's why the very first few videos inside of the bootcamp are those mindset videos, how to become a G, how to manage your time, how to stay focused. If I was you, I would pay very, very close attention to my mindset, and I would shift from because most people, when you join the campus, you've lived in the outside world. And the outside world, as a young man, you're kind of like this lost little puppy, and people will kind of show you what to do and tell you what to do. You have to instead lean into your problem. Say, okay, instead of hoping for some outside sky power to come and solve my problems for me, I have to be the one who actually leans in, finds the problems, and solves the problems. What do I need to learn, and what do I need to do? How can I do this? Focus on what's going on and try and find solutions for yourself. Really, really move around inside of your mind and try and find solutions. You got to lean into solving problems. That's the first thing. The next thing you need to do is you can start managing your time more effectively. You have to realize, for most of you, the life that you want to live, the big, huge life, and the freedom and the excitement and the joy and the travel and the meaning, the biggest thing keeping you from doing that, from achieving that and living that and experiencing that now, is your finances. And it's your inability to create value in the world. This is your number one problem to solve. If you solve this problem, it opens up all the options you want for you in your life. So if this is your number one priority, if this is your number one challenge you must overcome, you need to allocate as much time as you possibly can to solving this problem, right? People ask me all the time, hey, I spend this much time in the boot camp, but I have more time. Should I spend more time in the camp? Like, do I need to spend more time? And I always tell them to spend as much time as you possibly can working on this problem. Obviously, take care of your health. Make sure you maintain decent sleep. Make sure you're eating good food. Make sure you're training. Make sure you have that dialed in. Don't do this at the sacrifice or the detriment of your long-term health. But you should be investing as much free time as you possibly can into solving this problem, because you are not living the life you want because you don't know what you don't know, and you don't have the ability to create lots of value. That should be your number one focus right now. You should spend as much time as you possibly can solving that problem. So take a real close, hard look at your day. Look at the time that you're wasting spending, on any kind of worthless entertainment. If you're spending any time sitting around watching some stupid show, playing video games, like watching porn, doing stupid stuff like that, just sitting around with loser friends, you need to cut all that crap out immediately. You can't afford to waste time on things like that. You have a major transformation you have to achieve, and the only way to do that is going to be through a Herculean amount of effort, right? So you got to take all that crap and all that wasted time that you spend scrolling through social media or whatever, and invest all that time and energy instead into improving your situation, developing these skills, going through the process, doing the work, landing clients, et cetera, et cetera. You need to take all that time and invest it into the actual core problem in your life. So you should be training. You should be working on this problem. Yeah, spend 10, 20% of your time outside of that with family and friends and doing cool adventure stuff like that. But the bulk of your time should be invested. The bulk of your free, disposable time should be invested into solving this problem, because it's the most important thing, right? With that, if I was brand new, I would also be paying really close attention to the quality of the time that I spend working on copywriting. I have a whole section. There's a previous power up call about how I personally get into focus. I'm gonna make sure that's uploaded into the library after this call. I have a whole bunch of resources inside of the general resources. There's a how to fix your time, how to fix your brain video, a little mini training. Someone should probably link to that. There's someone in the chat right now. Go find the how to fix your brain thing and link to it so people can see it. If I was brand new, I would hyper pay attention to that. You're gonna have to find ways to remove distraction. I make sure I work with my phone in the outside room. I would go through all the steps in order to narrow down and actually sit down and focus while I'm working. The quality of your work matters just as much as the quantity. And if I was brand new, and this was something I hyper focused on when I was first starting out, I realized it was going to be a difficult process. I had a friend show me some of the ropes. I had done some sales in the past. I knew that sales and marketing is difficult and it requires a lot of effort. I would do this, man. I would leave my phone in the other room, and I would wake up at 4 a.m. and I would sit down with a laptop on a really crappy desk and a really crappy chair. And I would sit there and I would work all day long. I'd get up, do some push-ups. Sure, I'd walk every so often, but I spent every waking moment I could on this, and I was dialed in. I would do a 90-minute work session, 10-minute break, over and over and over again, all day long. If I had free time, I was either using it to improve my skills or I was prospecting more, right? I invested every single second of my time, but the focus of my time, it was extremely important. That how to focus, how to do a G work session, make that like your religion. You've got to do that, right? So absolutely get used to managing your time that way. And that's foundational, right? If you don't have that, at least that part of your mindset and that part of your time management skills dialed in, you'll never be successful. So get that dialed in from the very beginning. After that, you all are, again, if you are in the real world, there's a pretty good chance. In fact, the odds are overwhelming that you did not grow up in money. You didn't grow up around entrepreneurs. You didn't grow up running a business or a major large scale business. And you don't know how businesses work. You don't know how marketing works. You don't know how different marketing and growth systems work. you probably didn't learn any of that stuff. And you need that full context, right? Imagine you're a doctor, right? You need to understand a little bit of anatomy before they give you like a scalpel and start teaching you how to be a surgeon, right? So you can't just jump straight from knowing nothing to working with a client. You would show up and you'd probably do more harm than good, right? You need to learn and understand how businesses and marketing works. That's the first part. That's step one of the boot camp, is business 101. What is a business? How do they grow? How do they grab attention? How do they monetize attention? You get the big picture, so you have enough context to understand the minutia of how to actually create marketing systems. You're going to be watching a lot of videos at this stage. You're going to be downloading a lot of information. You're not going to remember everything. And I'm here to, I want to help you guys understand this. When you're first going through the boot camp, you are brand new. I do not want you to hyper focus on remembering every single detail. Like, you should be there with a notepad writing down every single word I say. Just listen, get the big picture. As you do the missions, the actual practical exercises through the boot camp, and once you get to the end of the boot camp, that's when you're going to really cement and synthesize that knowledge. But for right now, you're just downloading it into your brain. Like in the Matrix, when he escapes and they take him to the Nebuchadnezzar and they're like teaching him kung fu. Like, he downloads it into his brain. That's what you're going to be doing for the first part of the boot camp. Just watch the videos, perform the missions as best as you possibly can, but get through the boot camp. Like, you need to consume that content, because the real learning, the real work happens after you finish the boot camp. So that first step one of the boot camp, after you've done the mindset stuff, is going to be understanding business as a whole. What are businesses? How do they grow? How do they provide value to their people? What's a target market? How do they find attention? How do they monetize attention? You're going to understand marketing at a high level. Step number 2 is going to be where you learn how to actually architect and create the messaging behind all those marketing systems, right? This is where it's going to start to get hands-on, and this is where it's going to start to feel real difficult. I'm just warning you ahead of time. It's going to be kind of fun and easy watching videos and doing little missions. You're going to get to step 2. There's going to be a lot of information. There's going to be a lot of practices. You're going to be doing things you've never done before. You're going to be writing emails, sales pages, ads, something called fascinations. It's going to be a lot of work, right? Anticipate the work. When you get to that part, it starts to feel difficult. Remind yourself, Andrew told me it was going to be difficult. This must mean I'm learning something valuable. For every time I overcome a difficult thing that feels difficult in the moment, I've defeated a loser who gave up at this point. So the further you go through the program and the better you get at these things, the more losers you leave behind, and the less and less the competition gets. Once you reach the top, once you actually become skilled as a copywriter, if you do what I'm actually telling you to do right now, you reach a point where you have to turn businesses away. You have more people wanting to work with you than you have time to work with them. It's a wonderful feeling, and you guys should all get to that, but it only happens if you go through this process. So when you go through that step 2 process, realize it's going to be difficult. You're going to start writing emails. You're going to start writing landing pages. Understand that those first few things that you do are not going to be that great, right? The first few times you write this, it's going to be garbage, and that's okay. Like, you're going to be going through, you're going to be learning how to do this. Go through each mission, reiterate through it a couple of times until you see some improvement. But just understand, you're going to be doing some very difficult but very rewarding things, because in the step 2 section, that's where you learn how to actually create marketing systems, how to plan out the messaging, how to actually write the words, how to plan out all the steps. That's where at the end of step 1 and step 2, you can show up and you'll be able to look at a business, you'll be able to analyze their marketing, and you'll be able to find ways to improve either the messaging or add new systems to help them massively grow, right? You won't be necessarily good at executing that quite yet, but you'll at least understand what's going on, and be able to see some opportunities there. Once you finish step 2, then you move to step 3, which is where you learn how to partner with businesses. This is, again, once you get to step 2 might take you a couple days to get through. Step 3, you should be able to watch all the videos in about 24 hours, right? And one day you should be able to sit down and watch all the videos. And what you're going to learn in step 3 is how to pick a market out there, how to analyze the top players, how to see what they're doing to be successful, and then how to go find a bunch of other businesses in that same market or that same niche, and bring those cool ideas that you've developed based on everything you've learned in the boot camp, based on what you've seen the top players do. Show up, start a conversation, and partner with them and land them as a client. You're going to understand the whole process, from picking a market to reaching out to people to running your sales calls to managing that client and landing that first project, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to learn all that in step 3. Again, just watch it all and then go start doing it. At the very end of the boot camp, there's a video called Your Path Forward Now. This is what you do. Once you finish the boot camp, that is your path forward. That is the next thing you're going to do. That is where the work truly starts. This is where you start to level up. This is akin to, you've gone through the boot camp. That's like going through and having a personal trainer teach you how to do all the movements, right? Like, okay, this is how you do a bench. This is how you do a weighted pull up, et cetera, right? your path forward now is, okay, now it's time to go to the gym regularly, and now it's time to go do regular sessions day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, right? This is where the work truly starts. So at this point, you should have gone through, you should have changed how you're working, you should have learned how businesses work, you should actually have developed some ability to write. Now you're going to be doing the actual work of copywriting. The best way to level up your skills, and again, become the type of copywriter who's worth $10,000 a month or more, is to sit down, take one business at a time, right? Pick a market, analyze the top players, see what the biggest brands in that space are doing well, then find a small business in that space. And again, I would personally, and this is what I did, I started with a very small client. I knew that getting my first win was more important than getting a huge first win. So I found a really, really small, I reached out to a ton of people, but I reached out to a really, really small, the guy was like a spirituality, mastery, mentality coach, some type of thing that he did like that. I reached out to him. I wrote 2 emails for him for I think I got paid like $80 for my first deal. Like that was my first deal as a copywriter. But I completely broke all of his sales records with those emails, sold out at like this live event that he was doing. It was awesome, right? I took that testimonial and I used that testimonial to then like $80, cool. Like that's fun, but $80 is nothing, right? That's like lunch for one person. So I took I took the win that I got there and I used that when I reached out to my next client. And I said, hey, I helped this guy break his sales records with this email sequence. Do you want me to show you what it was? Boom. I set up the call. I really, really hyper-focused on getting that first client. And I did that. The way I got that first client was I showed up in his inbox with a bunch of value. I showed him, because again, I didn't have any previous clients. I didn't have any previous experience in the space. I just showed up and I said, here, man, here's some really cool emails that I think would really work for you. And they were amazingly well-written emails for my time. And now I look back at them and they were probably garbage compared to what I can do now. But that's a good thing. That's how we all should be when we're improving, right? But they were way better than what he was currently doing, at least 10 times better than what he was currently doing. And I showed up with a level of value. He used it. I made a little bit of money, but the money is like nothing compared to what the win gave me. It gave me the opportunity to actually have a proven track record so that I could turn around and work with another client. So I worked with another client, built a funnel for him. I built a couple funnels for him, crushed it for them. They did really well. I took that experience and I leveraged that to work with a bigger client and a bigger client. And I kind of just leveraged my way up until I was making a lot of money. It was great. All it took was getting that first window. So when you're first starting out, once you've gone through the boot camp, you're in the stage now where you're going to be massively working on improving your skills and your ability to create value. You're going to be creating what I call free value, which is like spec work. You're going to pick a business and you're going to write copy as if you worked for them already, right? You're going to say, hey, his landing page sucks. It's probably hurting his funnel. I'm going to rewrite his landing page, make a new version of his landing page for free, mainly to practice my skills and get good at this, but also to show up with value when I actually talk with the guy. And you can do that over and over and over again and constantly level up your skills. Just like in the gym, you go in, you train, you push yourself to failure, and then you go and after you do the work in the gym, your muscles are all broken down. Then you have to refuel, you have to recover, you have to make sure you get your protein in, you got to make sure you're sleeping, you got to make sure you do that sort of stuff, and the muscle is repaired, and you get better and better each time, right? It's the same thing with this. You're going to sit down, you're going to create spec work. As you're doing spec work, like let's say you decided to write a landing page for a prospect you were thinking about reaching out to. You're going to start writing it, and you're going to realize pretty quickly, oh man, I forgot about headlines. Like I want to make sure the headline grabs attention. How do I do that? Well, I remember you talked about this in the boot camp, and you're going to go back to the boot camp, rewatch the video. Maybe you'll go through something we call a swipe file and other resources and use that to improve your skill. But as you're doing these projects, you're going to be leveling up your skills. You're going to be finding a gap or a problem or something that's difficult for you when you're actually doing the work. And then you're going to go back and refresh yourself on the education, refresh yourself on different resources that you've gone through to level up that particular ability. So then the next time you do a project, you don't really have to work on the headline, but now you're like, okay, how do I make sure I include testimonials? Where do I put testimonials? And you'll go back, and each project you do will make you better and better, so that in the matter of time, a matter of probably a week or two, if you're actively doing serious projects and you're actively returning back to it, you've gone from someone who can kind of like create value for business to someone who can legitimately show up to someone like I did, my first client, my small business, and help them break records because you are very carefully going through and you're improving your skills with each repetition that you do. So once you land that first client and you level up, game changes. But the process itself is very difficult. Along the thing I've just laid out, again, from starting out, changing your expectations, to learning all this stuff, to going through this process of practicing and reaching out and improving your marketing skills day in and day out and finding that first client, Like that's a very difficult process. And there's going to be a million little challenges along the way. Once you get to that first client, once you land that first client, that should be your absolute focus. Once you have a client, you should probably slow down your outreach significantly and just focus on getting them results, because that is the pivotal moment. Once you get that first client, it's not enough that they just pay you a little bit of money or they decide to work with you or whatever. Like that's basically not important. What's extremely important is if you can turn around and actually create amazing results for them, and deliver a ton of value. They'll want to keep working with you. They'll say, hey, we love this project you did here. We're trying to grow our business over here. Can you help with that? And basically, you're going to have a client for life, which you can take all the way up to 100,000. Like a good client, like you can make 100, like from zero in 1 year with a new client. Like if I had stayed with that old guy that I had, I could have taken him all the way up to 100K in money paid to me in a year easily, right? So a good client that you've earned, you've done that first project with, and you've gotten amazing results, will pay you six figures, right? So that's one thing. But also having that result now makes you a verified copywriter. You've made your bones in the industry, as they say, and you can go around and land bigger and bigger clients. Like that should be your absolute focus. So when you land that first client, slow down your outreach, slow down your sales stuff, and hyper focus on making sure, doing everything you possibly can to make sure you get them results. Now, the good news for you guys is you don't have to go through this process alone, right? If all you had was what I just told you and a bunch of videos, like sure, you could do it, but it'd be pretty difficult. There's a lot of questions you're going to have along the way. There's a lot of opportunities for you to learn different things. I'm going to show you how to use AI to massively speed up a lot of the process and teach you guys how to learn faster, how to write better, how to create better stuff, how to get your stuff reviewed. All that stuff is covered inside of the bootcamp. So there's a bunch of cool resources with AI that you guys have. And also you have each other. You have the fellow students. There's a whole bunch of chats here. You can ask questions. You can feedback. If you spend time asking questions and you ask good questions, like that will help kind of speed up your process. And also if you spend time answering questions, it helps you synthesize and better understand the information. So performing that is going to massively speed things up. You're going to have these daily power-up calls every single day. I hop on about the same time and I give you guys lessons. I give you guys insights. Today was like the big roadmap. Usually it's about different mentality, mindsets you have to have, different important things you need to remember in copywriting, how to architect different parts of the funnel, how to show up with value, how to get through hard times, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to have continual help to kind of keep you on the right path with these power calls. And also, you guys can ask me questions. There's a channel in here inside of the campus where you can go into the Ask Professor Andrew channel. If you have questions, you've asked other students, you've gone through frequently asked questions, you've done all the steps in like how to ask questions, which is one of those foundational first videos. If you've done all of that and you have a legitimate, serious question about how to apply the stuff to a very specific situation, and you show me that you have taken some effort and have your own personal analysis and you have put in effort, I will answer your questions. There is no roadblock you face between now and becoming a $10,000 a month copywriter that I cannot help you solve if you are willing to put in the effort, right? I don't help losers. I don't help people who just want them to come in and like have me like kiss it better and then they can go back out in the world. I help people who are serious about solving problems, who lean in. So if that's you and you have questions, go into the Ask Professor Andrew channel, ask me, and I will move heaven and earth to make you successful. I want you guys all to win. I personally do all of this because my good friend Andrew, who helped me significantly in my life, asked me to. And the other reason I do this is because I cannot describe to you the sense of fulfillment I get in helping young men become better and become free. I've lived as a slave, let's say. I've lived as a poor man, and I've lived as a man who's financially free. And I know the difference. I know the pain you guys go through when you can't buy things you need to buy, when you're worried about and stressed about financial things, when you can't quite live the life or become the man you want to be because you don't have enough money or enough options. I know what that's like. And I want to help as many men as possible break free from that, because I think the world needs strong men who are free and happy and capable and wealthy and a positive light in the world. I want to spread that positivity. I want to help as many of you as I possibly can. So I give up sleep. I give up a whole bunch of stuff in order to help you guys, and I'm happy to do it. If you show me that you are willing to put in the hard work, if you show me that you're willing to avoid the trap of looking for the easy button, but you're instead willing to do what it takes to become successful and become that man, I will do everything I possibly can to break every single obstacle you face and help you make it happen. So guys, this has been a fun call. Normally we'll do a little bit more Q&A, we'll do a little bit more back and forth, but I think we've been able to cover some important and valuable information here. So just so you guys know, the recording of this will be posted in that live Power Up Call channel. I will also upload this into the resource inside the Learning Center. You guys can go back and rewatch these. Me and the team are currently working to get all the past power calls that I've ever done inside of the Learning Center. It's going to take some time because what is it, 300 and something crazy ones. We've done a lot of these. So we've got a lot of power calls to add in this. But if you want to watch the whole thing, the replay will be posted inside of the Learning Center. It will also be posted inside of the channel Live Power Up Calls. So guys, it's been great. Enjoyed working with you guys. Enjoyed talking to you guys. We've got a lot of fun things to do today. It's a wonderful Saturday full of opportunities to move forward and get some cool things done. So guys, let's go out. Let's get it. Let's conquer. I'll talk with you guys soon. All right, so we've talked about how to do landing pages, how to do individual emails. Talk about a lot of the different pieces and parts. We're going to fill in the next piece of the puzzle, which is how to write email sequences, right? So not just one email, but how do you connect emails and use them on the back end to actually make money for a company? So email is a very powerful platform for customer communication, right? It is how many businesses speak to their customers directly. It's refused to die. It's a powerful system, right? But a lot of what I'm going to be teaching you and sharing with you in this video can still be applied to other communication platforms like their social media account or SMS and stuff like that. It transfers quite a bit, but I'm going to be speaking primarily about emails, right? Once someone has signed up for a brand's email list, they are now part of that brand's world. This is like that first step into going from being like a follower, someone from the outside world, into being like their fan, right? And if a business can take that person and build and maintain a strong relationship with those people, if they can shift their beliefs, change the way they see the world, and inspire action towards that reader's goals, then that business can earn fans for life and will be able to achieve both a high LTV and a huge scale, right? If they can take everybody that walks in the door and connect with them and deeply and build rapport with them deeply and inspire them to take action, then they're going to be able to sell a lot more products. They'll be able to take that money and use it to increase their front end marketing. It's a key element to really being able to scale a business really high up, right? So let's talk about different kinds of email sequences, different ways to use the emails, and that kind of stuff, so you can get a feel for how it works. So the first thing you need to understand is the welcome sequence, right? So we talked about how to build an opt-in page. So once someone actually opts in that page and they're taking that first step into the world, you want to start hyper building that relationship right at the beginning. When they're hot and bothered, they've decided they want this thing. They've shown they're interested in solving this problem. They've taken a step. They've made one step of commitment towards the brand. You want to hyper build the relationship at that point, because it's like you're forging like a piece of steel. You've taken out the fire. It's hot. It's moldable. Now's the time to strike the hammer, right? To actually mold the relationship with this person. So you want to start providing value, and you want to start building rapport with the reader. This welcome sequence, this type of email sequence, is often called an indoctrination sequence, because this is the opportunity to reshape their view of the world, right? So most of the people don't have success because they don't understand how the world truly works, right? And every brand has their own take on what reality is, and key beliefs and important facts. And something that happens in this welcome sequence, on top of building rapport, on top of selling a product, is that you're going to start to reshape their view of the world. You're going to start sharing your opinions, your thoughts, your beliefs as a company and as a brand, and they're going to start adopting them, right? Now, the goal of this welcome sequence, they're going to come in one end, a new person who isn't familiar with you or your brand, right? And you're going to build a relationship with them. You're going to reshape their understanding of the world. You prepare them to purchase the next product on the value ladder, and that's where they're going to pop out, right? So you're going to come in a brand new person. You're going to do a bunch of stuff, and the end goal is they should be ready to purchase the next product in the value ladder, right? So if they've opted in for a free gift, maybe they buy the low ticket, or they've bought a low ticket thing, maybe you're getting them to buy a mid ticket. You know, they paid $7 for this thing, and now you're going to pay for $97 for the low ticket item, for example, right? Or they've opted in for a free ebook. Now you want them to buy the $197 membership or something like that, right? You take them in, you use this indoctrination sequence to build that rapport, to reshape their beliefs, and prepare them to purchase the next product. So usually that first email in the sequence is just a simple introduction and the actual bait they sign up for. So if they sign up for a free book, they're going to get the link to the free book in their email, and you're going to say hi. And usually you're also going to tease the content they're going to be getting in the next email, so they're going to want to come back and read it, right? So that first email is kind of administrative. but you want to tease some valuable content they're going to be getting in that next email. So they're going to show up the next day or for the next email that they get, right? And that's right. Email 2, that second email is usually an HSO email where they get the opportunity to know the guru or the brand's sort of discovery story, start to build rapport, get to understand what it's all about, and begin to shift some of those beliefs, to begin to, do the things that the HSO email does, right? Now, when you're presenting this information in the welcome sequence, not all of the emails have to be sales emails, right? So that HSO doesn't have to be an email that directly sends them to the next product, and the latter it can, but it can also just be something that teaches a valuable lesson. And instead of an offer, you just provide the information, some of the things they can do to act on right then and there, right? And these are called value emails, right? A lot of times we call these value emails, and the ones where there's a direct pitch, we call those a sales video, right? You can either do a value email where you just teach it there in the email. You can direct them to a YouTube video or a podcast episode. You generally want to increase engagement and help them start to consume the content that's going to help shift their brain, right? You can link to a product, but you don't have to. Email 3, so after you've done that HSO email, they've got a chance to get to know you and the brand. Email 3 is usually like a pure value email that just gives them new knowledge about the roadblocks and what needs to happen if they want to get to their dream state. And this can be done either with like a DIC, and then like a DIC format where you disrupt, you build some intrigue, and then you give them the answer. Or you can actually have them go and click. You can do the DIC email and they go click and they discover the answer and the information, that free value somewhere else. Again, there's a lot of flexibility in how you do this. Email 4 in the indoctrination sequence is usually another DIC email, but this is 100% usually focused on directing them to the product, right? So you've got them all excited and interested in buying into your world. You now use that, you stack a lot of curiosity and you drive into the product. A straightforward sales DIC email. And then email 5 is usually, and this is kind of the last one I'm going to present on right now, is usually a PAS style email that's designed to get them over the edge. They kind of learned about it. You've got them all excited. Now you just crank that emotion and you get them to go to the sales page and buy the product, right? That upsell product, that next thing on the ladder. You can have more than 5 emails. You can have a bunch of these. You can repeat some of these steps. You can do less. You can condense them. There's no fixed way. It's really up to you to decide what steps you want to include. But you just need to ask yourself, where is the reader when they first join? Where do they need to go? What steps need to happen for them to get there? And then you just kind of define the emails that you're going to do. I've given you kind of a rough outline of some of a format or something of a format you can use, but it's up to you to decide what the actual steps are. So that they can step in, go from being a brand new person to being someone who's fully bought into the vision, ready to buy that next product. Now, even if the reader doesn't buy that next product at the end, they should be bought into the brand, right? That's the biggest thing. You want to take them, even if they don't give you their money, they need to become someone who is in it, who understands what you're about, who believes your core things, and will be a good person to purchase who will purchase from you in the future, right? And who's going to enjoy opening those emails over and over again. They need to become addicted. This is Mr. Pavlov, and this is Pavlov's dog. So you guys probably are familiar with the traditional conditioning thing that he discovered. So he did this deal where he would ring a bell, and every time he would ring a bell, he'd feed these dogs steak. He ran this experiment, right? So he'd feed them food, ring a bell, feed them food, ring a bell, feed them food. And then eventually he got to the point where he just ring the bell and they'd start salivating because they were anticipating eating food, right? And this is essentially what you're going to do. You want to get them into the habit of every time you send an email, they get excited, they read it because it's a fun experience. It talks about interesting things. It's related to them, and it's just a good thing. You want to build up that habit in the indoctrination sequence so that the next time you send them an email, a week from now, a day from now, or a month from now, they're excited to open it. And maybe that's the time they buy your next product, or they go further and further up, right? You want to get them excited and addicted to consuming your content. So to get good at writing welcome sequences, I recommend you go out and sign up for as many newsletters as you can and take notes on what they do well and what they can improve on, right? So just go out, like you should be doing this for part of your email swipe file. We go sign up to as many new newsletters as possible, and then go read the content that they're sending out to you as you go through like their welcome sequence and see, oh, I like what they did here. They kind of made a mistake there. Oh, this resonates with me, or this one doesn't, right? That's a really good way for you to get experience. There's a lot of variety for how you do welcome sequences depending on the product and the services you're offering. But I recommend you just go sign up for as many as possible and see what they're doing. So let's talk about just normal newsletter emails. Now, this isn't like a sequence per se, but it's important to keep, once they've gone through that welcome sequence, it's important to keep that relationship with your list alive and continue to help them and sell them and guide them towards your other products as you move forward, right? You're going to want to make the majority of your emails to your list about helping them. Like the main focus would be about helping them and providing value, rather than only sending emails that are like pushing for a sale every single time. Like that's the full focus, right? You're building up what some people refer to as like a relationship bank account, right? So every time you send them an email that provides value, you're making a deposit, right? So you're increasing the balance in this imaginary relationship bank account. And then eventually you'll earn the right to make a withdrawal, right? To, let's say every time you send an email, you're depositing some stuff. You send 3 or 4 emails where you're giving them a lot of value and you build up a balance. Then you can then turn around and say, okay, I'm going to send you an email where I'm directly selling a product, but you've earned that right because you built it up by providing so much value, right? But even though you're sending value emails, doesn't mean you should ignore the DIC, PAS, or HSO elements. Those are still the best ways to grab people's attentions, build curiosity so that they'll pay attention to the lessons and value that you're sharing. So you still want to do DIC, you still want to do PAS, you still want to do HSO. You just might put the actual value inside the email or link to something that's free instead of an actual product, right? You can also tag on a mini CTA in the PS section for your value emails to capture sales as you educate and help them. So you have the whole email, you teach them some cool stuff, and you might do PS and a little entry bullet and a link to the actual product, right? That way you're not like overtly, like directly making the whole thing about selling. You're providing a lot of value and you're giving someone an opportunity to buy if they're interested, right? Usually you want to do like a 3-to-1 or a 2-to-1 ratio of value emails to sales emails. So you're going to send out 3 value emails and then a sales email. That way it's balanced and you have enough of a relationship capital built up over those deposits, those value emails, that you get the right to do a sales email. So that's how you send out your regular content to an email list. Now, eventually you're going to do what is often called a launch sequence. So when a business is going to launch a new product or hold a live or paid event, a paid webinar or something like that, you're going to send a series of emails to the list to build up demand and capture the maximum number of sales from your product, from your list, right? In many ways, these sequences are a lot like welcome sequences, right? There's usually an announcement email. It's kind of like that first email where you're going to open up and like you make an announcement, hey, we're holding this event, or hey, we're opening this product, blah, blah, blah. And you're going to start encouraging pre-orders or people to sign up for a wait list, that kind of stuff, to identify that they're ready for it. And then you're going to give a lot of value emails and free content. Maybe you're going to do a free webinar. Maybe you're going to do some videos. You're going to post some stuff. But you start educating the reader, reshaping some of their beliefs, and amplifying their pain and desire around like this problem or service that your product or service is connected to, right? Then usually after you've done that, there'll be a series of PAS when you get closer to like the launch date, where you're going to be using those PAS emails to amplify their pain and desire and actually get them ready to do it, right? If there's a sale period, right? So if it's like, it's only available, like say it's a course and it's only available for enrollment for like a week, then usually there's some high urgency PAS style emails that go out during that week. And especially right before the time that like the cart closes and like they can't purchase anymore, you're gonna have some urgency style emails where you're like, hey, 48 hours left, or hey, 24 hours left, or hey, 4 hours left, that kind of stuff to go out to the list and catch that last minute traffic as the urgency gets like greater and greater as you get closer to the end, right? So many businesses have multiple products. They launch new products. They do new courses. They do like cyclical launch patterns. So you might have to do the same launch sequence to your list 3 or 4 different times in a year, where you change the content up, but you basically follow the same process to get someone to come into a course or product, right? So that's a launch sequence, and it's kind of varied, right? But basically, again, you're going to have an announcement. You're going to build up some value. You're going to capture the sales with like a PAS style stuff, and you're gonna have some urgency stuff right as the end of the launch comes out, right? That's typically how a launch sequence goes. Now, there's another type of sequence which is called the reactivation sequence. So something you need to know is that over time, like naturally, subscribers will start to lose interest, will start to lose interest, and they'll stop opening up your emails, right? Just over time, they'll solve a problem, or they'll move on, or they'll die, or something happens, and they just stop opening your emails, right? Which isn't that big of a problem, but Google and like mail servers, like the actual technical side of things that actually send out emails, they keep track of open rates and spam complaints, right? So you don't want to get marked as spam, obviously, right? But they also track open rates. If you're sending emails over and over again to people who don't open it, your sending domain or address will actually blacklist your domain or treat your sending domain with less priority. So it'll actually like affect your deliverability to your actual good contacts, right? It'll keep you in the like promotions tab or the updates tab instead of helping you get into the primary tab, or it might just start sending you to spam, right? And you want to minimize as much that it possible. You want to maximize the deliverability. So if there's a lot of old subscribers who aren't responsive on that list, when you're on the business list that either you're running as a business owner or for the clients that you're working with, then you want to identify those people and give them a chance to either reintegrate themselves into the community or just clean them out of your list, right? And to do this, you do what's called a reactivation sequence, right? You're going to segment out the customers, the subscribers who haven't opened their emails in however many months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever you decide, right? You're going to create a new segment on your email marketing software. And then you're going to send those people a series of emails letting them know that they're going to be removed from your list. So you say, hey, so-and-so, like, I've seen you haven't been active in a while. Like, we want you to stay here. If you still want to receive emails, please click this link. Go do this, whatever. Usually, like, you make a link, say, hey, click here if you want to stay. They take that action, then they're tagged, they're taken out of that group. You can kind of bribe them to click that link by offering them a small discount on one of your products, or start reindoctrinating them by building like their curiosity and taking them through another journey, so they kind of go back through the welcome sequence all over again. You can engineer these sort of experiences for them. Basically, you want to find the people, and usually you want to use high intrigue, high attention grabbing subject lines on this, so you can give someone a chance to finally open their email. But you want to create these people, you want to identify them, you want to give them a chance to say, hey, raise their hand, click the link, and say, yeah, I want to still be in the brand. And then you're going to start giving them content that's going to help them kind of step back into that world and get reactivated, right? But eventually there has to be a breakup email where it's like, hey, it's your final last chance to stay. If you don't click this link within 24 hours, you're out. And then if they don't take the necessary action, you take everyone who didn't respond and you just remove them from the list, right? You take them off the email list. So that way you keep your sender score high. And then your focus is 100% on people who you're helping, people who are most engaged with the brand, right? It's going to help your open rate stay high, keep your sender score up, and it's going to keep your optimism up because you're working with an engaged group of people instead of people who have become apathetic, right? You want to get rid of those people, right? So those are some of the main sequences you're going to run as you're working with an email list and as you're creating email sequences. It's how you actually take those DIC, PES, HSO emails and you put them to work. Now, I need to talk about something called segmentation, right? So today's modern email marketing softwares, which is like EMS, things like MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, et cetera, right? They all allow you to segment your list based on behavior. So, for example, if you send them an email with a link to a YouTube video, for example, or you have them, or if they open a specific email, or they visit a certain page on your website, or buy a product, for example, you can actually tag them inside of that software. And that way, when you turn around, you can send emails to people who only have a certain tag or fit a certain segment, which is really cool because that way you can identify your best prospective customers, the ones who are like your loyal, diehard fans. And you can say, okay, they'd be a really good fit for this product. And you can send just those people specific emails where you treat them that way. Or you can say, okay, these are the men on the list, these are the women on the list. I'm gonna send them different emails because they're gonna respond to different pain points, right? The ability to segment and tag your list, it allows you to tailor the subscriber's experience to them and allow them to get the most value out of the product, right? The old rule of thumb is that a business should earn at least $1 per month for each subscriber on their list. So if you show up to help a business and they have 100,000 subscribers but are only making like 20K a month, then they need to improve their list health, improve their email sequences, and or add some new products to get more value per contact, right? And these are the tools you need to do this, right? You have the segmentation, you're going to be able to create new flows, better experiences for the best customers, for people. You're going to be able to create better welcome sequences so you can take a greater percentage of people who come in that front door and turn them into great, wonderful subscribers who are engaged and ready to purchase other products. If you create better launch sequence emails, you can maximize the amount of people who buy new products or ascend up that ladder. And as long as you keep your list health good, you should be able to put together email sequence after email sequence after email sequence to maximize the amount of value you're providing to that list, and also maximize the amount of value that they're giving you through purchasing your products, right? There's a lot of different ways to do email lists. There's a lot of ways to configure it. Again, sign up to as many email lists as you possibly can so you can get a feel for different things that people are doing. Because email is a very powerful tool to build that relationship with your client, your customers, and also capitalize from that relationship. It's an important tool. Again, a lot of it can be applied to social media, like how you post on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. You can follow a lot of the same stuff. You can't tag as well as you can there, but you can still plan out the kind of content and your sales content versus your value content, that same sort of thing, using these same principles. Okay, so at this stage, you guys have had some exposure to long form sales pages. You've looked at things in the swipe file. We have you looking through long form copy from the very beginning of your time here in HU2. Now, you've probably picked up on a few things. There's a few commonalities across all the sales pages, but I'm going to give you sort of a rough outline of what typically happens in a sales page, what each section is, and what the purpose is. Now, you need to understand this is a very loose outline. Not all sales pages have all these elements. Not all of them have them in the same order. Some have extra elements. It doesn't matter, right? There's a lot of different ways to accomplish the same thing, but all of these sales pages are going to accomplish the same overarching goals, which is they're going to captivate the reader's attention. They're going to shift beliefs and teach new lessons, and they are going to help the reader decide to buy the product if they are sort of a good fit, right? Now I'm going to talk about each section of this outline that I'm giving you. And again, this is a rough outline. I may add things to this in the future. You may pull up the Google Doc that's shared inside the sprints, and there might have additional or less items to be refined. But that being said, these are the main elements of a sales page, and they're the main elements of any long form sales, whether it's VSL, whether it's webinar, whether it's just a condensed version of this in a landing page. There's a lot of different ways to do this, but most of these elements are going to be found basically on all of them. So I'm going to go through each of the elements now. The first part of the sales page is that headline, that first part of the page. And the point of that is to grab attention and basically break the brain of the reader, right? Like they need to see the headline, and it needs to be something that they think about all day long, whether they read the rest of the article or not. Like it has to be something that captivates attention and creates massive curiosity and desire to continue reading the rest of the sales page. To do that, it has to be relevant. It has to be something about them, something about the thing they want. It's got to have some curiosity elements to it. This is where your fascination skills and your ability to understand your avatar come into play. A good headline can make or break a sales page, right? I'm going to be talking about in another sprint how to come up with good headlines, but we know that the headline is that first part, and it's in many ways one of the most important parts of a sales page. The next part, the next third of the sales page of the long form copy is the lead, right? Now the lead is, it's very much like the different types of short form copy that you've experienced so far. It's really going to be very similar to DIC or PAS, right? The point of this is to connect with the reader, help them understand that you understand them, that they're like known, seen, felt, or whatever, right? Like that you can relate to them, you understand their pain. You're going to make big promises about the dream state that you can help them provide. You're going to tease the mechanism or sort of that law of nature that's going to solve the part of the problem that they need to solve to get their dream state. You're going to tease that in a way that makes them want to keep reading. You're going to open loops and create some open-ended intrigue and curiosity here so that they read the rest of the sales page. A lot of you guys ask, like, well, do people really read these long sales pages? They do for curiosities, right? Some people don't read everything. Some people skim, and we'll talk about that in later videos. But a big part of the consumption of the sales page depends on how good your headline is and how good that lead is at connecting with their pain, making big promises, teasing certain things that will be revealed in the rest of the page, and establishing credibility so that they want something, they're curious about something, and they know it's just safe or real enough for them to invest their time in reading, right? Once you've accomplished then the lead, then you go to what's known as the body, or sort of the main part of the sales page. Now the goal of the body is the whole point is to shift their beliefs. You're basically red pilling them on how the world really works, right? They want this dream state, but they can't have it, or they haven't figured out how to have it yet. And it's because they don't understand something about how the world works. There's some beliefs they need to fix. There's some insights they need to have and the path they need to take. The body is going to reveal what they need to do to get their dream state, but not necessarily how to do that thing, right? Another thing that happens in the body is you are going to oftentimes use a discovery story where it's told through the point of your guru or some other person of how they discovered the solution. So it's a chance for you to use storytelling to take the reader on an emotional journey where they get to experience some of the same emotions and discover some of the same things that the guru did as they discovered or came across the solution that they're presenting inside the product, right? So you're going to introduce the guru. You're going to preview. Usually, if you're going to be doing storytelling, you don't always have to use a story here, but if you do, you're going to usually like slap them with a height of drama. So the moment where it's most interesting, exciting, or dangerous, you're gonna usually slap that right in front of them. So you open that loop and make them want to read the rest of the story. You show the person's struggles, right? Something with this is you don't want to make the guru look like a loser. You want to make them look like a really good person that just had a problem because of a lack of understanding or, again, a lack of belief or something that you're going to easily solve with a product, right? You don't want to be like, the guy was a complete alcoholic and that's why his business wasn't working. No, you want to be like, he was a good guy working hard his business. He just didn't understand how to do credit, for example, right? So you're going to show the struggles. And again, the reader's going to be going along with the guru in the story. And I'm going to talk more about this in the sprint where we break down storytelling in sales pages. But basically, you're going to give them the chance to empathize with the guru. Be like, okay, he's going through something similar to me, maybe a little bit worse. Show the ways they tried to solve the problem but couldn't, kind of to preemptively address some skepticism or alternate paths. You're going to probably show that moment where all seems lost, like it looks like he's going to fail, but then miraculously there's a decision and a discovery moment where he figures out what he needs to do to be successful. Either someone else comes in, he puts in the work and goes and figures it out himself. Somehow, some way he finds a solution. He understands how the world works. He understands this mechanism. And he's able to then go and experience the dream state, right? And you're going to give them the story, and usually this discovery story allows them to see how this goes. Like they get to experience the roller coaster of the emotions and get to kind of get a glimpse of what it would be like when they solve this problem for themselves. With this, again, they should read this part of the sales letter and be like, wow, my life has completely changed. I know what I need to do now. I know what's holding me back. I know what I need to do, but they should have a million questions about how to do it. And they should have some doubt in their ability to do it by themselves. That's how they should, they'll walk in the body excited to learn, and they'll walk out of the body section with their mindset shifted. They'll probably tell all their friends about it for the rest of the day/week. And they'll be eager to figure out how to actually implement the solution to their problem that they just discovered in that body section, right? You're making claims and then you're going to be backing up with proof, like within the story and with other proof elements. Again, that's something I'll talk about more in the body section, but that's what happens in that middle section of the copy. Once you're doing that, then you move to what's called the close, right? Now, the purpose of the close is to introduce the product and to help them make the purchasing decision now that you've amplified their desire, you've reshifted their brain, and you've shown them what they need to do. Now you're going to position the product or service as the vehicle that will help them actually act on and implement that solution, right? So you're going to introduce the product, you're going to show how it taps into the mechanism, you get the dream state, you're going to tease contents, right? This is very important, right? Like you're not going to just reveal explicitly what's on the inside. You want to create massive FOMO and curiosity about what the actual contents are. Like if it's modules or their attributes of the thing, you're going to want to use fascination bullets here and bullet points, right? Like this is where the bullet point comes from to tease that, tease what's on the inside. Like if you go look at the table of contents of any of Dan Kennedy's books, they're just giant fascination bullets. They tell you what's inside, but they also just make you massively curious to actually read what's inside, actually discover what's there. So they've got massive desire, right? They know about their pain, they know about the dream state. They just reshifted their beliefs. They know what they need to do. So they're pretty on board with purchasing. If you douse that with just if you douse that fire of desire with insane curiosity here at this point, it makes it really easy for them to want to buy, right? It'll drive them over the edge. Then you'll what's called value stack. So you'll show what they have on the inside in terms of how valuable it is, and you'll introduce price. So that's going to allow you to anchor that price. So you're going to say you're going to get all these things for X amount of dollars, right? Then you're going to stack additional value with bonuses. Usually we say, and that's not all, you also get X, Y, Z. You've seen this in like late night infomercials. The reason they do that is because it works. You can do it tactfully. But what happens is, and I'll cover this more in detail in the video, but in the other sprints, but once you set the price for the main contents and then turn around and stack bonuses on top, they see that as pure profit, value profit in their brain. They're like, okay, I'm paying this much I'm paying, let's say $397 for this much value, but then he's stacking on an extra $1,000 of value after that. It's all pure, like the rest of that is just pure profit they're getting for free in their mind. It's just how human brains work. It helps them make decisions. So you definitely do that. Then you'll also, in the close, you'll probably introduce a guarantee or a risk reversal or the lack thereof, right? You're going to do, again, at this stage, we're just trying to pull some of the levers to make this decision as easy as possible. One of the ways to do that is to reverse risk with a guarantee. This is where you would do your guarantees. Also, this is where you want to hit scarcity or urgency, right? If it's real and if it's available, you're going to say there's only a limited number of slots / products, slots / actual inventory, or this is going to end. I'm going to not give away the bonuses. I'm not going to sell this product after X date, right? You want to add some urgency. And then there's a bunch of different ways, different closes. I'm a big fan of the 3-way close. You probably do that a lot. So you'll present them with the 3 paths to have. You can either go back into the world and stay blue pilled. You can try and figure it out by yourself and take 10 or 20 years, or you can just buy this product and get the dream results quickly and easily as possible while avoiding all the problems, right? And then you're going to dump the testimonials. Oh, also, yeah, down here is like above, like once you actually tease the product, that's typically when you drop the testimonials and then you introduce the price. And then at the end, it's really common to just dump insane amounts of testimonials at the bottom so that the social proof gives them a little more certainty that this is going to work for them. Anyways, like I said, these are rough elements. There's a lot of different ways that people do this. There's no one right way, but you need to accomplish these sort of psychographic or psychological outcomes that I've defined here for each of these sections. How you do it and where you put the Lego pieces on the inside isn't as important. So this is the rough outline. This is roughly what you're going to see in the sales pages you look for. This is roughly what you're going to include in the sales pages, VSL. Again, any type of long form copy that you do for your clients. And again, this is rough. This will be updated. This will be refined as time goes on. I'll probably redo this video too. Anyways, go over this list, compare it to some of the sales pages that you've got in your swipe file that you looked over, see what they do, see what they don't do, see if there's any additional things. Use this as kind of a general guide to what has to happen in long form copy. So if you're struggling to find search terms or struggling to find ways to search for these types of businesses, let me show you how to use ChatGPT to speed this up. So let's say you're going to be looking on YouTube for people who are in the energy healing niche, right? They are way into providing people health through like weird woo-woo energy healing. Let's say that's who your market that you've decided to work with. You can just go into ChatGPT and say, hey, give me 32 search terms I could use on YouTube to find content from businesses in the energy healing niche. Now you could replace that with different platforms if you wanted to search on Instagram or Twitter or whatever, or you could do it with different sub niches, right? You could say, give me 32 search terms I could use on YouTube to find content from dog trainers. Doesn't really matter, right? You let that rip, and ChatGPT will obviously help you out. You can search these different things, and all of these different these search terms are going to probably spit out content created by businesses that are in that niche. Then you take that stuff, you find the business that fits your stuff, you add them to your spreadsheet, and you reach out to them later. Simple stuff. ChatGPT will speed up your process for prospecting 10x, 30x if you know how to use it right. Big, powerful tool. All right, so as you are brainstorming and thinking of different markets you'd like to partner with, ChatGPT is a powerful tool to help you get a lot of different ideas for sub niches or sub markets within the giant 3 or within local businesses. Let me show you how you can do this. So you just go to ChatGPT and you say something like, give me 22 sub niches from the wealth niche. You let that rip, and ChatGPT will spit out a bunch of different sub markets, right? These are different markets or niches inside of the giant one for wealth. You can do the same thing for relationships. You can do the same thing for local businesses. You can do the same thing for health. You can dive down. You can ask it for more than 22. You can ask it for 200, 300. Again, this is used to seed your creativity and start help you think of different opportunities to explore. ChatGPT is a powerful tool. I'll show you other ways that you can use this once we start looking for specific types of businesses or specific businesses to partner with, how to find them online and stuff like that. But for right now, if you're having trouble thinking of different markets you'd like to work with, go to ChatGPT, ask it to help you find different sub niches inside of those giant niches, and you'll find a business or a market that you can probably start looking into and researching and finding businesses to partner with.
All right, so real quick, some people check content to see if it's written by AI. This might happen with your prospects. It might happen with any condition. People are going to check sometimes to see if something was written by AI. and it might lower their perceived value of the content if it comes up positive. They're going to use tools like this, which is ironically a form of AI. Let me show you what happens when you do just normal text. So I kind of have a prompt that I worked on here. So this is the good prompt, right? This would be sort of a misspelled version of what you might have ChatGPT do, like write a blog post, right? So it generates this cool blog post. Now this particular checker, the free version, it only will do 1,500 words. So we're just going to take the first couple, let's go over here. We're going to take the first couple paragraphs. We're going to copy these and we're going to paste them into to this checker and see what it says. 21% human generated content. This is very obvious that this is definitely written by AI. Now, I have a really simple prompt, a few things that I've added to this. Oh, dang it, I lost my old one. Okay, I'm not just remember it. So what I did to make this work better is I simply took and I said, hey, write a blog post about this. I'm going to change my screen real quick. I said, and then I gave it a few extra things. Now, this is how to make it sound human, right? And this is going to be kind of like one of the other lessons, but let me show you. You say, you got to assign a voice to it. So make it sound like a tweed jacket wearing professor talking to a group of young 20-year-old students. Said vary the sentence length, make some sentences, because this is really the big thing. A lot of the checker, like they analyze like a lot of the stuff that AI creates is all the same sentence length. If you tell it to do some short, some long, it fixes it. Some sentences short and make others long. Make it personal, add a touch of humor. And then this is just a throwaway line, but it seems to work. Make the blog post sound unique when compared to other blog posts. Super simple prompt. You let it rip, and we're going to have some content here. Let's see what I came up with, like a random topic. The French-American War doesn't really mean very much, but let's check this. So you can read this. This obviously sounds a lot better. It sounds more human. Let's go ahead and throw the first 3 paragraphs in and see what this AI says about our AI generated text. Boom, 93% human generated content. This is going to pass detection, right? And all that I did is I told it the very sentences. I told it to make it personal. I gave it a speaker and I gave it an audience. And then I told it to add to make it personal, add a touch of humor, and make it sound unique. And then look at that, AI was able to do it. So when you guys are getting ready to write content and you're about to let it rip out into the world, it might be a really good idea for you to add a few lines to your prompts so that it doesn't get detected by AI in case someone checks. That usually means it's better copy and better.
Now, in the last few videos, I showed you examples of how to get in front of people and catch people's attention who are searching for problems, and also how to get attention from people who are just passively going through their life on social media or throughout the world, right? Now, something that's really important is, and this is going to tie back into some of those previous lessons where we talk about humans and value, the way you get in front of, the way you actually gain their attention. Because yeah, you can pay to get there, you can build content that gets recommended, but the only reason they'll ever pay attention to you is if you talk about something that is valuable to them, something that they care about. Now, if they're actively searching for a problem, you just talk about how to help them solve that problem. If they're trying to achieve some dream outcome or avoid some pain, you talk about that, right? You pay attention to the ads and the different pieces of content. They're almost always connected to one of those human desires. So whenever you do this, again, I'm going to show you how to do the research and how to find these things in the future and how to write all these different types of ads and create different types of content, etc. in the future. But for now, just realize in order to get in front of people's and to actually capture their attention, you have to talk about something that's valuable to them. And you also need to be different to some degree, right? You can't just show up and be the same as everybody else. You have to show up and look a little bit different than the things on their feed. You have to be visually different and stand out. There's a whole bunch of factors, and we're going to go into depth about those later. But for now, just realize that no matter if you're getting in front of them during search or during just interrupting their normal life by providing these ads or these content for them, you need to find a way to stand out and to provide value to them. You have reached the point where the rubber hits the road inside of this program. This is when you really start creating copy for the first time. Now, I want to help you manage your expectations at this point, because this is when it starts to feel difficult. You're gonna learn the lessons. You're gonna start writing your fascinations. In the next stage, you're gonna learn some lessons. You're gonna start writing full-on emails, and then it continues to get more exciting as time goes on. But there's a tendency for a lot of students when they reach this point to think, "Oh no, this is difficult," or "Oh no, my writing isn't that good." Understand that your writing isn't going to be that good at this stage. Your first few attempts, they're not going to be that good. And that's okay. Mine were just as horrible as yours are. As you go through this, you don't have to be perfect in order to move on to the next stage inside of the program. It's okay. Do your first attempt, learn the lessons, make your first attempt, pass the quiz, and then move on to the next stage. And this process of improving your craft and getting better and refining your ability to write fascinations, to write emails, to write landing pages, etc., is a process that's going to continue the duration of, let's call it, your career as a copywriter. I still spend time every day improving my skills in these key areas, right? You don't have to be perfect. You just have to understand the concepts, have gone through the exercise, and at that point, feel free to move on to the next stage. You will continue to refine your skills each day as you take some time to practice. Once you get to your copywriting unit at the end of the boot camp, you're going to take a lot of time there, and there are going to be a lot of people who will help you improve your craft. At this stage, you just need to understand the concepts, be able to apply them inside of the mission, and then move on to the next stage. The faster you can do that, the more you will learn, the better the context will be, and the better your ability to be effective as a copywriter. It'll just stack up like crazy at that point. You will make more money if you move through this quickly and continue to practice over time. Let's see you in the next stage. All right, so in the last video, I taught you about curiosity, attention, how to capture it, how to create it. You understand the concepts now. I'm going to show you how to actually do that through something called fascinations, right? Fascinations are the Lego blocks of copywriting, right? So before we dive into like writing emails, landing pages, Facebook ads, or anything like that, you need to learn the smallest building block of copywriting, which is fascinations. Like where do fascinations come in the copywriting? They're literally everywhere. Like this is a sales page, the headline, it's fascination. This Facebook ad, first little part, fascination. This email, littered with fascination. They're literally the building blocks, the Lego pieces that entire pieces of copy are written with, right? So if you learn how to write killer fascinations, you'll have no problem capturing your reader's attention, which is the first and greatest battle you have to win as a copywriter. You have to capture their attention, and you have to maintain curiosity and desire throughout the entire time. Fascinations will make that happen. If you do it right, fascination will get the reader literally addicted to reading you. So what exactly is a fascination? I've hyped them up pretty good. Let's talk about what they actually are. A fascination is a short line or two that combines desire with intrigue to create a potent effect in the mind of the reader, right? So again, done right, they're going to read it. They're going to see that intrigue. They're going to see that thing that they care about combined with some like some specific intrigue, some specific curiosity elements, and it will make them rabid to read the rest of your work and take action at the end, right? It creates like a splinter in their mind, right? So here's some examples, some like in-depth examples of different really good fascinations. You can get kind of a feel for what it's like. So here's one. This is one of my favorite headlines of all time. And it's wife of famous movie star swears under oath her new perfume does not contain an illegal sexual stimulant. Obviously, this is connected to a desire. And there's enough elements here of there's some specificity, there's some drama, there's some elements of mystery and intrigue that make this extremely, extremely curious. You want to know more about this perfume, and wait, there's enough drama here that you have to continue reading, right? This was from a single line inside of a landing page, just one little line about halfway down the page. So this is one of many of these fascinations that were on this page, but it was just my weird hashtag strategy that helped me grow by 52,000 followers in 1 month, right? Specific detail connected to something that a person would care about a lot. If you're in the social media game, this is something that would catch your attention. It's specific and it's got a level of mystery, the weird hashtag strategy. There's a level of curiosity there. You want to read, you want to discover what this is. And this is another famous headline, old school ad. That's why it's kind of grainy. And it's amazing secret discovered by one-legged golfer, adds 50 yards to your drives, eliminates hooks and slices, and can slash up to 10 strokes from your game almost overnight. If you read this back in the day and you were a golfer, you had to figure it out, right? It's so interesting and intriguing, and it's connected to something you care about so much. You can't ignore this. You have to keep reading, right? And essentially all fascinations, they really have two main elements. One is that implied opportunity or threat. There's that thing that they want, that thing that they care about. And then there's specific details or elements that make the reader think that there's something real on the other side, the thing that gives them just enough information that it creates an information gap. So they can be curious about it. And again, when done correctly, your avatar should read this, like those headlines we read, those fascination bullets we read. If you're an avatar that's directed to, you should not be able to ignore that fascination, and you should feel that strong compulsion to keep reading. You have to figure out the answer, right? It's that riddle, that unsolved riddle. Now, I'm going to give you some formulas you can use to create fascinations, right? We talked about what fascinations are, how they work. You understand how curiosity works. I'm going to give you some actual recipes for how to do it, right? Now, these are general recipes, right? Like you'll be able to use them. You can combine these elements together. You can use them independently. Some of them might seem a little salesy, a little cliche. You might not use all of them in every project. You might need to find the balance there. We'll talk about that a little bit at the end, but these are recipes you can pick up and start writing fascinations right away for any project you're using, right? First one, how to. I've created an example one here. So if you're going to write using a how-to, you would just swap out the specific details with the specific details from your project and the desire or threat or whatever with the desire threat from your avatar in your project, right? So how to become a 10K a month copywriter as quickly as possible. The secret to writing killer fascinations every time you sit down at your computer. There's the why formula, why most billionaires start their day in the exact same way. The what formula, what to do if you want to land your first copywriting client in less than 30 days. What never to say on a first date if you actually like the girl. It's kind of like an inverse of the what. And that one's a really good one for the threat. Then there's plus. Plus is good if you want to stack on an additional. If you stack fascinations, they obviously amplify, right? So if there's one fascination that's cool, but if you add 3 back to back, they stack on top of each other, it amplifies. And the plus is one that lets you do that. So plus the exact phrase that will make her blush, smile, then fall deeply in love with you. You can stack curiosity, stack fascinations. The number of fascinations is a powerful one because it gives specificity. 7 steps to guarantee you will reach your push-ups goal each day. 7 steps, it's specific. They want to dive into it. The right, wrong one. This is an old one, a classic one. If overused, it can come off as a little salesy, but there are some applications when it's really powerful. You can use the same mental experience with slightly different phrasing and achieve the same result. Here's an example. So working smart is what will guarantee your success, right? So you put that commonly held belief or what their main belief is, right? Question mark. Wrong. You're saying, hey, your expectation, you're actually wrong. We're going to break your expectation. Why working smart will never be enough and what you need to do instead. And you can see that that's a kind of a combination of a couple of these formulas. The right, wrong one is a powerful one to swap their expectation. They expect it to be one thing and you're telling them, no, it's another thing. It's kind of related to not statements. Then there's the warning. That's obviously a threat one. Warning, don't email another client until you learn this new upsell question that will dramatically increase your closing price. Warning, something big and important is happening. Again, that can be overused. You got to be really careful with it. This is a good question one. So are you afraid you'll get stuck with a depressing white picket fence life if you don't make real money now? Like this is a way to connect to a pain or a desire that they have. That's a good way to get them to pay attention. The human brain really can't ignore questions. That's actually an interesting little point I want to make here. If you ask a question, they might not like it, they might not answer, but they can't ignore it. Humans can't really ignore questions. It's a weird little thing, something to know about. Gimmick. So for this formula, you can use anything: gimmick, hack, shortcut, etc. You're basically promising a silver bullet. Again, you have to be careful with some markets with this, but this can be a powerful one. The writing hack that will force your reader to pay attention to every single word, right? You're promising them a new way to solve a problem more effectively. That's what gimmick or hack or even secret, right? Those are different ways to do it. Sneaky. This one is where you kind of see you sneaky, weird, right? There was that one example of the headlines. The sneaky headline formula that will break your reader's mind and double or even triple your sales. Like sneaky, weird, unorthodox, those type of words tend to imply a certain level of novelty and curiosity. Direct benefit. This is where you just kind of slap in the face with something they really care about or something they're really afraid of. Become the strongest man in your gym in 30 days or less. Boom. Big, bold promise, big, bold, direct benefit, powerful way to catch attention, right? Specific question. Did you know that 99% of billionaires use the same strategy to make their first real money? Again, I've made these up. Like, these obviously aren't real fascination points. They're not based on anything real. But specific questions, usually at the crux of the issue, the crux of the roadblock, or the crux of the thing that they desire, that can usually grab attention. Again, the human brain cannot ignore questions. So here's another one, the if then one. This is a powerful one. You will use this one quite a bit. The example here is, if you are tired of falling flat on your face when talking with that beautiful girl, then you need to learn the 7 questions that will get any girl wildly interested in you. That first part, that if, usually asks a question about something that they desire or something they fear. And in the then section, you then tease the mechanism for getting what they want or avoiding the pain that they're dealing with, right? If then, desire and pain, then specific detail, tease, curiosity, right? When. Now this is kind of a play on the when, the what, or the how. The when is related to times or situations. For example, this one, when eating chocolate will actually boost your fat loss. It's like, hey, there's a situation where this other counterintuitive thing will happen. When is a powerful formula. You probably won't use that one quite as often, but it's there. Quickest, easiest. There's a whole bunch of adjectives that mean kind of the same thing. Quickest, easiest, simplest, most straightforward. Those types of adjectives can amplify curiosity because they imply novelty. They imply something that means superiority, right? So humans are curious about that whenever there's a clear winner. Like, these adjectives usually say that. So if you just tack them onto stuff, it will amplify the curiosity they experience. So the quickest way to boost your confidence and get that millionaire glow, you can say the easiest, the simplest, all that stuff. Those are powerful ones. Truth is a good one. The truth about trading crypto that will ensure you're on the right side of history. It implies that there is an information gap that if you know, that if you solve, you will get the result that you want, or you will avoid the pain that you're avoiding. Truth, again, secret's kind of a variation of this one. But truth is a powerful formula. Better than is good. So this example, better than caffeine, discover the best legal supplement for greater focus and discipline. This is where you're breaking their expectations again, right? Where they're saying, you take what they think is the best option and you say, hey, there's a new thing that's better than that option. It's not necessarily product-based, but it's more like solution type based. So better than is a cool way to flip their expectations and present them something new. And then single, right? And it's kind of related to the number one, but single is focused. It's like, this is the most important thing. When you say single or the single blank, it adds importance to that thing. It magnifies the size and the importance of the thing you're teasing. So the single step you must take before all of your sales calls to maintain frame and close like the Wolf of Wall Street. The single step, like it magnifies the importance of it. And when you magnify the size of that, the bigger and better it'll catch their attention. And the smaller the information gap seems, the smaller the information gap is in their mind, the smaller the information gap seems in their mind, the easier they think it'll be, or the more their desire is to actually close that gap, right? So those are some good formulas, right? Those are guidelines. You can use some of them. You have to use all of them. Some of them won't fit for your audience. Some of them might feel too cliche. Some of them won't feel strong enough. You'll pick and play with all of them when you sit down to do projects. You'll have to gauge which ones are most appropriate for your audience as you go through it. But anyways, so let's go back over now. In that last call, we talked about the elements, or the last video, we talked about the elements that will enhance curiosity. You want to use these with your fascinations. You can see how they tie into the fascinations to magnify the actual effect of them, right? The first one is specificity, right? It needs to feel real. Whenever you're dropping the fascination, it can't be vague. It has to feel like there actually is something real. And if you give them a glimpse, if you give them part of the answer without giving them the full answer, then they know that there's the rest of the answer has to exist. So specificity is powerful, not out statements where you flip their expectations, where you say it's not this thing, it's another thing. That's a really powerful way to magnify curiosity. Again, borrowed status or mystery. You saw me do that a couple of times. I talk about billionaires, this or that, right? Wolf of Wall Street, right? Borrowed status, borrowed mystery. Those always magnify it. Unexplainable results is something seems counterintuitive or it doesn't mesh with the reality. The more that you can include, the more curious they'll be. And then here's another one. I added this in here for this video, but that's conflict and drama. If humans are drawn to it, if there are two forces that are fighting against each other, there's usually a reason why. There's usually something at stake. We are drawn to drama and conflict. women especially, but everybody, right? The more conflict or drama you can mix into the elements when you're building fascinations, when you're building curiosity, the more attracted people will be to learning and figuring out what's going on, right? Think about it, like when you're in school and a fight breaks out, everyone runs trying to figure out what's going on. It's human nature to understand and get to the root of conflict, right? Now, fascinations are important, and this is typically like the second big step you'll do on any big project. So the first step is obviously research. You sit down, you understand the avatar, understand their situation, all that good stuff. You map that all out, and then usually what you'll do is just sit down and you'll write at least 100 fascinations for you to use during the rest of your project, whether you're writing emails, ads, web pages, funnels, all that stuff. Doesn't matter. You're going to want as many fascinations to draw on as ammunition as possible, right? You're going to want to get really good at these. This is going to be something you're going to do quite a bit of. As you go through your world, as you're on social media or online or reading billboards, take note of interesting fascinations you see, because you'll start to see some that stand out to you. Whenever you see one that works, try and figure it out. Copy it, save it down, and try and figure it out. And you can save it and use it for inspiration while you're sitting down and when you have to come up with fascination in the future. The best copywriters in the world are all masters of this, right? All the top ones, all the great ones they got where they were and they succeeded because they got good at writing fascinations, because it allows them to control curiosity and control attention. Now it's your turn to learn this skill. It's pretty easy. You've got the formulas. You understand how attention and curiosity works. You understand how people work. Once you have this ability, though, you'll be able to control people, right? You'll be able to control attention, which is a superpower. And you have to use it for good. You can't use it for evil. But you can use it to help you and your clients make tons of money, because it is the game. And if you're good at fascinations, you'll be good at that. All right, let's talk about the 3 steps you need to take to go from where you are right now to making your first money as a copywriter. So step number 1, you need to understand how businesses work, and you need to learn how humans work. So you're going to learn how businesses produce profit, what the 2 levers are that you can pull to maximize profit. And you're going to learn how they identify and help markets of people, right? And part of that is you need to understand how people work, how they decide to change, what motivates them, the way that a business can show up and help that person. You're going to need to understand how to find that information and how to leverage that information. You're also going to learn all the different types and versions of marketing systems online for all the different types of businesses and how you can architect them to maximize the way that they communicate to those people. So that's step number 1. Understand businesses and understand human beings, understand value and change. That's step number 1. Now I've created this little channel. It's this little place you can go. If you're ever lost, don't know what you need to do, just look at the daily checklist. There's sections for when you're going through the boot camp. There's sections for after that when you're like learning to land your first client. There's sections for what to do once you have your first client. If you don't know how to manage your time and what to focus on and how to move forward as quickly as possible, look at the daily checklist channel. It'll show you exactly what you need to do. Step number 2 is you need to learn how to actually write. You need to learn how to write and create all of those marketing assets that you learned about in the first step. You're going to need to learn how to write those Facebook ads and how to write those landing pages and how to write that product description. You have to learn how to write all of that. There are specific emotions that when you trigger them in a human being, it inspires them to take action. I'm going to teach you how to do that using the power of words. I'm also going to teach you how to use AI to massively speed up how much you can write and to help you improve the quality of your writing, especially when you're first starting out. That's sort of on the side step. The second step is you're going to learn how to actually write. And then the third step is I'm going to teach you how to partner with businesses, how to identify the best businesses to reach out to, how to show up in a way that provides value to them, earn a conversation with them, have a sales call, close them as a client, and then how to actually fulfill for them, how to take all the things you learn from step 1 and step 2 to actually help those businesses increase their revenue, increase their profit, and how to manage that relationship so that it becomes the most profitable relationship possible. A good client, if managed correctly, is worth at least 6 figures a year. So I'm going to teach you how to find businesses to partner with and how to bring on as clients like this so you can earn a significant amount of money as a copywriter. It won't be 6 figures when you first start out, but you're going to have to grow and upgrade that client over time. I'm going to show you how to do that in that third step. Now, there's kind of a fourth step or a meta step. There's some other things you're going to learn as you go through this program to help you execute on this 1, 2, 3 step system, right? You're going to need to learn how to improve your time management, how to improve your thinking, how to trigger your creativity. I'm going to teach you all of that stuff as well. So here again, summary, 3 steps. Step 1, you need to learn how to understand businesses and people, understand value. Step 2, you need to learn how to write and how to communicate persuasively and influentially, right? And step number 3 is how to go and find the right businesses to partner with and how to partner with them. And how quick that happens depends entirely on your ability to invest your time and energy and to learn and to think. And I'm going to show you how to massively improve that as we go through the program. All right, so let's talk about something called markets, right? Another names for this is like niches or industries. Now, if you gather a bunch of people together who all have the same desires and all share the same characteristics, this is what is often referred to as a market. There's a health and fitness market, and each of these markets represent a group of human desires, right? When you get a whole bunch of people together that have the same desires, you get what's called a market, right? And businesses will usually serve a market. So a business will set up shop and help people that are looking to improve their health and fitness, for example. That's a business that has now found a target market that they help, a target market, a group of people that have the same desires, right? Now, something to understand with markets is there are big markets. There are a bunch of people that have a bunch of big general desires, and there are very small defined markets, right? For example, there are people who want to lose weight, like with a vegan diet, and there's people who want to lose weight with a carnivore diet. There's people that want to improve their relationship with their 2-year-old child, and there are people who want to improve their relationships with their spouse once they are over 50 years old, right? There are different human desires, but if you get enough people together, if you can find a bunch of humans that all have that same desire, which is made way easy with the internet, you can then set up a business to help solve that problem or fulfill that desire that those people have. You're going to hear me talk about markets. You're going to hear me talk about niches. As a business, you're going to try and find these different markets, and you're going to find ways to help them. The market always wins. So people's desire is more powerful than what a business may or may not decide to do. And what I mean by that is the only thing that at the end of the day matters is what they want. Right? You have to find a way to give them what they want. You can't give them something else that they don't want and expect the market to reward that, right? You need to find out what the market wants and give that to them. Now, as you go into this, as you start partnering with businesses, as you start writing copy, I'm going to show you how to think about markets, how to research them, how to understand people in that market, how to understand what the other businesses in the market are doing. I'm going to teach you how to understand all of that. But for now, just understand that the world kind of assembles into these little markets. People with the same desires kind of group together, and businesses help them. So that's what a market is, and that's how a market works. Okay, so we're talking about how to get attention online, right? We've already talked about how to get attention from people who are actively out searching for a solution or for information regarding a problem or desire they have. Now let's talk about how businesses go about interrupting you kind of as you go about your normal life to get your attention, how they grab your attention while you're just kind of existing in the world. I'm going to focus mainly on social media. Now there's a lot of ways people do this, all the way from billboards on the side of the street to there's a lot of different things showing up in your email and stuff like that. There's a lot of different ways, but I'm going to focus primarily on social media and showing up in sort of your feeds as you kind of go through life. So I'm going to share my screen so you can see a few examples. Starting off, let's look at YouTube. We've already looked at YouTube as, through the idea of it being a search engine, as you can see up here. But let's talk about what it's like when you just use the platform, right? So if I show up on YouTube to just use YouTube, as you can tell, there's a bunch of different things that have now been sort of interrupted. They're in my face, they're in my feed here. And some of them are paid, like this one right here. This guy has paid money to show up in front of my face, just sort of in my home here, my feed. It's an ad for a product. He's paid to get in front of my eyes right now. And then there's a bunch of other people that YouTube has recommended. I follow some of these accounts. I don't follow most of them, I don't think, but it's just sort of recommended these because they think it's content that I'm going to like. So these people have sort of organically earned my attention, right? Because here we are looking at it, right? So let's say I click on this video right here, right? Or this one. I have a bunch of like random music playing in the background. Okay, so here we go. Immediately we now get an ad, right? We've got an ad here. These people have paid to interrupt me before I get to watch the video on this account. And now they're advertising to raise money for this guy. So let's say I skip the ad, go to the normal stuff. We've got the ad over here on the side, right? Every so often, YouTube would probably interrupt me with ads. But then over here on the side, you can see a whole bunch of things that they are also doing to kind of interrupt my consumption of this and get my attention while I'm just sort of consuming stuff on YouTube. We've got this ad right here for the stupid game. We've got a bunch of other recommended videos that it thinks that I will like. And these different videos get to now, these ads are trying to monetize my attention. If I click on that link, it'll take me there and they'll try to give me a purchase of product or donate or whatever. If I click these videos, they're going to seek to get my attention so they can make money from YouTube. And then they might like sell a product on the back end, for example. So that's kind of how YouTube works as far as ways you can interrupt people on YouTube, both organically without paying anything. You can create content that's really, really good and it's going to get recommended by the algorithm to these people, or you can pay to sort of interrupt people and, have an ad before a video or an ad on the feed or, for example, things like that. So that is YouTube. Let's look at Instagram. So here's Instagram. I'm on the Discover page, right? Instagram, like this is just kind of where a lot of people go. They go to the discover page, they go to reels, they watch videos, they see stuff like this. These people have, perhaps one or two of these are sponsored. I don't actually know. I think I probably actually have ads turned off here. Yeah, I have ads turned off. This is content that Instagram thinks I would really benefit from seeing. So it placed it there in front of me. It knows a little bit about me. So it recommends content that it thinks I like watches and fitness and Tate stuff. And that's kind of what it recommends. So I could click this stuff and consume this. And these people have earned the right to get my attention. And now I'm going to, give them my attention, and then they're going to try and monetize it. They'll try and sell me a watch or have me follow them and then purchase their fitness program or something like that. Right. So I'm doing this on desktop, but a lot of times this just happens on mobile, right on a mobile device. Now, the same thing happens inside of a feed. Let's see if we can go through here. Yeah. So for example, I follow this guy. Here's some content that is in front of me. But if I scroll down through here, people will pay to interrupt me, right? Instagram might recommend other accounts or other content that I don't follow as well, because they're trying to get things that are valuable in front of me. This is an example of, I'm just living my life on Instagram, and businesses are trying to interrupt my normal flow and put advertisements or content in a way that I decide to pay attention to, so then I can later monetize it. So that's an example of how it goes on Instagram. Now let's see if I can do Facebook without sharing a bunch of personal details. Bingo. Awesome. I use some advanced developer techniques. So I'm not going to show you very much on Facebook, because Facebook is a pretty personal thing, but like it will show me, we have organic content. We have things that Facebook is deciding to throw in front of me, these businesses or accounts have created. And then we have things like Weave, a company who is paid to get my attention by creating this ad. So again, they're interrupting. All of this is interrupting or kind of thrown in my face as I'm sitting here consuming this on Facebook. Now the same thing happens on TikTok. I don't really have a TikTok. Pay attention on TikTok. TikTok recommends a lot of different creators based on how engaging they are. So we have this, and they also have ads, people that pay to show up on that. I don't know why they're not showing up. TikTok will recommend content that it thinks that I will enjoy, and then those people can and then try and monetize that attention by having me follow them and purchase products and stuff. Or you can just pay to get my attention on TikTok and show up here as an ad. And that's another example of how a social media company or platform that someone just naturally consumes on, businesses can show up and they can pay to get attention. They can pay to interrupt you and put something valuable in front of you, or they can just create a bunch of good content that Instagram or whatever platform will start to recommend to the person viewing it. So that's how you gain attention, by interrupting people. Usually you either pay for it to put ads in their feeds or in places that they are going to see it, or you just create content that is favored by the algorithms of these sites so that they start recommending them naturally to people that they think it will be a good fit for. That's how you get attention, through interrupting people. Now, as you are evaluating different markets, different niches, there's a few things you want to keep in mind. There are certain niches that are great and certain niches that are bad. Almost all niches are good, right? A niche or a market is all based around, if you remember from the very beginning, it's based around a dominant human desire. For example, the health giant niche is based on that general desire of everybody wanting to be healthy. Now, if you break that down, bodybuilding, that is a specific niche of humans who want to get bigger and stronger for certain reasons, right? Like that's a niche that's based on a desire. You want to pick niches that are based on strong desires, not meh desires, right? Picking a niche that's based on one of the big three is a good way to get started. But something you have to understand is if there are humans that are interested in something and have a desire, there will be businesses that solve that need, right? And it's up to you to show up and find a way to win in that niche. Like if it doesn't solve a major desire, if customers don't have enough money to purchase products, that's really not a good niche. The other issue you might run into is it's a dying industry. There's a decrease in people that have that problem or that desire. Like newspapers, you probably shouldn't reach out to local newspapers. It's kind of a dying niche. But other than that, there's really not too many bad niches. As long as there is a driving human desire there, and there are businesses that are making money selling to that desire, there's a way for you to show up and win. So don't get too worried about good niche versus bad niche. If you can, try and pick businesses or niches where there's a strong, dominant desire that is growing, and where the end people, the target market, their avatar, is someone who has enough disposable income to purchase products easily. So things selling to like college students generally aren't as great as things selling to day traders in New York that are worth more than $1 million net worth, for example, right? Things to keep in mind, but realize at the end of the day, if there are humans that have a desire and there are businesses who are profitably selling to that desire, you can show up and help them turbocharge them and make a lot of money. Now, some of you at this stage, you might be worried about competition. You might be worried about, but what if there's a lot of copywriters reaching out to businesses in that niche or that market? Or what if there's a lot of businesses in that market trying to sell to the same prospect? You have to understand that competition is rarely a real problem. And let me explain why. Most people are lazy, most people aren't intelligent, and most people haven't gone through the same type of process that you have to learn and develop these skills. And most people fail to innovate. You want to see a market where there's a lot of competition, where there's a lot of businesses or copywriters, in fact, trying to land a business in that market, because it means that there's a strong desire there, right? It means that there is a buyer who has a strong desire and is willing to pay money. It's called a red ocean market. There's blue ocean markets where there's like no one competing. And then there's red ocean markets. That means that there's an actual desire because sharks are fighting over the prize, for example, right? That's kind of the metaphor. If you see blood in the water, if you see businesses fighting, that's a good thing. Now, I'm not saying you go in and compete on the exact same level and try and copy their exact same strategy and reach out the same exact way that they do. That's generally a bad idea. Whenever you see a market where there's a strong desire, it's up to you to show up in a new and exciting way and outperform the competition, right? So if you see everyone competing down here, you find a way to approach over here. This is where creativity is going to become very important. I wouldn't worry about there being a lot of competition. I wouldn't worry about a lot of other copywriting freelancers looking at a specific niche. It's almost never the niche's fault. It's almost never the market's fault for why they aren't purchasing from you or wanting to work with you. It's almost entirely your positioning, right? And the better you get, the better your skills are, the more creative you show up, the higher you climb up the mountain, the less competition there is. It's really easy to show up in a market that's crowded and competitive and put a unique twist on what you do and just experience extreme outsized returns. So don't worry about competition. Don't worry about saturation. Just worry about yourself and your ability to show up in a valuable and unique way. I'm going to show you how to structure your conversation so that you show up in a unique way, a different way, and an extremely valuable way so you can start having these conversations with potential businesses and they can start paying you a lot of money. All right. So now you know how to go out and find businesses to partner with. You know how to have the conversation. You know how to do all of this. Your life is about to change. You're going from learning now and you're going to start doing. Now, here's the path I recommend. Here's what I recommend you do in order to get and develop your skills as quickly as possible and start earning money as quickly as possible. I'm going to recommend that you actually start taking it kind of slow. You're going to start by finding one prospect, one business you think you want to work with. Then you're going to sit there and you're going to analyze their business and you're going to figure out what they need to achieve their goals based on what you can tell from the outside. Again, it's all hypothesis. Then you're going to take some time and I want you to actually create the copy that is going to give them that result. So if you think, it's going to be a rewrite of their sales page, I want you to actually sit down and work on creating that stuff. Now, as you do this, as you go through this analysis phase and as you go through actually creating this free value or this actual spec work, you're going to run into problems. You're going to start trying to write something and realize you don't know exactly how to do that, or you're going to run into questions, or you're going to realize that your outreach isn't that great, or you're going to start realizing you've got all these questions. When you have questions, go back into the bootcamp material, go watch the lessons that are appropriate, ask questions inside the chats. You're about to get access to some new chats, by the way. Lots of cool, valuable insights, a lot of cool discussions happening there. It's mostly people who are working on finding their first few clients and helping each other improve their skills. It's a lot of fun. So go ask your questions in there. And I want you to use the process of actually doing work to inform your education, because that's going to make sure that you learn the correct skills the fastest, most effective way. And as a result of all this free work and all the spec work that you're doing, you're going to have really wonderful conversations with prospective clients, and you're probably going to land your first client pretty quickly. That is how you want to move forward. From now on out, you want to focus on improving your marketing IQ and having really good conversations with prospective businesses that you can partner with. That's going to be your key. The faster you can do that, the faster you can improve your IQ, and the faster you can improve the actual value that you can bring a business, the faster you'll land a client. It's about to get really fun. There's a lot of fun challenges in the next section. There's a lot of fun opportunities to interact with other students. So get excited, get ready to go and move on to this next section, because you're going to have a bunch of really fun opportunities to learn and grow. This is where the grind starts, though. This is where you're going to have to start putting in a little extra effort. This is where you're going to run into hard, difficult problems, and your brain is going to bleed. You're going to have to stretch your brain. Embrace the process. Love the process, because this is the growth. This is what's going to lead you to become the actual strategic marketing partner that you are setting out to become. This is what's going to lead to you making the money, where you're the guy now who can make money anywhere in the world based on his laptop and understanding markets. This is where the work happens to actually rise to that occasion. So my friends, let's dive in. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be there to help you along the way. It's time to go out there and it's time to get it. All right, guys, this is crazy. This is an absolutely insane way to use AI as a copywriter now. I'm going to show you one small example. Obviously, what I'm doing can be extrapolated across a million different applications. But essentially, I'm going to show you how to use AI to create your own software. This is going to be insane. Now, one of the big limitations that ChatGPT has is that it doesn't have any access to the internet, right? It's not connected to the internet. It has past data up to a certain point so it really doesn't have access to everything that's current. However, you can use it to create tools to parse information online. And let me show you how I'm going to use this. Obviously, the example I'm using is one that's I create a tool that helps you during the research phase, which is extremely important in a world post AI, so that you can make sure that you are on the cutting edge, so that you can use AI better than everyone else. However, you can obviously use similar tools. You can use this to create similar tools to speed up your prospecting, so you can scrape emails, YouTube channels, stuff like that. The opportunities are absolutely endless. I'll probably create a few other examples of how you can use ChatGPT to create software tools. Again, this is crazy. You can use AI to create software. You can use one high leverage tool to create another high leverage tool to create another high leverage tool. It's insane. Let me show you what I did. This is, unfortunately, I'm not going to show you this live because it took me a little bit of trial and error with copying and pasting. But as someone who hasn't done any kind of major coding in a long time, this was cool. I was able to do this without really, really doing any kind of major coding. So let me show you what I did. All right. So I went into ChatGPT and I ran this query right here. I say, create a Chrome extension that highlights in yellow any mention of the words love, joy, happy. Originally, I did this with a list of 100 things, and it crashed my Chrome window because 100 is a long list to search. But I just gave it this thing, create a Chrome extension that highlights in yellow any mention of the words love and joy. Again, the use case for this would be I'm on a Amazon.com review page. I'm scrolling through blogs or YouTube videos. Obviously, I'd want to add more, and I did add more. But I'm going to show you what I did. These are it basically just helps me hone in on the words where people are expressing emotion. So I ran the query. This is what it gave me. It said, create Chrome extension. You got to create a new directory, blah, blah, blah. It tells you step by step how to do this. If you've never done this before, it tells you how to do it. You create a folder, you add this file, you can just copy the code, boom, and then you paste it immediately in. And then it has you create a style file. And again, you might have 2 or 3 different files, but it's really easy. You just create the file, you copy it. It gives you the instructions step by step, exactly all the files you need to create. And then it tells you to add it to the Chrome extension. It tells you exactly how to add it to your Chrome extension. So let me show you what I did. I opened it up, and I created this in this Atom editor program, which is something I had on my computer from way back in the day when I used to. Here we go. Bingo. Let's open these ones. These are the projects these are the pages, these are the files I created. Again, I just literally went through and copied and pasted this in there. But yeah, this is the Atom. This is the actual files. I saved them on my computer. Yeah, just save them here inside of this Find Feelings thing. Again, it's just create a quick folder for this. Created that, came in here to extensions. You had to turn on developer mode. I hit or load unpacked. So I'm going to select this and that, hit select, uploaded. It had some error. I don't think the error really caused any problems. But the cool thing is it works. I don't have it running all the time because it kind of messes with, see how it kind of does some weird things with the formatting. But here's an example of it highlighting stuff. This is the Amazon.com page for the Eat, Pray, Love book, which was a really good source material for one project I did for getting an insight into an avatar, because that main character was the avatar essentially. But you can see that it's automatically highlighted words, feel, love, exactly. I'm definitely going to go back in and add more words into this, but I've created a tool now that helps me zoom into and identify certain things, right? And boom, here's an example of it giving me insight, right? This is a lady here. She's saying, I suspect many would secretly love to do exactly what Liz did. I would, cannot due to commitments, responsibilities, and budget constraints. Boom, I've got an insight into this particular avatar. And again, all I did was go into ChatGPT and I said, create a Chrome extension that highlights this. And I can go in, I can edit the words here. I can add words to the thing. I can add different things. I can say like fear or afraid. And then all I have to do is hit save and Control S, and then I can hop back in here. And then I can go to my extensions. I can go ahead and I can remove this extension, the old version, and I can add that version back in. I can upload it. Boom, and I've got a new version of the thing that now searches for this. I did this in about, I think it was like 30 minutes. I created this tool. Let's see if it works. Oh yeah.
There we go. Boom. Yeah, it uploaded. See, again, I don't run it all the time. I can go in and turn off this extension every so often. Like if I'm not running it, I can just turn it off because it will mess with my stuff. But if I am doing research and I'm on a page where I want to research, I'll just turn it on and search around. Yeah, I know, got love, and I can find pain. I can find anything I really want. Afraid, fear. It'll just highlight what I want, which makes it way faster for me to go through and filter through things. If you're doing stuff in a specific niche, you can add that. Obviously, then this is just one example, right? It's just one example of a tool you can create. You can create any software tool essentially that you want to interface with and work with pages online to filter through information as a copywriter. So you can research better, you can prospect better. ChatGPT will give you the ability to become now a software developer. Surprise, you didn't have to spend thousands of years learning how to do this. You now know how to do this. So this is a crazy, crazy world we live in. You now have the ability to be a coder and use this to go out and create your own extensions, create your own tools. So congratulations. AI is the future. It's giving you, the copywriter, the ability to leverage the power of code. So you can use this to literally create almost any kind of software that you need on the fly to improve your process. So the future and the world is yours. Use AI to conquer. This is an amazing tool.
All right, guys, in this next section, I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT to evaluate your own copy and also the copy of prospects, for example. So I'm not going to take time to explain both applications, but you're pretty intelligent. If you've made it this far in the program, you know that, okay, if you're going to be trying to evaluate your own copy and improve your own skill, you can use ChatGPT to identify problems. I'm going to show you how to do that and how to fix them. You can also use this, let's say, if you were reaching out to a prospect and trying to analyze their page and find something that they can improve, you could use this exact same format or approach to find problems and help them, give them a rewrite for free value or suggest new opportunities for them to grow their business. So let me show you how this works. So I start off this thing as a conversation. And again, it's really important for you guys to view the work that you do with ChatGPT and Bart as more of a conversation between you and a little robot slave, you and a little person on your team, right? You're there talking with them. The more you can make it two-way, the more you can ask it questions and to get clarification on what it needs, and then give it those things and have it ask you questions and you ask it questions back. The more you can have a dialogue between you and this entity that we've created, this ChatGPT, the more quality results you're going to be able to generate from it. So I started off, I said, hey, I've got some website copy I'd like you to evaluate and help me find the weak and strong points. What information do you need from me to give me so you can give me the most accurate answers? And it told me, it said, hey, you're going to need these things. I'm going to need the copy, the target audience, the purpose, any specific concerns you might have. If you give me those details, I'll be able to do it. I said, okay, here's the copy. I just copied and pasted. There was some student in the copy campus that had some copy he was trying to get reviewed. So I just used that, copied and pasted it in here. And so I pasted, it was like a landing page for a hair loss clinic to get people to book a consult with a doctor. So I used this, gave it the information. And in this case, the only information I gave them the target audience, I said target audience, balding men, 30s to 60s. If I had more like specific information, if I was the student and I had done the research into this market and knew these target people, knew what they looked like, knew what they said, knew their phrases, I would have given all of that to ChatGPT. The more ammunition you can give ChatGPT, the better. Just like if you try and write copy and you haven't done any research, if ChatGPT tries to write copy and there's no research, it tends to write a bunch of vague, empty, non-specific BS that doesn't compel the reader at all. So you want to give it as much as you possibly can. In this case, I gave it what I could. I'm going to show you how I kind of fix that in the end here. So it spit back a pretty good analysis. It gave some good strong points, some things that the student was doing well. And the weak points it spit back were also really good. The lack of specificity, lack of social proof, not taking any time to preempt any of the normal concerns, et cetera, et cetera. These were all things when I kind of looked at it myself as this person, as me, I noticed these problems inside of the copy as well. So it gave good suggestions. Now, if you're writing for yourself, you could then take the time to go back and you would take your time by hand to rewrite it, improve the things, try and fix the weaknesses and enhance the strengths, and then have ChatGPT go back and forth through the process. I didn't do that. In this case, I just had it. I said, okay, make a new page based on the recommendations. And it created a new page that is more compelling than the student's original page. It still has some problems. In the next video, I'm going to show you how I enhanced it, but it definitely was superior. Now, you could use this method if you want to just improve your own stuff. It would help you identify your weaknesses, things you could go train on and improve yourself on. But if you were doing this for copy outreach, for example, you could say, hey, I looked at your stuff. I saw these problems, these 5 problems with your landing page that we can fix to improve your whatever, right? You can use this and mine this for specific recommendations to make to businesses, to start the conversation, get the dialogue going. So that's how I recommend you use ChatGPT to evaluate your own copy and improve your skills, and also find opportunities, like specific tactical level opportunities with the prospects that you're reaching out to. All right, quick update, guys. It's been over 24 hours. So I ran those traffic ads overnight, found the winner, set it up to Facebook. By the time we reached 24 hours, it's been shown to like maybe 20 people. So that ad has now been running all day. I'm gonna go ahead and show you how it's been performing. So I didn't throw a crazy ton of spin on this. I only did like $50 a day. You should see my ad screen here. So this is the Sparta ad currently. So it's been in front of 12, almost 1,300 people. We've got a conversion. So when you run conversion ads, you're going to see a major drop in click-through rate. I'm at 1.64%. I've had 23 people visit the link. So I'm going to show you the stats on ClickFunnels real quick. So I've had 42 people visit the sales page total. Some of that's me testing. I haven't been super clean with my analytics. We've had 4 people go to the order forms. So we've got a few testing things. So we have 2 people who have submitted stuff. This is my junk email address that I had from a million years ago that I used for all my testing. We've had 2 people. So out of the 4 people that went there, me including, we've had 3 that have submitted their stuff. I triple check to make sure that the sales is actually set up, the actual product is set up, because we don't have any current sales. We haven't had any sales yet, which is fine. We've had less than 100 people even visit the page. We've had 38 total unique people, but we are getting opt-ins, which is good. We've got opt-ins, which is a great step forward. And now it's just a question of running it and getting enough data. So what I would do moving forward is every 100 views I get on this, I would test a new version of the page, right? So I'm gonna have a conversion rate based on the first 100 views. I'd make a duplicate. I create a variation here, a split test. I create a duplicate page from this. I'm just gonna show you guys the process right now. I might still do this actually. I might do this and make this like a follow-up. So what you do is you create a duplicate and you divert different percentages of the traffic to it. I would divert all of it to one, and I'd see what the performance is. Another thing I'm going to do, I've decided now on this call, I'm going to install heat tracking software. And I'm going to show you guys how to do the conversion rate optimization with this. So I can show you guys how you can dial in a sales page. Okay, I've decided to create a bunch of new content. Surprise, surprise. I'll probably release this as like the 24-hour mark. The 26, the 32-hour mark, and I'll release this chunk of content, and then I'll also show you follow-up videos where I dial in my sales page and where I dial in my ads, because that's probably something that's be useful for you guys to see, help you guys be better marketers. So I'm gonna go ahead and create the rest of that, but I wanted to give you guys that update. That's where we are, 24 hours in. Not the most productive 24 hours. I had a lot of family things I decided to take care of today or yesterday when I should or could have been building out different things. But that's okay. We'll get to revenue probably later today or tomorrow, and I will show you the process as I dial it and make the landing page super profitable. The fun thing is that on the back end of this, once I get my first conversion, I'm going to build upsells into this, which is going to massively increase the amount I can spend on the front end to land it. I just like to be break even on that entry product before I go too crazy on things on the back end, just to prove concept. Just want to prove that people actually want to purchase it. So that's the update. I'm going to continue to make some cool content, show you guys how you can dial this in and make your pages convert even better. Because this is honestly, as great as AI is, this is a pretty mediocre page. It's pretty mediocre ads. I'm going to show you how you can then improve on it as a human being. That's really what needs to happen next, is I need to improve on it. I mean, still use AI to improve on it, but as a human being, I need to continue to OODA loop through this. And I'm going to show you guys how to OODA loop through launching this type of product. So this should be a cool piece of content for everybody. So I'll probably release this giant chunk, and there'll be a follow-up video showing me the rest of the process as I dial in the sales page and as I dial in the ads. So there you go. There's your information. All right, so now that you've identified a market, you found prospects, you found businesses you'd like to partner with or work with, at least potentially, it's time to start the conversation. Before we dive into this, there's a few things you need to understand. Number one, I am not going to give you the magic template. There is no magic outreach template that I can give you that will just, you email it and then boom, people just want to pay you money. I might have created things like that for myself. Students have created that for themselves. But if I give you one and everyone has the same thing, it stops being useful. So I'm not going to give you word for word exactly what you should say to every person you reach out to. However, I am going to give you all of the key principles that you need to create your own. Thankfully, you can create your own, right? This is part of the process of becoming a high value person in the business world, you kind of have to build your own outreach strategy. I'm going to teach you the principles, but as you build it, it's going to help you develop the strength and flex your copywriting skills and marketing skills to the point where you will actually be able to provide results for the businesses you work with and earn all that money that you want to in the future. So I'm not going to give you a template. Another thing to keep in mind here, this is key. You have to remember you are not a commodity. You are not a copywriter who trades words for or emails or anything for money. You are a strategic partner in their business. You show up, you solve problems, and you provide massive outcomes to them. You help them grow their business, connect with a better target market, launch higher ticket products that help them increase their lifetime value. You show up and you provide massive outcomes. You're selling outcomes, not a service, right? If you sell a service, you'll be viewed as a commodity. If you sell them growth, or you sell them increased revenue, or you sell them a better outcome, you will be paid accordingly. So you have to keep that in mind. And the third thing is, you have to realize that you have a significant value as a skilled copywriter, as a skilled digital marketer. Spoiler alert, you know way more than just copywriting now. You have a very rare skill. You have something you can help businesses, any business in the world, 10x their revenue over the course of a year or two, right? That is an extremely rare skill. A lot of students, when they first start out, they think, oh, I'm young, I'm just new to this copywriting thing, and this business owner has all these followers and they're great. Listen, you have something that they desperately want. You are a peer, if not a superior to them when it comes to marketing. You should be a superior. You have significant value and you need to approach it as such. If you act desperate, if you act like you really, really need business, you really, really want a client, really, really, really bad, and you act desperate in this situation, they'll sense that you don't actually have the chops to hang and help them, and they'll run away. Humans are designed to evolutionarily avoid desperate people because desperate people are dangerous. They're a threat. So you have to maintain a belief in your own value, and you need to avoid anything that will be perceived as desperate. Those are three really big things you need to know at the very beginning of this process. Now let's dive in. Let me show you how to start the conversation and how to find and partner with these businesses. All right, so now it's time to start learning about short form copy, right, and how to master it. This is important. This is the beginning of your actual copywriting career, right? You've learned how to write fascination. You understand how people work. This is the first time where you actually really get to put it all together and create a solid deliverable piece of copy. Short form copy is the beginning of any kind of engagement with a brand or business, right? The purpose of short form copy isn't to sell the product. Like, this isn't like the product page. This isn't like a webinar. This is to sell the click. This is the type of copy you see out there that is designed to get the reader to go to a place where they actually will be sold to. So there's lots of places where you're going to use short form copy, like an email, right? Like you send it out to your customers or your people on your list. And basically the point of the email is for you to get a little bit of interested, a little bit of curious, and then click a link that then takes you to a sales page or some other page to go actually view some type of content then in a better environment, not the email inbox, right? Social media posts is another example, right? Like Greg O'Gallagher, right? This guy, he's using an image and some text to get someone to go click a link on a bio and go consume a product, right? On a different page, right? Paid social media ads, and again, short form copy, right? Images and a little bit of text to get someone to go take action on a page, right? There are a bunch of different places to put it. Tweets, I mean, you can go over and over. There's a lot of different types of short form copy. But the purpose of short form copy is to grab the reader's attention, right? To catch their eye out there in the wild world of whatever platform they're on. And then you're going to give them a reason to leave whatever platform they're on right now to go on, step into your world and be sold to, like onto your website, onto your social media platform, wherever. Take them to a new place where you can actually present information and persuade them in a way that's a little more effective, right? You're taking them away from a chaotic environment and taking them to an environment where you control the environment, where there's less distractions, where you can control their full experience and bring more powerful tools to bear, right? You know, for example, they don't sell Lambos on the sidewalk. You know, they sell them in a showroom where they have every detail absolutely perfect, right? Yeah, they don't sell them out here where it's crazy. There's people homeless, honking things, scaffolding. They don't do any of that. They sell them in a nice, pristine showroom, right? So I'm going to show you how to take and write short form copy, emails, Facebook ads, social media posts, etc., so that you can take people from outside on these different platforms and into the showroom, from outside on the sidewalk of their inbox into a sales page or something like that, where they can actually be sold to and have a wonderful experience and learn something new and all that stuff. If you understand this process of not selling in in these places like the inbox, like social media and stuff like that, but instead taking them to a better place where you can actually sell them with effective short form copy, you're going to drive a lot more sales than people who don't understand how short form copy is supposed to work. Again, you're not selling the product, you're selling the click, you're selling the movement from one place to the next. And you bring all the tools of fascinations, curiosity, pains, desires, problem solution, you bring all that to bear in order to convince someone to leave that platform and go to a new place and get sold to. Like I said, short form copy is the beginning. One thing I want to make abundantly clear is that I am not teaching you how to become a freelance copywriter. Freelance copywriters are commodities. They get paid at a certain hourly rate and are perceived as a certain thing from the point of view of a business. I'm teaching you instead to show up as a strategic partner, a strategic marketing partner in their business. This is going to inform, this distinction is going to be really important because it's going to inform a lot of how I teach you about how to approach and how I teach you to interact with these people. I'm not going to teach you to interact on a lower level, on like a tactical level where you talk about this copy principle or that copy principle. I'm going to help you show up and help their businesses grow from a strategic principle, right? I'm going to teach you how to ask the right questions, how to start the conversation the right way so you show up as a strategic partner in their business, which is what's going to lead you to the biggest amount of revenue rather than just someone who puts words on a Google Doc for a certain amount of money. You're going to be someone who helps them get defined outcomes in their business. And I'm going to show you how to start a conversation. But you have to keep this in mind. As you go through this, you are not a copywriter. You are a problem solver. You are a strategic partner in their business, and you are going to help them achieve amazing outcomes in their business. You're not going to give them words. You're going to give them outcomes. Keep that in mind. It's extremely important moving forward. Something to keep in mind is that there are two different types of businesses. There are businesses that sell to a global market, or they use the power of the internet to sell to anybody in an entire country or the entire world even. And then there are businesses that sell to only a local market. Think like gyms, chiropractors, people that sell in-person physical services or local services to a local group of people, right? Now, both of these are great. Global businesses are wonderful because you have scale built in, right? You start working with them, they automatically will help you. You can automatically use their entire reach to sell to millions and millions of customers, right? Scale being an important factor in lifetime or your actual ability to make profits, right? That's great. Some people look at local businesses and they say, this business is so small. They only have 300,000 people they could possibly sell to inside of their local market. Something to keep in mind is as a copywriter, local businesses are great, right? You can make them extremely profitable. You can sit down and work with a local business. It's usually easier for them to build trust with their customers, which is a bonus that helps you sell more, helps increase your lifetime value significantly higher. Your conversions are usually higher on a local market. But there's a really cool benefit to working with local companies. If you get a strategy, let's say you partner with a chiropractor, and you help him grow his business significantly, and you help take him from mid 6 figures to mid 7 figures, right, for annual revenue. You've got a really cool formula, and let's say he's in Cincinnati, Ohio, right? That's where he's at. That's great. You've helped this guy in Cincinnati. Well, there are hundreds and hundreds of chiropractors throughout the world that you could take this same exact strategy, plug it in their city. Let's say they live in Tampa, Florida. You can take the same strategy that you used to help this guy in Cincinnati make a lot of money and take it to the guy in Tampa, in Houston, and Santa Fe, and San Francisco, and Seattle. You can take it all over the place, right? You can scale across multiple clients, and it's usually pretty easy to do this, especially if you're going to go the agency route. A local business can be great, but you're going to have multiple of them, right? You get it right with one customer, and then you're going to want to scale it across multiple customers. And then you get the benefits of scale because now you're helping, people across the globe, but you also get the benefit of that local business. Now, some people might think it's not worth the hassle and just stick with global businesses. Personally, I like global businesses. They're great. I like having scale built in right from the beginning, but don't forget about or don't ignore local businesses. They're a very valuable way to reach out and a very valuable way to move forward. You don't have to work with local businesses in your local area. You can work with local businesses anywhere in the world. Something to keep in mind, global versus local. Both are valuable approaches. They're slightly different. Keep these things in mind as you're looking at different companies and looking at different niches to partner with. You are going to want to manage this relationship really carefully, right? Any good partner to client relationship that you create here can be worth 6 figures, 7 figures to you if you manage it correctly. Now, there's a few things you want to do to make sure that you're able to upgrade this client as quickly and efficiently as possible. Number one, you want to always deliver your value on time. If you set a deadline, you want to meet that deadline. You want to stretch and make sure that you make it happen. Delivering on time is a core thing to being trusted by them, being viewed as a professional, and being able to continue to escalate the relationship relationships where you're earning a partnership stake in their business or making a lot more money per project. So deliver on time. Over deliver if possible. If you say, hey, I'm going to create an email sequence for you, create an email sequence and then add on an extra email or add on extra beyond what you originally say. If you make a big promise and then deliver above that and give them extra stuff, that's all perceived as extra value that you're giving them. You want to manage the expectation to where you make a good promise, but you always over deliver on your promises. If you continue to do that throughout all of the value exchanges that you do, they'll want to keep working with you. It's magic how that works. Always give them more value. You also want to be continually innovating and improving and coming up with ideas to help them win. You want to subscribe to their competitors. You want to pay attention to the market. You want to constantly be thinking of new ideas, new ways, new funnels, new things that you can bring to the table. The more new value you can bring on a strategic level to them, the more they're going to start to view you as a strategic partner and the more they're going to want to continue to pay you. Those are some of the things you can do to maximize this relationship so that you can pitch bigger and better projects, bigger and better retainers, bigger and better things to where you can actually earn a strategic partnership in their business and you can get the most out of working with this particular person. Again, it's an asset. You want to manage that asset and protect that asset. That relationship is the asset. And these are things you need to do in order to maximize it to where you get the most amount of value possible by giving the most amount of value possible. So as you reach out to these people, you're going to be offering them something that they want. Let's say, for example, you're offering to help them increase their revenue. You have to be very careful when you are having this conversation with them to not make claims that are unbelievable, right? You want to make good claims. You want to promise them their dream outcome, but you want to acknowledge the fact that you are an outsider looking in. You don't know everything about their business. You don't know everything about their situation. You're not 100% sure that the strategy you're going to recommend is going to give them the dream outcome. So you can't say, hey, use this thing to increase your revenue 10x in the next 30 days. That's nice, but it's not a believable claim. Professional copywriters make believable claims. Make the best claim that you can back up with what you actually have. So you want to be careful. Make sure that as you analyze your outreach messages, that you're not making claims that are unbelievable. You're making an appropriate claim for the level of knowledge that you have about their business and their situation. Also, you shouldn't be too desperate to jump into bed with them. You just met them. You think you might be able to help them achieve this, but you're not even sure if they qualify yet. So be careful making claims, be careful making promises. Don't go too far for the current level of communication. Make claims that are appropriate and make sense and are believable for this current situation, which is you're just getting to know them and see if there's a possible fit. All right, so there's two main strategies here. I said I wouldn't give you a template, but I'm gonna give you the two main strategies. There's two main strategies when doing your outreach to these businesses that you are seeking to interact with and partner with. Number one, you can start a conversation. You can show up, give them a personalized compliment, ask them a question, get a dialogue going back and forth, and then you can make your offer, provide some type of value, go for a call, et cetera, et cetera. Or you can go right out of the gate and just make an offer to them. You still want to make it personalized. You still want to provide value. You still want to give them some information, but you can just send out one message and go right from the very beginning. Those are sort of the two main strategies. Now, the actual content of your offer, when you make your offer, usually it's good to provide some level of value to them, some actual physical deliverable to them, either a small sample of the copy that you are hypothetically offering them, or a video where you do an analysis of the current thing to highlight the problem that leads to the thing that you're offering. Get creative about things you can include into that, screenshots, et cetera, et cetera. Don't link to the same link every single time, but you might want to start finding ways you can mix in valuable things so that value exchange is good when you go to make that offer. So again, those are the two main strategies. Just start a dialogue, go back and forth, start asking some questions to them. I'll give you some good ideas for questions in the future. Or just go straight out, introduce yourself, make an offer, and go for the CTA. Those are sort of the two main strategies, and there are things you can add to and include in there to make it perceived as more valuable for them by giving them either a piece of spec work or some analysis or other valuable little deliverables and samples to increase the value of the offer that you're giving them. So those are the two strategies. All right, so once you've asked your situation questions, now it's time to move on to the problem questions. That's the P in spin, right? Situation questions, now problem questions. Problem questions, you don't have to ask a lot of them. You just need a few of them. Once you've asked your situation questions, you should have identified gaps. You know where they are now, and you know where they want to go. Now the question is, why aren't you there? You need to try and find the problem, the thing, the roadblock that is keeping them from reaching their dream state. You don't have to ask a lot of problem questions. You can just say, hey, what's keeping you from reaching this goal? What's keeping you from hitting this? What mistakes are you making that you'd like to fix? What things have you tried that aren't quite working? Asking questions like this are going to reveal the problem, reveal the limitation, the thing that they can't currently solve by themselves, that you are then going to be able to turn around and help them solve, right? So let's say, for example, they're trying to reach a certain revenue target, but they haven't been able to. And they say, well, I think the problem is I can't get my current customers to buy more of my products. I can't get them to buy this high ticket coaching program. For some reason, it's not working, blah, blah, blah. You've identified, okay, the problem in their business, thing that's keeping them from getting to their goal is that not enough people are wanting to purchase this specific product on their value ladder. Cool. Once you have the problem, then you can move on to the implication questions and the needs payoff questions, which I'm going to explain in another video. Those questions are really cool because they set it up to where it's really easy for you to then present them a project and pitch them on your services as a strategic partner in their business. All right, guys, it's time to give you some more advanced and detailed tactics on how to use AI, how to use it as a copywriter, how to use it to create better words, how to generate better copy, how to review your own copy with it, how to analyze top players, how to do more market research with it. I'm going to be giving you a whole bunch of additional weapons in your little AI toolkit to use. Primarily, we're going to be focusing on ChatGPT and Bard. Those are the two most effective tools that I found to do what you need to do as a copywriter inside of this campus, inside of the effort to make more money for your clients. But there are other tools. I recommend you still look at those. But for now, I'm going to show you how to use these at a pretty successful level. Like I'm going to show you how to use them to create some good copy. Now, a little bit of a warning. The next few videos and trainings I give you, they're not going to work if you don't know anything about copywriting. If you don't understand the basic principles of human persuasion, how to influence people, what different funnels are, different marketing systems, how to build curiosity. If you don't understand how to actually define and create the effects you want to have inside of the mind of the reader, AI can't solve that. All AI does is it makes it easier for you to get a lot of stuff done. It's like a little robot slave. If you know how to create good and compelling copy, you can use AI to do it, but just do it faster. So if you haven't gone through the boot camp, if you haven't learned all those lessons, I recommend you go back to the boot camp, you watch all those. But if you finish the boot camp and you understand a little bit about how copy works, you've written some stuff yourself, you know how to create these effects and define these effects in the mind of the reader, then the videos I'm going to show you and the training I'm going to give you is going to help you create copy and create marketing assets for your prospects, for your clients much quicker, and allow you to spend more of your time on actually the important stuff of copywriting, which isn't putting the words on the paper, but it's thinking about your target market, coming up with creative ideas, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to show you how to use AI to do basically everything else. So without further ado, let's dive in. All right, so this is taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. But I'm going to show you the sales page that we put together. I always forget how long it takes to do like the little details on this. I usually pass this off to my team. They usually handle this. But we've got a really, really simple sales page here with the copy from the ChatGPT created for me. It's just got really, really simple copy. I've added an extra meme or two. It's extremely basic, but I think it should do the trick. I'm decided to price it at $29. We might increase it or lower it depending. It's an extremely, extremely simple sales page. I'm waiting on my wife to provide a few extra images. Oddly enough, she's got more images of me with my sons than I do of myself. I don't take selfies, so I'm waiting on her for a few images. But the way it works, they go from the sales page to the order form. Order form is a really simple order form. It is a two-step order form. They enter their basic information to their first name, email address, phone number, and let's get rid of the phone number. I don't think we need the phone number. We really don't need the phone number. We'll just get their address. This is dead stupid simple. I've got this little security thing here. Basically, this catches their lead. If they don't end up purchasing, I still have them as a lead and I can follow up with them. Let's go ahead and preview that so I can show you what this looks like. So they come in there and be like, and they say, whatever, enter. Ooh, I got to get rid of the extra little one-time offer because I do not want that to show up here. But that's basically it, right? Like it's just a nice, simple landing page. Now that I've connected that, it should make it pretty easy to do upsells and stuff like that in the future because I am going to add some upsells. So let's go ahead and this is fun. While we're live here, I'll show you a few things. So let's go through and edit this. Let's see, buttons. Where is the advanced? Step 2. Here we go. There we go. Now I can remove the upsell. because I don't have an upsell ready yet. So let's see here. Where should we ship it to? Not that important. Shipping phone number. Anyways, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to remove the secondary upsell because I don't really have an upsell. Let's see if we've got this flat color, large, form style. Show order bump, high order. There we go. Bingo. Got it. Again, these platforms are really easy to use. They're just kind of tedious to kind of go through, but anyone can pick them up. That's why I don't really create video courses on how to use this platform, because they change them, they update them. And even when they don't, it's stupid simple. So, all right, so I've got that there. Then I've got my thank you page. Once they've actually done this, this one is also stupid simple. It's just a thank you. Go check your email. I'm going to be emailing them the PDF of the book. Obviously, I need to create the book and stuff like that. But on this page, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to add my Facebook pixel in here so that, let's see if I've already got it. No, I don't have it already. I got to add my Facebook pixel so that I can track when they've actually made a purchase. I can add the purchase value, $29. That way I can help Facebook find the right conversions. So with that being said, I've got a simple version of the sales page. It's live. I can push traffic to this. I'm going to give it a dedicated URL. Let's see here, settings, go to publishing. Let's go ahead and add that to my domain. And let's say fatherhood guide. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful funnel, beautiful address. I'm going to go ahead down here and hit save. Now I'm going to go in and add Facebook pixels, but we're ready now. I've got a landing page, create landing page. Now I can go ahead and do create ad variants. I'll just have ChatGPT work up a couple different ad variants for me, create some crazy images with OpenAI and Canva, and get those things scheduled and ready to go. So we're cooking with oil now. So I'm just going to make sure I connect my Facebook pixel. I've already connected this with Stripe so I can collect money. Now I've just got to create ads, make sure the Facebook pixel is set up, and start setting up targeting, which I'll show you guys how I do all that. So I'm going to create ad variants right now with ChatGPT. So let's just do that live. Let's just go for it. Why not just make this a really long video? So ChatGPT, I'm going to go back to this one. I'm going to say create, let's say 5 Facebook ad primary text variations for this product that create a lot of intrigue and curiosity about what the book will cover. Okay, boom. All right. We're going to see Facebook might completely blow us out of the cover with this here. These are all headlines. Or we could just keep this stupid simple. We can just test these. So I'm just going to slap this. I'm going to play around with ChatGPT, see what kind of ad copy I can generate. I'm just going to have to tweak it back and forth. Now make short Facebook ads for all 5 variants. This is taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. It's actually stupid simple. I kind of like these just really careful when we question. So elaborate all 5 variants, make them 3 lines long. Yeah, so it's like very clearly selling the product. I don't think that Facebook's going to like this one, feeling like an ineffective father. That would probably get me flagged really quick. I'm going to play around with this. If this doesn't work, I'll just go over to jasper.ai and create stuff. But I'll be sure to show you guys my process once I stumble upon the right question to ask AI. And we should have all of this done, approved, and ready to start producing revenue tonight/tomorrow morning. So I will keep you guys informed and record things as I go. For most people, there's a reason they live in their current state of pain and they don't live in that dream state where everything's wonderful. And usually there's something that has stopped them from achieving that success. They are making some mistake. There is some limitation they are running into. There's something that they've tried to live that wonderful life and they haven't been able to for some reason. That is what I call the roadblock. It's the thing that keeps them from achieving their dream state. Now, sometimes your reader already knows what his mistakes are, and then that's going to depend on your market and the roadblock that you help them with. It really, really depends on that. But most of the time, people aren't 100% sure why they don't have their dream life. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know the problem that's actually keeping them from that success. If you can be the guy who shows up and sort of like moves the vines out of the way and shows them their actual roadblock and say, hey guys, the reason you haven't gotten what you want is because you're making this mistake, or because you don't understand this principle, or there is this limitation that you are that is keeping you from being successful, if you can actually show them what that is, now that if you've got them all motivated to get that thing that they want, and you can show them, hey, here's the problem that's keeping you there, my friend, you just give them a great service. You have helped them see the first part of their path forward. That is a huge, valuable gift that you can give them, and it will increase a kind of a nice little benefit is it massively increase their trust in you and their devotion to you, because you're now the guy who has started to help them achieve their goal and shown them part of reality that they didn't even see before. You become a very important person in their world, and it makes it to where they are very likely to believe the solution that you're going to recommend to them is the correct one, and that your product is the best product to help them take advantage of that solution. So whenever you are taking someone through the persuasion arc, at some point, you're going to have to show them the problem. If they already know the problem, you need to show that you understand the problem, that you were talking about the right problem, that you guys are on the same page about the problem. If they don't know about their problem yet, they don't know about their true roadblock, and you become the guy who can show it to them, you gain a massive advantage. But generally speaking, you need to go through this process of showing them at some point the true nature of their problem, so then you can then help them. What is the roadblock? What is the mistake? What is the limitation that is currently keeping them stuck where they are in their little painful life that they need to overcome if they ever want to live that wonderful dream existence that your product or service helps them achieve? You have to understand the roadblock. All right, so now that you've identified a market, you found prospects, you found businesses you'd like to partner with or work with, at least potentially, it's time to start the conversation. Before we dive into this, there's a few things you need to understand. Number one, I am not going to give you the magic template. There is no magic outreach template that I can give you that will just, you email it and then boom, people just want to pay you money. I might have created things like that for myself. Students have created that for themselves. But if I give you one and everyone has the same thing, it stops being useful. So I'm not going to give you word for word exactly what you should say to every person you reach out to. However, I am going to give you all of the key principles that you need to create your own. Thankfully, you can create your own, right? This is part of the process of becoming a high value person in the business world. You kind of have to build your own outreach strategy. I'm going to teach you the principles, but as you build it, it's going to help you develop the strength and flex your copywriting skills and marketing skills to the point where you will actually be able to provide results for the businesses you work with and earn all that money that you want to in the future. So I'm not going to give you a template. Another thing to keep in mind here, this is key. You have to remember you are not a commodity. You are not a copywriter who trades words for or emails or anything for money. You are a strategic partner in their business. You show up, you solve problems, and you provide massive outcomes to them. You help them grow their business, connect with a better target market, launch higher ticket products that help them increase their lifetime value. You show up and you provide massive outcomes. You're selling outcomes, not a service, right? If you sell a service, you'll be viewed as a commodity. If you sell them growth, or you sell them increased revenue, or you sell them a better outcome, you will be paid accordingly. So you have to keep that in mind. And the third thing is, you have to realize that you have a significant value as a skilled copywriter, as a skilled digital marketer. Spoiler alert, you know way more than just copywriting now. You have a very rare skill. You have something you can help businesses, any business in the world, 10x their revenue over the course of a year or two, right? That is an extremely rare skill. A lot of students, when they first start out, they think, oh, I'm young, I'm just new to this copywriting thing, and this business owner has all these followers and they're great. Listen, you have something that they desperately want. You are a peer, if not a superior to them when it comes to marketing. You should be a superior. You have significant value, and you need to approach it as such. If you act desperate, if you act like you really, really need business, you really, really want a client, really, really, really bad, and you act desperate in this situation, they'll sense that you don't actually have the chops to hang and help them, and they'll run away. Humans are designed to evolutionarily avoid desperate people because desperate people are dangerous. They're a threat. So you have to maintain a belief in your own value, and you need to avoid anything that will be perceived as desperate. Those are three really big things you need to know at the very beginning of this process. Now let's dive in. Let me show you how to start the conversation and how to find and partner with these businesses. All right, so I definitely had a problem with the last chunk of recording that I did. So I'm going to redo this whole part so you guys can see this. So update. So I pasted a bunch of the reviews from a book that I think is a fairly close competitor to what I'm going to be actually launching. And I've gone through and highlighted it. This is how I have like a little color coded system that I use. If it's something positive about the actual product itself, so like the way the book was presented or the way the product was presented, I highlight it in blue. If there's something that's like a key to avatar information, like the guy here did 75 hard challenges is one of the books he did, a potential thing I could use to target these people online, I'll highlight it in like a yellow or an orange. If it talks about a dream or desire, I highlight it in a green, something that they want. If it's a fear or something that they don't like or they're afraid of, I put it in a red. And then, yeah, I just would go through and do that. If there's something about the product that they didn't like from like a product standpoint, like the wrapper, like the wrapping of the actual thing, I highlight in like this light pink, this light purple or whatever. Anyways, I did that, went through, got like several pages of different reviews that I thought were impactful when I skimmed them really quickly on the thing. Again, AI, the tool I'm building should speed this part of the process up in the future, but I went and collected all this information and then started the research template. So I went down, created an avatar. In this case, I've got a guy named Zach. He's 32. Zach grew up in kind of a normal home. Parents divorced at 12. He served a few years in the Army. Now he works as a plumber. He's married, has 3 kids, 2 boys, works hard for his family. They've bought into like a lot of the fear-mongering stuff that the right puts out. They hate leftists and Hollywood, and they believe in hard work, earning what you want, and being a successful, like strong, masculine man. That's what he's all about. Outside forces he sees acting on him and his kids are the economy, the media, his employer, schools, feminist, leftist parents, his parents, you know, or other parents that have like influenced his views on parenthood and like maybe not giving him all the tools he needs. Anyways, current state, went through and identified a bunch of these. As you can see, I like copied and pasted a lot of the actual words from the reviews up here down to back up these specific things. But his biggest one is he's afraid his kids are under attack. He's also really worried that he's failing them as a parent. Every parent has that insecurity. They're not doing a good enough job as a parent. It's definitely something that he feels, specifically because he's not doing a whole lot as a parent, or he doesn't feel like he is. He's starting to see his kids act entitled. He's starting to see them act in ways that he doesn't want them to, that he knows are going to hurt them in the future, and that really annoys him. He also feels like personally his fire, his own masculine fire, is dying, and he feels like he's sacrificing everything for his family, and that's kind of a struggle. A lack of status. He worries that he's letting his kids down and they don't respect him. He worries that, like, that's probably one of the biggest fears that he has. He also worries that his wife isn't going to respect him, that she sees him as a failure as a father. And he's also worried that other parents are going to see his kid and see him and see the failures and like that they're going to think he's weak or not a good parent. So those are kind of his fears or pains when it comes to status that he feels right now. And the word that he actually used are up here. Dream state. Like there was a lot of positive things that people talked about, a lot of desires that they have. Dream state is that his sons adore and respect him, they listen to him, and that he is giving them, just like pumping them full of values and skills and experiences so that they can become the kind of men who will be prepared for the future, prepared to lead America to greatness or whatever, right? Like he wants them to be able to deal with the difficulties that are coming in their life. He wants to be the guy who's taught them that. He wants to see his sons look at him with adoration as if like they're Superman now. He wants to see that, and he wants to make cool memories with them. He wants to do things with his kids, and he knows he probably should. Those are the experiences he wants. And his sons are going to look at him differently. His wife's going to look at him differently. He wants the libs to hate him more for making even more toxically powerful sons. But he wants, and this is kind of like a hidden desire, he kind of on the down low wants other parents to be jealous of him and his kids. He wants them to be like, oh man, like, you know, Zach's kids are so awesome. Wish my kids were as good as Zach. He kind of wants that. It's not really the best ass side of this whole thing, but like that's an actual desire he has. It's part of that dream state. And here's just a bunch of like customer language around these different things, right? These different ideas and that he wants in the dream state. Now, the more I analyze this from the roadblock thing, I realize there's several. The biggest one is they aren't deliberately like working toward specific outcomes with their sons. They're kind of reactive parents that come home, they kind of deal with situations as they arise, but he's not actively parenting his sons. The school is. Like, you know, TV is, the phone is, he's not actively parenting his sons. And that's the biggest problem. He has to take control of that. And once he does that, everything else will fall into place. He also hasn't earned their respect because he hasn't earned his own self-respect. He's not doing the work he needs to respect himself. So other people won't respect him, and his kids won't, so he can't teach them. And he doesn't really have a lot of tools or abilities to influence his kids. He's a plumber. He knows how to fix pipes. He doesn't know how to influence kids. And his parents never taught him anything. He never learned anything in school. He never learned, like, there's no handbook for how to be a father. So he doesn't have a lot of tools to instill these values that he has for his kids. He doesn't know how. And then the other side is like he's being out influenced, right? The kids are hooked up to devices all the time. He can't compete with that. Like they're like, it's like fire superiority in the military, right? If you're getting a gunfight, the first thing you want to do is establish fire superiority. You want to shoot more bullets at them than they're shooting at you. So they have to duck and hide so you can maneuver. And right now he's the one that's getting pinned down on the influence war versus his, like, you know, the outside world. And again, the key with this part of the research is you're not trying to identify, You're not trying to fix all of them. You're trying to find what the key one is. And then in the product, you're probably going to address some of those other roadblocks. But in the sales process, you're going to identify one key roadblock. You're going to tell them what that is. You're going to tell them what the solution is. And then you're going to position everything else as the best way to help them take advantage of the solution. Theoretically, they should be able to read your sales page or read your sales content and be like, oh, now I know what I need to do. And they should be able to turn around and go out and do that and get the results themselves. What the product does, it helps them act on that solution way better, right? So we've identified a bunch of roadblocks. The key one is the active part. That's the one they're not aware of. They're not even aware that they're not being proactive. They're just completely reactive. So the solution is going to be that if they take an active role, define outcomes for their kids, and then plan experiences to instill those outcomes, then their kids will actually be able to become strong masculine men and be successful in the future and lead America to greatness, or whatever it is that they want their kids to go and do in the future, be able to handle the hard times, the impending economy, whatever, right? But the key is they have to take an active role. That's the key roadblock. So the solution, I've got some ideas here for the product. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when I go into the plan, the offer, and actually create the product. But essentially, we're going to give them some questions to help define the outcomes they want for their sons. We're going to give them a huge toolbox of tactics to help them actually influence their kids. And we're going to help them figure out ways to negate or dispel the outside influences that their kids are already experiencing or will experience in the future. This product is going to help them increase the likelihood of success. So again, we're going to go through each of the elements of the value equation here. It's going to help them negate the things that would derail them, so outside influences. And it's also going to help show them what the common mistakes are that when you try and become a better parent, so they can avoid those things that could actually completely sink their ship, ruin their relationship with the kids. We're going to show them how to avoid that, how to get the result faster. So instead of them learning this by themselves, like they could take the answer and go out and try and do it. But instead of learning how to influence their kids, learning all these cool tools and tactics and deciding how to do this and learning how to do the mistakes over the course of like a decade, which at that point it's too late to help their kids because their kids are already grown up and have left, and it's too late. They can have all those tools now so they can use them for that entire decade. So it's about helping them learn the lessons that would take a decade in like a weekend, right? Oh, and that ties us right into how does the product help the reader get the result with less effort or sacrifice? This has to be designed to be a quick read or consumption. They need to be able to do this entire process in a weekend. Like they need to be able to watch it on a Saturday and a Sunday, learn what they need to learn, and then be able to hit the ground running and start applying it immediately, right? Obviously, they'll need help moving forward, which is where other products might come in, but they need to be able to consume this in an evening or a weekend. They need to get the important information they need that quickly so they can turn around and use it. They don't have time. They work 20 hours, like 10 hours, 12 hours a day. They don't have time to like sit around and study forever. They need to get this pretty quickly. So it's got to be quick and condensed. How we're going to make it fun? I'm going to add some jokes, I'm going to add some stories, and I'm going to add some memes. Do anything I can to keep it a fun and dopamine-rich experience for these guys. So, and these are things that they liked about the book that I pulled the reviews from, and these are things they didn't like. Now I'm going to take this information, I'm going to start creating the offer. I'm going to start thinking about what the main product needs to be, what the bonuses need to be. We're now on to step 5. Once I've identified those things and come up with some good ideas for those, I'll use AI to actually create all of those things, and we'll be off to the races. Once I plan the offer, kind of fleshed out from these ideas here, we'll be good to go to actually start applying the tools. So that's the research phase. This took me quite some time. This is where you want to spend more time. In the future, as I would continue to play around with this, I'd continue to spend more time in the space, doing more research, figure out more customer messaging, so I could feed the AI better things so it could actually create stuff. So that's step 4. We got the research done. Now it's time to plan the offer and actually create this product with AI. All right, so we've talked about fascinations. We talked about curiosity. It's time for you to, this is the first time you're gonna have to sit down and come up with creative ideas and actually write. So it's appropriate that at this point we begin speaking about the creative thinking process, because now it's time for you to generate ideas for the first time, right, inside of this program. And the quality of your thinking will determine the quality of your success as a copywriter and as a person. And the process I'm going to reveal to you is going to help you come up with genius ideas to conquer the world. And I say that only half joking. The process I'm going to show you is going to allow you to come up with ideas that will disrupt entire markets. You can disrupt entire markets by coming up with ideas in this process. This is how you change businesses. This is how you change the world. This is how you change yourself, right? So it's an important process. And to be able to perform it, you need to learn more about how your brain actually functions, like what happens sort of under the hood inside of your own brain. and how the brain works and how to use it to produce the most creative ideas you possibly can. So you need to understand, before we dive into the actual process, there's a fundamental belief or a fundamental understanding you have to have about your brain. And that is that there are really two minds at work inside of your brain, right? There's the subconscious mind, which is the creative part of your mind. It's the workhorse. It's where all your thoughts come from, where all your memories are stored, where all your thinking occurs, your emotions are felt. It's this big giant, it's like the bottom part of the iceberg. You can't see it. You don't really understand how all of it works, but it does amazing things. It remembers all your math facts. It helps you remember your phone number, all that stuff, right? It's this massive, powerful supercomputer, right? And then there is your conscious mind, which is sort of above the subconscious mind. This is the part of your mind that wills and directs, filters, and controls it. It sort of guides this giant subconscious mind and directs it to do things, right? And this is how let me explain the process of how you use your two minds during this creative process, like how you actually have them work together in order to create this wonderful experience, which is creativity and the genesis of ideas. The first thing you do is your conscious mind sort of sets the intention or task for your subconscious mind. You're like, hey, subconscious, we're doing this. This is why you can kind of like ask questions to yourself. It's your conscious mind asking questions to your subconscious mind. You can get an answer back. It's kind of weird if you think about it, right? But the first thing you do in the creative process is your conscious mind, it sets the intention, right? And then your subconscious mind then starts generating thoughts and ideas, right? It starts actually doing the thinking and generation of ideas. And then once it's come up with some ideas, your conscious mind starts filtering out the bad ideas and accepting the winning ideas and say, oh, no, this one's bad, this one's no good. But the subconscious mind is just spitting out ideas. It gets into a flow state and it just starts like ideas start coming out like it's a machine, right? Boom, 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 boom. And the conscious mind is saying, yeah, this one's bad, this one's bad. Oh, this one's good. Oh, this one's bad. Normal filtering process. And here's kind of a cool diagram so you guys understand that a little bit better. So first, like the conscious mind, again, it decides what to do. And then the subconscious mind starts coming up with all these ideas. Boom, 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 boom. And then the conscious mind comes back in and it filters it out and it picks the final idea or the final ideas, right? Now, this first part of the process where you're starting to come up with a bunch of different ideas and you're branching out is called divergent thinking, right? You're trying to come up with as many options as possible. And then you enter the process, which is called convergent thinking, is where you start filtering things out and bringing these sort of wild ideas and bringing them back to focus, right? And this is the process. You go through divergent thinking, then convergent thinking, and sort of a process over and over again to come up with good ideas and to filter them out, right? It seems fairly simple, but there's a few parts of the process where it tends to break down, and I'm going to show you how to fix it. So the first one is distraction, right? For your subconscious mind to get in the point where it's like dumping out good ideas, you have to avoid distraction. Distraction will ruin it. You want to get in that flow state, get the momentum going for the ideas, so that you just keep coming out with idea after idea after idea. If you distract it, then you have to start building that momentum all over again. It's why most people don't think very deeply. It's because they never allow themselves to go very long without picking up their phone or diving into some new distraction. So you want to develop your deep work capacity and to stay in that uninterrupted flow for as long as possible, right? Over time, you'll get better and better at it. But the better you get at avoiding distraction, about physically cutting it out of your life and using your mind to focus on one part of the process, the better, right? The other side of the problem is you don't have enough material to work with to start with the creative process. And this is usually a breakdown in the research. If you don't understand the avatar of the situation, you don't have enough of their words, enough understanding about what's going on, and there's any kind of if there's a lack of clarity around any of those core concepts you need to learn about in your research, when you sit down to actually write, if you don't have that, if it's not clear, you're going to run into problems. There's not enough actual material for your brain to use to construct creative ideas or creative fascinations in this example, right? So whenever you run into that problem, run into that roadblock, and you don't know what to do, it's usually a lack of clarity around that information or around the process. You either don't have the material for what you need to do, or you don't have the skill for doing that thing, right? And you need to go back and identify where that lack of clarity is, and that's your limiting factor. And once you identify that, you can fix it, and then you can move forward. If you realize, hey, I really need to go back to the research and understand more stuff, then you go and do that. Or if you're like, hey, I really need to learn more about these copywriting fascination formulas because I don't know what I'm doing, you go and do that, and then you can show back up and actually step into creative stuff. That's an important step. If you don't have enough ammunition for your subconscious to draw on, the creative process just dies. So you gotta feed it the right ammunition, you gotta give it the right knowledge that it needs, and then it can actually do what it needs to do. Now, this is a big one. This is probably the most common one, and that is like the idea of having too harsh of a filter too early on, right? Remember how I said how the conscious mind sort of tells the subconscious mind to start thinking of ideas? and then it'll start evaluating whether those ideas are good or bad, right? Something that happens is when you're sitting down for the first time, you're trying to do it, you're trying to come up with these ideas. Some of the first couple ideas and a lot of the ideas that you're going to come up with are going to be pretty bad, right? So if you're doing something new, you're like, your brain's testing out this new skill, and it comes up with an idea, and your conscious mind comes down too harsh on it. It's like, oh, that's a terrible idea. That's stupid. And it comes up with another idea, and the brain's like, no, that's stupid. Pretty soon, the subconscious mind, it's weird. It's like it's another person. It's like, dude, if you're going to keep being a jerk to me, I'm not going to come up with ideas, and it just stops, right? So one of the ways to get around that is to, instead of like smacking it down every time, is to give yourself permission to just let the ideas flow. So you turn off the filter part of your brain and just let the ideas flow. Like you get that momentum going, and you want to keep that momentum going as much as possible. For example, like let's say you're going to write fascinations and you were running into this problem. You could give yourself the permission to say, okay, dude, just like write 100 bad fascinations, like the worst fascinations possible. And you just like start spitting up ideas, and pretty soon you'll get into that flow state and you'll spit out ideas. And maybe maybe you'll come up with 2 bad ones, and then you come up with a good one, and then another 2 bad ones and another good one. Like everyone's got a percentage, right? But if you get enough volume out and you give yourself the permission to hit the volume, you'll be able to start mining those responses for gold. Not all of them will be great. Some of them will be good. But if you turn off the filter for a while and then filter the end, it allows you to reach that flow state for your output of creative ideas, and then you can pick the good ones afterwards, right? Instead of shutting it down too early. The other problem is that the brain is overtaxed. If you're doing back-to-back deep work sessions and your brain is like literally, you haven't taken the time to reset in between, you're going to run into problems. It'll just get worn down, and you won't be able to come up with ideas. The reset and the break in between the actual work part of each deep work session is work. It's crucial. It is extremely important. It's not just something that you're just too weak to not do. You actually need to do that to give your subconscious mind the breather it needs to reset. And you'll be surprised that, and when you do that, like if you've reached that point where you're starting to run into the end of your brain's capacity, if you take a break and get up and go for a walk for 5 minutes, you'd be surprised at how many breakthrough ideas will come to you while you're on that walk, right? There was an example I gave a while back about the illegal sexual stimulant headline as a really good example of a fascination. Gary Halpert came up with that when he was walking on the beach in between writing sessions, right? You need to give yourself a reset every so often to let that creative process come in and actually happen, right? And creativity is a skill, right? If you can develop your ability to think creatively, you learn this process of using your conscious mind to task your subconscious mind and mining it for creative resources and doing divergent thinking and convergent thinking and avoid the mistakes I've explained. If you develop this skill, you'll be able to come up with crazy ideas, and there won't be a challenge that you face as a copywriter or in your life really that you can't come up with a unique, powerful solution to. Creative thinking is extremely important. You're going to need to develop this skill, especially now as you start writing. It's extremely important. So I want you to approach these sales calls with what I call the doctor frame. Now, when a doctor has a patient, someone walks through the door, they do 2 things. First, they diagnose what's going wrong with the patient, and then they prescribe a solution, right? The doctor comes in, they'll check, they'll analyze a few things about the person's body, maybe run a few tests, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it looks like you have this condition. Let me recommend this medication or this procedure or this remedy or whatever. That's how doctors approach their situations. Someone doesn't just walk through the door and they're like, chemotherapy, without even getting to know them or talk to them, right? As a copywriter, as someone who's going to show up as a strategic partner in their business, you need to understand their situation. You need to understand what they're going through, understand their goals, understand what they've attempted, identify the actual problem, that actual thing that's keeping them from getting where they want to go, and then make a recommendation or a prescription. You need to have both diagnosis and prescription. They say prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. The same thing is true with copywriters. And the business owner will know this, right? If you show up and you just start pitching them something that you haven't necessarily qualified them for, then they're going to know that it's probably not going to work for them, because that's how solutions work. I'm going to be showing you a series of questions or types of questions you can ask to understand their situation, understand their problems, and then find out what the solution is. And they're called the SPIN questions, or situation, problem, implications, and the needs payoff. And I'm going to give you a video over on each of these and how to ask them and why they're important. So I want you to understand that the most pivotal moment in your copywriting career isn't when you have someone pay you money for the first time. It's when you help that first client achieve an amazing result. That's the most pivotal moment in your copywriting career. So once you close the deal, once you earn that first discovery project, you want to invest as much time and energy and brain power as possible to ensure that they get an amazing result. If you can get an amazing result for a client, you can then take that and that turns into a testimonial that you can put on your website, that you can use in the rest of your outreach, that you can use to turn around and help other businesses achieve the same result. Getting them a win is the biggest win that you can possibly have. That's even better than getting paid any amount of money. If you can land a deal and actually help them achieve an amazing result, and now you have a powerful case study, a powerful testimonial, you can use that to get infinity money. Once you land that deal, once someone says yes to you and you have a client, it is in your best interest to do everything that is humanly possible to get them an amazing result. That is going to be key. That is your new goal. Prospecting and finding more clients, you should still do that. It's just, you should still invest part of your time. That changes but your daily checklist is forever changed. Your main focus is on getting your clients amazing results. If you do that, you can get infinity money. That's the easiest thing in the world once you have amazing results. That is the pivotal moment in your career. Once you get them a big win, your life as a copywriter, your life as a strategic digital marketer gets a lot easier and you have a lot more opportunities to help people. That's the key. Now, before you reach out, and in order to reach out, you need to have some idea of how you can help them. You should have achieved this by doing some analysis in the very beginning with the top 1 or 2 players inside of that particular market, that particular niche. You should have some idea of how you're planning to help these people. But keep in mind, this is going to be a hypothesis. You won't really know how you're going to help them and what that first project's going to be until you actually have a sales call with them. We'll get into that later. But for now, you should have a hypothesis of something valuable you can bring to the table. This first message, this first series, this first part of the conversation is a value exchange. You need to bring something valuable in return for the time and energy they're going to invest into reading your message. If that value trade is good, it's positive, they feel happy about it, they will be more likely to engage in future value trades with you, like booking a sales call or paying you hundreds or thousands of dollars for a first project. You want to make sure that this first interaction is valuable to them. A big part of this is you need to offer them something that they want. You need to figure out what that business owner, that particular business owner wants. Go online, do some research, poke around, try and find places where that type of business owner, let's say it's an e-commerce guy or an online coach or a chiropractor, where they share their desires, their frustrations. You want to find their top 1 to 3 frustrations or their 1 to 3 top pains and connect whatever you're talking about to them with that desire that they have. That's going to be very important. It needs to be perceived as valuable so that they will continue to engage in future value trades with you. They'll book a call. They will pay you money. They'll become your partner. All of that is built on a lot of successful value trades. And this first message is a value exchange. So make sure that you're showing up, talking about something they care about, something that is going to be helpful for them. When it comes to outreach, when it comes to finding businesses to partner with, quality is way more important than quantity. He who impacts the reader the most wins. He who impacts the prospect the most wins. You're not going to be blasting out thousands of cold emails. Scale isn't the answer. You want to send highly targeted outreach to specific prospects that have a good fit. They have the ingredients for success and can potentially be a good fit as a partner business that you can use to earn $10,000, $100,000 a month. That's your goal here. You need to maintain your status, your authority. You need to remember that you're in demand. You need to avoid being desperate, and you need to only send out targeted outreach. Again, if you send out a whole bunch of outreach to a bunch of people and it's low impact, you're going to be perceived as a low value guy. You want to send out a small amount of outreach that is to targeted businesses for a specific reason, because that's what allows you to maintain status. That's what a multimillionaire copywriter does. He doesn't just blast out a bunch of messages. He carefully selects his prospects and he evaluates whether or not they're good for partnership. That's what you want to do. Small amount, high quality. You are a high value copywriter. You have the ability to show up and become strategic partners with the business and help them reach $1 million in revenue, $10 million in revenue, $100 million in revenue. You have that ability, right? So make sure that you act that way. Don't be desperate. Be calm, cool, collective, confident, and focus on abundance. You have to realize there are an infinite number of businesses out there. If someone doesn't like you or someone doesn't want to work with you, like use that as information to help you refine your approach, but don't sweat it. You'll be able to find someone else tomorrow or the day after that or the day after that. Just sit back, relax, understand that the better you get at this, the better you show up with strategic value, the better your marketing IQ, the better your skills, the easier it's going to be for you to find clients. So sit back, relax, focus on the abundance, focus on the confidence, and you'll do really well. You'll get lots of people to book calls with you. And I'm going to show you now how to take those sales calls and turn them into clients, into partnered businesses. All right, so let's talk about sales calls. Once you've had that message, you send it out to them, they decide they want to talk with you. The whole point of the sales call is for you to get to know each other, you to get to know their situation, understand their goals, understand their desires, understand their current approach to solving those problems, and identify the correct steps forward they need to take to reach their goals, right? That's the whole point. And then from there, you position yourself as the guy who can help them achieve that, and you give them a plan for how to do that. That's what you're trying to do on a sales call. You're not trying to go in there and just like pitch a preconceived idea. You need to show up. You need to be calm, cool, collected. You need to establish a relationship with them, and you need to identify the path forward. You need to help them find the way to achieve their goals and position yourself as the person to help them do that through a very specific and defined plan. If you're able to do that, they'll buy. If you go in there and you try and sell to them and try and pitch really hard some idea that you've had, it's not going to create the right dynamic. Again, we're trying to become partners with these businesses. We're trying to show up as a strategic partner. So you're going to show up, you're going to ask strategic questions, you're going to provide strategic recommendations, and then you're going to recommend a specific course of action. You're going to land a discovery project. From then, you're going to grow and continue. After you've done that project, you do another and another, and you continue to work with these businesses, and that's how you become partners with them. That is the objective of a sales call. Implication questions are perhaps my favorite of all the questions that you do during the sales call. Once you've identified a problem that they're trying to solve, you then start asking implication questions. You help them see what the consequences of either solving that problem are or not solving that problem are. For example, in our last call or the last little video, I mentioned that, so let's say the problem was not enough people want to purchase one particular product on their value ladder. You might ask them, okay, what does your business look like in 1 year, 2 year, 10 years if you never get people to purchase this particular product? Once you ask them that question, they're going to start looking into the future and imagining what the true cost of that problem really is. They might say, oh, well, man, my business will probably never grow and my competitor will probably win, and I'll just have to go back and get a job at some point. Man, that's actually pretty terrible. Or you can ask them, okay, let's say you get this right and people start purchasing your product. How does that change your business 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line? And what that does is it starts to get them to see how valuable it is for them to solve this problem. They understand the true cost or the true benefit of solving that problem, which is helpful, right? The bigger the value that you offer, the bigger the price you can ask for in return. You can also ask them how solving this or how this problem is affecting other areas of their business or life, or how solving this problem would benefit other areas of their business and life. You want to ask 3 or 4 good implication questions. Again, you don't have to ask a whole lot. Once you've identified that problem, that's when you just really start with a few simple implication questions. So think about a few implication questions you can ask, write them down, plan these out as part of your exercise getting ready for sales calls. Because if you have the right implication question, it can really just dump gasoline on the fire for the whole sales process. Implication questions are my favorite. Make sure you have 3 or 4 good ones that you can ask in order to help them understand the true cost and the true benefit of solving that problem that you've identified. All right, so what do you do when they finally say yes? You do the sales call, you pitch the discovery project, and they say, yes, let's do that. You say, okay, wonderful. Here's how this is going to work. And you want to lay out the rest of the process for the discovery project. You want to let them know, okay, when this call's over, I'll send you an invoice. What's a good email address for it? And you'll send them an invoice via Stripe or Wise or whatever payment processing system you end up using. You send them an invoice, and then you say, okay, after I send the invoice for the upfront part of the payment, we're going to do a little bit of a research phase where I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions about your ideal target market. I'm going to want access to testimonials, access to the program I'll be selling or whatever, right? You're going to gather the specific information you need to understand their business. You want to understand their target market, their avatar, their products themselves. You want as much data as possible. You're going to want their discovery story of the product. You're going to want testimonials. You want to collect all the ammunition that you need. So you're going to take 2 or 3 days and you're going to analyze that. You're going to really get to understand and do the research process. Then you're going to create a first draft. right? You're going to tell them this, hey, I'm going to send you a first draft. It's going to be rough. It won't necessarily match your voice. That's the whole point of this first draft, is for us to go back and forth and go through a revision phase where I send over Google Doc, you make comments, I make changes, we go back and forth until we get something that matches your voice and the goals of the thing. Now, this is really important. You want to manage the expectation here so that they know that there's going to be a revision phase. That's part of the purpose of a discovery project. Because if you just say, hey, I'll write some copy, and first time out, it'll match your voice, it'll be something you like, and it's 100% going to work, it's a really difficult thing to actually make happen. It's better to say, hey, we're gonna have a process here where we're going to go back and forth and fine tune the message so we make sure that it matches your desires, your goals, and your audience and your brand. Once the revision process is done, then you're going to do the launch. That's when they're going to either have their team put it on their email list or on their website, or you'll go in there and do that depending on what you guys negotiate. They're going to launch the project and it's going to get results. After the launch, you're going to want to have a review call. So that might be a week or two after you start the whole thing. You're going to want to book a call on their calendar where you review the project, review how it went, and review the results that you got. And that's generally when you're going to send that second invoice. And also, that's when you're going to pitch them on the next bigger and better project. So that's how you're going to run the discovery project. Once they say yes, you're going to go through a research phase, a first draft phase, a revision phase, and then a launch phase. And then you're going to want to have a review. You want to make sure that you book a call on their calendar to review the success of it, so then you can either change your discovery project and make sure that it gets them the results that they want, or if it went really well and they loved it, you can collect a testimonial and then move on to the next bigger and better project, the next step on that giant plan that you laid out during your original sales call. All right, guys, welcome to today's AI training, how to use AI to conquer the world. Today, I'm going to be showing you some ways to use AI to create disruptive images. This is extremely useful when you're creating Facebook ads, any kind of paid ads where you use images. Maybe if you're creating thumbnails, again, where you want to use an image to disrupt and grab attention, you can use these in your outreach. You can use these in the emails you write for your clients. You can use these on landing pages. There's something about AI art and AI image generation that is interesting and disruptive. You have to be careful with it. I'm going to show you some tools you can use to generate AI images and a few examples of how you can play around with it. So let's go ahead. I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about, and we will dive right in. So this is open.ai. This is I think the main landing page, sign up for AI as it's being developed. OpenAI is the project run by Elon Musk where he's trying to make AI tools available to people so that more people can use them. It's giving us the opportunity to use the ChatGPT, this other program, Dolly, which is the image generation, which is basically the same as this, but in the meantime, right? So in the meantime, as you're signing up for the waitlist, which this might be an old page or whatever, but you can generate images available. AI art is interesting, right? You can give it all sorts of prompts. You can tell what kind of style you want to do. You can tell what kind of, what type of colors. You can tell it what kind of images, things to include. You can do lots of interesting things with this, right? The cool thing about the art though that it generates is that it's just a little different. It may be a human made this, but probably not. It catches your attention in a really interesting way. You can't use everything that it generates, but you can create some interesting ideas. So let's do something like man eating steak in the forest. Now let's do the style of Van Gogh just for the fun of it, right? Now, the cool thing about this, let's say we're creating ads for a company that does carnivore diets or something like that. Let's see what this generates for us here. Man eating steak in the forest in the style of Van Gogh. You can give it almost any kind of prompt, any kind of stuff, and it will throw it out. I put in the style of Van Gogh just to show you kind of how odd you can make this, right? Now, this would be terribly, terribly disruptive. Some of these images are scary, whoever this guy is, I don't want to talk with him or be associated with him, but it's interesting, right? If you slap something like this or this or this onto a Facebook ad, it's going to be very, very different, right? It's going to be something that stands out. It's just going to make someone stop on their feet, right? Mating steak in the forest. Let's try some other things with, let's say, and let's do it in the mountains. And let's do like an 80s, or let's do pixel art just for the fun of it, right? Pixel art. You can change different styles. You can feed it anything. And that's the fun thing. When you just come around here, you can play around with it. You can add ideas. You can add random things. Again, this might not match the brand, but this is going to stop the scroll. right? And some of this is weird. Like there's some guy looking at paint, like it doesn't make any sense. Some of it makes zero sense, right? I mean, it kind of depends on what you feed it, but you can give it all sorts of ideas. I'm going to do the same thing. Let's say like strong man eating steak in the mountains during sunset. Let's see what it throws out. And again, this is not, I haven't given any kind of style, anything like that. We'll see what it spits out. And this is fun, right? Like this is honestly, like this is just some weird stuff, right? This random dude eating steak. Look, this guy's got 3 legs. There's some strange things. This one's just odd. Like this is just absolutely odd, but it would catch your attention. Like this would certainly catch your attention if it was thrown on an Instagram feed or a Facebook feed or something like that. This is random dude squatting by a bunch of chunks of steak. And you can play around with it and you can feed it different things, but roughly this is what happens. I'm curious what happens if I feed it into Dolly. If I feed it directly into Dolly, I bet it's going to get something similar. You see the detailed levels of like the kind of things you can feed it. A bowl of soup, the whatever. See, this is slightly different stuff. This guy's like smelling steak. This random dude's like, yeah, it's so odd. This is such interesting, strange things. And you can feed it different stuff. This looks like Jocko Willink's like cousin from West Virginia. But like you see what I'm talking about. You can use this to generate endless images, endless ideas for stuff. And even if you don't use this, right, you might take this and you might edit it, or you might send this to your graphic designer. You might do something different. But like you can use this as like a base. You can take this, throw it in Canva, throw text overlays, do different stuff like that. But this is guaranteed to stop someone scroll. You want to find things that make sense, right? At least make sense. This one looks normal. You don't want things to look totally weird or strange. You want things to look as real as possible. That's kind of a weird one. It's like a weird ape man. You want to pick things that make sense, that don't look terribly evil or distorted, but you want things that stand out, and AI will help you generate a whole bunch of different ideas all at once. And that's kind of the fun thing about it, right? You can generate and test millions of ideas without having to sit down and actually do the artwork and actually design anything. You can just test it out. You can just give it a query and boom, hours and hours of human work replicated. And sure, maybe it's a little weird, maybe it's a little different, but that's kind of a feature. You can use this, right? There's a million ways you can use these types of images inside of your marketing. You can use them for social media posts. You can use them for paid ads. You can use them inside of your cold email outreach, part of the sales process. You can do all sorts of stuff. There's other tools out there where you can upload your own images and it can do some weird things with it. Like you can upload a person's face and then like have them created in like some other form or version. I made a version of that with me like knocking out an opponent. It was really weird and off. I had like 3 arms, but like there's some of them that turned out okay. You can use these tools to generate art and images that would normally take a human being hours and hours and hours of time, a day of work. You can do it in half a second. So use these tools, use these to generate disruptive images. Sometimes they might fit, sometimes they might not. It's a tool you want to have in your back pocket because there's going to be some copywriter out there who is using this tool to succeed. So keep this in mind. Use this OpenAI, and I'll drop the links inside of this learning module. They'll be probably just above the video or below it. Depends on where and how it's hosted, but I'll have the links to these 2 specific tools inside of that. This is a useful tool. This is a useful capability you want to have in your back pocket. You don't have to be a graphic designer. You don't have to be an artist, but now you can create endless images on the fly that are extremely disruptive and attention grabbing. So I'm excited to show you guys some more stuff. I have some more things installed for you guys, or install. That's not the right word. See, I'm a word guy. I like to sit around and think about words all the time. I have some more things for you in store. That's the right word. I have some more things in store for you guys tomorrow. I'm excited to share them. In the meantime, dive in, play around with these tools, and use them to create some really massively interesting and disruptive images. All right, guys, I've been trying to collect images from AI. AI is weird. Images from AI is a strange game. Let me show you what I have found so far. So if I share my screen, you should be able to see some of the stuff. So AI is strange. Obviously, it doesn't do people super well. It doesn't do words very well. So it's been interesting trying to generate stuff. I've run a lot of queries, tried a lot of things, tried some dystopian stuff. I found that it does kind of better if you feed it sketches or 2D stuff. One of the things that I found is if you tell it to do sketches, it tends to do really well with those as well. Like it's able to create things that feel like this type of content, like this feels like this looks real. This looks like the human brain can understand this. It didn't actually work out. Sometimes it produces some really wacky things. had a hard time. I was really trying really hard to create like unicorns attacking a man protecting his son, but it couldn't quite figure it out. If you feed it silhouettes, it tends to do pretty well. Ooh, this is like terrifying. But silhouettes, it does pretty well as far as like accuracy. Part of the power, part of the cool things about this is that it doesn't quite feel right. I mean, you look at some of these humans and they don't look like humans. You know, this kid's got too many chromosomes or too little. It doesn't look right. You want to find that perfect balance. So if you tell it to do a painting, if you tell it to do some type of neo-futurism, you try and make it somewhat abstract, it's able to do that a little easier because there's less complications. I was able to come up with a couple good ones, right? There's a few good images here, but mostly it was just wild. I tried to do like holding up a kid like Simba, and it made everyone weird lion people. Weird stuff, man. AI creates some weird things. But I got a few good ones. So let's pull up the good ones that I actually have that we're going to work with. So, all right. So we've got a different copy for the ad variants. That was just stuff I pulled from Jasper and then improved with ChatGPT. But I've got a couple good images. Like this one probably is going to catch the eye of people. This one I tried really hard to have like a father and son fighting the Terminator. But like the AI wanted the Terminators to win or the people to be part Terminators. And this is the closest I got to like a human fighting a Terminator. There's some weird ones. I'm certainly not going to run all of these, right? Like some of these kind of convey things on a subconscious level that are kind of terrifying. Like the little kids are fighting weird, creepy old monsters. Some of them are better where there's like a father and son working together. So there's some options I'm going to do here. I might run some of these, some of the really eye-catching ones, and I have some of the simpler ones. So I'll probably pick 2 or 3 of the ones that look normal, and I'll probably pick 2 or 3 of the really weird ones, and I'll put them all together. So I've got the materials, I've got my images, and I'm going to probably do overlay with Canva. I'll show you that once I've got it in Facebook Ads Manager. Again, I'm not really going to do a whole lot with it. I might actually just leave a lot of these images as is so they read the text. But yeah, it's pretty simple, right? I've got some images I can play around with. AI is strange. That's kind of the point. So it's hard to find these sort of weird middle ground places where it kind of makes sense for the human brain. But once you do, they tend to work really well. The other campaigns I've run with Facebook ads where I've used images from AI that are just a little different, they seem to work really, really well. So I'm going to play around with Canva, get some of these dialed in, and I'm going to get Facebook ads set up. And that's going to be the next video I show you. So almost done here. All right, guys, quick update. So I've been going through the research phase. Again, I feel like this is going to take the longest out of everything I'm doing just because I think it's the most important, making sure that I'm dialed in on my avatar, dialed in on what they need, understanding these foundational insights and what's going to be the main drivers for this person to act. I think is going to be key, especially since I'm using AI. The quality of what I feed it is going to determine what the quality of what it spits out. So but spending some time with this, I went and copied a bunch of like the most valuable reviews I could find on different books that I thought were interesting. What I usually do when I do this, I go through and highlight in green things that they desired or liked, in red things that they're afraid of, in yellow any kind of, or orange any kind of demographic information, or anything that might give me clues of where to target these people online, and blue anything they liked about the book, or in this case a book, what they liked about the product itself, like the way it was done. In this case, he appreciates straightforward approach. I think in my first review up here, he mentioned that it's like a workbook and there's activities. He liked that. And then if there's things that they don't like about the book, like in this case, he didn't like that there was very profound language. I'm marking like a purple. Because it's like a quick color coding system I use. And as I go through, study them, kind of highlight things that I find that stand out to me that as far as their desires, just to get a kind of a general feel for who we're working with, who the target market might be. Once I went and did that for, I think that's like 3 or 4 pages of different interviews here, or different reviews, started filling out the research template, created an avatar. His name's Zach, he's 32, grew up in a normal home, parents forced him when he was 12. He served a few years in the U.S. Army, now he works as a plumber, got married, he has 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter, works for him and his family. That's kind of his kind of driving ethos there. Day in the life, wakes up early, hits the gym, listens to podcasts, puts in a day of hard work at the job, takes pride in doing a good job of what he does as a plumber. He gets home 5:36 p.m., super physically tired, helps run the house, does his best to be there for his kids and wife, watches a game or show with his kids, is in bed by 10:30. Any kind of free time he has outside of just like mind-numbing entertainment, he's going to spend that dreaming about his own plumbing company someday, or doing something in real estate or something like that. He's trying to figure out a way to improve his life. Values. So right now I'm having him as traditional conservative values, very American, very patriotic, loves his family, sees himself as a father first. That's his first part of identity. That was something I pulled out of the reviews up there. Loves his family, sees himself as father first, sees the way the world's headed, and he's worried. He's definitely buying in all the fear-mongering news stuff. He feels like he's under attack. He's worried about his kid's future, the economy, all that stuff. Very anti-leftist and the Hollywood crowd. He thinks that like the libs are like destroying the country, destroying his life, that kind of stuff. And he believes in hard work, earning what you want, and being a strong masculine man. That's like his ideals. He might not necessarily be living those ideals, but that's what he feels. Outside forces. The economy acts on him, the media acts on him, his employer acts on him, schools act on him and his kids, feminists act on him and his worldview, leftists as well, and his parents, to some degree, have acted on his current beliefs. So current state, these are some things I found. Obviously, I think the biggest one here is they feel like their kids are being attacked, the masculinity is being attacked, and that the world is trying to make their kids weak in the face of difficulty, and they don't really like that other people are influencing their kids more than they are. They're worried also that they aren't doing a good enough job as a parent. This is a huge insecurity that he has. He knows he could probably do better. He's starting to see his kids start to act entitled, start to act not the way he'd like them to, and it bugs him. It makes him angry about it. Facing these overwhelming challenges. Again, a lot of these are all based on the stuff I got there, right? He feels like his life, like his own fire, is being like drained as a man, and he feels like that's affecting his kids. Other people perceive him. He imagines that like the libs hate him. Like other people on the outside world, he thinks that these people hate him for being the strong masculine man he is or would like to be. Right now he worries that he's letting his kids down. This is the biggest status play for him. He feels like his kids don't really respect him. He feels like his kids don't think he's like an amazing superhero. He feels like his kids don't really respect him. And they'll just look at him as just dad. They won't really appreciate him for what he does. He worries that his wife doesn't think he's a good father, that she thinks he could be doing better. She thinks he's inadequate. And like that's a big fear of his. Zach's also worried that other parents see his kids and think he's weak or a poor father. He's worried about what other people think about his kids. And then this is the way he describes his own current state. Dream state right now. This is what I pulled out. So right now he would love to have sons that adore, respect, and listen to him as his father. He wants to be a better example for his sons. He wants his sons learning important values and skills that he wants to instill those in them so they'll be prepared for the hard times ahead. He definitely sees the world ahead as being difficult. He wants his sons to become strong and masculine and be able to resist the influences that are trying to make them weak or feminine in this world, right? He wants his sons to keep that inner fire, that masculine drive alive. He doesn't want their dreams to be killed. He wants to foster those. And he wants his sons to become the future leaders of the world. That's his dream. That's what he wants. He wants to be that father that is raising his sons that way. He wants them to be successful. He wants to see them succeed. He wants to see them succeed at like a jiu-jitsu tournament or something like that. He wants to see them win. He wants to make new memories with them. He wants to make meaningful memories. He wants to be an important part of their lives over the years to come. But this is where it starts to get fun. Again, the status side. How do others perceive him? How will his sons perceive him? How will his wife perceive him? All that stuff. His sons will adore him as fathers. Like he wants them to look up at him with like that light of admiration in his eyes. Like that's what he wants to see in his sons, right? He wants to become the superhero. He wants the wife to be proud of him for taking care of his son or of her sons and leading in such a masculine way. He wants to be that man and to have her respect. He wants the libs to hate him even more. He really wants the hate from the crazy blue-haired feminist ladies. Like that's really what he wants. And he wants future generations to look back and be proud of him and like say kudos to him. He probably even wants people to be jealous of his sons. Like that's probably something I should add. That's probably a huge part of this, right? Right now, if he was able to achieve that, if he was able to become that father and raise his sons that way, he would feel like the man. His testosterone would shoot up and so would his chin. He'd be extremely proud in a really healthy way. Now I'm going to go through and identify these roadblocks, talk about creating the solution and kind of ideation around the product. And then I'm going to dive into the actual plan to full offer and create the actual product with AI. That's the next step. So again, this part right here, we're identifying their dream states, their current states, and identifying the roadblocks. This is the most important part. So I'm taking a little bit more time than normal on this. I think this and Facebook approving the ads is going to be the longest part of this entire process. So right now, I'm going to go through, I'm going to define the roadblocks, define the solution, and start playing around with some ideas about what the product needs to kind of look like, feel like, before I dive into actually planning the offer and creating the product. So just in the slog of it right now, in the middle of the research and the planning and understanding, this is the process. So we're moving along pretty well. All right, guys. So I went and slept a little bit And now I'm coming back in to check the Facebook ads, see how they're doing. They were approved. So you guys should be able to see my screen now. So they were approved. We were able to run these. Some of them got their full 400. It looks like we probably have one winner here, one outstanding performer, and the rest are pretty mediocre. I did come in and turn this one off. I saw that it was at like 200, 202 for impressions, and only had one link. There was no magical way it was going to get much better. It's at 57 cents per click, but I knew that it probably wasn't going to be the winner, so I just killed it so we could have these other go a little bit faster. But you can see some of these, right? Like the Terminator one, it got 4 link clicks. My cost per click was like 38 cents, which is crazy good for like the industry as a whole. The click-through rate, let's see if I turn that on here. Let's see. Because you can go in, you can set the columns of performance so you can see the click-through rate. Yeah, click-through rate on this one was like a little under 80 cents, which wasn't that great. But these other ones up here are obviously significantly better. This one's right around that 4% that I really like to see. So this will probably be the winner. I'm going to let the full test run out. I'm going to let these other ones go. Although at this stage, this one's at 362. We're pretty stable here at 10 cents cost per click. The math works probably to use this one as the conversion ad. So what I'm going to do, like I said, I set all these up as traffic ads, where the objective is just to get people to click. I'm going to switch it to conversion. So Facebook will optimize these ads to go out to people who are probably going to convert and purchase. I can set it for the sales objective. I've got my pixel set up. It should be good to go. And then I'll just crank the thing. The cool thing about running the test the way I have is, let's see, maximum. Yeah, I've set the time for maximum. Let me show you how much I've spent to do this quick test. I think total $8.60. It's cost me basically nothing to find a winning ad that's going to probably perform really well. I can turn around and really crank that, right? So we still don't have any purchases yet. Let me see if I can pull up the actual analytics for, yeah. So this is the analytics for the site. Just refresh that because it is not 100% accurate. Like if you just use the ClickFunnels statistics like I am right now, because it's a quick, easy project, you won't be 100% accurate. Look, it's showing that I've got 14 unique visitors out of all those clicks right now. The one order form and the one visit onto the thank you page, those were me. Those were mine. Like if you go in here to contacts, like that was just me going through and testing it out. So those aren't accurate. Those haven't happened. We don't have any purchase events yet, but we've got some people visiting the page. Again, I probably should install some type of screen recording to like show, because you can install these cool little software codes on your thing that show people as they go through your page. I'm imagining I have a pretty high drop off at the beginning. I'm waiting on a few new pictures and stuff like that from my wife, who has some better pictures of this whole thing, so I can use that to collect sales a little bit better. You know, I just realized I don't even know if I set my button on this. Let's go take a look. That might be a problem. Let's see. Let's make sure I set my button. Guys, I stayed up pretty late last night running this. Let's see if we got this. Oh yeah, see, my button doesn't even work. No wonder no one has purchased. Let's set my button. Let's set the action. It's going to say go to the next. I don't want to go to the next step. I just want to go to the next step of the funnel. Next step in the funnel is going to add to cart. It's going to add the product to cart. I'm going to go ahead and set. Well, that's funny. The button doesn't do anything. I've sent people to a page and the button didn't do anything. So it's always fun. Let's go to next step of the funnel. All right. So now people can actually purchase. I'm curious if maybe someone was going to purchase on that first one. No, who cares? The real point of these Facebook ads that I ran here is just to gather the data, just to see what people are clicking on, see which image is the best. And once I have that data, turn around and let it rip. So let's play around with, let's make sure the order form is connected. I'm pretty sure I added the product here. Let's double, triple check. Let's preview this page and see. Okay. Yeah. I think I have to go preview it in here. Boom, boom. Had my happy music this morning. Let's take a look. I think go step 2, show step 2. Yeah, it's got, I think I ran this and I had just when I submitted it, I had the actual product. So I think we're good. So they can purchase. We fixed the buttons. They can purchase. But like I said, we've only had like maybe 20 people on the site. Chances of like losing a sale is pretty low. And we've still got plenty of time and money. Like the price of this thing is $29. I've spent $8 so far on random tests. I'm really only going to start counting whether this is profitable or not once I switch this over to conversion ads, optimizing for sales. At that point, I will probably start earning some money and we'll hit revenue. But I'm going to let this test continue to run out. I've still got a few hours. The test should run. Oh, Spark is finished. Yeah, that's at 11 cents per click. I think we were probably good enough based on what I have to turn these other two off and actually do this. So let's do that. Let's go ahead. And while we're live here, let's go and create a new campaign where this is the ad we do. So let's go ahead.
I'm going to create a new campaign. I'm going to make the conversion event sales. That's what we're looking to achieve here. Now I'm going to make the campaign name like, we've got the kids running around. It's morning time. AI sales test. Now let's move down here. The spending. I'm going to bump the spending. Yeah, auction. Sweet. Let's go to the next step. This is cool. You guys are going to see me do Facebook ads. You guys are always like, I've had so many students like, how do I do Facebook ads? How do I create the landing page? Like, this is the least fun version and the least fun part of the whole thing. Like, this is stupid easy. And it's the least fun part. So let's go ahead and set sales as the conversion event. Let's see. I mean, it might not even have enough data. Add to cart. We could do add to cart as the optimization stuff. Let's do add to cart as the thing we're trying to do. We're just going to optimize for add to cart. I know I've got the pixel set up. It's an iOS, and we're going to have problems with it. So yeah, we'll see. So this might not be delivered to people with iOS. Let's see what we can play around. We should be able to do sales though. Where's purchase? Purchase. Let's do purchase. Yeah. So it's going to probably not be super happy because of iOS and stuff like that. We'll still run it. We'll see what happens. We're going to create daily budget up to $50, which is just pretty low. Again, we're just kind of playing around with numbers here. If we're really trying to go fast and create amazing things, we would just, I don't think I saved my other audience. Let's see if I can save my other audience real quick. And then I can come back and just hit the button because, yeah, I don't have that saved audience. Let's see if we can just save that. We're going to close this. I'm going to go to my other one. Again, woohoo, so much fun, man. We're doing the whole Facebook ads thing. It's pretty great. So this is this one. I'm gonna go ahead and can I edit this? Come on. It's a lot of just poking around on a platform and figuring out how it all works. It's publishing. I just want to save my audience. That's all I want to do. Detailed audience. Is there a place for me to save this? It's being weird. It's because it's still publishing that other stuff. Hit the good old refresh and see what we can do here with Facebook. Facebook Ads Manager changes, it updates. Basically, if you kind of know the basics of it, you can figure this out in like 5 minutes. They make it pretty easy for human beings to figure this out. They want people to figure it out. Here we go. Let's save this. I'm going to call this fathers 28 to 38. Yeah, 28 to 38. 28 to 38. Boom. Saved audience. They want to make it easy. I'm going to close that one. I'm going to go back to my other campaign where I'm doing my AI sales test. That's the real one. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one off because I've got everything I need from that. I have my winning ad, which happened live on the call, which is cool. So let's go in and let's get this thing edited. All right, so I'm editing two campaigns. I don't want to edit two campaigns at once. Let's remove that one. Close. Let's back out of this. AI sales test, that's the one I want to edit. Edit that one right now. Setting the sales event. Let's go next. Got my little Jasper, keep our little Chrome extension thing getting in the way of everything now. It's pretty fun. Fathers, let's do the 28 to 38. Now let's go into, we got the budget set. Let's take a look at audiences, saved audience, boom, fathers. Now we're sending the same exact people that we sent before. Optimizing for conversions. Let's go ahead and make sure we do manual placements. We want to make sure it's all in the same places as before. Now let's hit, I think we're good. Go ahead and hit next. Now we're just going to, I want to create this. I want to actually hit, I'm going to X out of this one. This is some advanced Facebook ads, guys. I'm going to show you all the tricks, I'm going to go into my weird AI test. I'm going to take a look at the ads for that one campaign. And I'm going to go to the Sparta ad and I'm going to duplicate this one into an existing campaign. Let's see if I can find it. Weird AI test. It doesn't want to do that. It's good. Can I do new campaign? It doesn't like this. All right. So it's not going to let me copy. Well, there's probably some really easy way to just copy it over. I won't do it because it's not published. That's okay. We'll just do it by hand. Existing campaign. AI sales test. It won't let me duplicate it. Yeah, it won't let me do one that hasn't been published yet. I have to publish it without an ad. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to open this in a new tab. We're going to go to, we're going to have to go to edit. I'm going to go to edit in a new tab. That's not going to let me edit a new tab. We've got the media. The only thing we really need to super copy is this. Now let's go back to the other campaign. Oh, I thought I was going to show you guys just how cool and amazing you can do fun duplicate copies and stuff like that with Facebook ads, but not today. We're not going to get to show you guys all the cool weird AI tests, fathers, or my AI sales tests. That's where I want to be. I've got both of them selected again. Let's start over again from the very beginning. Here we go. We're going to turn off, we're going to deselect that, just the new traffic campaign. I'm going to edit that one, not the new traffic. I want to do the, wait a second, where's my sales going to go? This is fun. Guys, sleep is kind of important. People fail to think that sleep is important. Sleep is kind of important. When I am a little sleepier, it's a little, like if I have, like I slept maybe 2 or 3 hours last night. Whenever that's the case, it's always just a tiny bit harder to have my full cognitive powers. I do recommend you sleep when I'm at the end of a long war mode set right now. So the sleep is a little bit different. So you're gonna see a few things. Okay, now we're ready to set the ad. Sparta. We call it Sparta for conversions. Now we're gonna go down to manual upload. Oh yeah. Now we're just gonna recreate the ad just like we did before. Add image. Where's my Sparta image? Boom, there's my Sparta image. Go next. Yep, we like it 1-to-1. We're gonna allow it to do enhancements. We won't really be able to do very many enhancements. Now I'm going to go to website. I don't have the URL with me right now. There we go, website. I'll paste that in a second. Let's go into primary text. Boom, we got the primary text done. Now we need to do the URL, which is this one, URL. The URL posted. Shop now. Let's go to Shop now is interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and do, before I had learn now as the thing, I'm gonna do learn now as my button for the CTA. And for the headline, let's go ahead and just do the full on, we'll do just the title of the book again. Title of the book. So it's the exact same ad. The only difference is that this is now optimized for conversions. This is not optimized for anything else but conversions. So let's take a look. Gonna go ahead and cross that out. Let's double check everything. I've got, we gotta make sure the description is blanked out, because if not, it'll pull the description from the meta, and I'm pretty sure I didn't set that up. So let's take a look at a quick little preview of this ad. Let's take a look, make sure it looks all right. Yep, looks like a correct ad. We've got the link at the bottom, got all them emojis. It won't show the Explorer home. That's okay. Image. Yeah, it looks good. Facebook Marketplace is even going to show up there. So I think we're good. I think we are ready to hit publish on this bad boy. Let's see if Facebook likes it. All right, sweet. So this ad's turned on. Let's go ahead and refresh real quick, see how we're doing. It's showing it's still in draft. I want to make sure that it is 100% published. Let's do a quick refresh. It says no ads. We got to figure it out now. Where do we put the ads? We put the ads somewhere. Fathers. Ads. It's processing. So it's still processing. So Facebook is going to process it. They're going to review it. And then if it passes the review, there we go. Now we're happy. Now we've got ads that I've been still processing. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right. So Facebook is going to go in. It's going to approve this ad. It's going to run it. I think this is our winning ad. I think we're going to get revenue, especially now that I hooked the button up. So we are good to go, guys. We are ready to, you've seen me done some of the Facebook ads. Now we're going to sit back, see how this one performs. I'll come back and check this in 10, 20 minutes, see if Facebook has approved it, and we will keep going from there. We're almost done with this challenge. We've launched a product. We'll see if we can get to revenue using AI. I think we probably will. And we'll call it a wrap. So we'll see how Facebook treats this ad.
All right, so the first way, the best way to kick this entire thing off is you want to start thinking about different markets you would like to write in. What businesses, what types of businesses would you like to work with? Now, there's the big three niches. There's health, wealth, and relationships, right? Those are the big three. And there's a whole bunch of sub niches beneath that. But your first step is to think of different markets you would like to work in. Now, something to keep in mind here is when you're picking your niche or your market to write in, you're not getting married to this niche right out of the beginning, especially when you're first starting out. You can explore a niche. You're going to start reaching out to prospects, potential clients, and potential partners. And as you do so, you're going to learn some things. And maybe that's not the niche you're going to end up staying with, right? You're not really married to a niche or a market until you've got a paying client in that market. So until someone pays you money, you're just exploring niches, right? So I'm going to teach you how, in another video, how to find and identify a bunch of different niches, how to break down from these big 3 niches and identify which markets you want to work with. That's step number 1. You need to start thinking of different markets you would like to write in. This might be things that you're already interested in, or it might just be a market you think has a good potential. As a copywriter, you should be able to show up into any market, perform some basic research, and be up to speed and ready to get started on a project with a client. So start thinking about different niches, start thinking about different projects that you would like to work with, right? Start thinking about health, wealth, and relationships. Like, for example, a subset of health might be fitness training and nutrition, or yoga training for people over 40. There's a whole bunch of ways to break it down into smaller markets. Usually, the deeper you go into those markets, the better. Now, there's a point where you can go too deep. You got to find that sweet spot, but you'll get that through exploring online. I'll show you how to do all that. But right now, start thinking about what types of companies do I want to work with? What would be a fun market to write in? What would I enjoy? Start thinking about that and start thinking about how to reach out to those people. All right, guys, I'm going to show you guys how to massively speed up your prospecting using ChatGPT. A lot of you guys have had difficulty in the past coming up with niches, coming up with search terms, things like that. ChatGPT, this is a very good way that you can maximize your time by using this to give you a bunch of seed ideas that you can then turn around and use during your prospecting. Now, I'm going to specifically be using prospecting via YouTube in this video example, but as always, and with all of these AI videos, look for how I'm using AI and figure out other ways that you can use AI based on some of that. Use this as inspiration for you to go out and do different things instead of just doing what I'm doing. But this, what I'm going to show you right now, is going to be pretty helpful for you guys as you seek to find sub niches to reach out to and find good search terms for them. So let me explain kind of how this works. So used to, you could Google things. Like if you had a question, you would Google it and you would search content that someone else had made. ChatGPT is basically that, but it just gives you the answer straight away. It filters a lot of stuff out. So it massively speeds up the speed at which you can get access to information and useful information. It basically allows you to outsource some parts of your thinking. And again, this is where AI gets so useful. You can use it to outsource some of the lesser things that you have to do with your brain, so you can spend more of your mental energy on the better things that you can do. It's like the age-old, like how civilization worked. They learned how to farm so that a few people could work on farming, and then, you know, that 1 or 10% of other people could work on building culture and art and innovating in science and medicine and stuff like that. That's how civilization happened. It was you outsource the low stuff to some people handle this while everyone else handle this. You can do the same thing with your mind. You can have AI handle the boring stuff, the basic stuff, while allowing your brain to innovate on top of that, right? It gives you more leverage with your time and energy. Anyways, enough about philosophizing about AI and civilization. Let's talk about how to specifically use it to speed up your prospecting. So let's say you're sitting there and you're trying to identify a good sub niche underneath one of the major niches, right? The major ones, health, wealth, relationships / entertainment, which is kind of one of them, right? Let's say you're trying to identify those. Now, I'm going to show you a question you could ask ChatGPT to massively speed up some of the answers you get. So you could say, what are 10, let's do 12, just for fun. I found if you give it specific large numbers, it gives you more responses per query. So what are 12 sub niches inside of the health and wellness industry, right? So we're going to get 12 sub niches as a result of health and wellness: nutrition, mental health, fitness, sleep health. The fun thing is you can dive into all these, stress management. These are all sub niches or subcategories within the health and wellness industry: beauty and skincare, sexual health, all this stuff, pregnancy and parenting. Some of these are starting to blend into relationships, but as you can see, aging and gerontology, that's one I haven't even really thought of as a niche to look at. Chronic illness management, environmental health. Look, we've got 12. I could have asked for 24. It's given me 12 different sub niches. I might have naturally on my own maybe thought of 5 or 6 of these, but I've been able to, in the span of like, 30 seconds, get 12 different ideas, different ways I can go down and help people with, right? And you can go down even further, right? What are 12, let's do 12 again, just because it's fun, or 10. Yeah, let's do 10. What are 10 sub niches in the fitness industry? And look, There we go. We got with people focus on weight loss, strength training, cardio. It's going to give me 10. As you can see, this gives you infinite access to sub niches, new industries, new verticals you can go in. I've just done health and wellness. You can do fitness. If it's just done fitness, you can do relationships. You can do all aspects of relationships. You can do wealth management, wealth generation, income management, all that stuff. You can even do some forms of entertainment. You can look at local services. You can use these tools to go and find infinite sub niches, right? Which is really, really, really cool. So not only will this allow you to go out and branch out and find different little places you can look in, right? This is an infinite web of different businesses that it's really easy to search through because of the query-based interaction here with ChatGPT. But you can also use this to find better search terms. So let's say I wanted to I had a hard time. I wanted to find better search terms for finding yoga instructors. So let's pick yoga instructors. So I could say what search, give me, I'm going to do 24 search terms I could use to find online yoga. I'm going to say 24 YouTube search terms I could use to find yoga trainers, to find, let's say, online yoga trainers. Here are 24 search terms that you could use to find online yoga trainers on YouTube. And it's going to give me some answers, right? And some of these are fairly general. Even these general ones are going to give you responses. But all of these are new search terms that you can test, so you can quickly go through and mine YouTube, for in this example, for yoga instructors. And all of these are going to give you some pretty interesting results. We've hit a network error. There's a chance that I've hit the limit for the day. Yeah. So we've got the 24, which is totally fine. I could probably, let's see if I can run this so I can regenerate the response. It'll keep going. Yeah, it's gonna go from the top. As you can see, you can use ChatGPT to massively, now the cool thing is it gives you these ideas. You don't have to stick with just these 24 or these 10 or whatever. When you look at them, new ideas are going to pop from your mind. An idea breeds an idea, right? So when you see this search term, you're going to think of another search term you can do outside of this. But see how this is massively sped up the time? You don't have to sit around and think of new search terms. If your search term isn't working out well, you got a list of 24 that you've got from ChatGPT to massively speed up how fast you prospect. Now, this is just using the same system of prospecting. I figure out who you're going to look for, coming up with search terms, reaching out to them, like searching online. This will massively speed up that part of it. Obviously, you're still going to have to slog through YouTube and actually filter things out with your mind. I have some other tools and stuff to help improve that systematically, but this will massively speed up the current system, right? This gives you infinite niches, infinite places to look for. You can do the same thing for any other platform that ChatGPT knows about. You can do this for local businesses. You can start asking questions about these individual niches and their needs. This is a powerful tool to get access to information, to outsource some level of your thinking so you can spend the rest of your mental energy on bigger and more important tasks like how can I more personally and on a human level communicate with these people when I reach out to them. ChatGPT is a massively powerful tool to rapidly speed up your idea process or your thought process when it comes to setting up your outreach. So go out, use this ChatGPT to massively speed up your outreach, hit your prospecting, get it done much faster each day, so you can spend more time on the other items in your daily checklist that are more valuable to you. Now, once you've learned and identified the secrets of success inside the market that you've picked, you've analyzed 1 to 3 businesses, you understand who their avatar is, who their target market is, what their desires are, the language that they're using, how they're attracting attention, how they're monetizing that attention, what funnels they use, what their sales page. Once you've analyzed all that and found a bunch of really cool ideas, now it's time to start looking for businesses to partner with. Now you're going to do that. You're going to look on social media. You're going to look on a few other places. I'm going to teach you how to look for people in different platforms. But you're going to be looking for businesses that have the ingredients for success. You're going to identify different projects you can help businesses in that niche apply to get more people to follow them or grow the number of people that they can capture their attention or how to monetize that attention. And you're going to want to start looking for businesses that have the ingredients for success that you need to give them results. Usually that's 2 things, right? Usually it's best to show up and find businesses that have something of an existing audience, right? They already have some people following them. They have people signed up for their email list. You want to try and find people that have a group of people they can already talk to, right? That way you can help them sell more to that group of people. If they have 0 followers, it's kind of hard to help them sell more products because no one's listening to them, right? So finding someone that has an established audience, an engaged audience, that's a really good criteria or a filter. Another thing you want to look for is people who are already selling a product, right? They're selling a product that people like, that's got decent reviews. If you can find those 2 ingredients, it's a lot easier for you to show up and as a strategic partner, help them pull a few levers, tweak their messaging, add this new thing to their funnel, and bam, grow their business significantly. If they don't have an audience, it's a lot harder. If they haven't identified and created that product market fit, they haven't created a product that the market actually kind of likes, it's really hard to help them do that. You can, but it's a lot better and it's a lot easier for you as a strategic partner to find someone who already has those 2 ingredients. Now, quick caveat, if you're going for local businesses, having a large number of social media followers isn't as important, right? They have a local audience, they have a local group of people that they can market to. So that doesn't matter as much. However, their credibility, if they've got good reviews, that's usually a good indicator. And that's generally the thing you want to look for most. Does this local business have good reviews? Are they helping people? Do people like them generally? If they've got a bad reputation, it's hard for you to step in and help. It's better to work with someone who already has a good reputation and just help them sell better and improve their business in a myriad of ways. So those are some of the ingredients for success you want to look for when you're looking for different businesses. Now, exactly how many followers and exactly how expensive their product is, that's going to vary between the industry. Use your best judgment. Start looking for businesses that have the ingredients for success. You've identified a whole bunch of cool ideas. Now, find businesses that have the ingredients to make those ideas work. That way you get paid. That way you have more fun. So something to keep in mind here is you're going to want to personalize your outreach. If you send them a message that could make sense in anybody's inbox or anybody's DM in folder or whatever, they're going to think that your recommendation isn't tailored for them. If you can show them that this message is tailored for them, that you're reaching out to them specifically to them for a specific reason, because you have something valuable for them and it's personalized so they know that this message only makes sense to them, then they're going to be a lot more likely to believe in the value that you are offering. If you just say, hey, person, here's something that will help you grow your sales, because it's not personalized, they might think, he has just sent this out to thousands of people. It probably doesn't even match my situation. He probably doesn't even know who I am or what I'm doing. So chances are it's not going to be valuable for me and they're going to ignore you. It's important to personalize it. Make sure you include their name. Make sure you reference something specific about their business that makes sense only to them. Make sure that you're recommending something because of something specific that you've seen on their site. Make it personalized and make sure that they understand this is a tailored message specifically to them. That's going to be extremely key for them believing that what you're about to offer them is valuable and having them even pay enough attention to you to continue this exchange. It needs to be personalized. It needs to make sense. The thing I like to think about is, would this message make sense in anybody else's inbox? If you could take the same message and put it in a different prospect's inbox and it would work, like, because you didn't reference their actual course or their name or anything like that. If it makes sense in multiple inboxes, it's not specific enough. You need to personalize it, make it specific to them, so that if it accidentally ended up in the wrong person's inbox, they'd be like, what is this? This makes no sense. This has no connection to me. You want to make sure that everything you send out is personalized and tailored to the individual, because that's going to increase the perceived value and increase the likelihood they believe and are continued to be interested in what you're talking about. All right, so when you start off a sales call, the first thing you need to do, instead of just like jumping into business and talking shop, usually it's good to stop and just sort of greet them as a person and get to know them really quickly. And it's sort of a vibe check to get to know them, see if there's someone that you like, and give them a chance to get to know you a little bit as well. People like to do business with people they know, like, and trust. They've just met you. You've just met this person. It's time to get to know them slightly. Imagine you're meeting a stranger for the first time. You're going to ask them a few questions. They're going to ask you a few questions. You're going to get to know each other. You're going to build some common ground. And then you're going to move on to the purpose of the conversation. You're going to go start talking business at that point. At the very beginning, you want to get a vibe check. Now, if you do the call and you feel like they're a kind of a shady individual and you should do business with them, in the call, I've done that. At the very beginning, I've had a call with someone. I'm like, dude, this is not someone I want to work with. Hey, man, it's been great to meet you. Something came up. Talk with you later. Leave the call. Never talk to them again. But most of the time, you get to know them. They get to sense that you're a professional. You get to sense that they're a professional. You have then the foundation you need, and then start asking questions, because you're going to ask them some personal questions. You're going to start asking them things like how much money they're making in a month. Usually, you only answer that kind of stuff once there's a little bit of a rapport that's been built. So the very beginning of a sales call, you build some rapport. You get to know them. You get to like them. So then you can then trust them and they can trust you. This is one of the reasons why why doing a Zoom call is so important. You want to see their face. You want to talk face to face, because if you start a relationship, this is what you're doing with a sales call. You're starting a relationship with a partner business potentially. It's a lot more likely to build a strong relationship if you've actually spoken face to face. You've got the nonverbal, the body language cues, all that sort of stuff. So the very beginning of a sales call is about building and establishing rapport. They can then trust you so that you can ask them the right questions and recommend the right solutions at the very end. Before we dive into the rest of the stuff about sales calls, you need to understand a few of the little trimmings or the trappings that go around the sales call that are going to be very important for how they perceive you. Something that's going to be very important is your body language. You want to show up in front of this call with good posture, right? Upright spine. Kind of imagine that there's a string pulling the back of your head up like that. You want to show up like someone who's sitting up. You don't want to slunch over and slump and be super like relaxed, or I mean, not necessarily relaxed, but you don't want to be lazy, right? You want to be big, open, tall. You want to show and communicate your value through simple, good posture. You want to make sure that your grooming and hygiene is taken care of. Make sure you're showered, you're clean, your hair is okay. You've had a haircut recently. That's actually one of the fastest ways to show up as a higher value guy is if you just have a fresh haircut. So if you get a haircut once a month, once a week, that usually helps. That's really, really important. As far as the clothes that you wear, you don't need to dress super formal. You don't need a suit. Like I'm in my house. A simple polo or a collared shirt is usually good enough. A nice t-shirt isn't bad either. You don't want to overdress because I'm assuming you're going to be doing this call from your home, but you don't want to underdress either. A collared shirt's nice because it frames your face and makes it look better than if you just have a regular crew neck t-shirt. So a nice collared shirt is usually good for this type of thing. As far as other things go with your lighting is really important for a call like this. I have a ring light. I have light inside of here. I have natural light coming there. The light is hitting my face. You don't want to have light coming from behind and be backlit so your face is in shadow. You want to have light coming into your face. So position yourself inside of your room or whatever so you have natural light hitting your face, or the light from the ceiling hitting your face. Or if you need to, get a ring light so that you can balance out so there's no shadows on your face. You want to be lit from the front. You want to be well lit. You don't want to be like in a dark, dingy dungeon. You want to be someone who lives in a nice, happy, bright place, right? You want to make sure your backdrop is okay. Now, I've got this weird tapestry thing going on. I've got a Genghis Khan statue. I'm a little different than most. You don't have to go to this extreme, but just make sure that it's nice behind you, right? Don't have it. There was a student I remember once in the very beginning who like the backdrop was like the family closet that had all the games on like a shelf. It didn't really signal value. You don't have to have a fancy background, but you need to make sure your background's clean, clear, and professional. These are just a few little trappings that are going to communicate value. Make sure your voice is clear. Speak calm and relaxed. You don't have to rush your words or trip over them. Just relax and be open and calm and collected, and make sure that your environment reflects that you are a professional. You're someone who's serious. You're someone who gets it. You're in the game. A few simple tips make a huge difference for how valuable they perceive you and how likely they are to like you and trust you. Make sure you cover those basics. All right, so let me walk you through my process for creating ads. That's the wrong one. Boom, here we go. So you should be able to see my screen. So what I did first was I came to Jasper. Now, I tried running a few things with ChatGPT. I tried asking it to create just Facebook ads, and it was just spitting out headlines, little one-liners, and maybe I'll test those. Like I might. But it was just spitting out one-liners. I wanted primary text. Even when I told it to expand on it, I didn't terribly like it. So what I did is I went to Jasper and I started creating different things. I tried a couple different tones of voice, and the ones that it spit out weren't too bad. You know, are you raising a son in today's world? It can be tough, not still strong masculine values. Some of these might get me banned. Like this is not a terrible Facebook ad, but it's not that great. This one would definitely get me banned. And is the world trying to turn your son into a sissy? That would definitely get me banned from Facebook. And this is a Conan Barbarian one. It's time to fight for your son's masculinity. I didn't figure out a way to ask ChatGPT to create good Facebook ad copy, but if I give it Facebook ad copy to improve, it knows how to do that. So I say, hey, make this ad inspire more curiosity, make each of the bullet points intriguing, like a copywriting fascination. Boom. So I feed it that and it spits out something significantly better. I've added this one as well. I've said, hey, make this one inspire more curiosity. And I've pasted this other one and it's added some interesting elements for this. So ChatGPT might not be able to create good copy, but it can certainly, maybe there's a way to get it to give you good Facebook ad copy, but I haven't found it yet. But right now it's doing a really good job of improving on
the stuff that Jasper is spitting out, which isn't bad, but it can definitely be better. So let's see what we got here. So this is this one. Let's say make this ad Facebook compliant and increase the level of mystery and curiosity. I'm basically telling you to do two things at the same time. So now it's just kind of creating free form Facebook ads. Like it's not real. I mean, it's barely inspired from the other one, but I like this. It's not terrible. I think we're going to try it. So we're going to try running some of these ads and see what happens. So we've got another one that's been improved by ChatGPT. I'm gonna try and come up with a couple of these, because as fun as it is to have like the same variations, I'm gonna have to test several variations at once. So I'm gonna play around with ChatGPT, come up with a few new variations for Facebook ads. I'll show you the images once I sit down and actually create images, because that's gonna be a different game. I'm gonna sit down and create 5 or 6 different highly disruptive images using OpenAI and Canva. Once I've done that, I'll show you how I put them together. I'm going to show you how I combine that for the full ad, but I just want to show you the process I'm using for creating the copy right now.
All right, guys, I'm going to show you a really quick way you can use AI as a copywriter and inside of digital marketing. This is a way that not a lot of you guys may have thought about in the past. It's a lot of you, when you come to me, you ask me like, hey, when you're creating a lead magnet, creating some of these marketing materials, sometimes there's like this content you need to create or value you need to create for your client or for the content that you're going to be sharing. Like, for example, let's say you want to create a lead magnet around an ebook. And the question that I've gotten a lot of times is, wait, do you write that? Does the client write that? And sometimes it's really difficult to get a client to actually write something because they're very busy people. If you just show up with a brand new marketing project, they can't always just like drop everything and do what you want to do. However, I'm going to show you how you guys can use ChatGPT to basically create that entire thing from start to finish. So let's say I rocked up here and I wanted to, let's say I had a client and it was a fitness client and I wanted, let's use my classic example. I almost always use like a carnivore coach, right? A coach teaches people how to do the carnivore diet. I could ask ChatGPT, create a table of contents for a carnivore diet for beginners. Let's see if I can spell this right. Carnivore for beginners ebook. And it will spit out an idea, right? It'll spit out an outline for the entire book: introduction, get started, carnivore diet FAQs, the entire thing. It'll give you the content basically that you need to do. Right now, it's got the entire, here's your table of contents. I could say, come up with 5 different creative titles for the book. Boom. And it'll give you some different titles. You could pitch these all to your clients. I could say, okay, write the introduction to the book in 200 words or less. I can go down piece by piece by piece and I can have it write the entire book. Copy and paste, copy, paste. I've got an entire lead magnet right now. If I really wanted to go crazy with this, I could then turn around and I could go to open.ai and I could just have it, I could say carnivore diet. I could just hit that. And then the next thing I know, it's probably going to give me some interesting things. I could use that. But like literally, like I've now used this to write compelling copy for a lead magnet. Now, obviously, this is all really, really weird. So I could just say like, I could do ribeye steaks and just see what it does, right? You could have OpenAI generate the image content, or you could just use whatever, slap something together in Canva, you create the actual title for it. But look, I've got images here that I could actually use. That's a weird cut. Cut does not exist. That looks strange. But like you could literally use AI to generate the images. You could generate images for each part of this, or you can just use stock photography to create images for this. If you wanted to create a book cover, you could have it. You could come in here and say, let's just try like ideas for the book cover. And let's see if it gives you some ideas. Here we go. Boom. Now we've got some ideas for the book cover. You can literally just step by step asking questions, copy and paste into a Google Docs, export as PDF, slap some stuff together with Canva, and you've got an entire lead magnet. So if you're working with a client and they don't have time to create the content, you can blast out a lot of the content, get them to go in and edit it and change a few things if some things are inaccurate or things need to change to represent their brand. But you can literally, within a matter of a few minutes, you can create an entire lead magnet. So content is going to be completely different. If you have an idea for good content, if you can test out and see that there's a clear need for a specific type of guide amongst an audience, you can crank one out in like 4 hours probably. It's a powerful tool, right? And the people that are going to be able to use ChatGPT most successfully, the people who use AI most successfully are the ones who are going to be able to identify in real time human needs inside of their audience, inside of their niche, and then turn around and use AI to rapidly generate things that will meet those needs. And then they're going to need to apply their own understanding of humans, their own understanding of good copy, of engaging with content, and that human touch on top of it to make it to where it's actually effective. And then whoever can identify those, build the stuff with ChatGPT and other AI tools, make it as human and amazing as possible, and then launch those things. The people who can do that the fastest are going to win. So if you have clients right now, consider this right now. You can use this to create entire new, multitude of new lead funnels in the matter of an hour to you. In one day, you could use this to create 10 different ideas for like full back end. Here's a PDF, full ideas for different lead magnets you can test out. You could use this. You can then turn around and create Facebook ads for this. You can create everything you need and probably launch this within, I can bet I could put something together in 4 hours and have it live. So like this is a powerful tool. If content is something that you've had a difficulty with before, or you haven't really been able to work with your clients to launch certain things because you don't have the content for things, you can do this to create outlines for courses, any type of content possible you can imagine. You guys can create this, right? This is a very, very powerful tool. Now that you have this, you can use this to create, I've shown you how you can use it to create a lead magnet. The possibilities are endless. You guys are like me, you are using this like crazy right now. This is an amazing time to be alive. Anything that took you 10 hours before can now be done in one. Anything that took you 6 weeks can be done in a day. We live in a really cool time. If you're a human and you're intelligent and you understand other human beings, you can use this tool to make a lot of money. So use this. If you need to make lead magnets, use ChatGPT. Or Jasper.ai. I think you can do some similar things. I don't think it knows as much about everything as ChatGPT does, but you can definitely use this to create content. You can use this to create ebooks. This is a cool tool. Use it. All right, so I've done a bunch of interesting things with ChatGPT in this example. I'm going to be showing you some of the basic things you need to think about when you start using ChatGPT to create copy. And I'm going to be showing you basically previous conversations I've had with ChatGPT so you can understand some of these basic principles. Now, if you want to be successful with AI, you have to understand garbage in equals garbage out. So let me show you what requirements ChatGPT needs from you in order to create the best copy possible. So, I started this off, I'm like, okay, ChatGPT, I'm going to call you Jarvis just for fun because why not make it more interesting? He said, of course, why not? I said, all right, now Jarvis, I'm going to teach you how to write better marketing copy. And it replied back and said, listen, I can't actually learn and get better at things over time. It's not like I improve. You can teach me anything. I can basically just do what I know how to do, which is kind of a big misconception. People talk about, you need to train AI. And you're not really training the AI. I mean, unless you're actually building your own AI and you're feeding a data set and you're a computer scientist, then maybe you're training your AI. But you and I aren't going to be training ChatGPT. What we're going to be doing is we're going to have to learn how to be very specific with our communication with ChatGPT. So I said, okay, well, cool. Then let's establish some specific prompts I can use to create more specific outcomes with marketing. How can I enhance my ability to give you specific prompts in order to produce more effective output? Now, this is an interesting point I want to bring up to you guys. When you're working with AI and you're playing around, you're tinkering with it, you can just ask AI what it needs. You say, hey, I want to do this thing. What information do I need to give you? Or, hey, I want to do this. How can I use AI to make this happen? And like AI is its own user manual. Like it'll tell you how to do everything you need to do. So if you wanted to ask AI how you could do this, how to do one thing or that thing, just ask it and it'll probably give you some pointers. But here are some guidelines that ChatGPT spit back. These are extremely fundamental. If you want to create compelling copy with ChatGPT, which is what I'm going to be showing you how to do here, you have to follow these. Most people don't. Most people show up and they're like, write an ad for this, but and it spits out some things. And they look at it and they're like, oh, this is garbage. If you want ChatGPT to actually create good stuff, you need to follow these principles. I'm just going to go through them. First, you got to clearly define your objective. If you have an answer to the 4 questions for what you're trying to do, the 4 questions from the bootcamp, you're not going to be able to tell AI what you want to have actually happen. You need to have a defined outcome. I want my reader to do this. I want to create this specific thing so that my reader will do this. You've got to define the outcome. Be specific and detailed. The more you can give AI, the more detailed you can give it, the more it can incorporate that. Most people don't feed it any research data. They don't feed it any specific details. And so that's why ChatGPT spits out a bunch of vague copy for them. You have to feed it specific stuff. And to the level of specificity that you feed ChatGPT is going to, that's going to determine how specific and valuable the copy is that it spits out. This is probably the most important one, though. This is the easiest one to massively speed up the quality of copy that you get out from ChatGPT is to use examples or templates. I'm going to show you an example of this in a little bit. But if you say, hey, ChatGPT, I'm trying to create a sales page. I want you to model this sales page, and you copy and paste and you give it an example of a successful sales page, it can actually model that way better. If you just tell it to, hey, generally create a sales page, it's going to create some generic empty stuff because you haven't given it any specific examples. But if you've done your research and you've identified some successful sales pages or some successful Facebook ads or whatever you're trying to create, and you can give that information to ChatGPT and say, use this as a template, it makes the whole process a lot better. And I'm going to show you an example of me doing this. I'm mentioning tone and style. A lot of you guys ask, hey, how do I get it to be professional and still funny and interesting? Tell ChatGPT what to do. Just say, hey, I want the tone to be a busy professional that is blah, 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 and interested in this, or write as if you are, and then give it like an actual specific tone. I'm going to show you an example of doing that here, but you could just tell it to mix in a tone. It'll get you mostly there, right? If you just actually tell it about tone. Most people don't. They say, hey, write this thing, but they don't say write it in the voice of this person or use this tone. The more detailed you can give instruction to ChatGPT, the better it can do. It's mindless. Sure, it's a mind. It can learn stuff, but at the end of the day, it just does what you tell it to do, right? It just like all computing programs, it does what you tell it to do. So if you want it to go out and perform a task, you need to be pretty detailed about the boundaries and the information and the quality that you want to get, or else it's just going to kind of half do it and come back and you'll get frustrated. It's just like working with an employee or a person or a computer. You've got to give it clear instructions and give it the tone. The other thing you want to do, key phrases, bullet points are cool. Request revisions, you're going to go back and forth. There's going to be a revision process. You're like, hey, change this first sentence, change it something like this. It's interesting. You're a copywriter, but you're using ChatGPT as if it's your copywriter, like it's a copywriter on your team. So there's going to be a revision process. You're going to have to go back and forth with what it gives you until you reach something that you feel is actually going to create the objective that you want. So definitely don't be afraid to revise it. And then you're just going to experiment and play around with it. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. But these 7 points are pretty valuable. And I'm going to show you how I applied them in this example. So I said, excellent. I'm so nice to Jarvis, right? Here's the outline of a landing page I'd like to use as a model for another page I'm going to be writing. I pasted it in. This is basically the boring, simple text on my landing page for the 10 tips book that I have on my page, just to show you guys an example of what a landing page is. So I pasted it in there, and ChatGPT's like, okay, cool, here's some improvements, and they just made it longer. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I want to model the original page as closely as possible. So, okay, here we go. Here's the original page. So then I said, all right, now Jarvis, I want to use the same format, but for a landing page for a free ebook on getting started as an options trader, as an example. And then here's an example of when you're using ChatGPT, and if you were working with a person, right? You say, hey, I want to write this. I want to create this thing. Instead of just telling it to go do it, I said, what do you need from me in order to make it as effective as possible? And it gave me all the information I needed to give it. It said, hey, give me a title of the book, give me a description of the book, key selling points, the target audience, what the CTA is, give me an author bio, give me any information on visual assets or branding and design preferences. Okay, here we go. And I said, title of the ebook, I said, I want you to come up with a bunch of different variations, but that's up to you. Give a quick description of the ebook. I gave some key selling points, the target audience, the CTA, and a little bit on the author bio, right? This is a made up example, so I couldn't feed it too much specific, but I tried to make my made up example as specific as possible. I talk about how it's a guidebook, the basics of stock options, how to create an account, best strategies for beginners based on different risk appetites, key selling points. Again, this is where you need to have some understanding of the product or market. If you don't understand why someone, the main key selling points for a product, what the USP is for that thing, the unique selling proposition, you're going to have a hard time telling ChatGPT what to do. And if it doesn't know, and if you don't feed it good information, it's not going to spit anything good out. So I gave it some information. It's going to help them learn the basics quickly, avoid problems, and cause them to lose their entire portfolio, and get them ready to place the first trade in the first 24 hours. Just quick, made up stuff, target audience, young men working boring jobs, want to earn more money. Author bio, expert trader, ex Wall Street, now living in Bali, super multi-millionaire, expat, whatever, right? Boom, it spits out a landing page. And it's not terrible, right? It uses the format that I gave it. Again, I gave it something to model. I didn't just tell it to create some general copy. I said, hey, look, model this landing page. And it spit out some pretty good stuff. This is the first little, it's got 2 sections. It's got like an above the fold section, and it's got a deeper section. But the copy isn't that bad. Options Trading 101, your fast track to financial freedom. I would probably play around with that title later, but it's not terrible. Unlock the secrets of stock options, learn the ins and outs, stock options, even if you start from scratch, blah, 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 master your options, proven strategies for every risk appetite, discover the best strategies. The whole thing is pretty standard. Like this, if I saw a copywriting student write this, I'd say, hey, it's not bad. Maybe spice it up a little bit, change this, but it's not terrible. This is much better than your average beginner copy. And it's because I gave it specific information, and ChatGPT can write at a certain level. So if you can't write that good, as long as you know what to tell ChatGPT to do, you can create fairly effective copy. This would work if it was in front of the right people. And then we've got, more information. Attention, young men eager to break free from boring jobs and earn more money. You can see very clearly, he's using these little elements that Andrew gave him. If you give ChatGPT little elements, it'll use it. And then it's got some more stuff, whatever, landing page, send me the ebook, whatever. And I said, okay, cool. And I said, now give me some suggestions for branding and design of this guide based on the understanding you have of this target market offer. If you need more information to answer as accurately as possible, let me know. So then it said, okay, look, here's the brand identity. Here's some color palettes you could try. Here's some typography. Again, if you just assuming I was actually going to build this landing page, now it's kind of told me where to start. Like, okay, use this type of color, use these type of images. It's given me all the input that I need as a designer to then go and turn around and use a template and create this thing. Talk about what I want to think about when it comes to cover design, landing page layout, testimonials, et cetera, all that stuff. So you can play around with that. Like you can create a pretty decent copy and have everything you need to build a pretty good, effective landing page without a whole lot of difficulty. This spun up really quickly, right? Now I had to go ahead and I said, hey, now create 3 different IG reels on ads to direct traffic to this page that are designed to dramatically catch the attention of the viewer and still a pressing question in their mind or the mind of the reader. They can only answer by clicking the link, viewing the landing page. It spit out some IG reel ideas. They're okay. I probably would workshop them a little bit better. And I did that. I said, in order to enhance the curiosity, teach a specific thing they're going to learn in the ebook, and it did that. I went through this revision process with this. Now, I want to show you how I enhanced the actual landing page itself, though. I went on and I said, okay, let's make a few modifications to the generated option page for the option trading guide. I want to change the tone. The author, and I gave it the author, more information about the author. Just create this fake guru guy. The author is a flashy, in-your-face, bold trader. Create a version landing page that matches that tone. So you can see how it changed the tone here. Make millions with options trading, no BS. It spit out some stuff. It's interesting here. It used one of the old bullet points from the other thing, so I had to fix that later, but it changed the whole tone here. Send me the damn guide right there. Yo, are you ready to dominate the market? Again, it changed the tone. There's still some things you need to fine tune, but you can tell it, hey, write like this, use this type of energy, and it'll mix it in pretty effectively. The CTA is different, it changes. And then I say, I use a different bullet point here, and it changes it to something that matches the thing. Again, it's not that hard. You can use ChatGPT to create pretty compelling copy as long as you take the time to give it the information you need. Remember the 7 points for feeding good copy to ChatGPT. Use these points up here. Clearly define your objective, be specific, use examples or templates. Using examples and templates, giving ChatGPT an example is one of the fastest ways to do this. Being as detailed as possible with your target market, your avatar, etc. I'm going to show you some ways to kind of use AI to create that a little bit better or to mine that data a little bit better. But feeding it specific information, asking ChatGPT, hey, I'm going to be creating a landing page. What do you need me to give you so it's as effective as possible? Or, hey, I'm creating a IG ad. What information do I need to give you so it can be as effective as possible in my market? And then just give it the information it asks for. ChatGPT knows how you can use it better than you probably know how to use ChatGPT. Just ask it what you need to know. But this is a quick example of how you can create pretty compelling copy using a few prompts and a template so that you can create stuff. And then obviously, then on top of that, you can then take it as an expert copywriter and tweak a few things, enhance this a little bit, and you can get significantly quicker results than if you just say, yo, write me a landing page. This will help you generate faster, compelling copy to start with as your first draft using ChatGPT. So dive in, use this information, give it the information it needs, and it'll give you the work that you need. All right, so I definitely had a problem with the last chunk of recording that I did. So I'm going to redo this whole part so you guys can see this. So update. So I pasted a bunch of the reviews from a book that I think is a fairly close competitor to what I'm going to be actually launching. And I've gone through and highlighted it. This is how I have like a little color coded system that I use. If it's something positive about the actual product itself, so like the way the book was presented or the way the product was presented, I highlight it in blue. If there's something that's like a key to avatar information, like the guy here did 75 hard challenges is one of the books he did, a potential thing I could use to target these people online, I'll highlight it in like a yellow or an orange. If it talks about a dream or desire, I highlight it in a green, something that they want. If it's a fear or something that they don't like or they're afraid of, I put it in a red. And then, I just would go through and do that. If there's something about the product that they didn't like from like a product standpoint, like the wrapper, like the wrapping of the actual thing, I highlight in like this light pink, this light purple or whatever. Anyways, I did that, went through, got like several pages of different reviews that I thought were impactful when I skimmed them really quickly on the thing. Again, AI, the tool I'm building should speed this part of the process up in the future, but I went and collected all this information and then started the research template. So I went down, created an avatar. In this case, I've got a guy named Zach. He's 32. Zach grew up in kind of a normal home. Parents divorced at 12. He served a few years in the Army. Now he works as a plumber. He's married, has 3 kids, 2 boys, works hard for his family. They've bought into like a lot of the fear-mongering stuff that the right puts out. They hate leftists and Hollywood, and they believe in hard work, earning what you want, and being a successful, like strong, masculine man. That's what he's all about. Outside forces he sees acting on him and his kids are the economy, the media, his employer, schools, feminist, leftist parents, his parents, or other parents that have like influenced his views on parenthood and like maybe not giving him all the tools he needs. Anyways, current state, went through and identified a bunch of these. As you can see, I like copied and pasted a lot of the actual words from the reviews up here down to back up these specific things. But his biggest one is he's afraid his kids are under attack. He's also really worried that he's failing them as a parent. Every parent has that insecurity. They're not doing a good enough job as a parent. It's definitely something that he feels, specifically because he's not doing a whole lot as a parent, or he doesn't feel like he is. He's starting to see his kids act entitled. He's starting to see them act in ways that he doesn't want them to, that he knows are going to hurt them in the future, and that really annoys him. He also feels like personally his own masculine fire is dying, and he feels like he's sacrificing everything for his family, and that's kind of a struggle. A lack of status. He worries that he's letting his kids down and they don't respect him. He worries that, like, that's probably one of the biggest fears that he has. He also worries that his wife isn't going to respect him, that she sees him as a failure as a father. And he's also worried that other parents are going to see his kid and see him and see the failures and like that they're going to think he's weak or not a good parent. So those are kind of his fears or pains when it comes to status that he feels right now. And the word that he actually used are up here. Dream state. Like there was a lot of positive things that people talked about, a lot of desires that they have. Dream state is that his sons adore and respect him, they listen to him, and that he is giving them, just like pumping them full of values and skills and experiences so that they can become the kind of men who will be prepared for the future, prepared to lead America to greatness or whatever, right? Like he wants them to be able to deal with the difficulties that are coming in their life. He wants to be the guy who's taught them that. He wants to see his sons look at him with adoration as if like they're Superman now. He wants to see that, and he wants to make cool memories with them. He wants to do things with his kids, and he knows he probably should. Those are the experiences he wants. And his sons are going to look at him differently. His wife's going to look at him differently. He wants the libs to hate him more for making even more toxically powerful sons. But he wants, and this is kind of like a hidden desire, he kind of on the down low wants other parents to be jealous of him and his kids. He wants them to be like, oh man, like, Zach kids are so awesome. Wish my kids were as good as Zach. He kind of wants that. It's not really the best ass side of this whole thing, but like that's an actual desire he has. It's part of that dream state. And here's just a bunch of like customer language around these different things, right? These different ideas and that he wants in the dream state. Now, the more I analyze this from the roadblock thing, I realize there's several. The biggest one is they aren't deliberately like working toward specific outcomes with their sons. They're kind of reactive parents that come home, they kind of deal with situations as they arise, but he's not actively parenting his sons. The school is. Like, TV is, the phone is, he's not actively parenting his sons. And that's the biggest problem. He has to take control of that. And once he does that, everything else will fall into place. He also hasn't earned their respect because he hasn't earned his own self-respect. He's not doing the work he needs to respect himself. So other people won't respect him, and his kids won't, so he can't teach them. And he doesn't really have a lot of tools or abilities to influence his kids. He's a plumber. He knows how to fix pipes. He doesn't know how to influence kids. And his parents never taught him anything. He never learned anything in school. He never learned, like, there's no handbook for how to be a father. So he doesn't have a lot of tools to instill these values that he has for his kids. He doesn't know how. And then the other side is like he's being out influenced, right? The kids are hooked up to devices all the time. He can't compete with that. Like, they're like, it's like fire superiority in the military, right? If you're getting a gunfight, the first thing you want to do is establish fire superiority. You want to shoot more bullets at them than they're shooting at you, so they have to duck and hide so you can maneuver. And right now, he's the one that's getting pinned down on the influence war versus his, like, the outside world. And again, the key with this part of the research is you're not trying to identify, you're not trying to fix all of them. You're trying to find what the key one is. And then in the product, you're probably going to address some of those other roadblocks. But in the sales process, you're going to identify one key roadblock. You're going to tell them what that is. You're going to tell them what the solution is. And then you're going to position everything else as the best way to help them take advantage of the solution. Theoretically, they should be able to read your sales page or read your sales content and be like, oh, now I know what I need to do. And they should be able to turn around and go out and do that and get the results themselves. What the product does, it helps them act on that solution way better, right? So we've identified a bunch of roadblocks. The key one is the active part. That's the one they're not aware of. They're not even aware that they're not being proactive. They're just completely reactive. So the solution is going to be that if they take an active role, define outcomes for their kids, and then plan experiences to instill those outcomes, then their kids will actually be able to become strong, masculine men and be successful in the future and lead America to greatness, or whatever it is that they want their kids to go and do in the future, be able to handle the hard times, the impending economy, whatever, right? But the key is they have to take an active role. That's the key roadblock. So the solution, I've got some ideas here for the product. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when I go into the plan, the offer, and actually create the product. But essentially, we're going to give them some questions to help define the outcomes they want for their sons. We're going to give them a huge toolbox of tactics to help them actually influence their kids. And we're going to help them figure out ways to negate or dispel the outside influences that their kids are already experiencing or will experience in the future. This product is going to help them increase the likelihood of success. So again, we're going to go through each of the elements of the value equation here. It's going to help them negate the things that would derail them, so outside influences. And it's also going to help show them what the common mistakes are that when you try and become a better parent, so they can avoid those things that could actually completely sink their ship, ruin their relationship with the kids. We're going to show them how to avoid that, how to get the result faster. So instead of them learning this by themselves, like, they could take the answer and go out and try and do it. But instead of learning how to influence their kids, learning all these cool tools and tactics and deciding how to do this and learning how to do the mistakes over the course of like a decade, which at that point it's too late to help their kids because their kids are already grown up and have left, and it's too late. They can have all those tools now so they can use them for that entire decade. So it's about helping them learn the lessons that would take a decade in like a weekend, right? Oh, and that ties us right into how does the product help the reader get the result with less effort or sacrifice? This has to be designed to be a quick read or consumption. They need to be able to do this entire process in a weekend. Like, they need to be able to watch it on a Saturday and a Sunday, learn what they need to learn, and then be able to hit the ground running and start applying it immediately, right? Obviously, they'll need help moving forward, which is where other products might come in, but they need to be able to consume this in an evening or a weekend. They need to get the important information they need that quickly so they can turn around and use it. They don't have time. They work 20 hours, like 10 hours, 12 hours a day. They don't have time to like sit around and study forever. They need to get this pretty quickly. So it's got to be quick and condensed. How we're going to make it fun? I'm going to add some jokes, I'm going to add some stories, and I'm going to add some memes. Do anything I can to keep it a fun and dopamine-rich experience for these guys. So, and these are things that they liked about the book that I pulled the reviews from, and these are things they didn't like. Now I'm going to take this information, I'm going to start creating the offer. I'm going to start thinking about what the main product needs to be, what the bonuses need to be. We're now on to step 5. Once I've identified those things and come up with some good ideas for those, I'll use AI to actually create all of those things, and we'll be off to the races. Once I plan the offer, kind of fleshed out from these ideas here, we'll be good to go to actually start applying the tools. So that's the research phase. This took me quite some time. This is where you want to spend more time. In the future, as I would continue to play around with this, I'd continue to spend more time in the space, doing more research, figure out more customer messaging, so I could feed the AI better things so it could actually create stuff. So that's step 4. We got the research done. Now it's time to plan the offer and actually create this product with AI. All right, so I'm going to show you an example of how to find businesses on YouTube, for example. Now, this is pretty similar for the different niches you might reach out to. Don't get too worried about it. You can apply the same idea across multiple niches or markets, and multiple platforms. Basically, you're going to go on here and you're going to search for content that are created by the businesses in your niche. So let's say I have a niche of calisthenics training, something that they might produce. They might produce a how to do a planche for beginners. So if I'm trying to target that and find them online, I might search for the content they're producing by typing in how to do a planche for beginners. And I'm gonna get all these different results spit back. Now, some of these guys are the big players, right? I probably, if this was the niche I picked, I'd probably even analyze this guy's marketing content. I analyze all this stuff. But you could go through and you're going to start looking at the results. You can start saying, I'm looking at all these guys, you're doing all these different things. And then maybe you'll say, okay, let's pick this guy. Let's look at his business. So you're going to look at the different profiles. I've snuck ahead and looked at the ones. This is a good example of one. So you're going to open up his stuff and, you'll see, look at his profile here, but you can go to the about section. You can see all of his other social stuff. You can see his website. Sometimes you can even find their email address here, but you can start looking around and poking around in his social media stuff. Let's go see if he has any products. Again, if we're looking for the ingredients for success, we know he has an audience. Oh, look at this. On his website, he's got a thing over here. He's got a program, a 90-day program. He's got products. Okay, this guy might be a good fit. Now I can take and start collecting information. I can start looking at his stuff. And again, I'm going to show you how to collect that and how to decide what information you need. But look, we just found a good prospect. This is some guy we could reach out to, start off a partnership and help him make a lot more money. Now we come to the crucial question, the needs payoff question. So this is the last part of the spin questions. You've understood their situation. You found a problem. You've helped them see the implications or why this problem is an important one to solve. Now, the needs payoff question is what sets you up for pitching your project or pitching your discovery project with the customer, with your partner business. This is where you ask them what the payoff is going to be if that problem is solved. So let's use our example. So, let's say, the problem was that they're not selling enough of a particular product. The implication is that that's going to be a crucial part for them establishing profitability and winning in the marketplace. For your needs payoff question, you really only need to ask one. You need to basically ask them, so if you're able to solve this problem and get more people to purchase your product, how much more revenue is that going to bring your business, or how valuable is that going to be to your business today or over the next year or over the next 3 years? What that's going to do is it's going to give them a dollar value of how much value this problem is. Usually they're going to be like, oh, this is worth like $3 million or $100,000 or just $10,000 this week. The number is important, but it's really this shift in their mindset. Now they're thinking about this problem in terms of value rather than annoyance, right? Because once you've established how much solving this problem is going to benefit their business, now we can start setting up pricing to where you're going to get paid a pretty good chunk. You're going to get paid based on value that you're bringing, again, to payoff, rather than what the market rate is for an email, for example. The needs payoff question is extremely important. Again, there's only really one or two that you ever need to ask. Once you've identified the situation, the problem, the implications, it's really easy to set up to use that needs payoff question to transition into the pitch, where you're actually going to tell them about the product or solution that you have to help them solve their problem. It's a key question. It's extremely important. Now, if you handle this right, if you go through the situation, the problem, implication, the needs payoff questions correctly, if you've built rapport, if you picked the right project, you've done all of that correctly, you shouldn't really have too many objections. However, every so often you'll mention a discovery project and there'll be objections. Generally speaking, they'll say something, they'll either say they're not interested, or they'll have questions, or they'll not be sure about a specific project. Whatever that is, you need to find the core root, right? Usually there's really only three things to keep them from saying yes. One, they don't like you. They don't know, like, or trust you. But if that's the case, maybe you're brand new, maybe they're not sure if you're able to actually do it, then you need to cycle back, loop through, and give them some assurances about you. You might need to restructure the deal to reduce risk, et cetera, right? That's one part of it. The other thing is they might not like the idea that you presented. The actual idea that you presented, the solution to their problem, they might not believe that it's going to actually solve their thing. If that's the case, and again, you're going to find that by asking a few follow-up questions. If that's what you really believe it is, you want to loop back through and help them understand and show them how that particular solution is going to help them be successful. This is extremely easy if you've done your research in the market and can say, hey, look, this guy, that guy, these other people, everyone that's at the top 1 to 3 in this market are doing this. So if we implement this, it's going to be successful. You can sort of borrow that authority from them. And the other reason that they might say no is they might not have any money. If they don't have any money and they're not actually qualified, then you need to just leave them, right? If they can't pay you for what you're worth, or they've lied about something about their situation, then you probably should back out of the deal at that point. Those are really the only 3 reasons why they'll say they're not interested or why they don't want to do it at this stage. You loop through, you figure them out. If you're able to address it, you might have to shift your deal a little bit, might have to shift the project that you're offering, or shift the payment structure in order to mitigate risk for them or for yourself. Then do so. But that's how you handle objections. There shouldn't be too many if you've gone through the process of asking the right questions and pitching the discovery project in the way I've explained. All right, so the first thing you need to do, the first questions you need to start asking are situation questions. Once you've built the rapport, once you've kind of met them, got to know them, kind of seen how their day is going, that kind of stuff, you're going to want to move into situation questions where you start to get to know about their business and what they've done. You should have some information. You should know some of it because you've done some online research into these people, but you're going to want to start asking them questions like how they got started, get them to tell you their story about how they got involved in this business, why they're involved in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to ask them what their goals are. You're going to ask them about their target market. You're going to ask them some basic questions about their situation. Where are they? Where are they at in their business right now? Kind of where do they want to go, and what are they doing currently to reach that, right? You're going to get to know their situation questions. Now, you don't want to ask irrelevant situation questions. You want to ask situation questions that connect to the growth of their business. So keep that in mind. Situation questions are the beginning. They're what's going to set you up for problem questions. Now, with each of these types of questions, I want you to start thinking of different versions of these questions you can ask. Start writing them down. You're going to want to have planned out certain situation questions that you're going to ask before you even hop on the call. Obviously, you're going to need to be able to adapt on the call, but you want to plan out some of these questions because there's critical information you need to know to determine whether or not they're going to be a good fit for you as a business to partner with, and if they're going to be and good questions you need to ask to then find different problems and desires that you can then help them with. So planning out your situation questions are very important. On the subject of asking questions, once you ask a question and they give you a response, you want to show that you've listened. You want to pay attention. You don't want to be on your phone. You can be taking notes on like a pen and paper, but you want to show them that you're paying attention, give them active listening things, nod your head, yeah, things like that so they know that you're listening. Also, the very end, once they've given you an answer, you might want to say that kind of answer back to them, give them a quick read back. So if you say, so tell me how you got started in the business, and they say, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, you would say, oh, it sounds like you were really interested in helping this type of person. That's a really cool, element or whatever, right? You want to give them indicators that you are listening to them. The more of those that you give, the more likely they are to continue answering your questions up front and in an honest way. You're going to want to ask follow-up questions. So if you ask a situation question and they give you an answer and you want to know more about a particular part of that answer, you want to ask a follow-up question so that you can get down, understand the actual terrain of their business, understand what their actual situation is and where they're trying to go. So then you can start asking the next sort of questions that you need to in order to find the problem and figure out how to help them solve it, different solutions. So that's how you do situation questions. All right, guys. So one of the cool things about AI is that it allows you to speed up everything. And the question then becomes, what do you want to use it to speed up? What things are going to give you a competitive advantage? What things are going to make your brand, your company, or your client's company the most successful in their space? The more I think about it, the more I realize that understanding exactly who your customers are and exactly what motivates them will become more and more valuable, right? Your ability to write in a way that's human and connects to them will be also more valuable, but understanding that data, understanding those points is going to be even more crucial than ever, which is why you need to make sure you're doing your research, make sure you're doing your research well, you're understanding human beings. But there are obviously ways that you can use AI to speed that up, right? Some of them, they're not perfect ways. I've got some things in the work to make it better for you guys. But in the meantime, I've got something I want to show you as far as a way that you can use AI to rapidly speed up the information gathering process, and then also how to use that data quickly and easily put together stuff that's going to help you be successful. So let me go ahead and share my screen as we dive in. Again, AI is going to change absolutely everything. It's going to change everything about how humans think and operate. If something took you 10 hours before, it's going to take you 1 hour now. If you know what you're doing, it's all going to be about who can take and direct these tools the best and who can then combine it with their own human skills, their own human abilities, and their own human connections the most efficiently. So let's dive in. Here is a book. It's an Amazon.com listing for The Carnivore Diet paperback book by Mr. What's-His-Face, old Sean Baker. It's one of the best books in the space. It's got a lot of reviews. Let's go in. I want to show you how to start using these reviews to mine them. Obviously, when you're doing the research, you sit down and read all of these, and there's still a lot of value in sitting down and immersing yourself completely inside of this content. However, that's a lot of content. If we wanted to quickly summarize and understand that, we might just go and use ChatGPT to do that. So we can say, let's list the 5 biggest desires and fears that caused this person to adopt the carnivore diet. All right. Again, this is like if we're trying to identify main motivations, stuff like that. We're going to take a look. We'll just copy and paste that thing, that entire blob of their life where they overshare all their thoughts and fears, and boom, ChatGPT is giving me a list of different things that this person mentioned as far as their desires and fears. Now, we can do a couple things with this. This is cool, right? It rapidly summarizes information in a way that's useful. I could say what imagery or what specific imagery and descriptions did the reader use to describe these fears and desires? Question mark. This is cool because it's going to highlight and help us zone in on the. Now this is definitely a step up from the whole like highlight the emotions. This is like actually specifically asking him for the fears and desires. Boom. They're describing literally the phrases they used when they talked about the way they feel, a beast, the way they felt when they were on the vegan diet, sicker and sicker, miserable, these imagery such as blowing up like a balloon if they tried to do anything together. So now we have some key little phrases we can use. So I can say, so this is cool, right? Like I've used this to rapidly and quickly, just using ChatGPT and asking a few questions, I've used it to rapidly and quickly mine this giant review for the transformation, for the desires, for the fears. I've used this to get some information. Now I can do this repeatedly for all the other giant reviews on this page. I'm actually personally working on a tool for the campus that's going to make it easier for you guys to do reviews. Basically, you'll just copy and paste an Amazon.com product review link into a tool, and it will spit out the top desires and pains and fears and desires and give you everything you need to know just in a nice, clean little package, just using AI built on the back and stuff. Anyways, I'm going to make it free for you guys, I think, inside the program because I like you guys a lot. But I'm going to be building out some tools on top of AI to speed up and improve the copywriting process. It's things that other people aren't going to have. It's going to give you an advantage. Anyways, that's ahead of the point. Or ahead of this video, right? Rather, but here's an example of how you can use ChatGPT to speed up the copywriting or the research process. Let me show you. You can then turn around and use this information. So you could then turn around and say, "Hey, create one Facebook ad for each of the top fears and." Or let's say instead of using each of the fears and desires to attract new customers to a carnivore diet course. And it will spit out Facebook ad copy for each and every one of those, using almost word for word the desires that this customer used inside of this. This is rapid. This is fast. Again, the person who can direct this and think about this and add on top of this their own intelligence as a human being is going to crush anyone who's just sitting back doing things the slow way. Imagine you were a farmer and you want to be the best farmer possible. And you lived at the time when they just come out with machines, tractors, and you had your horses and your plow. Would you still use your horses and plow and try and fight against the guy who had the new tractor? Or would you become the guy who had the new tractor? Whoever can use the new tools the most effectively can speed up their process. They can cover more ground. They can perform more work. Instead of having 2 or 3 clients, you can manage 5 or 6. Instead of understanding 1 or 2 customers a day, you can understand 20, 25. Instead of coming up with maybe 10 Facebook ads in a day, you can come up with 100 if you really wanted to. Chat, GPT, and other AI tools are going to massively, massively speed up the way in which we as humans can communicate, and it's going to massively speed up the way that we create and understand the work that we do as copywriters. This is an example of how to use this to rapidly speed up and deepen the understanding you have of your avatar. This is powerful, right? This is absolutely powerful. Those of you who use this are going to win. Those of you who ignore it are not. But thankfully, those of you who are watching this video, you're the kind of people that are going to use this. So I'm going to put this video up there. Again, this is the 7 that I promised, or I promise to do one every single day. I'm still going to be adding new videos to this course. I'll be letting you know as I do. I'll be creating tools that use AI to help you guys as copywriters as well, to make the course and the program more valuable for each and every one of you. But use these tools. Become the guy in 2023 that can use AI better than everyone else. Show your customers, show your prospective clients that you can use it better than them. this is going to be a key for massive, massive, massive growth for you economically in this year. This is the future. We're living at a massive transformation. This is the tractor. This is the printing press. This is the internet, right? This is a huge transformation. Use it and win. So if someone responds back to your message and they say that they're not interested, you need to be cool, calm, and collected, right? You can't really change their mind. Once they've decided that they're not interested, you're not going to convince them. Well, there's no way you're going to put magic words in there and it's just going to change their mind and magically they are interested. They passed judgment. They deleted you from their brain and they're moving on. The best thing you can do is just be calm, happy, and collected back. Okay, cool. Have a nice day. And you save them for a later offer 2 to 3 months down the road. That's what you do. When they say not interested, don't be so desperate and try and convince them. Dude, imagine you should be a copywriter with so many other people interested in working with you. If someone says they're not interested, cool. You don't want to be desperate. You don't want to be that guy. If someone wants to walk away, let them. Say thank you, bye, have a nice day, and carry on with your more compelling work that you have going on in your life. That's how you respond to a not interested reply. If they ask you what your prices are or stuff like that, you want to address their question, but let them know that you only can fully answer those types of questions on a sales call once you've understood their situation, right? Basically, any reply that they give you besides not interested should be parlayed into a let's have a call. They might ask for what your prices are or what experience you have. Be honest, be true, address their question, but always connect back to that main objective, which is let's have a sales call. Let's get to know each other. Let's see if we're a good fit and see if I can help you with this thing, which I think I can. The number 2 guy in the industry is doing this. You can apply really easily. You'll probably become number 1. That's what you're going to want to try and do. Any other reply, you're going to want to parlay it into an actual sales call. If they ghost you, if they don't follow up after that, if they don't respond, right? You can do the follow-ups like I talked about earlier. If you've already done that and they don't respond, just walk away, let them go. Come back in 2 or 3 months with a different offer, with a new piece of value to that same person, right? Again, we're trying to find partners here. We're not trying to sell anything. We're trying to find a company where we're a good fit, where they have similar goals to ours and what we can offer them can actually help them grow. That's the goal. So keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected. That's how you handle not interested. That's how you handle the other questions. And everything that's not a not interested should be directed towards that objective of booking a sales call where you can get to know them face to face. All right, so once you've done a needs payout question and we've determined how valuable it is to solve this problem, now we're going to switch over and lay out our discovery project. So you've identified their situation, you've identified their goals, and you've identified what's keeping them from getting to their goals. So what I like to do at this stage is say, okay, and I give them a summary back of everything we've talked about. Okay, so you've told me about how you started your business, about how you run, this is your goal, about how this is your problem, and this is why it's important to solve this problem. Here's what I recommend. Again, you're coming from the perspective of the consultant, the strategic partner in their business. You say, here's what I recommend. And you're going to lay out all the things they need to do from now until reaching that goal. What are all the different shifts, the changes to their funnel, the rewording their sales page, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to determine based on what their problem is and based on what their goals are. You're going to tell them, here's what I suggest we do. We're going to want to do this, 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 and this. And then you say, but instead of just jumping into that right now and having you pay me a giant retainer or pay me thousands and thousands of dollars right now, here's what I recommend we do instead. Let's do a small chunk of it and do a discovery project. Now, the point of a discovery project is to establish a benchmark for future business. I do this project. We're going to do the first little step of this. We're going to rewrite this one little email sequence, for example, driving people to purchase this product. Now, we're going to keep this short. It's only going to be 3 or 4 emails. Instead of you charging you thousands of dollars for a full retainer or whatever, let's start with this project. That way, I can get to know what it's like working for you. You can get to know what it's like working for me. And if we like how it is and we can iron out all the kinks there and we want to continue, then we can continue on with the rest of the projects, right? But this is sort of a way to determine whether or not we're going to be a good fit and to get you some quick and easy results so that we can start this thing off right. There's a couple cool things that happen here. When you switch their expectations, you say, hey, instead of charging you $10,000 for a full funnel build out, we're going to do this tiny little discovery project for $850, for example. You've now price anchored it to where they feel like they're not having to pay as much as they thought they did. When they got on the call with you, they expected you to pitch them like a $5,000 retainer, maybe, right? If you show up and you say, no, before we do that, before I allow myself to, jump into bed with you and do this big deal with you, I need to evaluate you first with a discovery project. You reverse expectations and you increase your own personal value. The other cool thing is the discovery project is a great opportunity for you to get it right from the very beginning. if you knock it out of the park with a discovery project and over deliver, their trust in you and your ability to get them the results they want skyrocket. So then when you turn around to partner with them, you're going to be able to get better prices for your services. You're going to get better commissions for your revenue, et cetera, et cetera. That is how you introduce the discovery project. That is the way you do it. Discovery projects are, generally speaking, the way to go. It gives you the ability to have a higher authority. And it also makes it easier to close, and your closing percentage is going to go way down. You want to price your discovery project in a way that it makes a lot of sense. Like they're going to get $10,000 in benefit, and they're only going to pay you less than $1,000 in benefit. That's kind of how you want to approach it. You want to keep the scope small. You want to do a small amount of work. You don't want to do an entire funnel rebuild or anything like that. You want to do just a small piece so that you can evaluate each other and get to know each other. That's what you recommend. So after you've done the questions, you move into that discovery project. You lay out the whole path, and you say, no. We're going to start with just a small project to get to know each other before we move on to the big stuff. And they're going to ask you how much you're going to charge. I'll tell you how to do pricing in the next video. And once they say yes, you'll be able to move forward. But that is what you do after the questions. You introduce the idea of a discovery project. All right, so I was able to coax out convincing title for this book. So let's see, how did I do it? I asked the product question. Oh yeah, it was the immediate next question I asked. I said, create a book titles based on the variation of the following. And I gave it a very basic fascination, kind of along the same lines as what I wanted to try for the title. And it actually spelled out some pretty good ones. My favorite one, and the one I'm going to use, is Fighting for Your Son's Masculinity, a practical guide for raising strong men in a confusing world. I feel like that matches exactly what Zach wants. It also, the cool thing about fighting for your son's masculinity is that it implies that it's a battle. And every father wants to fight for their sons. They want to fight for giving their sons what their sons need. So I definitely think this is the winning title. So this is going to be the winning title for the book, which is cool. I was kind of worried with ChatGPT that I would not be able to, I wasn't going to be able to convince it to do what I needed it to do. So we're going to definitely go with Fighting for Your Son's Masculinity, a practical guide. Let's go ahead and make this just normal text though. All right, cool. So we've got a title. So now we're going to go through and we want a table of contents, and we already have a list of things we want to talk about. So I'm just going to copy all of this and I'm going to tell it to make a table of contents, including everything on this list, but make each chapter sound interesting, like a copywriting fascination. Let's see if we can convince ChatGPT to do some work for us here. I'm going to paste this entire list and see what we can get. Respect yourself. Perfect. We're getting a giant checklist here. So cool. It's going to spit out my table of contents. These are all pretty good. Yeah, this is cool. Verbal and physical confidence, teaching your son to stand up for themselves, martial arts training, discipline, self-defense. Yeah, adversity and bounce back from failure. That's not the exact Terminator effect that we're going to use. So I'm going to edit that for context because it's not what I refer to as the Terminator effect. Yeah, sweet. This is cool. So it's spitting out a pretty good, yeah. We're going to change some of these because it's not exactly what I have for the table of contents, but that will definitely work. We got 22 elements. Now, so we've got our table of contents. We've got our title. We've got our table of contents. Boom. Let's go ahead and paste that in there. Awesome. Table of contents. This is fun. I mean, it's cool that ChatGPT is able to spit this stuff out pretty effectively. So we've got our title. We've got our table of contents. We're going to need some book cover ideas, and we're going to need some. Oh, let's come up with some creative names for the bonuses. These are pretty straightforward. We can actually probably keep this. We'll come back to ChatGPT to give this when we're doing the sales page. We'll also have it do the rest of this, but we've got the name for the product and we've got the table of contents. That is the most important part when it comes to, let's go ahead and make this cool so we can actually look at it. Oh yeah, dude, this is going to crush. So we've got this. Now we need some cover ideas. We need to create the landing page copy and we need to create some pages. So let's play around with some images
Let's go ahead and open AI, I think was what it was. Yeah, here we go. All right. Father leading son in mountains. Let's see, strong. Now, it's always tricky when you do images of AI with people because it doesn't quite get people just entirely right. Ooh, but these aren't terrible. We might pick one of these. All right, guys, we're going to do a fun piece of content today. I've shown you guys a lot of cool ways you can use AI with copywriting, and I'm going to kind of put them all to the test. I'm going to take everything that I've shown you so far. I'm going to show you how to launch a product using AI. Probably most of you won't go out and launch products, and you probably shouldn't just because you don't have maybe the expertise to do a lot of this with funds. But I'm going to use AI to come up with, or to like actually create the product, create all the marketing materials for this product and launch it. And the goal is to get to revenue within 24 hours. So I'm starting this right now. It's 10:44 a.m. And this is kind of some of my outline that I've done so far. Just want to record real quick and kind of let you guys get see part of the process, what I'm doing here. First, step one, obviously, is to define success. Any project you do, any product you launch, any process you undertake, you want to first define what success is going to look like, define what your goals are. For this, I want to create an entire product, an entire info product, and all the marketing assets around this new product using AI. So I'm going to do minimal copy editing myself. I'm going to do very little when it comes to changing the copy for the Facebook ads, landing page, etc. I want to see how good this copy stuff stacks up against real life, like their AI stuff. I want to see how well the AI copy stacks up against real life customers. I want to try and hit revenue within 24 hours. So it's 10:44 p.m. and I want to hit revenue by tomorrow at 10:44 a.m. Or it's 10:44 a.m. I want to hit it by tomorrow at 10:44 a.m. as well. If I can hit it the same day, like before I go to sleep tonight, that would be best. So here's my process right now. First step is I'm going to pick a market. Then I'm going to pick a pain and desire inside of that market. Then I'm going to go ahead and use AI to create a product. Then I'm going to create bonuses and the rest of the offer. Then I'm going to create a landing page for the product itself, like an actual little tiny sales page, and create the ads, test the ads, find the most successful traffic ad, and switch to conversions and let that run. For my budget, I'll probably only do like $50 a day on ad spend. I can probably get all my testing done and get to revenue. With that, again, it'll be pretty fun to test out. And I'm thinking probably for this product, it'll depend on what I put together, but it's going to probably be somewhere in the $20 to $100 range for the product that I put together. I'm going to create the entire product with AI. So as far as markets go, that's what I'm going to be starting next. I'm going to take a look around. I've got a few ideas. I usually like to start with things I have the most experience with, and I can sort of hold up my own bona fides and authority around. Obviously, I can do something within inside the copywriting space, creativity or persuasion. Some other things I'm pretty good at on a global scale is when it comes to raising masculine sons. I've got a good relationship with my wife. I could probably talk about that. General mindset stuff, kettlebell training. I'm probably going to stay away from kettlebell training just because I have a competitor offer that I'm working on in the space. But I've got a few things here. I'm going to play around with different markets. Once I've figured out a couple of different places where I can help, I'm going to go take a look at places online where people are selling complementary projects or different products that are in the same space. I'm just going to identify a good pain and desire, as well as picking an avatar and all that stuff. So we're here at the beginning of this project. The goal is to launch in and get to revenue within 24 hours. And I'm excited to do so. This is a fun thing to work on. So I will hit this in the next video as well. All right, so I've done some research. I've looked around. I think I picked my market. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and kind of let you guys see what I'm talking about. So I looked at a couple different things. Obviously, we've got some options within copywriting, creativity, and persuasion stuff. I could do that. I really don't want something that overlaps with what I'm doing inside of this program, although it would be pretty fun to make like a funnel that leads up to join the real world. But I think what I'm going to do is raising sons. So I looked at raising sons. It's something I want to do for some time. There's a significant amount of pain in the market. And when I like search for products or videos or books on Amazon.com, it's all like super woke stuff. And I think there's a pretty big market based on my own personal experience and experience people I know for fatherhood advice for raising strong masculine sons. So I'm going to try and run with this one. It might be a little difficult because AI, at least the ChatGPT stuff, has some, let's call it woke bias. They've got some bias in there they're trying not to make things polarizing or overly gendered and stuff like that. So we might run into some issue if I use ChatGPT for creating a lot of the stuff, but I might be able to just switch over to Jasper and stuff like that. So we'll see. So this is my current market. So now what I'm going to go do is I'm going to go research. I've got some couple books I can take a look at. I'm going to go research and see if I can find some pains some things that people are worried about, some things that people are afraid of. I'm looking for the desires they have, look for the identity they want to create. And I'm going to go mine for as much, for this part right here, as much pain and desire as I possibly can. I figure out which ones are probably going to be the strongest motivators for this market. So now it's just research. Now it's just crawling through stuff. I've got a tool that I can use to export all the reviews from this page. I still haven't built the full AI on the back end to interpret the entire like giant CSV file of the reviews to find the intent yet. So I won't be able to use that part with AI. I'll have to just be like a normal human being and read this and identify this. And again, this kind of highlights the whole part behind AI. It's not just about being able to use these tools. It's about knowing how to direct these tools. So I'm going to be spending most of my time, probably most of my brain calories, actually trying to figure out what to feed the AI, what pains and desires and fears I want to use as my primary motivators for the AI. So that's probably where I'll spend most of my human time. And then the rest of it will just be the AI automation on the back end. So I picked my market. I'm going to dive in. I'm going to do Raising Sons. This is a fairly decent book I've read. It's fairly unsophisticated. I think there's some gaps I can still step in and help with. So pick my market. Now it's on to identifying, picking the pain and the desire. That's where we're at right now. So. All right, so as part of the research process, I did want to show you, even though it's not completely ready yet, I did want to show you my tool that I'm using to scrape the reviews. Now, this is something I've built using just AI to teach me how to do this. I know enough about JavaScript to kind of make a few edits, but like I built this tool. Right now, it's just in the terminal, so I just say node scrape reviews. I paste the URL to like the giant reviews page. I hit enter and I say sun dot, and it starts going through. And it will scrape every single review. It has a little timeout thing. And then it'll just be a matter of me feeding it to an AI learning platform, machine learning program that I'm still building with ChatGPT to describe it, finding the intent, find the desires, the fears, the specific imagery, all that fun stuff to speed up this particular process, which I'm doing by hand as a human being, which is I'm going through, I'm reading these reviews, I'm copying, pasting the good ones, and I'm going to identify which ones are the biggest pains, fears, desires, that sort of stuff, so I can answer all the questions in the research template. So, but right now, the program's just chugging away. It's going to get that done. And I'm going to continue to do the process like a normal human being until I finish building that particular tool. So excited to see how this process works, but so far I've covered some pretty good gold for this particular market, this particular avatar. All right, so I realize a lot of you guys have never actually built anything with ClickFunnels before, so I'm just going to show you really quickly how easy it is. I haven't been in ClickFunnels in a while, so this will be me trying to like half figure it out as we go through it. So we're going to sell a product. We're going to call it a sales funnel. We're going to call this the fatherhood guide funnel. Looks like I've semi-started this project before. Let's go ahead and build this funnel. I'm going to do an email landing page, sales page, order confirmation, and all that. I think I want to delete the squeeze page. I don't think I need the squeeze page. I think I'm just going to do straight to the sales page. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You have your steps. Each step you can select for different templates or just build it. I'm going to go ahead and select a template for this. I'm not doing a video sales page. It's more like a book sales page. I think that there is actually a template. Let me just see if I can do book. See if there's actually a book. They created a lot of templates for this stuff. So let's just see here. Coming soon, big sales page, dark sales page. So I'm just going to pick one that I like and just run with that. Super clean SaaS page. I'm not really doing a SaaS page. I could do the blank and just stack it really easily. But let's make this easy for myself. Let's just go for the quick and easy. Let's take a look at big sales page. I'm going to preview this one just to see what this looks like. Yeah, pretty basic. We can probably do this one. I'm going to have to edit basically anything a little bit. Let's take a look. Is there anything else? I almost always do the blank one. Yeah, let's take a look at this one. This is like super, super classic. Oh yeah, we're going to go with the super classic one. The ology. Yeah, we're going to create a sales page with this. Again, ClickFunnels makes it really easy. They make it really easy for like mobile optimization, stuff like that. This is the 2.0. This is the old version. I haven't even messed with the new version at all. Let's go ahead, and you have sections and all that stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one because I don't think it's that important. I don't have anything fancy for the top. Maybe I'll keep that one. Now I'm just gonna go through and start pasting the content. Again, it's literally like you can just edit it in here, right? You can just like write the whole thing right in here. Now I'm going to obviously be changing a whole lot of this stuff and deleting most of it and reworking it. But yeah, then you have your order form here. This is going to take you to the next page. When you're done, you hit save. It saves this page. I don't really want to deal with this whole thing right now. You take them to an order form. I'm probably going to do a 2-step order form. I haven't really messed with this. I know I can add a 2-step in there no matter what. Oh, here we go. 2-step tripwire. Let's preview this one real quick. Yeah, this is the one I really want right here. But I can just add that in, whatever. I'm going to go to do the clean. I'll just do the clean one. Where did I go? Where's my page? Here we go. I'll just do the clean one, and I'll just make it a 2-step. Yeah, I'll just change that to a 2-step. I like it extremely simple. The option with the least friction is usually the best idea. We'll play around. I might play around with a couple of different templates here, but it doesn't. Oh, here we go. This one might be really easy because it's got, yeah, because we're doing books. Yeah, we're going to do this one. We're going to go ahead and add that one. We're going to make that one be our template for this. Order confirmation, thank you page, all that stuff. This is where they'll get access to it. I'll probably add a few upsells in here too. Boom, 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 boom. But this is ClickFunnels. It's really easy to work with. I'm just going to go through and put the content that ChatGPT gave me into the sales page, get the sales page built, get ClickFunnels all hooked up, get it where I can collect money from people, and then we're going to start running ads. So it's going to be a simple page, simple project. Just wanted to show you guys kind of the back end of ClickFunnels for those of you who haven't really played around with it yet. All right, so I've been creating some copy here with AI for the landing page. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. I've done a couple of different versions. Jasper doesn't have a template for a full-on sales page. I did the mini sales page. It turned out okay. I gave it what inputs I could. This is the output it gave me. It said, it's time to fight for your son's masculinity. The world is trying to make our boys weak and feminine. We see it everywhere in the media, our schools, even our homes. But it doesn't have to be this way. I managed your bastard or a book fighting for your son's masculinity, practical guide for me raising strong men in a confused world. In it, you learn how to protect your sons from forces seeking to make them weak and feminine. You'll discover new ways. It's really, really simple copy. They don't really have a full-on like sales page template. You can do many sales letters. You can do little things like headlines and bullet points, but it doesn't have a full-on sales page. I could go in through Docs, right, where you go in and you create a document and you type it out and you can kind of have it auto-generate stuff, and I could probably have it flesh out different things. And I might come back here and use this actually to flesh out what I created out here, but it didn't really produce that great of a result for what I wanted. I came over here, I ran a copy.ai and created a slightly couple better versions of this. So like here's one, fighting for your son's masculinity, practical guide for raising strong men in a confusing world. Do you want your son to grow up strong? Do you want him to be able to stand up for himself, make wise decisions, have a strong sense of self? This book is about helping fathers raise sons who are strong and confident. Contains practical exercises that will help you apply what you learn, making it easier to connect with your son, show him how much you care. In this book, you'll learn blah, 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 blah. And it goes into some of the outputs or some of the contents, but it kind of runs into it, right? Like it fails to completely generate this very clearly. Fighting for your son's masculinity, a practical guide for raising strong men in a confusing world. The world is changing. The world's father are changing. Yeah, and it's really, really hyper-focused on the book. It's hard to get a full sales page done, even with all of these tools, right? If you go in here, you can maybe go with more of a blog post style. Yeah, you really are going to have a hard time creating full-on, like actual good sales pages with these types of tools the way they are. With Jasper, something I'm going to try before I go too crazy is I think they have a creative story. They have a like hero's journey kind of story. And I might come back here and play around with this. But for me right now, the thing that's worked the best is just ChatGPT. So I came into ChatGPT and I was like, hey, create a sales page, because I've been talking to ChatGPT about this. It's where I came up with my title. It's where I got my bullet points here. So I said, hey, create a long form sales page for this book, frame the book as the solution to help them become active fathers who can counteract the forces in the world, trying to make their sons weak. The book will help those fathers instill a strong masculine ethic and strength into their sons, make it reference the cycle of hard times, create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. So it spit out a version here And it's more of your traditional sales page. It's like, welcome, dear fathers. Are you tired of feeling like an active parent or unsure what the future holds for your son? You struggle with the kind of man that your kids respect, blah, blah, blah. If so, you're not alone. Many fathers struggle with the same challenges. No wonder we live in a world constantly trying to make our sons weak, emasculate. It's not that bad a copy, right? It's not nearly as good as human stuff, but it's way better than Jasper AI. I gave it some refined stuff. I had to spit out of bullet points or like a table of contents here. I went back and I said, hey, in the first part of the sales page, lead off by talking about how today's world seeks to destroy a young man by weakening their positive masculine instincts. Like the whole thing here is like your kids are under attack, you need to protect them. That's really going to be the main driver for these things. Talk about how this trend is weakening families, weakening the world. Here are some things you can work into the sales page. I just pasted all the customers' desires for things that they wanted, right? And it spit out a significantly better lead for this. In today's world, it seems like there's a concerted effort to destroy young men and weaken their positive masculine instincts. From media to the education system, our sons are constantly bombarded with messages telling them the masculine is toxic, that men shouldn't be strong and assertive, and they should be more like women. This trend is not only damaging to our sons, but also weakening families and ultimately our world. Strong, confident, resilient men are the foundation of strong families and communities. We need more of them now than ever. As fathers, not just enough to wish for a better future for our sons, we have to be actively engaged in our lives, and boom. So it's creating significantly better copy for this, right? I'm gonna have to edit it a little bit. I'm gonna have to change some of the titles. I'm gonna have to change the list. It runs out of length, right? Like once you've output enough, it'll break off and you can just say, show me the rest of the page, and it shows you the rest of the page. It's not bad. What I'm gonna do now is obviously I've got to fix it. There's some things in there that aren't completely accurate. I need to change some of the titles here. I want to add in a bonus section. So I'm gonna tell it to go write a bonus section based on some of these other contents, right? So I'm going to tell it to come in here and talk about the bonuses. If they sign up after a certain point, I'm going to tell ChatGPT to do that. There's a few other things inside of the content I want to tell it to fix, play around with. Like I'm going to tell it to enhance a few things. But I want to keep this simple. I want to keep this a very simple sales page. I don't want this to be a super high ticket item. This is a nice low ticket item. I'm probably going to have an about me section. I'm going to tell it a little bit of my discovery story. I'm going to have it task it. I think the way to write good sales pages with AI, or at least the best types of sales pages, is to task it with specific sections. So I'm going to say, hey, write this bonus section for a sales page, write this discovery story where it talks about myself and my journey and my two sons, my wife, and all that stuff, and why they should trust me. I'm going to tell it all these things piece by piece. You can't really tell it to create an entire sales page, but you can tell it to create a couple different versions of different sections of it, and then you can incorporate those together in a giant Google Doc. So right now I'm going to play around with the ChatGPT. I'm going to give it some new tasks. I'm trying to refine the current message. I've copied and pasted the best version in here. Once I've got a fairly decent page, I'll slap it together in ClickFunnels. I'll have it go create some Facebook ads, and we will get this thing up and running live. So we're getting close. I should have it approved and running. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and hit stop here, and I'm going to continue to edit the copy and get AI to edit it for me so we can get something that I'm confident with before we start running ads to this. For most people, there's a reason they live in their current state of pain and they don't live in that dream state where everything's wonderful. And usually there's something that has stopped them from achieving that success. They are making some mistake. There is some limitation they are running into. There is something that they've tried to live that wonderful life and they haven't been able to for some reason. That is what I call the roadblock. It's the thing that keeps them from achieving their dream state. Now, sometimes your reader already knows what his mistakes are, and then that's going to depend on your market and the roadblock that you help them with. It really, really depends on that. But most of the time, people aren't 100% sure why they don't have their dream life. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know the problem that's actually keeping them from that success. If you can be the guy who shows up and sort of like moves the vines out of the way and shows them their actual roadblock and say, hey guys, the reason you haven't gotten what you want is because you're making this mistake, or because you don't understand this principle, or there is this limitation that that is keeping you from being successful. If you can actually show them what that is, now that if you've got them all motivated to get that thing that they want, and you can show them, hey, here's the problem that's keeping you there, my friend, you just give them a great service. You have helped them see the first part of their path forward. That is a huge, valuable gift that you can give them, and it will increase a kind of a nice little benefit is it massively increase their trust in you and their devotion to you, because you're now the guy who has started to help them achieve their goal and shown them part of reality that they didn't even see before.
you become a very important person in their world, and it makes it to where they are very likely to believe the solution that you're going to recommend to them is the correct one, and that your product is the best product to help them take advantage of that solution. So whenever you are taking someone through the persuasion arc, at some point, you're going to have to show them the problem. If they already know the problem, you need to show that you understand the problem, that you were talking about the right problem, that you guys are on the same page about the problem. If they don't know about their problem yet, if they don't know about their true roadblock, and you become the guy who can show it to them, you gain a massive advantage. But generally speaking, you need to go through this process of showing them at some point the true nature of their problem, so then you can then help them. What is the roadblock? What is the mistake? What is the limitation that is currently keeping them stuck where they are in their little painful life that they need to overcome if they ever want to live that wonderful dream existence that your product or service helps them achieve? You have to understand the roadblock. All right, now it's time to start finding businesses to partner with. At this stage in your, let's say, copywriting career, you know how to write really well. You know how business works. You should be able to show up to basically any business in the world and help them grow. You have a couple options from here. You could either go and do this yourself, launch your own offer if you have some area of expertise. Most of you don't. And then you have the other option, which is to go find businesses and work with them, right? Now, the idea right here is to teach you guys how to find 2 to maybe 4 clients. That's all you really need, businesses to partner with. Work with them, help them grow their business. And as a result, you should be able to get paid quite a lot with just a few clients. If you want to scale beyond that, you can either start an agency, hire other copywriters, manage them, and scale up to dozens and dozens of clients. Or you can double down with these 4 clients, get a partnership role inside of their business, share the profits, and take them to the moon. That's the path I took personally. But the agency path is a great one. I know a lot of people have done it. I can show you how to do it. I personally just prefer to go the business partnership route, as it sort of naturally grew from the efforts of just having regular clients and having regular businesses that you partner with. Now, what I'm going to teach you how to do, I'm not going to teach you how to blast out cold emails to thousands of people. I'm not going to teach you how to spam or cold call or anything like that. I'm going to teach you how to do cold outreach in a way that's designed to help you find businesses to partner with. This isn't going to be about one and done projects. I'm not going to teach you how to use a freelancing site or anything like that. I'm going to teach you how to approach businesses that you think would be good to partner with, and to get in front of them in a way that's valuable and interesting so that they'll want to have a sales call with you. You'll hop on a call, a Zoom call, kind of like this, talk face to face with them, and you'll understand their needs, and then you'll present them with a project. You start with that project, and over time, you'll scale up the projects that you do. So you'll either work on individual projects, or you'll get paid to do regular services, like maybe run their email list or their social media presence or something like that. And then obviously you can scale up to commission-based deals where you do the work and you get a share of the profits of the revenue. And it's less about the actual product fee or the monthly fee. That is usually, when you get into commission deals, that's usually where you can make the big money. That depends a lot on trust and the right situation, but we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you how to approach this, how to find businesses to work with, how to talk with them, and how to start a profitable partnership with them that you can take to the moon. So guys, let's dive in. Now that you know the filters or the things to start looking for as far as ingredients for success for the businesses you like to partner with, now it's time to actually go find some, right? Now you don't have to find hundreds or thousands of them. And to start off, you only need like 5 to 10, right? And you're going to go and you're going to look on social media. You're going to look on places like LinkedIn. You're going to look on Google. You're going to look on things like Yelp. You're going to go find them out in the wild. You're going to identify them, and then you're going to start looking at their presence, right? Now, finding these individual businesses, it's not that hard, right? You go to a social, let's say you're looking for fitness trainers. You can go to something like YouTube and type in how to do yoga for men, for example, right? If you were into that weird stuff. Now you're going to want to pick and then you're going to get a bunch of search results, a bunch of videos of people who have, created content in that industry. And then you're going to look at the profile, start looking at their websites, and start looking for businesses that have those ingredients for success. You can go through social media like that. You can do it on Instagram, Facebook. Things like Instagram, however, when you search, you don't really search for the content that they create. You search for the things that they would say in their profile. So you have to think about, okay, now if I'm looking for this type of business, what would they do on this platform? If they're on YouTube, what would they put? What kind of videos would they write? And then you would search for that type of video, right? Or if they're on Instagram, you'd say, what would they write in their bio? And then you would search for that, right? You need to use some level of reasoning here to think of different search terms for what they might put out on that particular platform. But again, you can use all the places: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, they're all there, right? And I can make a guide showing you how to do all that, but it's not as important as just using your brain and searching for a few things. You're going to find 3 or 4 good prospects, 3 or 4 good businesses that meet your criteria. And that's all you need moving forward, right? You don't need to have hundreds or thousands of them. I'm going to show you how to be really effective with just a few. So that's how you do it on social media. You can do the same thing on Yelp. There are services like Apollo or Hunter or different lead services. You can do like LinkedIn Sales Navigator, for example, where you can pay money to have access to a giant database of leads, and you can search up different types of businesses and criteria. That's a good thing too. If you do that, just start looking through criteria, start finding different search terms, and you'll be able to define different businesses that you can partner with instead of a specific market. Obviously, you're still going to have to do a lot of individual research on these companies. You can't just copy their email address and blast out a general message. That's not how we operate. We've got something significantly more effective for you. But that's how you do it. You go on social media, you start searching for things, you start looking for businesses, and if they have those ingredients for success, if they look like they'd be a good fit for those ideas you came up with earlier, that's a person you're going to want to add to your list. I like to make a big Google spreadsheet where I collect all this information as I do it. I'll put a template here for you guys so you can start collecting that information, but that's generally how you do it. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to use AI to help come up with better search terms and stuff like that. But at this stage, you're now just going to go out into the wild and start looking for businesses in that market that you can partner with that have the ingredients for success.
Welcome to this call. This is going to be a quick training that you can use to help you learn how to take advantage of AI. I've had a lot of people asking me about AI. A lot of people worried that their jobs are going to be taken. The demand for copywriters will go down. I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. Copywriting is still going to require a creative and insightful and driven and intelligent human being to control the AI and direct the AI. Now, you're going to quickly learn that you still have to understand copywriting to use these tools. You still have to understand the principles involved, especially this stuff about how humans operate, how their roadblocks operate, about how product and solutions operate. You need to know that just to use these tools. I'm going to show you how to work through the program. I'm going to show you how to work through AI, and I'm going to give you the tools that I like to use. There's a few others out there, but these are the top two of the top ones. I'm going to show you some ways that you can use them to make your copy faster, to come up with more creative ideas and stuff like that. So with that being said, let me share my screen. I'll show you how to dive in and get started. So ChatGPT, this is part of the OpenAI project. It's the one that Elon came out with. It's a neuro-linguistic program, right? Like it's designed to communicate and to speak to you. This one isn't necessarily designed to create copy. This one is designed to communicate with you. It's to go back and forth. What's fun about this one is you can ask it fun questions, right? You can ask it like, who was Genghis Khan? Right? I'm going to spell it wrong. You can ask it questions and it'll give you answers, right? You can ask it about facts. You can ask it about a bunch of different things and it'll crank out answers for you. Now, one of the cool things that you can do here is you can kind of task it. You can tell it to go do things for you, and it'll come back with answers, right? So here's something about Genghis Khan was whatever, right? So it obviously has access to some information. This thing can't browse the internet for you. It can't do your research for you. Like if I ask it, like, what are the top 3 frustrations of stay-at-home moms? It's going to tell me that it's a language model, but it's not a super AI that's connected to everything. So it's not connected to the internet. It can't browse through and do a bunch of stuff for you. But what it can do is it can give you some ideas, right? You can say instead, like, give me 10 creative ideas for subject lines for cold email outreach for a marketing agency, right? You can do that and it will spit out answers for you, right? Now we're going to take a look at the subject lines that it spits out. Now it kind of pauses and does it, so it pretends like it's not got all the answers, but it's obviously got all the answers now. And it's going to give you some examples of subject lines that's created. And we can go through and read some of them, and I can show you kind of the quality that they are and the quality that you actually need to be successful, right? So the first one, transform your marketing strategy with our expert help, right? Those of you guys who have been sending out emails know that that's probably not going to get very many opens, right? Stand out from the competition with our proven approach. Maximize your ROI with our personalized services. Attract more customers with our top-notch marketing solutions. These are very generic ideas. You can tell this is not really it. Like, this might be helpful. You could test some of these if you really like them, but you can tell that they don't really have that power, that personalization. They don't have the same kick that a personalized one. This is a computer generating ideas without any other input, right? So you can use this one. You can use it to trigger ideas. This one is a really powerful tool. It's cool. It's fun to play around with. You can definitely ask it questions and it tells you answers. You can ask it things. It's kind of fun. But this one particularly isn't going to come in and isn't going to destroy copywriters. It might help you come up with more creative ideas. It might answer some questions you might have. It might help you approach things more creatively. But this one doesn't really replace the actual typing that you're going to have to do as a copywriter. Here's another tool. This one is Copy AI. This one's a lot more powerful. It's designed to actually help create copywriting beyond just asking it questions. This one is actually designed to use AI to write. So let's play around with this, right? Let's say I want to write product email for a protein bar. So here's what you do, right? You have to enter in these variables. You have to have the name of the protein bar, the benefits, how it's unique, how the product has helped someone else. You have to actually know your stuff. You can't just come in here and not know anything and say, I want to write an email about this product with a link, and then it just creates the entire email. You need to actually understand the product, and you need to know enough about the avatar that you're writing to give the actual AI enough variables it needs to work with this, right? So let's play around with this. Let's call it busy beaver protein, right? Things that it actually helps you do. So it helps you gain muscle quickly, helps increase testosterone, and let's say that it also helps you chop down trees with just your teeth. Again, we're kind of playing around here just so you kind of see where the variables pop out. It's a little bit easier if I pick goofy things. So how the product is unique: it's fastest absorbing protein in the world. Man, it's a bad day for spelling. And let's also say that it is made of 100% pure beaver protein. Okay, just for the fun of it. So how has the product helped someone else? Helped Steve, 90-pound weakling, to lumberjack strong in 120 days. Let's cut out Steve and let's just leave it as an individual person, because I think that's what it wants. All right, so it's going to have some structure, and then you come in here and you can pick the tone. Now, I have a paid product for this. You can do this with a free product. You can do like 850 words. If you don't want to pay for the full thing, you can just come in with new accounts and you can test it out. You can use VPNs and stuff like that, and you just kind of keep coming in. But it's a cool tool, right? And I really don't recommend this, and you'll see once we actually look at the results. I really don't recommend this unless you already have some copywriting skills, because if not, it could stagnate your growth. So let's take a look at a tone here. This is kind of fun. You can pick different tones. I'm going to say bold. I'm going to go ahead and hit create content. So the AI thinks for a little bit. It takes those variables. It takes the structure of what you've laid out, and it starts coming up with solutions for it, right? It actually starts coming up with copying. Now, let's take a look at this. So this is an email, right? I told her I wanted a product email for a protein bar. So let's take a look at what these emails would look like. Gain muscle quickly, help increase testosterone, chop down trees with just your teeth. You're not going to find faster absorbing protein in the world than busy beaver protein, and it's made from 100% pure beaver protein. So you know it's the real deal. We've seen people go from 90-pound weaklings to lumberjack strong in 120 days just by adding busy beaver protein to their diet. So what are you waiting for? Get your own supply of busy beaver protein a day. Okay, that is a very generic email. That is a very sales sounding email. That is not a very personal email. That doesn't sound like one person talking to another person. And maybe you'll read this and you'll say, oh, it's kind of interesting how they just like stated the benefits, boom, 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 in one line here. That just by adding beaver protein to their diet, that's kind of a cool line. You might be able to go through and steal things that you find interesting here, but that's not really going to be one that you run that's going to be super successful, right? Let's take a look at the next one. You know what they say? Beavers work hard and they play harder. When it comes to building muscle and strength, nothing can compare to busy beaver protein. Made of 100% pure beaver protein, this is the fastest absorbing protein in the world. And if you're looking for a quick way to gain muscle fast, look no further. Fast under 20 days, we have seen more than one customer go from 90-pound weakling to lumberjack strong in 120 days. So if you want to build muscle fast, kind of come up with some creative stuff. You know, I gave it beaver and it's playing around with it, right? So again, you can go through, there's a lot of different examples here. You can kind of see, very obvious that it has like little templates that it'll plug stuff into, which is fine, right? Like that's how computers think, but it's going to limit your ability to sound like an actual human. So if I go from bold to, let's do friendly, just to see how friendly and human it can sound. Busy beaver is the fastest absorbing protein in the world, made of 100% pure beaver protein. It is the perfect way to get your daily dose of muscle building nutrients. And it's not just for guys. Busy beaver protein can help you gain muscle quickly and increase testosterone levels, all while helping you chop down trees with just your teeth. So you can kind of see like where I picked a weird one, so it would plug it in all weird. You know, chopping down trees with your teeth. It's obviously not real, but it's fun to play around with. In just 120 days, you'll be able to take down a tree with your bare hands. Busy beaver protein is the best choice for gaining muscle quickly and increasing your testosterone levels, all while helping you chop down trees with just your teeth, right? So you can see that the quality of this content that it spits out depends almost entirely on the quality of the insights that you bring to the table. This is why research is still so vitally important. This is why understanding what motivates human beings, what their dreams are, what their pains and their fears are, and being able to communicate clearly to them around their problem and the solution that you can bring to the table to help them solve that problem, that mistake, that roadblock that's keeping them from getting where they want. That is still going to be key. The copywriter who can do that at a high level is going to defeat any copywriter who can't do that at a high level but knows a few, let's say, frameworks. They know how to do DIC, PAS, and HSL. If all you know how to do is create little frameworks and plug things into, you will be defeated by AI, right? As you should be, right? That is the lowest level. And the funny thing is, if that's all you know how to do today, you'll be defeated by great copywriters anyways, right? If you want to compete at a high level in this industry, if you want to become a successful copywriter, you have to develop skill and mastery and an ability to understand human beings and relate to human beings and to understand their pains and fears and communicate compellingly to them. If you have that and you use AI might give you some new creative ideas. It might give you some ability to come up with maybe some really, really low level copywriting things. It might save you some time by giving you something to start with. But AI itself will never replace you. It will only speed you up. Just like Google didn't replace, like, let's say, college professors or people that teach things. It just made them more effective, right? AI is the same thing. It is going to be a tool for the man who is driven. It's going to be a tool for the man who is able to bring that human level insight that the AI cannot bring to the table. If he can bring that to the table and use AI, he'll be significantly faster than the guy who just tries to use AI without that insight. So if you're watching this and you haven't finished the bootcamp, definitely go back, focus on the bootcamp, do the exercises. They're still extremely important. You need to do every single one of them to develop the skills you need to then be able to use AI as a tool. Let's say you're successful as a copywriter, you've landed a client, or your skills are pretty well developed. That's when you can start playing around with this, right? Again, use Elon Musk's AI to come up with some creative ideas. Use this AI to come up with some creative ideas and speed up your process when you're trying to come up with new ways to test things out. Maybe it's your outreach email, maybe it's stuff for your clients. Use these as tools. Don't be afraid of them. Welcome them and decide to use them to become extremely competitive in this world, right? If you take the time to learn how to use these tools, it's going to help you become that more competitive. So once you've already gone through the bootcamp, once you've learned the basics, then you can start playing around with AI. And it's a cool tool. I've used it. I recommend you learn how to use it as well. A lot of you guys have been asking about it. So I wanted to put this together to assuage your fears, give you some direction, and give you a new tool to use as you move forward through your copywriting career. This is going to go into the resources channel, so keep your eye out here. I'll make announcements when I create new ones and upload them. So it's a good little mini training. Add this one to your book. I will talk with you guys again later.
All right, guys. So this is the second of the open AI or the AI trainings that I'm going to be providing for you guys inside of the How to Conquer the World with AI training. Now, I'm extremely excited to be producing these for you guys. Some of these are going to be really long lessons. Some of them are going to be really short lessons. This is going to be a short one. And I'm going to show you a real life example of how you can use OpenAI's chat bot, the Chat GPT. Use that app to find opportunities for outreach, find angles that you can use when you're reaching out to people. I don't want everyone to copy and paste this method. Obviously, this isn't going to work. You do get rate limited on OpenAI, so you can only do so many of these requests at a time. But I want you to use the principles of how I'm using it to inspire you to create even better ways to use it for yourself. Now, what I'm doing is going to be kind of focused through the lens of copy outreach or outreach for your copywriting, but you can use this same principle for your own writing, for the stuff you're doing further. So let me go ahead and share my screen and I will show you what I am talking about. All right. Boom. All right. So you should be able to see my screen now. We've got ChatGPT pulled up here, and we've got my swipe file pulled up. So this is a swipe file. I've subscribed with this email account. I've subscribed to like a million different newsletters. I never, ever, ever read this stuff, but I do every so often when I'm working on an email project. I pop in here, check subject lines. I'll find stuff to break down. And for example, I'm going to use this as an example to show you maybe a way you could do some outreach. So let's say you sign up to this Coach Mandler. I honestly have no clue who this guy is. I don't remember any of his stuff. It's probably really good, but let's pretend we wanted to look at his email and try and reach out to him. So he's got this email where he sent out, lose the holiday fat this week. He's got this little angle, sends people to this program, a 7-day fat flush. I haven't even read this entire email. So I'm going to show you how you can play around with ChatGPT to work with this. So I'm going to say, just really quickly, I'm going to say what problem, or let's say what ways could I improve this email? And I'm just going to copy and paste this email inside of ChatGPT. Oh, it doesn't like me. Let's see if we can redo this again. Let's see. Okay. How can I improve this email? There we go. It's needing me to refresh. Here are some suggestions from improving this email. And he's going to give a bunch of, like, this chat program is going to identify some potential places where you can improve this email. Now, this is fun. You could turn around and immediately email this guy and say, hey, I have, and I don't know how many it is, like 3, 4, maybe it's 7. Let's pretend it's Let's pretend it's 5 ideas. I have 5 ideas to I see 5 major ways that you can improve this email to get better results. One of them is this. The other 2 are really interesting. Would love to tell you more. Let's set up a time to talk. You can literally use this insight at scale to improve this guy's stuff, right? We've got a bunch of stuff. So it has consider revising the tone, provide more information, consider adding personal anecdote, avoid using language that can be perceived as judgmental sharing. And again, some of this is biased, right? Like OpenAI has some bias to it. All AI has bias to it. But we've got actual things you could suggest to help improve this. Now, I'm going to show you some other things you can do with ChatGPT to reach out or work with this guy. I'm going to say improve this email by adding a engaging question to the beginning. I'm literally going to paste the same email. Again, this is just copy and paste. Here's the email. And ChatGPT is going to improve this by adding an engaging question at the very beginning, which is actually kind of similar to the original one. Yeah. Basically, it's the same thing. Like, hey, eat too much ham, whatever. How about Christmas cookies and fresh baked pies? Me too. So it's basically the same thing. It's actually pretty similar. Yeah, so it's fairly similar to the original thing because there was a question, but we can do other things with it too. We can say add a metaphor to this email and change the tone to be more bold. Let's just, again, this is just playing around with some of the capabilities here. So I'm going to revise this, and I've added to add a metaphor and change the tone of the actual writing itself. Hey, are you feeling like you've been hit by a holiday food truck? Don't worry, we've all been there, but it's time to take control and get back on track. That's where my 7-day fat flush comes in. Think of this as a reset button for your body. It's not a crash diet or a gross juice cleanse. It's a simple, easy to follow plan that will recalibrate your T levels and get your body back into fat burning mode. Trust me, I use it after every holiday splurge and it works like magic. So if you're feeling bloated, unhappy about your gut this morning, or if you've gained a few pounds over the weekend, click the link below to take charge and lose the holiday fat. Boom. So this is an example of how you can just literally have this give you an improved version of this. I could turn around and email this guy back, hey, I looked at your email. I thought it was good. I had a couple ideas of how you could work in a metaphor to get to drive greater engagement, as well as change the tone to make it a little bolder and drive a lot more conversions. If you want to take a look at it, again, you can use this to help enhance, create free value. I personally don't think that the copy here is perfect. I don't think as a human being, it doesn't feel like that authentic. It doesn't feel that compelling. His actual email isn't terrible. It feels like a human wrote it. This feels like a perfect little AI wrote it. You want to add a little level of human touch to it. I would probably rewrite this, change some of the words here to make it feel a little more human. But this is a really good example of how you can quickly and easily identify opportunities inside of an email. I update it, improve, and work in new things. You can have it add quotes, add metaphors, change the tone. You can even have, okay, make the email sound like, let's see here. William Shakespeare wrote it. Let's see if we can do this. It changed it to Old English, right? You can change the tone, you can change the voice. And it's actually kind of fun, right? Like you can do some pretty fun things with this. I've had it write emails. I sent one out today to you guys that I had it write for you. Completely just like, hey, here are some things. Tell the students what they should do about AI, and it wrote the entire email. You can use this. Again, this is an example of how you can use this to improve your own stuff. If you have an outreach email or you have your own writing that you're trying to improve and you're not really sure how to improve it, you can throw it in here, ask it how it would improve it or what things it would change. You can have it do all sorts of stuff. Basically, it's a quick way to get some quick improvements from your stuff. The thing is, though, it's not perfect. This copy that it spits out is not perfect. You still need to, as a copywriter, step in and improve it. But it can be a tool to help you find new opportunities, find things to change, work in things, test out new ideas quickly, and then take what it learned, like the output, and then go in and use it and improve it as yourself as a human being, right? But here's an actual physical example. So you can start using this inside of your outreach. I imagine I could say, give me 3 compliments about this email. And I'm literally I'm gonna post his email in there, and we're just for the fun of it. Let's see if it actually can come up with compliments. This email is clear and easy to stand. It provides a solution for those who have overindulged. Email includes specific details about the 7-day, like boom, there you go. I got 3 compliments that I can use, probably with a little bit of adaptation, but I've got compliments. You can literally use this tool to speed up your thinking. It's like you can outsource some of the low-level thoughts or low-level things you need to do as a copywriter. You can outsource it to this bot. Now, this bot will rate limit you. You can only ask a certain amount of questions per hour. So you want to make sure that the quality of your questions are really good. You want to include as much stuff as possible. Like I did that one where it's like include a metaphor, change the tone to make it more bold. You can give it a whole list of instructions and it can do it all at once. That way you don't get rate limited as well. But the chat GPT or the chat bot for the OpenAI thing, fantastic tool, fantastic thing to use. Here's one example of how you can use it to identify problems inside of copy or inside of writing and to create new versions on the fly really, really quickly. So use this tool, use this. I'm going to probably be showing you a million more ways to use this tool. I'm going to be showing you a million more ways to use the other types of AI that exist. Tomorrow, I'm going to be showing you one about that's going to help you make it really easy for you guys to create extremely disruptive Facebook ads. But yeah, so there's some fun things in store here, but this is a fun tool that you guys can use. Fun little lesson. Use this, but when you see me using the tool in a certain way, I want you not just to use it that way, but find other ways that you can use it based on what I've showed you. This is a chance for you to practice some divergent thinking and some creativity based on the example that I'm providing for you here. So use this, start using AI. It's going to change the world, and we are going to be the ones who use it to dominate the online marketing space because we're getting ahead of the game. So guys, it's been good. I will talk with you guys again tomorrow with some more AI tips and tricks and tools and techniques. Now, there are a few things you want to have in place before you start reaching out to businesses. Once you reach out to them, once you send that first message, they will most likely search you. They're going to do a Google search. They're going to look for you online. You're going to want to have a few things in place to establish your credibility and your authority as a copywriter / digital marketer. And a few of those things are completely free, and some of them cost money. The first thing you should definitely have is a LinkedIn profile. It doesn't have to be crazy. It doesn't have to be extensive. They just want to know that you're a real person beyond the email or the social media DM that you send them. They need to know that you exist beyond that. So if you have a LinkedIn profile, that's usually a good step to show them that, this guy, he's real, right? He's a professional. He at least has spent 15 minutes building an online profile. He's not just some kid off the streets who decided to send me a message and pretend he's a copywriter. He's apparently committed to this at least 15 minutes worth. So go create a LinkedIn profile. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just put your name, have a nice professional picture of you. I'll talk more about how to present yourself as a professional in the future, but just a nice professional picture. Just say that you're a digital marketing expert or a growth consultant. Come up with a term. Don't just say copywriter. Put that as your job title. Say that you work for yourself. Say that you've been self-employed for the last 9 months. Create a LinkedIn profile, a basic profile. You'll probably also want to have an Instagram profile, a separate one for your business. Again, make it professional. Just have a nice photograph, your name, a link to either your website or your email, and a few simple posts. Not of you like shirtless by the pool, but like you being an interesting person, and maybe 1 or 2 posts about digital marketing, growth, or business. And I'll tell you more about how to do that later. But you're gonna want to have an Instagram. You'll also probably want to have a website and a portfolio. Now, a website will cost money. You're gonna have to pay $12 a month or something like that for hosting, for a domain. It's definitely worth it though, right? If you want to demonstrate, hey, I'm committed to this path, I am a professional in this path, you would have a website, right? So you're going to want to create one of those. If you don't have one of those, if that's not on the budget, it's not absolutely crucial, but as soon as you can create a website and create something of a presence for yourself there, you're definitely going to want to do it. You are 100% going to want to have a portfolio. When they search for you, they should be able to see a sample of your work. Now, if you don't have a client right now, that's okay. You're going to be able to do spec work. So you'll create some free examples of copy for businesses that you aren't working with, and you can put those on your profile or on your portfolio rather. Now, obviously the best portfolio would be one that's just posted directly on your own personal site. If you don't have a website yet, you're going to want to start building your portfolio out on like a Google Drive folder, right? You'll have a folder, and then you'll have a bunch of Google Docs inside or PDFs inside with different pieces of copy that you've created. That's something you're going to want to do over time. You don't have to pause and stop and do that all right now, but you're going to want to build out a LinkedIn profile, an Instagram profile at least, And definitely, if you can, a website, and start building out your portfolio. Those are going to help you establish your perceived authority in the space, so that when they Google you or when they start interacting with you, they can think, this guy's a professional. He's actually serious about this. He's not just some kid in his mother's basement. He's actually a real guy who can help me possibly grow my business. So those are things you want to do to establish your presence online. I refuse to give you guys a giant pricing table where I say, charge this amount for this type of project and charge this amount for this email. Like that is one of the fastest ways to become a commodity. In this world, I want you to show up as a strategic partner so you can get paid in proportion to the value you provide rather than the market rate for the number of words that you put on a piece of paper. You don't want to be paid for the time that you produce or even the deliverables you produce. You want to be paid in relation to the value you provide. If you help a business make $100,000, you want to make $10,000. If you help a business make $1 million, you want to make $100,000. You want to make sure that that's how you estimate your prices. For your discovery project, you're going to want to do some quick math. The needs payout question should have given you a pretty good answer to this, but you want to identify, okay, if when we do this project, how much value is this going to bring the business? Once you have that idea, you're going to price a percentage of that. Usually like 10% is probably pretty good. Let's say you're going to help them rewrite their email sequences, and it's going to help them probably increase their their revenue by $10,000. You're going to want your discovery project to be priced around at least $1,000. You're going to get paid about 10% for the value that you provide them. Obviously, they deserve the lion's share of that because they have the product, they have the customers, they have all that stuff, but you're the guy who facilitates it. So roughly 10% is probably what you want to do. When in doubt, just simply find an estimate of how much they're going to be making if they sell 2 or 3 or 4 more products and price based off that. If it's a small list, if it's a giant list, they have a huge audience, you can obviously bump that number up. That's how you can estimate it. Quick math, estimate your percentages, estimate your conversion percentages for the different parts of the funnel. You know how to do this. You're going to do it on the fly, and then you're going to price based off of that. Now, as far as payment structures go, when you first do this, you're probably not going to collect all of your money up front. When you're first starting and you're starting to build trust, you don't have a lot of previous experience, you're going to want to start probably with a half up front, half at the end. So let's say you decide to charge $1,000 for your discovery project. You'd say, hey, look, I realize this is the first time we're doing business together. Here's how we're going to do this. Let's do $500 up front. We're going to do the discovery project. Once we're done, we launch and you get the results. Then we'll do $500 at the end on completion. So half up front, half at the end. It's really, really simple. That way your interests are protected and their interests are protected, right? You should always be ready to refund the money. Let's say you do it and they don't like it. You always want to make sure that you are able to give them a guarantee and say, hey, I'll refund it if you don't like it, because you want to make sure that there's less risk for them. So the half up front, half at the end is usually ideal for the first part, because that way they still are going to take you seriously because they've given you money, but you're also not asking for all up front, and it makes it a little less risky for them. Again, we're trying to find a mutually beneficial value exchange. If you're very, very new, you might end up doing 100% at the very end. So you say, I'll do it for free. Once we launch it, you get the results, and then you pay me as a result. It's sort of a performance-based, all at the end approach. That's an effective way to do it. In the future, you might do projects based completely on commission. You might do it where there's a small upfront fee and then you're paid commission based on how much revenue you bring in. Or you might just get a monthly retainer for doing some basic services like maintaining their email list or something like that. How you structure this depends a lot on the risk and the type of project, but usually the beginning, half upfront, half at the end, and do it all based on the amount of value that you are guessing or you are expecting to bring to them. That's how you structure your pricing. That's how you pitch your prices for the discovery call. All right, so once you have identified a market or niche you want to work with, the next step, it's not just to start finding different businesses and emailing them and like saying you want to work for them. That's generally not the best step. The next best step is to identify the top players in that space. So look at that market and look who's absolutely crushing it, who has the highest followers, who's selling the most, who has the most notoriety. Find the top maybe 1 to 3 players in that niche. I want you to do extreme research on those companies. You're going to analyze everything about their story, where they came from, who the representatives are. Let's say there's a guru that runs the business. You're going to analyze them, their message. You're going to look at who their avatar is. You're going to do the research. You're going to understand who they're speaking to, what pain points they're targeting, what language they're using, what are they using, fear or desire. You can look at all these things. And again, there's going to be a document that I'm going to link to somewhere around this video that's going to have a whole bunch of questions you can ask, but you're going to want to analyze everything about this business. You're going to look at their funnels. You're going to look at how they're attracting attention, how they're communicating with their customers to drive people up their value ladder. you're going to want to analyze everything. Now, what happens when you get a really good grasp on how the best people are performing is you can then turn around to other people in that industry and you can show up with really good ideas right from the bat, right? These guys that are the top, they spent millions and millions of dollars testing their marketing, figuring out what works in that market, and you can use that. You can go and learn from it. You can model what they do. You can see what they do that's successful, and you can take some of those strategies, obviously tweaking them and improving them to match the different businesses you'll be partnering with, but you can take those ideas and help other people in that niche show up in a better way and compete and win against the landscape in the niche. So the first thing you do, pick a market and then start researching who the top players are in that market and what they're doing. There's going to be a document, again, somewhere around this video, that's going to have a whole bunch of questions you can ask yourself when you do this analysis. I recommend you take a day or two even to do this analysis. It is going to pay a significant ROI. You're going to learn a lot about marketing. You're going to learn about what it takes to be successful in that market that you're looking at, in that niche. And you're going to have a million ideas that you can show up to help other businesses with in that niche or other niches moving forward. All right, guys, quick update. So I've been going through the research phase. Again, I feel like this is going to take the longest out of everything I'm doing, just because I think it's the most important, making sure that I'm dialed in on my avatar, dialed in on what they need, understanding these foundational insights and what's going to be the main drivers for this person to act. I think is going to be key, especially since I'm using AI. The quality of what I feed it is going to determine what the quality of what it spits out. So but spending some time with this, I went and copied a bunch of like the most valuable reviews I could find on different books that I thought were interesting. What I usually do when I do this, I go through and highlight in green things that they desired or liked, in red things that they're afraid of, in yellow any kind of, or orange any kind of demographic information, or anything that might give me clues of where to target these people online, and blue anything they liked about the book, or in this case a book, or what they liked about the product itself, like the way it was done. In this case, he appreciates straightforward approach. I think in my first review up here, he mentions it's like a workbook and there's activities. He liked that. And then if there's things that they don't like about the book, like in this case, he didn't like that there was very profound language. I'm marking like a purple. Because it's like a quick color coding system I use. And as I go through, study them, kind of highlight things that I find that stand out to me that as far as their desires, just to get a kind of a general feel for who we're working with, who the target market might be. Once I went and did that for, I think that's like 3 or 4 pages of different interviews here, or different reviews, started filling out the research template, and created an avatar. His name's Zach, he's 32, grew up in a normal home, parents forced him when he was 12. He served a few years in the U.S. Army, now he works as a plumber, got married, he has 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter, works for him and his family. That's kind of his kind of driving ethos there. Day in the life, wakes up early, hits the gym, listens to podcasts, puts in a day of hard work at the job, takes pride in doing a good job of what he does as a plumber. He gets home 5:36 p.m., super physically tired, helps around the house, does his best to be there for his kids and wife, watches a game or show with his kids, is in bed by 10:30. Any kind of free time he has outside of just like mind-numbing entertainment, he's going to spend that dreaming about his own plumbing company someday, or doing something in real estate or something that he's trying to figure out a way to improve his life. Values. So right now I'm having him as traditional conservative values, very American, very patriotic, loves his family, sees himself as a father first. That's his first part of identity. That was something I pulled out of the reviews up there. Loves his family, sees himself as father first, sees the way the world's headed, and he's worried. You know, he's definitely buying in all the fear-mongering news stuff. He feels like he's under attack. He's worried about his kids' future, the economy, all that stuff. Very anti-leftist and the Hollywood crowd. He thinks that like the libs are like destroying the country, destroying his life, that kind of stuff. And he believes in hard work, earning what you want, and being a strong masculine man. That's like his ideals. He might not necessarily be living those ideals, but that's what he feels. Outside forces, the economy acts on him, the media acts on him, his employer acts on him, schools act on him and his kids. Feminists act on him and his worldview, leftists as well, and his parents, to some degree, have acted on his current beliefs. So current state, these are some things I found. Obviously, I think the biggest one here is they feel like their kids are being attacked, the masculinity is being attacked, and that the world is trying to make their kids weak in the face of difficulty. And they don't really like that other people are influencing their kids more than they are. They're worried also that they aren't doing a good enough job as a parent. This is a huge insecurity that he has. He knows he could probably do better. He's starting to see his kids start to act entitled, start to act not the way he'd like them to, and it bugs him. It makes him angry about it. Facing these overwhelming challenges. Again, a lot of these are all based on the stuff I got there, right? He feels like his life, like his own fire, is being like drained as a man, and he feels like that's affecting his kids. Other people perceive him. He imagines that like the libs hate him. Like other people on the outside world, he thinks that these people hate him for being the strong masculine man he is or would like to be. Right now he worries that he's letting his kids down. This is the biggest status play for him. He feels like his kids don't really respect him. He feels like his kids don't think he's like an amazing superhero. That he feels like his kids don't really respect him. And they'll just look at him as just dad. They won't really appreciate him for what he does. He worries that his wife doesn't think he's a good father, that she thinks he could be doing better. She thinks he's inadequate. And like that's a big fear of his. Zach's also worried that other parents see his kids and think he's weak or a poor father. He's worried about what other people think about his kids. And then this is the way he describes his own current state. Dream state right now. This is what I pulled out. So right now, he would love to have sons that adore, respect, and listen to him as his father. He wants to be a better example for his sons. He wants his sons learning important values and skills. That he wants to instill those in them so they'll be prepared for the hard times ahead. He definitely sees the world ahead as being difficult. He wants his sons to become strong and masculine and be able to resist the influences that are trying to make them weak or feminine in this world, right? He wants his sons to keep that inner fire, that masculine drive alive. He doesn't want their dreams to be killed. He wants to foster those. And he wants his sons to become the future leaders of the world. That's his dream. That's what he wants. He wants to be that father that is raising his sons that way. He wants them to be successful. He wants to see them succeed. He wants to see them succeed at like a jiu-jitsu tournament or something like that. He wants to see them win. He wants to make new memories with them. He wants to make meaningful memories. He wants to be an important part of their lives over the years to come. But this is where it starts to get fun. Again, the status side. How do others perceive him? How will his sons perceive him? How will his wife perceive him? All that stuff. His sons will adore him as fathers. Like he wants them to look up at him with like that light of admiration in his eyes. Like that's what he wants to see in his sons, right? He wants to become the superhero. He wants the wife to be proud of him for taking care of his son or of her sons and leading in such a masculine way. He wants to be that man and to have her respect. He wants the lips to hate him even more. He really wants the hate from the crazy blue-haired feminist ladies. Like that's really what he wants. And he wants future generations to look back and be proud of him and like say kudos to him. He probably even wants people to be jealous of his sons. Like that's probably something I should add. That's probably a huge part of this, right? Right now, if he was able to achieve that, if he was able to become that father and raise his sons that way, he would feel like the man. His testosterone would shoot up and so would his chin. He'd be extremely proud in a really healthy way. Now I'm going to go through and identify his roadblocks, talk about creating the solution and kind of ideation around the product. And then I'm going to dive into the actual plan to full offer and create the actual product with AI. That's the next step. So again, this part right here, we're identifying their dream states, their current states, and identifying their roadblocks. This is the most important part. So I'm taking a little bit more time than normal on this. I think this and Facebook approving the ads is going to be the longest part of this entire process. So right now, I'm going to go through, I'm going to define the roadblocks, define the solution, and start playing around with some ideas about what the product needs to kind of look like, feel like, before I dive into actually planning the offer and creating the product. So just in the slog of it right now, in the middle of the research and the planning and understanding, this is the process. So I'm moving along pretty well. All right, guys. So I went and slept a little bit. And now I'm coming back in to check the Facebook ads, see how they're doing. They were approved. So you guys should be able to see my screen now. So they were approved. We were able to run these. Some of them got the full 400. It looks like we probably have one winner here, one outstanding performer, and the rest are pretty mediocre. I did come in and turn this one off. I saw that it was at like 200, 202 for impressions and only had one link. There was no magical way it was going to get much better. It's at 57 cents per click. But I knew that it probably wasn't going to be the winner, so I just killed it so we could have these other go a little bit faster. But you can see some of these, right? Like the Terminator one, it got 4 link clicks. My cost per click was like 38 cents, which is crazy good for like the industry as a whole. The click-through rate, let's see if I turn that on here. Let's see. Because you can go in, you can set the columns of performance so you can see the click-through rate. Yeah, click-through rate on this one was like a little under 80 cents, which wasn't that great. But these other ones up here are obviously significantly better. This one's right around that 4% that I really like to see. So this will probably be the winner. I'm going to let the full test run out. I'm going to let these other ones go. Although at this stage, this one's at 362. We're pretty stable here at 10 cents cost per click. The math works probably to use this one as the conversion ad. So what I'm going to do, like I said, I set all these up as traffic ads where the objective is just to get people to click. I'm going to switch it to conversion. So Facebook will optimize these ads to go out to people who are probably going to convert and purchase. I can set it for the sales objective. I've got my pixel set up. It should be good to go. And then I'll just crank the thing. The cool thing about running the test the way I have is, let's see,
Maximum, yeah, I've set the time for maximum. Let me show you how much I've spent to do this quick test. I think total $8.60. It's cost me basically nothing to find a winning ad that's going to probably perform really well. I can turn around and really crank that, right? So we still don't have any purchases yet. Let me see if I can pull up the actual analytics for, yeah. So this is the analytics for the site. Just refresh that because it is not 100% accurate. Like if you just use the ClickFunnels statistics like I am right now, because it's a quick, easy project, you won't be 100% accurate. Look, it's showing that I've got 14 unique visitors out of all those clicks right now. The one order form and the one visit onto the thank you page, those were me. Those were mine. Like if you go in here to contacts, like that was just me going through and testing it out. So those aren't accurate. Those haven't happened. We don't have any purchase events yet, but we've got some people visiting the page. Again, I probably should install some type of screen recording to like show, because you can install these cool little software codes on your thing that show people as they go through your page. I'm imagining I have a pretty high drop off at the beginning. I'm waiting on a few new pictures and stuff like that from my wife, who has some better pictures of this whole thing, so I can use that to collect sales a little bit better. I just realized I don't even know if I set my button on this. Let's go take a look. That might be a problem. Let's see. Let's make sure I set my button. Guys, I stayed up pretty late last night running this. Let's see if we got this. Oh yeah, see, my button doesn't even work. No wonder no one has purchased. Let's set my button. Let's set the action. It's gonna say go to the next. I don't want to go to the next step. I just want to go to the next step of the funnel. Next step in the funnel is gonna add to cart. It's gonna add the product to cart. I'm gonna go ahead and set. Oh, that's funny. The button doesn't do anything. I've sent people to a page and the button didn't do anything. So it's always fun. Let's go to next step of the funnel. All right, so now people can actually purchase. I'm curious if maybe someone was going to purchase on that first one. No, who cares? The real point of these Facebook ads that I ran here is just to gather the data, just to see what people are clicking on, see which image is the best. And once I have that data, turn around and let it rip. So let's play around with, let's make sure the order form is connected. I'm pretty sure I added the product here. Let's double, triple check. Let's preview this page and see. Okay, yeah. I think I have to go preview in here. Boom, boom. Had my happy music this morning. Let's take a look. I think go step 2. Show step 2. Yeah, it's got. I think I ran this and I had just when I submitted it, I had the actual product. So I think we're good. So they can purchase. We fixed the buttons. They can purchase. But like I said, we've only had like maybe 20 people on the site. Chances of like losing a sale is pretty low. And we've still got plenty of time and money. Like the price of this thing is $29. I've spent $8 so far on random tests. I'm really only going to start counting whether this is profitable or not once I switch this over to conversion ads, optimizing for sales. At that point, I will probably start earning some money and we'll hit revenue. But I'm going to let this test continue to run out. I've still got a few hours. The test should run. Oh, Spark is finished. Yeah, that's at 11 cents per click. I think we were probably good enough based on what I have to turn these other two off and actually do this. So let's do that. Let's go ahead. And while we're live here, let's go and create a new campaign where this is the ad we do. So let's go ahead. I'm going to create a new campaign. I'm going to make the conversion event sales. That's what we're looking to achieve here. Now I'm going to make the campaign name like, got the kids running around. It's morning time. AI sales test. Now let's move down here to the spending. I'm going to bump the spending. Yeah, auction. Sweet. Let's go to the next step. This is cool. You guys are going to see me do Facebook ads. You guys are always like, I've had so many students like, how do I do Facebook ads? How do I create the landing page? Like this is the least fun version and the least fun part of the whole thing. Like this is stupid easy. And it's the least fun part. So let's go ahead and set sales as the conversion event. Let's see. I mean, it might not even have enough data. Add to cart. We could do add to cart as the optimization stuff. Let's do add to cart as the thing we're trying to do. We're just going to optimize for add to cart. I know I've got the pixel set up. It's an iOS, and we're going to have problems with it. So yeah, we'll see. So this might not be delivered to people with iOS. Let's see what we can play around. We should be able to do sales though. Where's purchase? Purchase. Let's do purchase. Yeah. So it's going to probably not be super happy because of iOS and stuff like that. We'll still run it. We'll see what happens. We're going to create daily budget up to $50, which is just pretty low. Again, we're just kind of playing around with numbers here. If we're really trying to go fast and create amazing things, we would just, I don't think I saved my other audience. Let's see if I can save my other audience real quick. And then I can come back and just hit the button because, yeah, I don't have that saved audience. Let's see if we can just say that. We're going to close this. I'm going to go to my other one. Again, woohoo, so much fun, man. We're doing the whole Facebook ads thing. It's pretty great. So this is this one. I'm going to go ahead and can I edit this? Come on. It's a lot of just poking around on a platform and figuring out how it all works. It's publishing. I just want to save my audience. That's all I want to do. Detailed audience. Is there a place for me to save this? Nah, it's being weird. It's because it's still publishing that other stuff. Hit the good old refresh and see what we can do here with Facebook. Facebook Ads Manager changes, it updates. Basically, if you kind of know the basics of it, you can figure this out in like 5 minutes. They make it pretty easy for human beings to figure this out. They want people to figure it out. Here we go. Let's save this. I'm going to call this fathers 28 to 38. Yeah, 28 to 38. 28 to 38. Boom. Saved audience. They want to make it easy. I'm going to close that one. I'm going to go back to my other campaign where I'm doing my AI sales test. That's the real one. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one off because I've got everything I need from that. I have my winning ad, which happened live on the call, which is cool. So let's go in and let's get this thing edited. All right, so I'm editing 2 campaigns. I don't want to edit 2 campaigns at once. Let's remove that one. Close. Let's get back out of this AI sales test. That's the one I want to edit. Edit that one right now. Setting for the sales event. Let's go next. Got my little Jasper, keep our little Chrome extension thing getting in the way of everything now. It's pretty fun. Fathers, let's do the 28 to 38. Now let's go into, we got the budget set. Let's take a look at audiences, saved audience, boom, fathers. Now we're sending the same exact people that we sent before. Optimizing for conversions. Let's go ahead and make sure we do manual placements. We want to make sure it's all in the same places as before. Now let's hit, I think we're good. Go ahead and hit next. Now we're just going to, I want to create this. I want to actually hit, I'm going to X out of this one. This is some advanced Facebook ads, guys. I'm going to show you all the tricks, I'm going to go into my weird AI test. I'm going to take a look at the ads for that one campaign. And I'm going to go to the Sparta ad and I'm going to duplicate this one into an existing campaign. Let's see if I can find it. Weird AI test. It doesn't want to do that. It's good. Can I do new campaign? It doesn't like this. All right. So it's not going to let me copy. Well, there's probably some really easy way to just copy it over. I won't do it because it's not published. That's okay. We'll just do it by hand. Existing campaign. AI sales test. It won't let me duplicate it. Yeah, it won't let me do one that hasn't been published yet. I'd have to publish it without an ad. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to open this in a new tab. We're going to go to, we're going to have to go to edit. I'm going to go to edit in a new tab. That's not going to let me edit a new tab. We've got the media. The only thing we really need to super copy is this. Now let's go back to the other campaign. I thought I was going to show you guys just how cool and amazing you can do fun duplicate copies and stuff like that with Facebook ads, but not today. We're not going to get to show you guys all the cool weird AI tests, fathers, where am I at? AI sales tests. That's where I want to be. I've got both of them selected again. Let's start over again from the very beginning. Here we go. We're going to deselect that, just the new traffic campaign. I'm going to edit that one, not the new traffic. I want to do wait a second, where's my sales going to go? This is fun. Guys, sleep is kind of important. People fail to think that sleep is important. Sleep is kind of important. When I am a little sleepier, it's a little, like if I slept maybe 2 or 3 hours last night, whenever that's the case, it's always just a tiny bit harder to have my full cognitive powers. I do recommend you sleep. I'm at the end of a long war mode set right now. So the sleep is a little bit different. So you're going to see a few things. Okay, now we're ready to set the ad. Sparta. We call it Sparta for conversions. Now we're going to go down to manual upload. Oh yeah. Now we're just going to recreate the ad just like we did before. Add image. Where's my Sparta image? Boom, there's my Sparta image. Go next. Yep, we like it 1-to-1. We're going to allow it to do enhancements. We won't really be able to do very many enhancements. Now I'm going to go to a website. I don't have the URL with me right now. There we go, website. I'll paste that in a second. Let's go into primary text. Boom. We got the primary text done. Now we need to do the URL, which is this one, URL. The URL posted. Shop now. Let's go to shop now is interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and do, before I had learn now as the thing, I'm gonna do learn now as my button for the CTA. And for the headline, let's go ahead and just do the full on, we'll do just the title of the book again, title of the book. So it's the exact same ad. The only difference is that this is now optimized for conversions. This is not optimized for anything else but conversions. So let's take a look. Gonna go ahead and cross that out. Let's double check everything. I've got, we gotta make sure the description is blanked out, because if not, it'll pull the description from the meta, and I'm pretty sure I didn't set that up. So let's take a look at a quick little preview of this ad. Let's take a look, make sure it looks all right. Yep, looks like a correct ad. We've got the link at the bottom, got all them emojis. It won't show the Explore home. That's okay. Image, image, image. Yeah, it looks good. Facebook Marketplace is even going to show up there. So I think we're good. I think we are ready to hit publish on this bad boy. Let's see if Facebook likes it. All right, sweet. So this ad's turned on. Let's go ahead and refresh real quick, see how we're doing. It's showing it's still in draft. I want to make sure that it is 100% published. Let's do a quick refresh. It says no ads. Oh, we got to figure it out now. Where do we put the ads? We put the ads somewhere. Fathers. Ads. It's processing. So it's still processing. So Facebook is going to process it. They're going to review it. And then if it passes the review, there we go. Now we're happy. Now we've got ads that are still processing. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right. So Facebook is going to go in. It's going to approve this ad. It's going to run it. I think this is our winning ad. I think we're going to get revenue, especially now that I hooked the button up. So we are good to go, guys. We are ready to, you've seen me done some of the Facebook ads. Now we're going to sit back, see how this one performs. I'll come back and check this in 10, 20 minutes, see if Facebook has approved it, and we will keep going from there. We're almost done with this challenge. We've launched a product. We'll see if we can get to revenue using AI. I think we probably will. And we'll call it a wrap. So we'll see how Facebook treats this ad. All right, so last video we talked about what research is, and in this video it's going to be the first like walkthrough for you guys where I actually do it live. So I'm going to show you how you can go through, do research, and collect some of that information. Obviously, won't hit every single item on like this list that you're about to see because it's pretty extensive, but I'm going to give you a general feel for what it's like to go online and find the ammunition you need to write effectively. So let's dive in. So you've got a document here. I put together a research template. It's taken those questions that are in the slides we went through in the last videos. It's all in one document here. So you guys are going to have read-only access to this. So let me show you how you make a copy for yourself, an editable copy, so you can actually like copy and paste stuff inside of it. So go to File, you go to Make a Copy, you hit Make a Copy. You go ahead and come up with a name. You hit Make a Copy, and it'll open up a new tab where you can actually edit the document. So you can actually paste stuff in there. You're going to get, again, a read-only version that you have a link to inside of the program. But this is how you make a copy for your own research when you're sitting down to start on a project, right? So make a copy of this thing. And here you go. You've got a document here where you can, copy and paste stuff. Now we're going to be doing like an imaginary product, imaginary person, all that stuff. And we're going to go ahead and just skip, target market, avatar, like obviously you go and find that on like someone's webpage or something like that. But let's just pretend for a second that we're working with our classic example. Amy, she's a soccer mom, and she is trying to lose weight. She's about 100 pounds overweight. She wants to lose weight. We can kind of imagine some of the stuff about her life. Let's say that she has, let's say she grew up, went to college, got married, had a couple kids. She does some part-time stuff. She wakes up every morning, takes kids to school, runs errands, takes them home, takes them to soccer practice, right? The soccer mom thing. She really values time with her family. She thinks, and we can kind of imagine some things. But anyways,
outside forces. You might blame her mother for some of her problems in her life when it comes to fitness and stuff like that. She might blame the food industry and fast food for creating things that make it that are fattening, right? There's no good options for her. She might blame other people for like there might be some other issues we might run into, but we'll see if we can find some of those things. And we're going to find some of this information here as we go through. But let's start playing around with like current state, what's painful, the dream state, that sort of stuff. Let's start playing around with that. Now, one of my favorite places just to start, I mean, I mentioned YouTube and stuff like that. That's pretty self-explanatory. You would just go to YouTube, start searching around for stuff. Actually, let's do that. Let's go to YouTube and see what we can find. So I'm going to create a new tab here. We're going to go to YouTube and let's search for some content that soccer moms might be viewing when it comes to their own fitness. So now I'm capturing all this in HD, so this is gonna be a little slow as we go through there. We're gonna have to wait for pages to load. In the meantime, yeah, let's go here. Let's say like soccer mom fitness tips, just for the fun of it. Let's just see. Let's see what we get. All right, so here we go. Look, a playground workout for mom. Okay, this is probably a good place to get started, right? Let's take a look. Let's open this video. I'm not going to watch the video here with you guys, but you probably should watch the video, throw it on 2x, speed through, see some of the things that this other person, this lady is saying when she teaches these people some tips. But I just want to go take a look at the comments. That's where I want to play around in, right? So let's take a look. Let's see if anyone overshares anything. We've only got 4 on this video. I love this video. Great to work. Beautiful fit moms, whatever. Let's take a look at, let's see if there's some other results. Let's see. Here we go. Another one. This is let's look at the CBS soccer mom workout. That should have a lot. I guess it only has 1,000 views. We'll see how many comments it has. All subscribers, 0 comments. See, and a lot of this, like, again, this is a free flowing video. You're going to see some things that you like, things that you not like. Here's the like mom sanity. Let's see if we can find some stuff in here. This is just a video targeted for sport mom sanity. Okay, yeah, cool lady talking about stuff. Let's take a look and see if there's any comments. Now, this might be a good place for, let's take a look and see if we can find some general information here. Mom was a whatever person. We would quickly learn that if we didn't pitch in, things didn't get done. Okay, so here's a frustration. Kid, probably like kids not helping, like, or they're just a burden now. My brother's playing provincial level, a horse playing post-secondary, whatever. Bunch of replies. My 4-year-old is in Taekwondo. Now I'm like, why did I do this for stuff? Okay, so this is cool, right? This right here is a way that this is internal dialogue. It's something that this lady is saying about her frustrations in her life, juggling all of these things, right? I'm going to just paste this entire thing into the document, right? So I'm going to paste this into current state. Now you're going to, let's Control Shift V. Let's do this without the stuff. But this is literal, like inside of her brain stuff. This is how moms complain about their lives, which, as cool as that is, let's just keep going and see what else. So glad to see this type of video. Love the tips and tricks more than scripted content. So thanks for helping us all be more successful mamas, right? That might be how she's describing the future stuff. This whole like scripted tips and tricks instead of scripted, that might be something we consider for things that they like. But let's go ahead and throw that in dream state. Let's see. There you go. Let's keep going. Let's see what else we can find. So, great tips. I'm a mother 3 and my kids go between houses. So this is a challenge, right? Especially if they're having to juggle multi-parent homes or like divorce and stuff like that, really common. They learned they had to be responsible for their own gear and bags. Otherwise, things were forgotten in the other parent's house. Took a few times, the consequences not being prepared. They learned quickly. Thankfully, we have a good relationship. It's not despite not being together, just in case. Whatever. So they're just talking about stuff. This is, again, more about the actual balancing of the stuff and less about fitness, but we can learn some stuff about the general life. Amazing tips. Hard for us moms to do that much. Ooh, I like that. So many amazing tips. but super hard for all of us moms to do that much. You'll notice like something that's interesting here is, I mean, it's not terribly outlandish, but you can see that they are using a significant amount of, I pasted that in the wrong one. I'll go ahead and close that. They're using a lot of emojis, which is cool, right? Like that's how people talk. It's how people communicate. So that might be something we would note inside of our avatars that, hey, they use emojis. It's a big part of how they communicate. Let's keep going. So we can continue to mine this. But this is more about, this is slightly adjacent. This is more about here we go. This is interesting. So protecting family time, try out tips from mom's perspective, what's worth it, what's not worth it, things to clear. This might be something about how they actually balance or make decisions. So I might throw that under the values part here. Let's go ahead and just paste that. Some values they might have. And again, this document might get a little messy as you copy and paste things in. You have to go through and clean it out. Right now, you're just going to gather a bunch of information, and then you're going to try and synthesize it afterwards. That's how the research process works. So let's skip this video. Let's type in mom workout or mom weight loss tips. Let's try that one. All right. And you can search these things. You just kind of have to imagine what kind of content they might create. Mama 3, how she lost 100 pounds in 13 months. That's kind of what we would be trying to help these people do. Here we go. Fit Mother Project. I probably would just mine the heck out of this YouTube channel. I'll go check all of these things and just mine it. So let's take a look and see what has the most views. That has 1.5 million views. Let's look at both of these videos. So I'm gonna open 2 new tabs. We're gonna look at both videos. I think I might have just opened one. It's fine. Oh, Dr. Anthony, some dude telling us about it. That's great. Awesome. Let's take a look and see what the comments are. Oh, check it out. Thank you. I know loads of mothers that always say, I want to lose weight, but don't know where to start. That's a cool, if that's actually what they're saying, that'd be cool. We copy and paste that in there. These people are talking about fit. They're trying to yeah, that's interesting. I really appreciate this video. I'm gonna use your tips in my everyday routine, starting with eating healthy. Thanks so much for making the video. Mom's busy women on behalf of my wife. Thank you. She's constantly busy and unbooked. Using coffee as a meal replacement. Wow, look at those. Okay, that's look at all those fabulous ladies. Yeah, this is not great. Yeah. As a busy woman, just really appreciate this video. Everything said makes sense. And we use your tips in everyday routine. Yeah, it's just like in general, thanks. And again, sometimes you'll find things that are great, sometimes you won't. Let's take a look at this lady's video. And this is cool. Like you would watch her, like this lady, I'm not going to do it right now, but you would actually listen to the things she says because she's the target market. She might be our ideal avatar. We get a lot of information from this woman, how she lives her life, what she talks about in this interview. Let's take a look at the comments though. Boom. Let's see. Unless you physically trip. Weight loss donuts, there is no such thing as a slip. Get that in mind. I had to realize that I was never going to be motivated and I had to work on my self-discipline. So this is a quote from this lady about the shift that had to change. This is probably closer to roadblock and solution. So let's go ahead and put that in there. This can be, and research can be, a fairly tedious process. You are going to have to go through and mine for information. And as you said, we've spent 2 or 3 minutes right now just looking at like one source on YouTube. Again, we can keep going. Here's an interesting thing. This is some guy explaining this, but this is a good status. I'm assuming some guy. She lost weight, such a healthy weight, and it shows not only in her physical appearance, but the confidence she exudes from her smile as someone in the middle of their own weight loss journey. I see her as inspiring. This is something we could use to describe the dream state, right? Because this is not just about like weight loss. This is talking about how status comes into help, or how it comes into play, right? This is someone else perceiving that they're describing this dream state. This is a person going through the same thing. They want to lose weight in a healthy way. They want to not just improve their physical experience, but exude this confidence from her smile, right? Like that's dream state. That's something they want. We can use that. We could continue to go through YouTube videos and continue to watch these interviews and continue to do stuff. We're going to skip off of that and we're going to move into Amazon.com and see what we can find here. So again, I like to look at books. Books are going to have some of the best stuff. Like if you try and look for like weight loss pills, unless you're like actually your product is the more of a physical product, you can go do the same thing. But if it's like an information or a course or a coach or something, coaching or something like that, then you'd obviously want to go look more on the book side. So let's say weight loss for women. Say weight loss for moms. Let's try that. Again, we want to try and at least narrow it down to the avatar as best we can. So yeah, let's go ahead and filter this by books. Books. Research. Now, here we go. Got a lot of results. Now they're going to try and filter the algorithm is going to try and throw things in front of us that we think they want, so that they think someone will buy. So I'm going to go take a look to see if there's some filters here. Usually you can do by reviews. So we're going to do it by most reviews. Yeah, here we go. Sort by most reviews, right? So this is a quick way to get the top one, right? Okay, air fryer cookbook. Okay, these are related things. Let's see if we can find one. Attitude of gratitude, blah, blah, blah. Quick and easy food. It's not supposed to be this way. Finding unexpected disappointment leaves you. Related fasting. I'm trying to find something that's a little closer to women. So if we were to go with a binge eating thing, which might be part of it, we'll see if we can find this. Let's go ahead and open up these reviews and see what we can do. Yeah, okay. Let's see, let's go down to reviews. This is a book about ending binge eating and specifically around mindset. Right now, if we're gonna, let's assume that like the key roadblock is probably gonna be something around mindset. These reviews might be a good place to do it. So again, over here, you can filter by 5-star and 4-star reviews. Let's back out of this individual one. All right, back down here again. You can read this guy's copy too for the sales page. Mr. Glenn Livingston, PhD. Let's take a look. Did it again. Let's take a look. Select reviews. This is a tedious process. You're going to be going through slowly collecting information, but every so often you're going to hit a gold nugget and it's going to be the ammunition you really, really need. Oh, Cups of Capricorn. I wonder if this is a woman who's into astrology. Let's take a look. So if you think this book about self-shaming, you didn't read it carefully. Keto, low carb, intermittent fasting, long-term fasting, blah, blah, blah. I wanted them all to work and they wouldn't if it weren't for my addiction to sugar. That's something they might blame it, that they're addicted to food. I first totally dismissed this book when I first heard about it. Then I think I heard him on a podcast in a few months. A failure to keep me to my best laid plans piled up. A seed has been planted though. Gave the podcast his ideas another shot. I thought, no way. And then I thought, what do I have to lose? What is the alternative? Diabetes, dementia. I'm doing it. I don't tell anybody, but it's working. For the first time in a long time, I haven't had sweets in weeks. Can't believe it. I'm so pissed off at my pig now. Interesting. Wasted so many years. Listen, give this a shot. Give it a serious look. I finally figured out I can't do all those neat low carb plans unless I get this nasty boar under control. I think she's talking about like an inner pig. That's interesting. There's some stuff in here, right? Like we can look at how she went through a process where she made her decision. She thought about what she was afraid of, diabetes, dementia, all that stuff. We could think about that. This guy, oversharing. Let's take a look. Joni, let's see what Joni says. March 28th, 2019. Reading negative reviews and getting sad because I take it into serious consideration. Looking at Amazon, thought that's an important point. Negative reviews into consideration. It's a part of the buying behavior. And the thought these reviews, boom, 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 common thread in the negative reviews, they aren't from people who tried what Dr. Livingston suggested. They're from people who read or started to read the book. Keep this in mind. Presumably these are binge eaters or why would they even try to read a book like this? They download a book, start to read it. Notice that's different than all the other concepts they've learned about binge eating. Just missing because it matched with everything. However, a reason work for them instead of trying the concepts. I'm reading the book myself. It's something that anyone can misunderstand. So this is like a champion of this idea, right? Let's take a look at what they said, though, about their life. This book has changed everything about my life. It is written well. No, it's not fabulous writing. It's a psychotherapist, not a writer. He's a podcast. Interesting. So she just rambles about the actual brand and product itself. So this is probably good if you're going to try and collect stuff about the product, what she likes. Okay, she's talking about how her life has changed. So it's been 3 months. My life has changed so much. I'm in a better place mentally. I still have not binged, and I do not think about binging very often. The pig, yeah, it's definitely like there's this inner pig concept here. Interesting. Take the step back, hear the voice. Remember, it's not me. It makes all the difference. I have control of my eating. It feels great. I haven't had a binge yet, even when I have cake or cookies, and I've had many reasons to binge. Stress. Okay. It's been almost 4 weeks. This book is the answer. This is the first time in 48 years of life that I can remember not being a slave to food. Being a slave to food is probably a good way to describe their current state. Again, they feel trapped. They feel like a slave. That's important information. So you guys get the idea of the process now, right? You can go through, you can read this stuff. This may or may not be a good example, but you can keep going. You go through and you find people to match it that had overshare and talk about what they like. Let's look at the 1-star reviews. Let's see what people didn't like about this book. I got a few pages and read away. I'm all about loving yourself and respecting yourself. There are some values for the avatar. This book is the opposite. He kept talking about an appetite and calling it the inner piggy or something. It's so rude. I got to the point where he said, if you don't like how I'm talking, it's making you mad, put the book down. So I did, right in the trash. This is beautiful, right? This is the things that people hate about a different product. This is information that's going to help us present our stuff, especially if we wanted to go after people that are in a similar place. Let's make that not red. Things they did not like. Anyways, it's a cool thing. Amazon.com, a lot of good opportunities inside of Amazon.com. Let's see, let's go to Reddit. There, look, there's a community. 26 members, might be a little small. Let's see what we can find inside of it. Gotta be careful with Reddit. Hopefully I don't get you in anything terrible. Yeah, how I get my workouts done. Family yoga cards on Kickstarter. This is just a bunch of just random mom stuff. But we got some links to videos here. There's not a lot of discussion happening here in this Reddit. Let's try fitness for moms. Let's see what we can find. Auto newspaper, Fit Mama, support group for fitness for moms. That might be a good search term for Google in a second. It's a support group for fitness. This is Our Fit Mama. Oh, that's got a lot more people in it. Let's take a look at that one. It's a Facebook group. Okay, cool. That's another place to go look. Facebook groups. Again, that's a part of social media. If you can go find Facebook groups that have stuff. Be interested. I wonder if this one's open, we'll take a look at it. I don't even know if it'll let me open. I'm in an incognito tab. Let's see here. Fitness discussion for moms. Perfect. Got this playlist. Let's see if we can filter by conversation. Now, wait a second. That's a good one. Boom. Here we go. This is some lady oversharing about trying to lose weight postpartum. So after having baby number 2, it's taken me a while to get motivated, find a rhythm, but I'm on a roll now. I haven't been able to lose my baby weight. I'm about 10 to 50 pounds over my pre-pregnancy weight. So working on trying to lose this. So trying to should I conceive or this? Let's take a look at, this is probably a good example of current state. So this might be their current situation. You paste that in there. Again, you're just going to go through and slowly start pasting in this information. You're going to start, as you go through, you're going to notice common threads. You're going to start trying to find things that are common among some of these people. You know, notice there's specific guidance that you're going to find, or specific repeating things. You're going to see that everyone is saying the same phrase about their pain, or everyone's saying the same thing about their desires. But let's take a look. These are people talking about pregnancy. losing weight during pregnancy, anemia. Okay, this is more about this. Do math on calories burned out, calories a pound of human fat, blah, blah, blah. Doctors and dietitians don't want to give you the hard, cold truth because they assume you get butthurt and refuse to listen to them at all. Losing weight is about what you eat, not working out. Workouts can help the tone, change your diet. Working out won't do much unless you're working out. So these people are trying to tell them, hey, it's not about the workout, it's about the diet. But yes, these people are reframing this about this stuff. Let's take a look and see. I'm interested. Now I'm in here like trying to figure out stuff. I mean, yeah, let's keep going. Yoga. Let's see if I can filter this by top. Let's get the top ones from this Reddit. Today, let's go all time. See if we get the top one. So this lady, she made a big transformation, a lot of comments. I bet we're gonna find some interesting things inside of here, right? This is essentially the before and after we're trying to probably generate for our customers. I really like that you look so happy in both. That's a value, right? Again, now look, we found a common thread. People are talking about this whole confidence and value thing, like happiness in both. So it's like they want to lose weight, but they don't want to feel like a terrible person in the middle, like while they're doing that. So I think we're stumbling upon like maybe one of our first key values here. So look at this. I love how the sad before picture is dying out. This is something they might like or not like about it. Weight loss should be a happy journey from start to finish. We only live once. Okay, bingo. This is key. We're gonna put this inside of values as well. This is like this is key, right? We've now identified a key important value. If we start talking about this, when it comes to our solution, if we make sure that the solution is happy, then they're going to be a lot more ready. Like, oh, this is great. I want to be happy the whole time, right? You want tips that you'd be willing to share. Okay, this is the lady. Mostly consistency. If you've had a bad week, blah blah blah. Start over the next week. Take it day by day instead of all at once. Good things come with time and ambition. Don't get discouraged by what you can't do. Just do variation. I use a Fitbit to help track my physical activity so I can eat less than I burn every day. Again, that's part of the solution. It's just math willpower that gets the job done. Okay, this might actually be, I'm going to slap this whole thing in the solution section here of our deal. Like this is easy, right? Like this is the funny thing about it, right? When it comes to writing and collecting information, people share so much online. Like there is so much here that is just going to power this. Like this is all you need to know. You need to understand like the information that you're going to use to completely reshape someone's mind, motivate them to take change and help them convince to purchase a product, maybe hundreds of, tens of thousands of dollars worth of product is right here online. Is just buried in a Reddit comment. Like this is the kind of stuff you need, right? All these people, absolute truth, discipline, great work. You look happy. Again, this is a very common thing. You look happy both time. Holding my whole world. Obviously, they care about their kids. Let's see what else we got here. My brother just died to complications from extreme obesity. So like this, like trying to get this is funny. Like happy. And the cool thing about this is also status, right? You can see how these people are all congratulating and perceiving this woman for making the change. And that's how you can frame what they're going to be experiencing after this, right? This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. This is the kind of stuff you want. Anyways, you can go through, mine the rest of the stuff. Like I said, Reddit's a cool place. So gone through Reddit. Yeah, you could join Facebook groups too. That's another cool way to go through this. We've gone through Amazon. Let's see what else we want to do. Should we do Quora? Let's do Quora. Yeah, so Quora is cool. Let's take a look. I don't want to ask a question, actually. That would be unfortunate. How do you lose weight as a soccer mom, right? Let's take a search. Gosh, this is frustrating. Nope, I do not want to sign up for crazy stuff. This is an ancient Quora account. Let's take a look. How to lose. Spell lose wrong. Lose weight. Probably spell weight wrong too. I write for a living, but I don't spell very well. I just use autocorrect. Mom. Let's say busy mom. Busy mom. See what we can find. Core is cool. You're going to get someone, mostly you're going to find value in the person who's asking the question. Sometimes people answer who were in a similar situation. I should probably actually type this correctly. Oh, that's crazy. They don't have an autocorrect. Gotta love Quora for not having an autocorrect. Wait. How can busy moms lose weight? Let's take a look. All right, let's have this load up. Now, Quora, again, it's a place people come ask questions and people do answers. A lot of people come in here to build their brands and stuff. Let's take a look. How can busy moms lose weight? It's a question. Here's a bunch of related ones or answers. Yeah, here's the related answers. So here's some women talking about some solution. Here we go. Here's someone sharing their story. Mrs. Shipara Roy. After my baby was born, I was 30 kilograms more than my normal weight. That's a lot, which used to be 54 kilograms. My foot size got bigger by half inches due to my body weight. That one was ballooned up. Anyways, let me answer your question right. I lost all my extra weight in about 8 months and got my pre-pregnancy weight. Of course, the journey was not easy, but interesting and challenging. Let's take a look at the full thing here. Workouts. I take a half hour, 5 days a week for running and cardio workouts. I do yoga and mat exercise at home, but generally early morning, and I try to do them 4 times a week. I'm very regular in my exercise and workouts, and if I'm traveling, I make sure I carry my running shoes with me. Definitely was translated. Now coming to food, I eat everything, but my portions are small. I try not to eat sweets. I don't eat my toddler leftovers. Oh, cook at home, and yes, once a week I do eat outside, but limited portions. I love disciplined person. How do I lose without my mom knowing? The best place to lose weight. And these, you're going to find more stuff here about the actual product and solution. But yeah, Core is a good place to take a look. You're going to want to take a look and see what you can find inside of here. Oh, look, all these pictures of kiwis and food and stuff. It's great. Anyways, here we go. This is great. This is the kind of question you want. What are the 3 hardest parts? Yeah, so all this stuff about busy parents, here's the hardest part. The actual physical parts and why they're difficult. These might be part of the roadblocks. Again, Core is cool. A lot of cool things inside of Core you can do. You guys have gotten sort of a sneak peek into the process, right? I've gone through, you've watched me wait for screens to load. I've shown you some of the valuable places to get started. Obviously, you would keep going. You would keep collecting this stuff, keep mining those Amazon.com comments, keep mining social media. You watch those interviews. You have information from your client's website. You go over those as well. But this is just the process. You just copy and paste in here. And as that information builds up, you're going to find common threads. You're going to, at the very end, you'll pause, you go back through, you review your stuff. I like to highlight the stuff that I feel like has the highest emotional impact. And then that's the ammunition. That's the stuff you plug and play inside of your emails, inside of your landing pages, and you're trying to capture their attention and tease them with something valuable. It's just right there. You just take that stuff that you captured during your research and plug and play. Now, this is going to give you a huge advantage over anybody else. As you can see, if you just sat down and tried to write for this market, sure, maybe you get a few things right. But if you go and actually do the research and kind of get a real feel for what's out there, you do the observe part of the OODA loop when it comes to research, you're able to come up with a better hypothesis for your first piece of copy, your first writing, right? You're not going to reach a point where you're stuck and like, I don't know what to write next, because you have a vast library of research that you can pull from and use to immediately slap down some copy that's going to catch attention. It's going to motivate and persuade someone to change their lives. Research is the first step. This is how you do it. Before we go on too much further and talk about how to actually start the project, I want to remind you guys the sort of the attitude, the feel, the emotional state that you should have while you're on the sales call. You should always stay calm, confident, and in control. You're the guy, you know the answers. anything they ask you, anything they might offer you, there's always a way for you to step in and help them. You want to avoid using a lot of filler words or talking really excited. Just relax, sit back, ask some good questions. That's going to be key for showing up as the professional. You want to stay collaborative as well. You never want to get combative. Sometimes people, when they're on a call with a prospect, they might start to feel like it's a fight, like they're trying to take something from them, or these people are trying to force them or say no to them. If you're in that sort of combative feeling and that sort of combative state, you're never going to be as successful as if you can maintain a collaborative focus. You're trying to find a way to win with this person. So make sure you stay in that perspective. You want to avoid desperation. Again, you're the guy with abundance. You're the guy in demand. You know, you've got a lot of value. You know, there's lots of people who want to work with you. Never seem too eager, too desperate. Be excited about the prospect of working together with these people, but never make it to the point where it's like, this guy really, really needs my business because he's never had any experience in his entire life, or he's super desperate to make money for me. He needs my money. Why is that? You want to make sure you're cool, calm, collected, in control, feeling of abundance, collaborative. You're finding a way to solve their problems. You're the expert. You know what you're doing. You're professional. It's extremely important that you get yourself into that state. Before the call starts, you probably should pause and just relax into it. Breathe. Remember, remind yourself that you're a professional. Remind yourself of all the skills that you have. Keep that in your mind as you sit down and have this call with your client. Because if you can stay in that emotional state, they will be able to feel it. If you believe in yourself, they will believe in you. So you've got to maintain a nice, calm, collected emotional state. It'll get easier the more sales calls that you do. In the meantime, you can just tap into that emotion from the very beginning, and it'll increase your ability to land good deals with good companies. So as you're reaching out to people, sometimes you'll send that first message and they won't respond, or you'll send them something over and you'll lose contact with them, right? If they don't respond to your initial message, you're going to want to follow up, but you need to do so very carefully. Some people send lots and lots of follow-up messages, and they just, send like 7 or 8 follow-up messages really, really quickly, and they're just constantly following up. And that is a sign of desperation most of the time. You need to be very intelligent about how you follow up. There's only 2 reasons why they didn't respond. One, they saw your message and just was a bad time. They were busy. They're on their way to their grandmother's funeral or whatever. It was a bad time. It was inconvenient and they got busy and they forgot. Or they didn't like your offer. They didn't like what you had to offer. They decided, nope, I'm not going to respond to this guy. Those are the only 2 reasons why they wouldn't respond. The first one is pretty easy to solve. Just send them a follow-up probably in about 24 hours after the first message and sort of re-bring it to their attention. Hopefully you catch them at a better time, right? That's really good. You can also maybe ask them a follow-up question or tease something, some additional idea that you have for them, some additional value. That can kind of solve the second one, but you want to make sure that that first follow-up happens about 24 hours after the initial message if they don't respond. And it's something that just sort of brings the attention, it reopens the curiosity, reopens the desire at a later time. Now that last one, if they don't like you, they're probably not going to like you, right? Like it's kind of hard to really fix that. You can kind of reverse that if you tease more value or you re-hit the curiosity that you used in your outreach message. But one of the final things you can do here in order to maintain the power dynamic that you want and also to maybe get them to want what you offer again is to do what's called the walk away follow-up, where you say, hey, looks like this isn't a priority for you. That's okay. If it ever is, let me know. I'm really busy, got a lot of other things going. See you, bye. Right? That's roughly how the follow that message goes. So you're saying, hey, you wanted this thing. It's not going to be available for you anymore because I'm leaving with it, right? Taking something away from people, the fear of loss is probably one of the greatest things to trigger desire for people. So that's really the only 2 follow-ups I recommend you do. So you send that first follow-up with them in about 24 hours, and then you do the breakup follow-up or the walkaway follow-up 3 to 7 days later, right? Then you can save that prospect, and maybe you reach out to them in 2 to 3 months with another offer, but you don't just send a bunch of automated follow-ups right there at the very, very beginning, right? Because that makes you look terribly, terribly desperate. You also need to make sure that your follow-ups are valuable and personalized. If it's just a copy and paste canned message and it makes them think that they're in an automated outreach sequence, they are going to say, he's pitching really, really hard for me. You're not going to come off as that strategic part, or you're going to come off as a low rate, low value salesman who's cold emailing, spamming people, right? Make sure they're personalized, make sure they're valuable, keep it short, keep it effective. Don't be desperate. Trigger and show your value by following up like a professional, and then save them for later. And you can reach out to them in 2 or 3 months later with a different offer, different idea if they still don't respond. That's how you do follow-ups like a G. All right. right, so I've gone through, I've started to create the actual offer. So for planning the offer, I did kind of the Hormozy method. I listed the problems, again, the key roadblocks from up here that we identified, as well as started slapping together different solutions, thought about different parts of different content. Most of this is highly scalable, like an evaluation, stuff to build self-respect. These are basically the titles of different chapters or sections out of the books, or maybe specific pieces of content, like specific tools, things to actually teach, some important frames to give your sons, and then different tactics that parents can use to counteract influences from the outside world. Now, I've played around with this, and again, this is not something I've done with AI yet, but I'm going to show you some ways we can play around with this to enhance this. So right now, the core offer is going to be a book/field manual. It's going to be the content and the actual exercises for doing it. There's going to be chapters, written content, teach the lesson, and there'll be work style questions at the end for exercises so they can actually apply it. Again, that was one of the big things that the other book didn't have, was it wasn't a clear roadmap for how to actually apply the stuff. It just had cool information. Bonuses. So I think I'm going to do bonuses. I think I'll do them free until January 11th. They'll have a daily checklist and a weekly roadmap to track their progress, like an actual physical thing that they can use, either a printout or something like that. 5 example bedtime stories, which is part of this thing, like things you can teach your kids through stories. A giant 50 movie or book library for a growing son. Exercise programs, like different little training things you can do with your sons based on an age, like 0 to 4, 5 to 10, 10 to 14, 15 and above kind of deal. And then a live call for anyone who buys the book between now and January 11th, obviously to give them a chance to practice and be guided through certain influence techniques that will be taught in the book, plus a live Q&A. Upsells, I think I could probably create some type of private chat, some type of private group where people could talk with each other about different things they're trying with sons. And then a 30-day challenge, create a core memory with your son for $297. It's time to go to ChatGPT. So I started running some stuff. 10 book titles for a guide that helps fathers solve the following problems to raise strong sons. Aren't active parent. I just pasted the roadblocks in there and started to fit stuff out. The active father, making time for your kids, defining success, setting goals for your son's future, respecting yourself, respecting your kids, building a strong parent and child. And I realized that I needed to refine it and throw masculine sons in there. Now, I know that there's going to be some difficulty with ChatGPT. They have a certain level of bias when it comes to, they're a little woke, right? They're a little woke. So starting to get some of that pop up here. But we're starting to get some better titles. The Toolbox for Fatherhood, Practical Strategies for Raising Confident Masculine Sons. These aren't bad fascination points. I think we might need to fix these up a little bit. Raising Resilient Sons, helping your kids thrive in an uncertain world. The Mostly Intelligent Father, Building Strong, whatever. And I think they started to talk, protecting your sons from toxic masculinity. We start to see a little bit of that bias come through, where we got some options here. I had him create 10 fascinations for how to raise sons in a masculine world. And we started to get some interesting things. How to protect your son from, we could change it from toxic masculinity. We could say how to protect your son from wokeism, how to raise a confident masculine man. I'm going to play around with this a little bit more. I don't think I like any of these books. I think I want to call it a field guide. I want to play around with this a little bit more so I can come up with a good name. I think the name of the product itself is to be one of the main drivers for success. So I'm going to continue to play around with ChatGPT here and see if we can come up with a better title. But in the meantime, before we do the title, I had an idea for a query. I haven't run this. Let's see if I can say something. So here are some bonuses I want to add with the book. What other bonuses would be helpful for young fathers? I'm just going to slap this in there, see what it gives me, see if we can come up with any new additional bonuses. Now, this is going to be fun. Okay, strengthening your activities and quality time, effective communication tips, discipline strategies. Okay, that's something I actually haven't addressed it. Managing stress, self-care is a bit so you can see the wokeism coming through. So maybe ChatGPT won't be where I will be creating the copy for this. I probably will use Jasper for this. Sports system. These are all new things that I could slap into the actual content though. So I'm going to copy and paste this, and these will be something I want to consider as a possible, let's put this up here, possible content for the books. It didn't really give me any new ideas for, and I'll leave that there so I know that it came from ChatGPT. It didn't give me a lot of new ideas for new deliverables or new products. Let's see, what other products could I offer? Now, if I ask for products, it'll probably give me some ideas. I could either create them as bonuses or part of the products. Could I provide for
fathers looking to raise strong, masculine, and resilient sons. Mark, let's see what we got. Here's some additional products that could be helpful. Series of interactive online workshops or webinars, father-son bond. Yeah, so an actual series, a membership program, a community. We got that one. As an upsell, it's in a printable worksheets or activities to help fathers track their progress. We've got that as well. Collection of age-appropriate exercise and physical activities. I literally have that one as well. A set of educational or entertaining games or toys. Here we go. This is where we start to get into some other stuff. Video lessons, audio lessons, new stuff. Teach actual kids. Recommended library of movies, online or in-person coaching program that provides personalized support and guidance. So yeah, personal coaching would be another potential upsell, like one-on-one personal coaching. And or games and toys. That might be kind of fun. That would be a fun either bonus or upsell. It'd be fun to provide some games. So let's slap that on as possible bonus. Let's do games ? In here. Games ? So cool. We've been able to uncover a few things. I'm going to play around with this a little bit more. I'm going to see if I can get it to spit out a better title for me. I'm going to maybe create one that I think is best. I think that's the one part where I want to make sure that there's a really killer fascination there, because that's going to be one of the main drivers of success for this. But we'll see. But so far, it's given me a few ideas. It's given me a few titles I can play around with. I'll see what I come up with. Once I have the name of this, I'm going to start creating. I'm actually going to create the table of contents. I'm not going to actually create the product itself yet. I'm going to create the table of contents. There's my son running around outside. I'm going to create my table of contents, create the marketing assets, and then I'll have it. And like while I'm waiting for Facebook to approve the ads, I'll use copy to actually go through. I'll use the AI to actually create the actual content for each part of the table of contents. But for right now, I'll just do the outline. So I'm just going to come up with a good name. I'll come back with you with a good name, and then I'll create the outline with you live with ChatGPT.
All right, so the next thing you need to do, usually in the persuasion arc, is you need to reveal to them the roadblock, the thing that is keeping them from getting what they want. You need to show them the solution. You need to show them the actions they need to take in order to achieve their success that they want, that dream state that they're looking towards, that they're all amped up about. And you need to frame the product or the deliverable or the action or whatever you're going to have them take as the best vehicle for achieving that desired outcome, for taking advantage of the solution and overcoming the roadblock. You have to understand this and how all these pieces connect together in complete detail, or else you will have a very hard time persuading them to take action. You can't just get them all amped up about their desires and about their pains and say, buy this product, it's magic and we'll give you what you want. That generally isn't enough for people. People need to understand on a fundamental level how the actions they're going to take are going to help them overcome the problems they are facing and achieve the results they want. They need to understand a little bit of the how. They already know the why, but they need to know what they need to do and how they're going to do it. That's an important part for giving them enough energy and belief to move forward and take action. And I'm going to show you how to understand roadblocks on a more fundamental level, how to understand solutions on a more fundamental level, and how to frame products in a way that take advantage of these two understandings so people will purchase and it will make more sense to them to purchase. Again, we've got them all amped up. We've got their emotions going. It's like we've got a train with a really, really powerful engine. Now we need to lay down the tracks. We need to show them the path forward. And there's a lot of value that comes if you can be the guy who does that for them. All right, guys, for this one, I want to show you a new platform that I haven't really showed you guys before. This is kind of like the copy.ai, but this is Jasper.ai. I think Jasper.ai. I personally think this is a slightly better tool when it comes to generating copy with AI, like straight up. I mean, I think this is even perhaps a little better than your average ChatGPT response. And that's because I think they've created better templates and they've done a little bit of better testing. It might be built on top of the OpenAI API. I'm not sure. Doesn't really matter. One of the really cool things about this is it has a lot of amazing, a lot of pre-built templates, right? So you've got these different things. You can create free Facebook, primary text, Google Ads headline, frequently asked questions, photo captions. They've got a lot of pre-built things that make it pretty easy to just crank out some really cool copy really quickly, assuming you have good inputs, right? Website sub headlines, TikTok video captions, tweet machine. You can create a tweet storm. Like this allows you to create a massive amount of content really, really quickly. One of the really cool things is this one-shot blog post, right? So if you're trying to create content to fill a site, this maybe isn't something you've done very much as a copywriter, but it's something that you can do. Like you can feed it a simple blog topic as like the importance of intrigue and curiosity as a copywriter. You can set the tone of voice, witty and bold, and say, hey, I want this info product CTOs. You say, I want to create 3 different versions, generate, and within a matter of a few minutes, just from one tiny little seed, you can generate 3 different blog posts that you can just immediately upload. If you're trying to rank for different things on SEO, you can do this around certain keywords. There are other templates inside of Jasper.ai that allow you to specifically work those in. And again, it's really cool. From one little sentence, look, it spit out 3 different email or entire blogs. Blog title, get them hooked to the value of intrigue and curiosity and copywriting. That's not a bad headline. Introduction, when it comes to copywriting, the goal isn't just to inform people about your product or service, it's to give them interest enough to take action. This isn't bad content. Like this is fairly good content. Obviously, you want to tweak it, you want to add stuff to it, but I've just generated 3 different versions. I can pick whichever one I want. I can do this 10 different times with 10 different topics, and congratulations, I now look like a copywriter who publishes, or in this case, a content creator who publishes an email every week or so, but you've been able to generate it in like 10 minutes here with Jasper.ai. Again, it's massively speeding up content creation. You want to make sure you're feeding it good stuff. You can do the AIDA framework, product description. This is really fun. You could go through different people's stores and just straight up slap their stuff in here and generate better stuff. There's a lot of really cool things you can do here. Product names even, and a lot of this depends on your inputs. The outputs are going to be fairly average, but you can always turn around and upgrade them on the back end. I'm definitely going to be purchasing the boss mode, the full thing for this. Like I've been using this on my own personal projects. I've been using this with people. It's extremely powerful, right? You can create Facebook ads pretty quickly. Let me show you an example of this, right? And like, again, as a copywriter, if you're going to sit down and create Facebook ads for a client, one of the things you want to do is you want to create a bunch of different versions and test out and find the best ones. So I've just slapped an email from my email swipe account. I have no idea who this guy is. I just copied and pasted it as a product description just to feed it some information. Now, if I wanted to go ahead and create 10 different ads with 10 different tones of voice, I could go through and individually create one that's intriguing, and I could let this one run. It'll generate a Facebook ad. Okay, boom. There's my copy for an intriguing version. I could try and do one that is just humorous, right? This is funny. I can generate a brand new one, and it'll generate, boom. There we go. It's very, very simple, very, very simple version. But as you can see, you can go through and you can create an insane number of Facebook ad copy. Like, boom, look, this is in the tone of Elon Musk. You can go out and test this. You can create 10 different versions inside of your Facebook ad manager, slap in the different primary text, test it, and you can generate all these in like 3 minutes. And by the end of 24 hours, you know exactly which one is the best. Again, if you're just slapping in easy, simple stuff, if all you add as a copywriter is your ability to write words, you're in trouble. You need to be able to think about creative ideas, think of creative things you can feed AI, think of creative ways to tweak AI, and then rapidly test it. But this amazingly speeds up the speed at which you're doing this. One of the other cool tools you can do with Jasper is you can go into and you can create a document. Oh, which one of these did I play around with? Let me see if I can find this one. This is really cool. So you can actively generate copy. So I remember I wrote like I was just like messing around with this, right? I wrote the first couple lines here, and then I just hit, it's like a built-in writing assistant. So you can add some of the stuff, you can tell you what it wants, but basically it'll pick up your writing style and it'll just continue to generate text and expound on your ideas. So I think I wrote this, I hit the compose button, and it generated this copy right here. Boom. And then I wrote these words, and I hit generate, and then it created this stuff right here. So let's say, I can say the future is full of hope, right? Apology for the wobbly camera. I'm on my not my normal desk. Now, if I do this and then I hit compose, it's gonna take, and Jasper is gonna see what I'm currently writing, and it's gonna keep going, right? Boom, and it just like extrapolates. And I talk about how the future is great of hope. Let's work together, reach out to each other, and just extrapolate on top of this, right? So if you're writing and you kind of want to just like expand out and get some new ideas, you can use this document version here inside of inside of this, and it'll just generate this. Another thing that this has is it has a chat mode, so you can just come in here and ask it questions. This is very similar to the chat GPT, but you do things that are more, I mean, this is basically the same interface, but just the chat. And then obviously you can go in here and you can use any of these different templates, any of these different things, step into them and start using them. This is a really, really cool tool. I'm definitely gonna be purchasing the full thing. I'm gonna upgrade it now, I think, actually, not on the call because I don't want you guys to see my stuff, but I'm definitely gonna be using the boss mode, and I will probably be purchasing this at an annual plan. Definitely worth it if you can afford it. If you can't, earn some money, use the chat GPT. It's completely free, and then stack on as many of these tools as you can. This is a very, very powerful tool. If you don't have the money for it, that's okay. Like I said, use ChatGPT, use some of the other free tools, use the free trial on this one as many times as you want, and then you should be good to go. This is a really, really cool tool, right? If you're watching this and you realize that you can't write better copy than what this spits out, you need to go back and you need to learn how to become a better copywriter. You need to learn how to add imagery, add emotion, add curiosity, which this kind of sucks at, right? Like if you go into the, where was one of these? I can show you some examples. Yeah, there was one of them that I ran. I was like, dude, this was actually pretty junk. Like if you run the, I think it's bullets. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there's that one. Curiosity. I can't remember. I found it somewhere here, but I ran just, and like I tried to just create basic like marketing bullets with it, and it was absolutely junk. Like it didn't do a very good job. Ah, here we go. No, it's not the bunt number list. Perfect headline. Yeah, I ran the headline thing. So let me just slap in. Yeah, that's definitely not it. Let's see here. I'm just going to show you an example, right? Product headline. I could say copywriting campus, where you learn how to write copy. Persuade the, I can't spell today. Persuade the masses. I'm going to just fix it. Persuade the masses, disrupt markets, land clients, use AI to speed up your work. And then let's say that. Yeah, let's just do simple stuff. I could say it. There's online course, community section, live calls. Let's just say that. Boom. It's just a product description. Course, community section, live calls. Let's call it the copy campus. Let's say ambitious young men who want financial freedom. Tone of voice, let's say bold, just for the fun of it. Now let's let it rip. So this is not a very well-defined product description. I want to feed this better things, but this is the output. Learn how to write copy that sells, disrupt your industry with powerful writing skills, persuade the masses and get more clients, use AI to speed up your work. These are really mediocre headlines, right? So they're not it's not super good at creating headlines. Maybe if I fed it better things, it could, but even still, you can tell that it's using really basic formulas here. So it does have some limitations, but this is a very powerful tool. You should look at this. You should look at other things like this. They have different recipes. You can go through and create cold emails, blog posts, idea factory, entire Facebook ads. They have these whole things where they slap them together. It's a powerful tool. Jasper AI is powerful. I think it's a little bit better. Apologies for the earthquake. It's a little bit better than copy.ai, in my opinion. I'm definitely going to continue to use this. It does have some limitations that there are ways to overcome. If you can't afford this, don't worry. Just use ChatGPT, continue to earn more money, and you'll be able to get Jasper and have access to all the different AI tools that are out there. This is one of many. I have other AI tools. I have other things for creating full web pages, like with AI. Like the time where you need to know how to do a lot of really specific skills, the time where you need to hire lots of people on your team is over. If you can use these tools, you can be their one-stop guy that can show up to any business, help them leverage amazing tools, and massively improve the quality of their marketing really fast. You're going to be able to show up and completely blow the competition out of the water. So if you guys haven't been using these tools, if this is your first time seeing them, I definitely recommend you start playing around with them. You get good at using these tools because this is going to change everything about how humans work. So I'm really big into this. I hope you guys are really big into this. AI is the future. I'm excited to continue to add more things. I've got a lot more things I can show you. I'm going to keep showing you guys things inside the AI course here. So enjoy this, use this. Jasper's a powerful tool. Welcome to the future when you can create endless copy at the click of a button. All right, guys, for this one, I want to show you a new platform that I haven't really showed you guys before. This is kind of like the copy.ai, but this is jasper.ai. I think jasper.ai. I personally think this is a slightly better tool when it comes to generating copy with AI, like straight up. I mean, I think this is even perhaps a little better than your average ChatGPT response. And that's because I think they've created better templates and they've done a little bit of better testing. It might be built on top of the OpenAI API. I'm not sure. Doesn't really matter. One of the really cool things about this is it has a lot of amazing, a lot of pre-built templates, right? So you've got these different things. You can create free Facebook, primary text, Google Ads headline, frequently asked questions, photo captions. They've got a lot of pre-built things that make it pretty easy to just crank out some really cool copy really quickly, assuming you have good inputs, right? Website sub headlines, TikTok video captions, tweet machine. You can create a tweet storm. Like this allows you to create a massive amount of content really, really quickly. One of the really cool things is this one-shot blog post, right? So if you're trying to create content to fill a site, this maybe isn't something you've done very much as a copywriter, but it's something that you can do. Like you can feed it a simple blog topic as like the importance of intrigue and curiosity as a copywriter. You can set the tone of voice, witty and bold, and say, hey, I want this info product CTOs. You say, I want to create 3 different versions, generate, and within a matter of a few minutes, just from one tiny little seed, you can generate 3 different blog posts that you can just immediately upload. If you were trying to rank for different things on SEO, you can do this around certain keywords. There are other templates inside of jasper.ai that allow you to specifically work those in. And again, it's really cool. From one little sentence, look, it spit out 3 different email or entire blogs. Blog title, get them hooked to the value of intrigue and curiosity and copywriting. That's not a bad headline. Introduction, when it comes to copywriting, the goal isn't just to inform people about your product or service. It's to give them interest enough to take action. This isn't bad content. Like this is fairly good content. Obviously, you want to tweak it. You want to add stuff to it. But I've just generated 3 different versions. I can pick whichever one I want. I can do this 10 different times with 10 different topics. And congratulations, I now look like a copywriter who publishes, or in this case, a content creator who publishes an email every week or so. But you've been able to generate it in like 10 minutes here with jasper.ai. Again, it's massively speeding up content creation. You want to make sure you're feeding it good stuff. You can do the AIDA framework, product description. This is really fun. You could go through different people's stores and just straight up slap their stuff in here and generate better stuff. There's a lot of really cool things you can do here. Product names even, and a lot of this depends on your inputs. The outputs are going to be fairly average, but you can always turn around and upgrade them on the back end. I'm definitely going to be purchasing the boss mode, the full thing for this. Like I've been using this on my own personal projects. I've been using this with people. It's extremely powerful, right? You can create Facebook ads pretty quickly. Let me show you an example of this, right? And like, again, as a copywriter, if you're going to sit down and create Facebook ads for a client, one of the things you want to do is you want to create a bunch of different versions and test out and find the best ones. So I've just slapped an email from my email swipe account. I have no idea who this guy is. I just copied and pasted it as a product description just to feed it some information. Now, if I wanted to go ahead and create 10 different ads with 10 different tones of voice, I could go through and individually create one that's intriguing, and I could let this one run. It'll generate a Facebook ad. Okay, boom. There's my copy for an intriguing version. I could try and do one that is just humorous, right? This is funny. I can generate a brand new one, and it'll generate, boom. There we go. It's very, very simple, very, very simple version. But as you can see, you can go through and you can create an insane number of Facebook ad copy. Like, boom, look, this is in the tone of Elon Musk. You can go out and test this. You can create 10 different versions inside of your Facebook ad manager, slap in the different primary text, test it, and you can generate all these in like 3 minutes. And by the end of 24 hours, you know exactly which one is the best. Again, if you're just slapping in easy, simple stuff, if all you add as a copywriter is your ability to write words, you're in trouble. You need to be able to think about creative ideas, think of creative things you can feed AI. Then you create ways to tweak AI and then rapidly test it. But this amazingly speeds up the speed at which you're doing this. One of the other cool tools you can do with Jasper is you can go into and you can create a document. Oh, which one of these did I play around with? Let me see if I can find this one. This is really cool. So you can actively generate copy. So I remember I wrote like I was just like messing around with this, right? I wrote the first couple lines here, and then I just hit, it's like a built-in writing assistant. So you can add some of the stuff, you can tell you what it wants, but basically it'll pick up your writing style and it'll just continue to generate text and expound on your ideas. So I think I wrote this, I hit compose, I hit the compose button and it generated this copy right here. Boom. And then I wrote these words and I hit generate, and then it created this stuff right here. So let's say, I can say the future is full of hope, right? Apology for the wobbly camera. I'm on my not my normal desk. Now, if I do this and then I hit compose, it's gonna take, and Jasper is gonna see what I'm currently writing, and it's gonna keep going, right? Boom, and it just like extrapolates. And I talk about how the future is great of hope. Let's work together, reach out to each other, and just extrapolate on top of this, right? So if you're writing and you kind of want to just like expand out and get some new ideas, you can use this document version here inside of this, and it'll just generate this. Another thing that this has is it has a chat mode, so you can just come in here and ask it questions. This is very similar to the chat GPT, but you do things that are more, I mean, this is basically the same interface, but just the chat. And then obviously you can go in here and you can use any of these different templates, any of these different things, step into them and start using them. This is a really, really cool tool. I'm definitely gonna be purchasing the full thing. I'm gonna upgrade it now, I think, actually, not on the call because I don't want you guys to see my stuff, but I'm definitely gonna be using the boss mode, and I will probably be purchasing this at an annual plan. Definitely worth it if you can afford it. If you can't, earn some money, use the chat GPT. It's completely free, and then stack on as many of these tools as you can. This is a very, very powerful tool. If you don't have the money for it, that's okay. Like I said, use ChatGPT, use some of the other free tools, use the free trial on this one as many times as you want, and then you should be good to go. This is a really, really cool tool, right? If you're watching this and you realize that you can't write better copy than what this spits out, you need to go back and you need to learn how to become a better copywriter. You need to learn how to add imagery, add emotion, add curiosity, which this kind of sucks at, right? Like if you go into the, where was one of these? I can show you some examples. Yeah, there was one of them that I ran. I was like, dude, this was actually pretty junk. Like if you run the, I think it's bullets. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there's that one. Curiosity. I can't remember. I found it somewhere here, but I ran just, and like I tried to just create basic like marketing bullets with it, and it was absolutely junk. Like it didn't do a very good job. Ah, here we go. No, it's not the bunt number list. Perfect headline. Yeah, I ran the headline thing. So let me just slap in. Yeah, that's definitely not it. Let's see here. I'm just going to show you an example, right? Product headline. I could say copywriting campus, where you learn how to write copy. Persuade the, I can't spell today. Persuade the masses. I'm going to just fix it. Persuade the masses, disrupt markets, land clients, use AI to speed up your work. And then let's say that, yeah, let's just do simple stuff. I could say it. There's online course, community section, live calls. Let's just say that. Boom. It's just a product description. Course, community section, live calls. Let's call it the copy campus. Let's say ambitious young men who want financial freedom. Tone of voice, let's say bold, just for the fun of it. Now let's let it rip. So this is not a very well-defined product description. I want to feed this better things, but this is the output. Learn how to write copy that sells, disrupt your industry with powerful writing skills, persuade the masses and get more clients, use AI to speed up your work. These are really mediocre headlines, right? So they're not it's not super good at creating headlines. Maybe if I fed it better things, it could, but even still, you can tell that it's using really basic formulas here. So it does have some limitations, but this is a very powerful tool. You should look at this. You should look at other things like this. They have different recipes. You can go through and create cold emails, blog posts, idea factory, entire Facebook ads. They have these whole things where they slap them together. It's a powerful tool. Jasper AI is powerful. I think it's a little bit better. Apologies for the earthquake. It's a little bit better than copy.ai, in my opinion. I'm definitely going to continue to use this. It does have some limitations that there are ways to overcome. If you can't afford this, don't worry. Just use ChatGPT, continue to earn more money, and you'll be able to get Jasper and have access to all the different AI tools that are out there. This is one of many. I have other AI tools. I have other things for creating full web pages, like with AI. Like the time where you need to know how to do a lot of really specific skills, the time where you need to hire lots of people on your team is over. If you can use these tools, you can be their one-stop guy that can show up to any business, help them leverage amazing tools, and massively improve the quality of their marketing really fast. You're going to be able to show up and completely blow the competition out of the water. So if you guys haven't been using these tools, if this is your first time seeing them, I definitely recommend you start playing around with them. You get good at using these tools, because this is going to change everything about how humans work. So I'm really big into this. I hope you guys are really big into this. AI is the future. I'm excited to continue to add more things. I've got a lot more things I can show you. I'm going to keep showing you guys things inside the AI course here. So enjoy this, use this. Jasper's a powerful tool. Welcome to the future when you can create endless copy at the click of a button.